Chapter 171. When Ning immediately studied the blueprints of the shelter, and in an instant, a large number of structures were refreshed on the manufacturing interface. A small function after the game update was not mentioned in the system announcement. That is, in the manufacturing interface, when the materials are sufficient for manufacturing, the manufacturing column is green, and when the raw materials are insufficient, the manufacturing column will turn red. When Ning was dumbfounded, as he looked at the entire red manufacturing interface. Heh, I knew the system would not let me get this shelter easily. Dog system, you have successfully aroused my desire to win. When Ning slid the manufacturing interface and recorded the amount of all the missing materials in the death note. The more he recorded, the more he found that this shelter was really not something that humans could build. 2/3 of the materials in it, when Ning had never heard of them. Very good, this is forcing her to go down a path of no return. Out of sight, out of mind, when Ning turned off the manufacturing system, thinking about where to get these materials in her mind. An idea in her mind told her that the remaining relic summoning scroll might be able to solve her troubles. When Ning pondered for a while, then waved her hand, and displayed the growth robot manufacturing interface. With her current survival points, she could easily manufacture more than a dozen robots. Or why not just synthesize a dozen robots and rush into the ruins to grab all the supplies inside? As soon as this thought came out, the robot holding a large pendulum, and at least 2 stories tall appeared in front of Wen Ning's eyes. Bang! Suddenly she realized. Forget it. My robots are not enough for his 2 hammers. It's not worth it. Let's see what's available in the remaining loot. Huh? Centaur C. My goodness, my vehicle. Wen Ning couldn't help swallowing her saliva and took out 3 vehicle blueprints. Such an important thing? She just found out now. The player has vehicle blueprint fragments detected. Do you want to exchange for the complete blueprint? Yes. Exchange successful. Congratulations on getting the Centaur blueprint *1. I have a car, Mom, I can finally sail. Wen Ning's heart was full of waves, but she looked very calm on the surface. The expression on her face didn't show her ecstasy at all. The main point is that she is not happy with things, nor sad with herself. But the hand holding the blueprint trembled slightly, revealing her restless mentality. Learn. Giving a decisive order, Wen Ning was like a crowned queen at this moment, with pride in her joy. After seeing the materials needed to make the vehicle, Wen Ning smiled even happier. Centaur, engine 1/25, tire 2/56, plexiglass 1/24, frame 1/0, mechanical gear 10/0, mechanical parts 10/189. Wen Ning had obtained several of these materials in the ruins, and the remaining frame and mechanical gears can be made with the materials he has. Frame. Refined iron ingot 10/2899, tin ingot 5/578, gold ingot 3/456. Mechanical gear. Iron ingot 10/5890, iron plate 2/0. Iron plate. Iron ingot 2/5890, in that case, let's make 2 first. With a thought, the production bar was instantly filled, and about 10 seconds later, 2 identical vehicles appeared in Wen Ning's backpack. 2 Centaurus vehicles detected. Do you want to synthesize? Wen Ning threw the 2 energy cores and the Centaurus into the synthesis column and confirmed the synthesis. Centaurus. Perfect. It is a perfect vehicle designed for off-roading, which can accommodate 2 people. Of course, it is not impossible to bring pets. System prompt. It can be ridden in harsh ground environments such as sand, river beaches, wastelands, and even rocky areas. System prompt. With the addition of 1 attribute to the synthesis system, its potential has been explored to the maximum. The filling of the electric energy core enables it to obtain dual energy support and extend its endurance. Centaurus, perfect lightweight off-road motorcycle. Weight, 145 kilograms. Energy, gasoline/electric energy. Displacement, 480. Maximum speed, 200 kilometers per hour. Summoning the vehicle, Wen Ning walked forward to take a closer look. The original fragmented drawings were blurry in the overall appearance of the vehicle, and its details could not be seen clearly. But now, the off-road motorcycle parked quietly in front of Wen Ning. Every detail is in line with Wen Ning's aesthetics. Lightweight and smooth body, tires and engine automatic adaptation, thick patterns on the tires, long suspension, high ground clearance. All of these allow this off-road motorcycle to easily perform various difficult actions such as head-up, jumping, and flying uphill, and better adapt to the environment of outdoor riding. Wen Ning stepped on the car with his long legs, and controlled the start of the vehicle with his mind, which is a consistent feature of the game. And the vehicle will be automatically bound and can be retrieved and summoned anywhere. The player has a vehicle, and the system panel has been updated. Please check it. Wen Ning took a look and saw that there was another vehicle option on the system panel. After clicking it, it became the current status bar of Centaur. The battery life of the electric energy core is a full week. Wen Ning closed the interface, twisted the handle skillfully, and drove the car directly to the door of the shelter with a rumbling sound. Master! The loud noise scared Z, and Wen Ning looked at her soothingly. Z, go for a ride with me. Z looked at the huge beast that Wen Ning was riding, a little scared, but couldn't help being curious, flew into Wen Ning's arms, and nervously grabbed Wen Ning's front. Wen Ning told her to hold on tight, and then twisted the throttle, and the Centaur rushed out like an arrow from a string. Z screamed and closed her eyes. The wind quickly passed through the ends of Wen Ning's hair, and on the wasteland, the low roar was accompanied by a strong wind, and the Centaur rode away and galloped on the wasteland. It's so cool. Wen Ning is a motorcycle enthusiast, and likes to pursue this kind of free pleasure. In the oppressive environment of the wasteland, this is the first time she feels free. After getting rid of her initial fear, Z was now very excited, and the eyes of both the master and the servant were shining. Wen Ning drove the car all the way to the bottom of the wasteland mine, and turned to rush towards the sea a second before entering the dungeon. It seems that there is another regional map. Wen Ning looked at the fog-covered area on his map, and the place where the off-road vehicle was heading would be revealed. It was like opening up a wasteland. Then he remembered that he had also obtained a regional map. With a thought, the regional map in the backpack was directly used. Ding! The regional map was successfully used, and the authority of this area has been opened. Hiss! The fog dissipated, and Wen Ning looked at the red dots on his system map with wide eyes. Chapter 172. Wen Ning hesitantly clicked on the nearest red dot on the map. Refuge, unknown completeness, unknown amount of supplies, unknown number of players. Hiss! Is that what she understood? This area map can actually show the situation of the surrounding refuges. Wen Ning looked at the entire area, which was densely packed with red dots, but some red dots existed alone. Just like her own refuge, which was a green dot, displayed at the intersection of the forest, the ocean, and the wasteland. Beyond this, there were several large red dot settlements, the largest of which was in the lower right corner of the map, and was half the distance from Wen Ning. It seemed that this was the base. There were hundreds of bases of all sizes on the entire map. There were also many lone wolves, and the information that popped up when clicking on each red dot was the same as above. All the situations were unknown, and we only knew that there was a refuge here. In addition, we had a concrete perception of the surrounding terrain. Deserts, forests, swamps, barren mountains, oceans, and Gobi Desert, etc. The one Wen Ning explored was called Dawn Forest, and the other was called Wasteland Mine. Both of them already had names and specific boundaries. The others were gone, and it seemed that Wen Ning needed to explore them. Why don't we go to the first shelter to see the situation first? It was just past 5 in the afternoon, and Wen Ning looked at the distance. According to the speed of the Centaur, he should be able to get there. Even at night, Wen Ning had a blue torch, and was not afraid of the restrictions of the night. Azzy, come with me. 001, go back and look after the house. Wen Ning summoned 001 to the shelter directly, letting him watch the house and guard Hu Zi at the same time. Z nodded obediently, and Wen Ning turned the car skillfully, and roared towards the marked point on the map. This time, Wen Ning did not intend to invade, and just observe secretly. So close to his own shelter, there is no guarantee that he has discovered him. For the safety of the shelter, when necessary, Wen Ning will also take action. Along the way, the terrain gradually became difficult. It was close to the mine, so there were bumpy stones on the road. Wen Ning's Centaur's speed dropped again and again. Finally stopped at a hilltop, because Wen Ning could already see the shelter. Half an hour's drive. Due to the road conditions, the speed was not the highest. Wen Ning estimated that it was about 60 kilometers away. Wen Ning opened the map, and found that he was very close to the shelter. When using a vehicle, the roar would attract the attention of the other party. Wen Ning chose to walk the rest of the way. Before setting off, Wen Ning hid his equipment, put on mountaineering clothes, and carried a backpack. He made himself look like a migrating player. Then, he carefully sneaked to the side of the shelter. As the distance got closer, Wen Ning could see clearly that this was a stone shelter. When he saw the stone outer wall and 2 wooden walls, Wen Ning had a guess in his mind. Moving to the front, as expected, the door was open, and there was no trace of players inside. Wen Ning walked forward holding the Tang sword. This was her first time to enter someone else's shelter, although it was currently speculated that this was an abandoned shelter. But when Ning still felt a little awkward. The first step into the shelter, the system sent a prompt. Ding! The area map has been updated, please check it. Could it be that the information of this shelter has been updated? When Ning clicked on the area map, and sure enough, the red shelter sign on the map turned blue. When Ning clicked on the details. Shelter, empty completeness 89%. Number of supplies, a small amount. Number of players, 0. Does this mean that the owner of this shelter has died? When Ning looked around, the things in the shelter were very simple. A stone bed, a wooden table, and some animal skins hanging on the wall, etc. Walking into a room that looked like a warehouse, there was a huge damage next to the shelf in the middle, and the ground was damaged. When Ning understood that this should be the damage caused by the attack of the suffocation leaf. Maybe this person also died at that time. The dead are gone, let her collect the remaining supplies. When Ning searched the warehouse for some basic materials left, mainly stone, wood, animal skins, etc. There were some iron ingots, but nothing above refined iron. There was a mine behind him, but why was this player still so poor? When Ning couldn't figure it out, so he gave up. This shelter can't be taken away, so it can only be left vacant? System, can the walls of the shelter be demolished? Players, please note that ownerless shelters can be incorporated into affiliated shelters, using safe house cores, or demolished. Please choose carefully. When Ning studied it, and found that the safe house core can be used to take the shelter away, but this shelter is obviously not qualified. When Ning chose to destroy it directly, and then the system asked him to go outside. After the flash, all traces of the shelter on the ground were cleared, leaving only a pile of stone and wood. When Ning went forward to put the materials into his backpack, and then the system prompted, the area map has been updated, please check it. When Ning opened the map, and the blue dot on the map disappeared. So that's how it is. Shrugging, not intending to go to other distant shelters, when Ning summoned Centaur again, and took a Z back to the shelter. This map is comparable to GPS, and the shelters in the entire area can be seen. Although the details can only be viewed after exploring it yourself, this positioning function is already amazing. I don't know how many copies of this map have been released now. The World Channel is quiet, and no one has mentioned this topic. When Ning guessed that the number of players who have this map can be counted on one hand. Among the players she has contacted, only Lucier has entered the same ruins, and I don't know if he has. Thinking of this, when Ning had a new guess about the changes in the entire game. As the player's strength increases, higher level and more mysterious ruins will definitely be refreshed from time to time, and it is inevitable that the regional map will be obtained by the players. Once the gathered base leaders obtain this map, it is not difficult to guess what they will do. Perhaps, in the near future, the Wasteland will set off a territory dispute. At that time, it will be a double test of natural disasters and man-made disasters. How should she protect herself, or how can she gain a favorable position in the fight while protecting herself? With this in mind, when Ning stopped the Centaur at the door. As soon as he got off the car, the system prompt sounded. Your pet has been upgraded successfully. It will wake up soon. Chapter 173. Roar. Hungry. Huzi's thunderous roar almost blew off the roof of the shelter. When Ning stepped into the shelter, and had already skillfully placed 5 large basins in a row in his hands, all filled with mutant beast meat. Eat, eat. 001 saw this scene for the first time, and his eyes were full of curiosity. Az flew forward in surprise. Cub! You're so big! Roar! This tiger is an adult, of course I'm big. Look at you, eat more, otherwise you won't be as big as my eyeball. Puff! When Ning couldn't hold it in, and took a closer look. Az's slender figure was indeed in sharp contrast to Huzi. When Ning looked at the cub, who was lying down to her waist, and compared it with him, he was indeed several times bigger. If he stood up, the height of the shelter would not be enough. Originally, her bed was a little too small to accommodate Huzi, and now it was completely unable to accommodate him. He lay flat on his back, taller than Wen Ning's bed. His broad back was almost as wide as Wen Ning's bed. Boy, you are so big, the shelter can't accommodate you. Roar. It's so much trouble to eat a meal. What? Can't accommodate? Huzi was also a little confused. He looked at Wen Ning with a piece of meat in his mouth. After noticing her indescribable expression, he measured the room himself. He found desperately that he seemed to be unable to even get out of the door. Roar. Wow. This tiger is not slim anymore. This tiger can't get out. The meat in his mouth suddenly lost its fragrance. Wen Ning comforted him and told him to put it in the backpack first if he couldn't do it, and then let him out when he got out. When building a new shelter, He will design it according to his height and weight. Hu Zi then returned to his job. However, Wen Ning soon found that her worries were unnecessary. At this moment, the pet panel in front of her clearly stated, adult pets have the ability to change size, and can control the size of their bodies at will without affecting their strength. This setting? It's just a timely reign. By the way, did Hu Zi evolve any new skills after this upgrade? Let's take a look. Wen Ning couldn't wait to summon the pet panel. Pet name, Crystal White Tiger, Level 3 Adult. Pet level, Top. Pet hunger, 79. Pet loyalty, 100. Pet experience, 0/30,000. Pet skills, Level 1 Basic skills, Bite. Powerful teeth are enough to penetrate excellent armor. Level 1 Random skills, Crisis warning. Crisis warning, this skill is divided into active and passive. The active skill is to detect dangerous situations within a radius of 1 kilometer, with itself as the center. The number of times it can be used per day, 3. Crisis warning, passive skill is to automatically detect dangerous situations within a radius of 1 kilometer, with itself as the center, and issue warnings. The number of times available per day, 3. Tip, the active and passive crisis warnings can be superimposed, and can be used 3 times respectively, and reset to 0 the next day. Pet skills, second level skill, Crystal Bloodline, growth during the Bloodline awakening time, the effect of ordinary attacks is increased by 250%. Awakening time is 300 seconds, and the cooling time is 8 hours. Claw tearing, there is a probability of instantly killing injured opponents, and the wounds of claw attacks cannot be healed, can be actively revoked, and bleeding continues. The probability of triggering this skill is 30%. The first level and second level skills of the adult tiger have been greatly improved. The active and passive crisis warning skills can be used at the same time, and the upper limit has become 3 times. Originally, Wen Ning used Hu Zi's active skills very rarely for safety reasons, in order to block Hu Zi's passive skills. Now it's different, he can use them freely, and it's safer to explore the ruins. The effect of the second level growth skills has basically doubled. Especially the claw tearing skill, the probability has been increased to 30%, which is simply forcibly saving the dignity of the non-chief tiger. However, Wen Ning is more curious about Hu Zi's third level skills. Pet skills. The pet has been detected to be an adult, and the pet's innate skills will be awakened. Awakening successful. Congratulations to Jiajing White Tiger for obtaining the innate skill, Mental Shock. Growth. Mental Shock. Mental pets awaken after adulthood. It is an active skill that can be used in pet battles, and can also be released according to the owner's requirements. Skill effect. After the skill is activated, it can cause a strong mental shock to up to one enemy, causing it to enter a short coma or painful state, causing the target to lose the ability to resist for a certain period of time. Tip. When using spiritual skills on people who are stronger than you, it is easy to suffer spiritual backlash. Please use with caution. Tip. A pet can awaken up to 3 life-related skills. My goodness, you are still a spiritual little tiger. Roar. Of course I am. When my father was the king of beasts, his spiritual power could suppress all the rebellious races. Wen Ning was confused. He always heard Hu Zi bragging that he was the descendant of the king of beasts, but he never took it to heart. Until this moment, Wen Ning looked at the faint kingly aura on Hu Zi. Oh no, spiritual power. Only then did I feel that this was actually a true statement. Does every beast have a life skill? Roar, roar, roar. Of course, I don't care about their skills. Hu Zi's memory seems to have gradually become richer as he upgrades. It's like some sealed restrictions have been broken. As Wen Ning inquired, Hu Zi's memory exploration became deeper and deeper. Wen Ning took the opportunity to guide Hu Zi to find his hometown, but Hu Zi frowned and thought for a long time, and finally said dejectedly, Roar. My home, it seems, is not on this continent. This continent can't accommodate us. Not here? What do you mean? Roar. It seems that my parents sent me to a dark place when I was just born, and then I was transferred into darkness. I don't know where I am, and there is a majestic vitality around me, one by one, but I can't see them. I can only feel the darkness and restraint. Until light came through the cracks, my limbs were stretched. Roar. Then, I saw you. From now on, you are my only mother. Hu Zi raised his claws, which were bigger than Wen Ning's head, and took Wen Ning into his arms. Wen Ning experienced Hu Zi's perspective, and almost vomited because of Hu Zi's breath. Okay, good son, shrink quickly, and show me how cute you are. Roar. How can the king of beasts be described as cute? Although he refuted Wen Ning, Hu Zi did not dare to disobey the order. The next second, His body began to shrink, until it shrank to the 0th level. Wow! Baby, you are so cute. Z, who had never seen the juvenile state, quickly flew over with starry eyes. Huzi raised his head proudly, and never admitted that he was cute. This is the pet that a fierce girl should keep. Wen Ning praised. Sure enough, he was still cute when he was a child. He looked so cute that his heart would melt. He turned his eyes to the empty basin next to him, and his expression froze. It would be nice if the appetite could also be reduced. Huzi was arrogant for a while, and then started playing with a Z. Wen Ning's expression became serious. She was almost certain that Huzi did not belong to this planet either. Chapter 174. Many speculations flashed through Wen Ning's mind about the origin of Huzi. Combining the experience of the Wasteland for nearly a month, Wen Ning made a bold guess. Huzi may also come from a self-contained world. Like humans, he was brought to this Wasteland, and like other beast men who came with him, he was arranged by the system to be a pet. As for the black hole it mentioned, it is very likely a pet egg. Perhaps, the young beast was traded to the system by the beast men under some conditions, and came to this strange world. This also explains why mammals are born in eggs. Thinking of this, Wen Ning remembered that he still had a pet egg in his hand. Wen Ning took out the pet egg to study it. The complicated and mysterious patterns on it were more like a formation or a seal map. Unfortunately, when the master wanted to teach her the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, she refused because she believed in science. What a great opportunity was lost. Believe in science? What can be explained by science? Wen Ning beat his chest and stamped his feet, regretting it. Huzi felt familiar with the egg and ran over to wave his claws. Wen Ning was shocked and quickly took back the egg. If it was really as she guessed, there was a real life in the egg. If the egg was not resistant to falling and broke, it would be a sin. This was different from the mutant beasts in the Wasteland. These mutant beasts caused by disasters could appear or disappear, just like game data. If it was a survival beast with the same suffering as her, Wen Ning's compassion made her feel that she had to protect the egg. At this time, Wen Ning had long forgotten that she had used the unborn tiger as food reserve. Outside the official base. Su Luo, how are you? Nia Lan's tone was a little panicked. Su Luo had a broken leg at this time, his face was pale, and there was a monstrous hatred in his eyes, staring directly at the people at the gate of the base. There were 3 corpses beside the 2 of them. 2 of them were lying on their backs, and their faces could not be seen clearly, but their skinny bodies showed that they had not lived a good life. On the other side, a corpse wearing the official base military uniform was lying on his back, with an angry face and wide eyes. His head was stepped on by someone, and he died with his eyes wide open. The staring eyes kept looking in the direction of Su Luo, and it was Li Weigua. Su Jiaqing. Why did you do this? Nia Lan shouted hysterically. Su Jiaqing stepped on Li Weigua's head with contempt in his eyes. Waving his hand slightly, the players who besieged Su Luo and Nia Lan stopped and waited for his next instruction. Su Jiaqing bent down slightly, looking at the disabled Su Luo as if he was looking at a pile of garbage. Glancing at the people watching from the base, Su Jiaqing's face changed to a look of grief. Su Luo. Li Weigua is dead. Everyone has seen what has exploded from his body, and you still dare to say that you have not embezzled the base's supplies. Su Luo's face was covered with cold sweat, and Nia Lan hurriedly used a bandage to stop his bleeding. She didn't care about the broken leg beside her, and she could only tie the bandage tightly around Su Luo's broken thigh. I didn't. Heh. No. It fell from your 2 useless team members, not from you. The base keeps these 2 people for free, and they are remembered for their contributions to the base. How can this be a reason for you to secretly collude and steal the base's supplies? Su Jiaqing confidently counted the evidence of Su Luo and Li Weigua's crimes, and the eyes of the onlookers changed instantly. Looking at Su Luo is like looking at rat shit. I represent the official today. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey, everyone is watching. This is not a peaceful blue planet. The law cannot restrain anyone. Today, you either hand over the base's supplies, or you will end up like Li Weigua. Su Jiaqing. They didn't steal the base's supplies. These things were all dropped by them when they went out to kill mutant beasts. The base has no regulations, and the supplies dropped when going out to kill monsters must be handed in. Nia Lan protected Su Luo behind her. She knew in her heart that this was simply Su Jiaqing's means of eliminating dissidents. Li Weigua had said long ago that there was no official base at all, and no national-level leaders could be seen in the game. Those who have some military power on Blue Star thought they could re-establish the government, but it was obvious that Li Weigua was on the wrong side. When Su Jiaqing participated in a special mission, he found Li Weigua and asked Li Weigua to bring the elites of the base to participate, and told Li Weigua. This was Li Weigua's chance to make contributions to the base again and submit his letter of allegiance to him. Because Su Jiaqing had people behind him, they controlled most of the people with real power and could announce to the outside world at any time that Li Weigua was a fake. He also pretended to be righteous, saying that he was only here to urge Li Weigua to make progress and did not want to snatch Li Weigua's position. As long as he can hand in this satisfactory answer, he will be able to obtain the core technology given by the forces behind Su Jiaqing. Let the strength of the people in the base be improved. The new era requires new rules. If Li Weigua still sticks to the old ways, he will only be eliminated by the new forces. Li Weigua is not very cunning, and even a little stubborn. As long as it is beneficial to the base, he is willing to do anything. So he found Su Luo. For the sake of the food of his two teammates, Su Luo has always accepted all tasks. Especially after Su Jiaqing came, he made it a rule that the base would not support idle people, and only those who pay can get rewards. As a result, Su Luo worked harder on the mission. However, in the special mission, Li Weigua's people suffered heavy casualties. After returning to the base, they didn't even have time to rest. Su Jiaqing immediately accused Li Weigua of hiding the base's supplies. He detained him. The players under Li Weigua followed Li Weigua to build the base from the beginning. He was already dissatisfied with Su Jiaqing's airborne attack, and now he couldn't stand it anymore when he saw Li Weigua being arrested. He rushed to Su Jiaqing to ask for an explanation. This gave Su Jiaqing a reason to take action, and he also used benefits to incite many members of the base to defect. The brothers who had been on a mission together in the past now drew their swords against each other. The player who was backstabbed looked at the person who stabbed him in the back in disbelief. The other side said lightly, "You are too naive. This is a wasteland. There is no law." In the end, Li Weigua was brutally killed, along with Su Luo's two remaining teammates. He was thrown out of the base like a dog. When Su Luo arrived, he saw the corpses on the ground, and Su Jiaqing smiled triumphantly. The enchanting blood on his face looked extremely ironic. Su Luo rushed forward to seek revenge, but was besieged by Su Jiaqing's men and was seriously injured. Su Jiaqing had already sent people to spread rumors in the base. Now everyone believes that it was Li Weigua who organized people to hide the base's supplies and deserved it. And if Su Luo repented in time, the base commander would still spare his life. What do you think? Su Luo, hand over the things. The base will not treat you, a hero, unfairly. Su Jiaqing deliberately emphasized the word hero, and his tone was extremely ironic. The expressions of the surrounding base members instantly became intriguing. But no one dared to refute Su Jiaqing at this time. Otherwise, I could only wait until you die and pick up the things on you. Su Jiaqing's eyes flashed with bloodthirstiness, but he hid it well. Su Luo is the most proud person, and his skills make him extremely noble. Such a child of destiny should be trampled underfoot and watched struggling in vain. The anger in his eyes was burning, and hatred was about to overflow. Su Jiaqing felt very happy. He really loved this world. Here, he could get everything he wanted, power, money, and everyone's admiration. These people have not yet recognized the reality, and are bound by the moral constraints of the previous Blue Star. As long as he behaves righteously, these people will stand by him without thinking. In this base, he is the sky. However, there are always one or two traitors who want to challenge his authority. You are dreaming. Chapter 175. Su Jiaqing's face changed. He sneered sarcastically, and stared at Su Luo with vicious eyes. He stretched out his hand and waved. Su Jiaqing's hands moved closer to Su Luo's step by step, and the weapon in his hand was stained with the blood of his companions. Everyone thought Su Luo was going to surrender, but he didn't. The anger in Su Luo's eyes could not be ignored. He looked directly at Su Jiaqing and said word by word, "You dream?" And in the private chat channel, Nialan suddenly received a message. Su Luo 6745, you accept the supplies, leave the base, and you can survive. Nialan almost cried out. Tears rolled down her eyes, but she didn't dare to look back at Su Luo. Because Su Jiaqing, this cunning man, would definitely find out. This was the first time Su Luo used the private chat channel to talk to her about private matters. Nialan 1245. No, Su Luo, what are you going to do? Su Luo 6745. Listen to me, your shelter is not here, but it is very close. After you exit the base, your coordinates will be exposed. You should find a new base as quickly as possible, and then hide well to avoid being found by them. Su Luo said a lot in one breath, and then fell silent. Su Luo 6745. I can't leave, what else can I do? It's just that I'm fighting with the last bit of my ability to die with this man. Su Luo lowered his eyes, and looked at the back of the person, who stood up straight, and stood firmly in front of him. There was a moment of tenderness in his eyes. I devoted my blood to the country. Although the country is no longer there, I still yearn for it. Sorry, I can't give you too much. Forgive me. Nialan burst into tears, and just shook her head, hoping that Su Luo would change his mind. But how could Su Luo? All his friends disappeared from this world. Now, it's his turn next. Su Luo deliberately ignored Nialan's figure in front of him, and looked directly at Su Jiaqing. He judged how many seconds it would take him to get close to this distance, and what he should do to break through the encirclement in front of him. Su Jiaqing, if I die and no supplies are exposed, what will you do? Su Luo's eyes became provocative. Su Jiaqing sneered impatiently. He didn't care whether Su Luo had supplies or not. He just wanted to find a reason to drag Li Weiguo's faction into the water. Anyway, Jack had promised him supreme power. In his eyes, the official base of W12 area was just the beginning. All the bases in this wasteland, no matter who built them, he would break them one by one from the inside. And now, even if Su Luo bowed his head and begged for mercy, he would still get rid of Su Luo. This is a fact that cannot be changed. Su Jiaqing's voice came lightly. I will talk to you about this matter when your head falls off. The words were soft, and only a few people present heard them, but the onlookers did not hear them. Bring spokesperson Ye here. She was confused for a moment, and lost her mind to this traitor, who formed a clique for personal gain. No! You can't do this. Nialan suddenly screamed and looked at the numb base members around her with accusation. How much did Su Luo pay for the base? You just watched him die. Chiefly ended up like this for you. Nialan suddenly choked up and lost her voice. Her spirit was a little broken. Because among the members of the base who were watching, there were those who Su Luo risked his life to rescue from outside, and those who were about to die, but were saved by Li Weiguo by exchanging supplies for medicine. Nialan remembered every face. But now there was no gratitude on their faces, only indifference, and even gloating. Ha ha! You are the ones who really deserve to die. I was wrong, we were all wrong. This world should not establish rules, it should be in chaos. Nialan covered her head and screamed. Su Luo forced his body to wake her up. But Nialan suddenly turned her head, and looked at him with a look that Su Luo had never seen before. Word by word. Su Luo, I don't want your supplies, and I don't want to live alone. Remember everything that happened today, remember every face around here. One day, we will get it back from them with our own hands. Su Luo was stunned, and before he could react, he saw Nialan took something out of his arms, and tore it apart instantly. A white light flashed, and the two people at the door of the base disappeared instantly. Disappeared. How did they disappear? Captain! They disappeared. How did they do that? Did they leave the base? Idiot, they were originally from this base, and the initial shelter was here. They wouldn't disappear even if they left the base. Captain! Their shelter disappeared. Su Jiaqing's expression cracked a little, and he recalled what Nialan had taken out. He came to his senses, and it seemed that they had used some props to escape. Bitch, such a precious prop was actually used on Su Luo, the cripple. Adjutant, organize people to search for them around the base. Propaganda Department, issue a wanted notice on the World Channel and Regional Channel. I want to see who wants to go against the official base. These bodies, drag them away, and deal with them. Su Jiaqing had a sinister look on his face, and gave an order in a rage, then calmed down, and comforted the people watching at the base. He also told everyone that most of the supplies had been recovered, and that they would have more food in the base cafeteria tonight. A few words won the hearts of the people, and everyone spit on the bodies on the ground to express their contempt. In private, Su Jiaqing immediately contacted Jack, and asked how to track down the escaped players. On Su Luo's side, when the white light came on, he felt a huge energy impact on himself, and he fainted because he couldn't stand it. Nialan held on, the white light went out, and a player appeared in her eyes. Nialan handed over the items for the transaction, and only had time to say, save him. Then he fainted due to lack of strength. Base leader, stuff. Well, call the medical team. The map in his hand was still stained with blood, and Lucier frowned and took it. A man and a woman were lying on the ground. They were the people from the official base that he had seen in the special mission. Lucier added Nialan as a friend at the option of the official base. Just a minute ago, Nialan suddenly found him urgently, and wanted to make a deal with him. Before Lucier asked in detail, the other party sent him a regional map. After checking the details, Lu Shi was inevitably moved. Nialan's tone was very anxious, and she only asked if this map was worth saving a life, and agreed that the two of them would join his base. The temptation of the map was too great, and Lu Shi agreed after only 3 seconds of thinking. The moment he agreed, the system prompted that his base had added 2 special members. Please check. Before he could react, the two of them appeared in front of him. In such a tragic way. And this bloody area map that was handed over personally. Wanted. Chapter 176. Wasteland Calendar January 21st, Mild Season, 8 o'clock. Player enters the Wasteland Mine Dungeon. Current progress is 67%. I said, I will definitely come back. When Ning stood at the entrance of the Wasteland Mine with high spirits, carrying an electromagnetic gun on his shoulder, and the whole person looked very dashing. Behind him were 001 and the third level Hu Zi. His tall body gave off a strong sense of protection. The dungeon was still the same as when Ning exited. As soon as he entered, countless mutant snakes rushed straight towards Ning. Before 001 and Ning could fight, Hu Zi jumped in front of the two of them. Roar! A huge roar broke out from his small body. The mutant snakes at the front were suppressed by the powerful pressure. They fell one after another, and the rubble on the wall of the mine fell down in a flurry. They hit countless mutant snakes. Hu Zi's body was also released in this tiger roar, and his constantly expanding body directly squeezed the mine cave and collapsed. Ning had to remind him, control you. If this expanded to the maximum, Ning didn't know whether the mutant snakes would be eliminated. His small body would definitely be submerged. Hu Zi then restrained himself and controlled his body size to a suitable size. It can not only crush the mutant snakes in the Wasteland Mine Cave, but also move flexibly in the mine cave. 001 and Ning also found the opportunity to join the battle at the same time. The dense mutant snakes in front of them could not stop the pace of Ning and others. The system began to calculate the number of kills by Ning, and the task progress bar began to move. The speed is not slow. Soon, the progress bar reached 70%, 75%, and 80%. With the blessing of the new equipment, Ning felt that killing these mutant snakes became very simple. Basically, one shot could knock down a whole area, and these minions had no chance to get close to Ning. Perhaps it was because he felt Ning's strength that the mutant snake king underground could not sit still. Boom boom. The mine under his feet suddenly shook. System prompt. The copy progress has reached 85%. System warning. Please pay attention. The mutant snake king is about to wake up early. System warning. Please pay attention. The mutant snake king is about to wake up early. Boom boom. The mutant snakes around suddenly retreated into the mine. There were waves of vibrations under his feet, and loud noises rang one after another. It made Ning have the illusion that the mine was about to collapse. Master, this is not an illusion, this mine is about to collapse. 001 reminded. Get out. Ning said, and turned around and ran out of the mine. As soon as he ran out of the door, Ning supported himself with his hands, stopped with a drift, and turned to face the direction of the mine. The mine collapsed with a loud bang, raising huge dust and smoke, and a huge murderous intent surged towards him. Ning turned around to cover his face, but a white figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking the surging threat. Hu Zi lowered his body, and let out a shocking roar from his throat. The raised dust gradually dissipated, and a pair of huge vertical pupils suddenly lit up. The figure did not appear, but the murderous intent was already there. The eyes were filled with angry flames, and the raging fire seemed to want to eat Ning alive. The moment she saw those eyes, Ning felt a huge sense of crisis. She felt like she was being stared at by an ancient beast. Mutated Snake King found. Monster Encyclopedia updated. Monster Encyclopedia? This mutant beast king is an intermediate level? Ning remembered that she had obtained an intermediate level monster encyclopedia before, and used it casually, and then entered the ruins without triggering the encyclopedia. She almost forgot about it, but she didn't expect that the appearance of the mutant snake king would trigger it. Name: Mutated Snake, King Level. Type: King Level Mutated Beast Tribe. Danger Index: 800. Drops: Mutated Snake Fangs, Mutated Beast Meat, Mutated Snake Skin. Others. Tip: The mutant snake king with an extremely high anger value has no weaknesses. Please kill it as soon as possible. Ning looked at the description in the monster encyclopedia in disbelief. What does it mean that the rage value is so high that there is no weakness? How can she fight this? At least tell her where the weak spot of this mutant snake is. Seeing the mutant snake king slowly emerging from the mine in the wilderness, Ning's eyes were slightly fixed, and his brows were getting tighter and tighter. This sense of oppression made her feel that she was bound to the spot. It was difficult to move. A moment later, the whole body of the mutant Snake King emerged from the mine, and the vertical pupils accurately captured Wen Ning's figure. Under the huge shadow, Wen Ning was like an ant under its feet. The mutant Snake King's pupils expanded and contracted, as if wondering, this weak human in front of him was the initiator of the extermination of his descendants? The scene fell into a weird confrontation. Wen Ning stood tall, with the Tang sword in front of him, and his momentum was no less than that of the mutant Snake King in front of him. 001 and Hu Zi, one on the left and one on the right, stared at the huge mutant Snake King in front of them. The shadow cast by the huge snake head was enough to completely cover Wen Ning and his companions. The mutant Snake King had not yet fully stood up, but its height was already beyond Wen Ning's reach. This was definitely the largest mutant beast Wen Ning had ever fought in the Wasteland. Rumble. The mutant beast did not move, but the ground began to vibrate again, surging from behind the mutant Snake King. The remaining mutant snakes are all out. 001 reminded calmly, retreating half a step, with murderous intent in his eyes, and his hands behind his back. With a buzz, the serrated blade was unsheathed, and 001 directly met the mutant snake tide that rushed out. Except for 001, Hu Zi and Wen Ning did not act rashly. To be precise, they could not move. 001 was a robot, and he could not feel the pressure from the mutant Snake King, which gave him great convenience. A silver light flashed by quickly. That was 001. With a strange body movement, he slashed the mutant snake that rushed out from the mutant Snake King with a serrated blade in his hand. 001 successfully killed the mutant snake *1. System prompt. The mutant Snake King's anger value increased. Without the system reminder, Wen Ning also felt that the moment 001 killed the mutant Snake King's mental pressure had an instantaneous fluctuation. The screams and splattered blood of the mutant snake made the mutant Snake King lose consciousness for a moment. The oppression on Wen Ning's body was relieved, and he moved instantly. Hu Zi now! Roar! A roar sounded. Hu Zi's body expanded like the Hulk, completely releasing the restrictions. Wen Ning took the opportunity to quickly escape from the area where the mutant Snake King's eyes were locked, and moved quickly. Glancing at Hu Zi who rushed up, Wen Ning dealt with the mutant snakes around him, and moved over to provide support. Chapter 177. Hu Zi charged directly in front of the mutant Snake King, leaped up, and went directly into a violent state. Roar! The duel between the Beast Kings was earth-shattering. Hu Zi used his largest body to deal with the mutant Snake King. Wen Ning and 001 moved quickly around, first cleaning up the mutant snakes around. While running wildly, Wen Ning did not forget to look for opportunities to shoot cold arrows at the mutant Snake King. The mutant Snake King was not stupid either, and immediately moved flexibly. His slender body crawled quickly around the barren mountain, and his tail seemed to have eyes, resisting Hu Zi's attack. But Hu Zi was indomitable, and attacked again at a very fast speed, with his claws penetrating every hole. The mutant Snake King was overwhelmed for a while. Wen Ning swung the phantom with the Tang sword in his hand, and cooperated perfectly with 001, clearing most of the mutant snakes around in a few minutes. Seeing that the mutant Snake King would rather defend than attack, Wen Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. He found an opportunity to shoot at the mutant Snake King. Then he immediately rolled on the spot, and as he turned around, a crossbow suddenly appeared in his hand, and he pulled the trigger and fired it. At the same time, he gave a signal to 001, and 001 also saw the opportunity to throw a Tang sword. 3 lightning-fast attacks came at the same time. Coupled with Hu Zi's full-strength attack at this moment, the mutant Snake King could not dodge, and Wen Ning's crossbow collided with its tail. Then the mutant Snake King's body stagnated, and his body rolled wildly in an instant. The huge air wave directly knocked Wen Ning to the ground, but he was not seriously injured. Wen Ning dodged the snake body, that rolled over again, and retreated to a safe range. Its defense is not high, and it is afraid of pain. Wen Ning's eyes narrowed slightly, and he synchronized the information to 001 and Hu Zi. It seems that the weakness has been found. Muttering to himself, Wen Ning was immediately full of fighting spirit. He took out the electromagnetic gun at the same time as 001, and 001 took out the Pioneer. It only has one tail, and Wen Ning wants to see how many bullets it can block. The two of them tacitly found 2 angles, and began to shoot at the mutant Snake King like crazy. For a while, the mutant Snake King fell behind, and the surface of the snake body instantly fell into large and small bullet holes. It swung its tail in pain, sweeping a group of its own snakes. Feeling the predicament of the mutant Snake King, the remaining mutant snakes all rushed to Wen Ning's direction. The Mutant Snake King also reacted at this time, and directly got rid of Hu Zi's attack, and crawled towards Wen Ning in the face of the rain of bullets. Roar! Be careful! Master! Swish! A sharp sound of breaking through the air came, and the Mutant Snake King moved quickly. Ignoring the attacks of 001 and Hu Zi, he was determined to remove Wen Ning, the thorn in his flesh. Focus on the battle, don't worry about me. Stopped Hu Zi and 001 approaching, and Wen Ning's eyes flashed with determination. Catch the thief first? You mutant snake are quite smart, but I, a local tyrant, am not so easy to catch. Wen Ning retreated flexibly, activated his body's skills, and moved at the limit. But it was still a little worse than the mutant snake. The mutant snake's body stretched for hundreds of meters, and consciously surrounded her. The surrounding mutant snakes also consciously blocked Wen Ning in the mutant snake's encirclement. Want to catch the turtle in the jar? Wen Ning was very steady, but on the surface she was flustered, as if she had fallen into a trap without knowing where to go. Hu Zi and 001 were very anxious, but Wen Ning kept emphasizing in her mind that she was fine, and not allowed them to rescue her. Roar! The mutant snake stood up and opened its bloody mouth, trying to swallow Wen Ning in one gulp. The attack broke through the air, and a huge crisis came from the top of the head. The mutant snake king bit Wen Ning's back. And Wen Ning's back seemed to have a pair of eyes, and he dodged the mutant snake king's attack with a strange body movement. But after dodging, Wen Ning changed his dodging posture just now, and instead fired madly at the mutant snake king, and attacked the mutant snake king's head. Humph! Foolish human, trying to shake a tree with a mantis, it just came right to the door. The mutant snake king didn't even want to hide from Wen Ning's electromagnetic gun, and just opened his bloody mouth and waiting for Wen Ning to fall into the trap. So in 001's perspective, Wen Ning waved his tang sword and jumped directly into the mutant snake king's mouth. Summon. Lanternfish King. Successfully summon the Lanternfish King, remaining time 29 minutes and 58 seconds. When the huge Lanternfish King appeared, Wen Ning held the knife with both hands, and the blade accurately inserted into the upper jaw of the mutant snake king. Puff! A series of actions were all in Wen Ning's plan, including the huge Lanternfish King summoned in the mutant snake king's mouth. Directly made the mutant snake king unable to close his mouth. And Wen Ning turned around, and turned over on the back of the Lanternfish King. Grabbing the lamp post at the top of the Lanternfish King, he shot into the mutant snake king's mouth as if it was free. At the same time, the Lanternfish King also began to attack the mutant snake king's mouth. The mutant snake king howled, and curled up uncontrollably. When it found that the thing in its mouth could not be thrown out, its huge tail swung over to attack. Restrict its tail. After 001 and Hu Zi took action, Wen Ning stabilized his body and attacked desperately. The mutant snake king regretted it at this moment, but the monster stuck in its mouth was really a piece of bone that was hard to chew. The mutant snake swung its head frantically, trying to throw the Lanternfish King out of its mouth. The Lanternfish King was stuck in its two fangs, and was very stable. Wen Ning couldn't stand it first, and found an opportunity to jump off the Lanternfish King. A fine iron dagger appeared in his hand, and he stabbed it into the mutant snake king's body fiercely, leaving a deep scar along the snake's body. The severe pain made the mutant snake king roll his body frantically, throwing Wen Ning out and falling heavily to the ground. Trigger the shield, causing 60% counter-injury. The shield value is exhausted, and cannot be triggered again. Wen Ning stood up with a grin, rubbing his numb wrist and complaining. Sure enough, the shield can only be triggered once. The shield was full after returning from the ruins. But fortunately, the counter-injury is also proportional. The mutant snake king was hit by the counter-injury, just like being hit hard by a heavy hammer. It twitched on the ground. Wen Ning had time to look at Hu Zi and the others. The tail that 001 and Hu Zi were holding was already bloody, and almost shot into a sieve. At this time, the mutant snake king was hit hard and moved slowly. 001 flew into the air, holding up the serrated blade in his hand, and lightning flashed everywhere. Bang! The moment it landed, a bloody and hideous tail bounced high. 001 actually cut off the mutant snake king's tail. Good job. The mutant snake king without a tail was like losing a weapon. It trembled uncontrollably, and coiled up unconsciously. Lanternfish King, the rest is up to you. Wen Ning, 001, and Hu Zi began to concentrate on cleaning up the small mutant snakes that were fleeing everywhere. There were 2 more mutant snakes running towards the mine, and Wen Ning noticed it keenly. Subconsciously, Wen Ning didn't want them to run away. The mutant snake king's wide-open mouth became the softest part of its body, and the attack of the Lanternfish King made it helpless. The mutant snake, which was unable to defend itself against the unilateral attack, gradually lost its struggle. 10 minutes later. Congratulations to the player for successfully killing the mutant Snake King. The copy progress is 100%. Congratulations to the player for becoming the first person to complete the hidden copy. Chapter 178. System announcement. Congratulations to the anonymous player for successfully completing the hidden dungeon mission, and be rewarded with survival points *1000. System announcement. Player Anonymous becomes the first player to complete the hidden mission, and be rewarded with survival points *10,000. World Channel. What the hell? Is it the hidden mission I know? Our base has triggered one, and the progress is only 10% now. World Channel. Our base is only 23%. Beast, how can it be so fierce? World Channel. I also triggered it, but I can't beat it alone. I played for a whole day, and the progress bar didn't move. World Channel. The above is Versailles. This task seems to be triggered only when you have enough strength. The fact that you triggered it alone is already very telling. Don't be so annoying. World Channel. What hidden task? How come I don't know about it? World Channel. It was completed so quickly. Which base is it from? I want to change jobs. World Channel. Didn't you see the announcement? It's just one person. It's a base. But how can a hidden task of this level be completed by one person? World Channel. That's right. I guess it's just the last blow. Which base? Is it our Yin country's base? Don't keep hiding it. World Channel. Really? I'm not afraid of you guys dating behind my back. But you must not kill monsters and level up behind my back. The World Channel was buzzing about the hidden task, but the person who completed the task never showed up. Everyone was guessing that it should be the top few bases on the list. The hidden task was triggered by all bases, and some powerful lone wolves also triggered it. The timing of triggering is almost the same. Some intelligence agencies even have the progress of all bases or individuals in the Wasteland that have triggered hidden tasks. But so far, no base has completed it, and even Jack's base has a long way to go. At this moment, he is furious and raging in his own shelter. After guessing, he only guessed that the treasure pavilion that insulted him before could have this strength. The other party is too mysterious. A private chat and an auction have made him feel that he was being pressed to the ground. If the treasure pavilion really completed this hidden task first, Jack felt that he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. Have you found the coordinates of the treasure house? Alex stepped forward. Sir, we have ruled out half of the S66 area, and we have not yet deciphered their specific coordinates. Half? Yes, our intelligence organization has contacted most of the bases in this area, but nothing has been found. Sir, could they be lone wolves? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jack's anger was about to overflow, and he stared at Alex with wide eyes. Are you trying to say that our official base of the Fierce Wind Country, the most prosperous base in the country, was actually played around by a Yin countryman? Jack raised a finger to emphasize one. Alex lowered his head and dared not speak. Jack's sinister eyes turned for a long time, and finally said, Contact Su Jiaqing. Okay, sir. No matter what the outside world speculated about the hidden mission, Wen Ning was already cleaning up the spoils. As a mutant royal family, Wen Ning was a little disappointed when he saw Dongzi burst out of the mutant Snake King. Congratulations on getting 2 mutant snake teeth. Congratulations on getting 2,000 kilograms mutant beast meat. Congratulations on getting 1 mutant snake skin. Congratulations on getting 1 Snake King crown. Congratulations on completing the hidden mission and getting 1 hidden mission treasure chest open. Wen Ning said indifferently, thinking that there shouldn't be anything interesting in this hidden mission, successfully open the hidden mission treasure chest. Congratulations on getting the Lord Order *1. Ding! Trial mission triggered. System announcement. An anonymous player has obtained the Lord Order and successfully triggered the Lord Trial mission. Qualified players will be teleported in 10 seconds. This trial mission is a test mission, no casualties, please be prepared. System announcement. An anonymous player has obtained the Lord Order and successfully triggered the Lord Trial mission. Qualified players will be teleported in 10 seconds. This trial mission is a test mission, no casualties, please be prepared. System announcement. An anonymous player has obtained the Lord Order and successfully triggered the Lord Trial mission. Should you be so abrupt? Wen Ning didn't understand why he suddenly triggered the trial mission when he just opened a box. System prompt. Players cannot bring any helpers in this mission. The trial mission lasts for 3 days. When entering the trial mission, this disaster will be automatically exempted. System prompt. Some functions of the game system will be closed during the Lord mission. 001 Take Huzi home quickly, don't worry, I will be back. Wen Ning only had time to say this before he disappeared from the spot. The scene changed, and Wen Ning arrived at a chaotic place. There is a virtual control panel in front of him, emitting a faint blue light. Players, please come forward to complete the instructions. Wen Ning first tried to connect Huzi and 001, but found that the game panel could not be opened at all. He could only go forward and complete the guidance the system said, and saw that the blue light board gradually appeared. There are 10,045 people participating in the Lord trial task this time, and the clearance rate is 1%. After this trial, a total of 101 people will have the Lord order and can start the third stage of the game. After this trial task is over, the system will be updated again. The top 101 players in this trial task will receive rewards, and the remaining players can also get all the materials obtained in the trial land. The following introduces the rules of this trial. This trial is a Lord trial. In order to provide players with a better gaming experience, a trial task is specially set. All players will be distributed on the same map, and the birth point can be selected by themselves. After selecting the camp and territory type, the trial can begin. The ranking is based on the following parts. First, the wealth list. Survival points are the only wealth. Each player has 100 points initially. Attacking and plundering other territories' resources will earn you all the other party's supplies and survival points. Second, the combat power kill list. Killing other players or monsters will earn you points and supplies. During the trial, there will be a race invasion at 8 o'clock every night. The trialists of the destroyed territories will be eliminated. Tip: all players cannot be anonymous during the trial. Tip: during the trial, players can kill each other. Killing means elimination. The eliminated player can return to the Wasteland and take away all the supplies of the territory. Please choose the birth point. After that, a map appeared on the panel. It was already densely covered with red dots, and the number of red dots was constantly increasing. Wen Ning understood at a glance. This was real-time. Many players were choosing their birth points. The birth point near the water source has been surrounded by red dots. It is not known whether the equipment has been brought over. Wen Ning conservatively chose a more remote place as his birth point. This place is at the southernmost part of the map, with a river of moderate size nearby and a mine at the edge. There are only a few red dots around, so there is no need to worry about being invaded. After all, the warlike people choose the rich areas in the middle. Confirm the birth point. Confirm. Please select the territory camp. There are still camps? Please note that the camp selection cannot be changed this time. Chapter 179. Wen Ning was stunned for a moment. What does this mean? Read on. Camp 1, Human Camp. If you choose this camp, you can accept humans as subjects, but other races have 100% hatred towards the human camp. Camp 2, Neutral Camp. If you choose this camp, you will be in a neutral position. Both humans and other races can attack this camp. Camp 3, Alien Camp. This camp has 50% favorability from aliens, and cannot accept humans as subjects. Whether the territory recruits subjects or expands can be determined by the Lord, but improving the territory level can improve disaster resistance. Wen Ning thought about it. A lone wolf should have the persistence of a lone wolf. Since among these camps, only the beast camp cannot accept humans. That's it. Wen Ning directly chose the third one. The system did not give him a chance to regret and jumped directly to the next link. Selection completed. Please select the territory type. Type 1. Agricultural. The initial land of this type of territory doubles. The crop growth rate increases by 20%, and the output increases by 20%. Type 2. Commercial. A game merchant will come to this type of territory every day, and the survival points can be exchanged for corresponding items. Type 3. Combat. This type of territory can initially obtain high-level armor and weapons. The second type. The selection is completed, and it will be released in 5 seconds. I wish you a happy game. As soon as the voice fell, Wen Ning felt that her eyes went dark, and when she opened her eyes again, she was born in her own territory. Looking at the thatched house in front of her, Wen Ning was in a trance for a moment. Did she go back to the beginning of the game? Wen Ning looked back at herself. She was not wearing her battle armor, but a rough linen coat. It was the same novice outfit. After working hard for half a year, are we back to the time before liberation? System, open the backpack. Wen Ning was not discouraged and gave an order in his mind. The backpack was opened, but the 20 grids were empty. Who is going to be poor? After closing the backpack, Wen Ning opened the map again. The time was written in the upper right corner of the map. It was very simple. Trial day, day 1, 8 o'clock. The terrain in the center was very clear, with forests, mines, rivers, and another territory about 5 or 6 kilometers away. The map also supports the function of zooming in and out. Once you zoom in with both hands, the terrain of the entire map will be displayed. Wen Ning's territory was immediately transferred from the center to the bottom. The supplies in various places were also clearly marked, and even the levels of the monsters were very clear. After closing the map, the system prompt sounded, "Ding! A foreign merchant has appeared in the territory. Please go and receive him." "Huh? You're here so soon?" Wen Ning turned around and saw a figure hopping and approaching in the thick fog not far away. "Excuse me, can we stay here?" Wen Ning was stunned. The old man in front of him was carrying a huge backpack and was short and looked very much like a gold miner. But his skin was dark brown, so he didn't look like a human. He looked more like a dwarf in the game. After coming to his senses, Wen Ning hurried forward. Sure. The old miner walked around Wen Ning's territory and shook his head regretfully. "Your territory is too shabby. It's not suitable for opening a store, but I can sell you some goods. Do you need them?" After saying that, he stopped where he was and waited for Wen Ning's answer. Wen Ning quickly said, yes. This obviously triggered the merchant mechanism of the territory. Wen Ning just checked and found that there was no manufacturing panel here. If you want to get weapons and tools, you can only rely on manual labor, or it may be dropped by killing monsters. But her territory is a business type. Merchants have been refreshed so quickly. She can't miss this opportunity. Merchant items: fine iron dagger 20 points, 50% off. Iron axe, 10 points, 50% off. Iron pickaxe, 10 points, 50% off. Bamboo longbow, 100 points, 50% off. Finely crafted bulletproof vest, 1,000 points, 50% off. Wen Ning stopped flipping through the items. It would be impolite to look down at the price. I only have 100 points at the beginning, but good tools and weapons can make development more efficient. Wen Ning took a look and found that the first 3 were what she needed more. Although the longbow is powerful, it may still need to be made into arrows, which is not as good as a dagger. After the 50% discount, it only takes 20 survival points in total. Wen Ning bought it readily. The old miner immediately said happily, "What a generous person, you are quite suitable for my eyes. Can I stay in your territory for a night before leaving?" Seeing Wen Ning's hesitation, he immediately continued, "It's not safe to go out at night, but I have run out of ore. I want to dig some near your territory and set off tomorrow morning. Don't worry, I brought my own tent. Just give me a small place in your territory. In return, I will light a pile of fire for you to resist the cold of the night." Wen Ning had no objection now, and he nodded immediately. "Then you set up the tent first. I'm going to the mine too, so we can go together later." The old miner nodded, and set up the tent next to Wen Ning's small thatched house. Wen Ning approached the thatched house, and found a cursor on it. After clicking it, the system prompt sounded, triggering the territory task. The task is used to guide the lord to quickly get started with the territory operation. So in Wen Ning's vision, there was a task bar in the upper right corner. It asked Wen Ning to upgrade the thatched house, and the required materials were also written at the back. This feels a bit like an online game. Wen Ning chopped down more than a dozen trees according to the prompts. With the help of the iron axe, she only took half an hour to collect all the wood. The upper limit of one slot in the backpack is 999, which is quite large. Wen Ning returned to the shelter, and found that the old miner's tent had been set up, and was now making a fire. Wen Ning walked to the thatched cottage, and handed in the wood he needed. A white light flashed. The original thatched cottage disappeared, replaced by a small wooden house. Congratulations on completing the wooden house upgrade and obtaining survival points *20. Wen Ning pushed the door open and walked in, and found that the furniture inside was basically complete. There were only a few spots of light flashing, and the old miner behind him stood politely at the door, and did not come in. He took a look at the brand new cabin and exclaimed, "This house looks like a place for people to live. But there are still some things missing. Let's go. Aren't we going to mine?" "Okay." Wen Ning nodded, quickly touched all the light spots, and then followed the old miner out the door. "You must ensure that the bonfire is not extinguished, so that you will not freeze to death in the dark night." Perhaps because he liked Wen Ning, the old miner gave Wen Ning a lot of advice on his territory. Wen Ning knew that this was due to the 50% increase in favorability in the Beastman territory. He nodded repeatedly, promising that he would do as he said. Chapter 180. Swoosh. Squeak. Player successfully kills mutant rat *1, gets points *5. Drops wooden treasure chest *1, I didn't expect that my friend has such a high combat power, Nasu exclaimed. Wen Ning took back the dagger that was stuck in the mutant rat and smiled back. That's also the credit of your dagger. The old miner touched his head and laughed proudly. On the way here just now, Wen Ning chatted with Nasu and already knew his name. He was indeed a dwarf. The dwarves have lived underground for a long time, and they will only travel far away when the ore is exhausted. After digging enough ore, they will retreat to their own territory and concentrate on research. The Nasu who came out this time is actually a weapons expert, who is good at making various gunpowder bombs. Of course, ordinary tools are no problem. The two had just walked to the entrance of the mine, when a group of mutant rats suddenly jumped out. After checking, Wen Ning found that these mutant rats were only level 1, and the highest was no more than level 2. He immediately stepped forward and killed them all. His smooth movements made Nasu's eyes widen. Although the dwarves are good at fortification machinery, they are completely useless in fighting. Wen Ning's small display of skills amazed it. The two of them entered the mine while bragging about business. Just after the two entered, two sneaky heads suddenly appeared in the bushes. The two wore the same novice suits, and looked at Wen Ning's back with sneaky eyes. Big head, did you see the dagger in the woman's hand? Brother Tian. I saw it. How can she be so lucky? The man called Brother Tian tilted his mouth. Although he saw Wen Ning's skill in killing several mutant rats, he didn't take it seriously at all. They had killed several mutant rats on the way here just now, and they just beat them to death with a wooden stick. This woman brought a strange-looking pet, and entered the dark mine cave so fearlessly. It must be the opportunity brought by this pet. Brother Tian leaned over and muttered a few words in Dada's ear, and Dada's eyes lit up instantly. But the next second, his face was bitter again. Brother Tian, this woman is quite skilled, and has such a good weapon. You are so scared. She is just a woman, and the birth point is so remote. What are you afraid of? I think she is just a showpiece. It looks good but is useless. Dada thought so too. He would snatch her weapon when the time comes. After all, it is not really dead if she dies here. The two brothers are thinking about her. Eliminating her early can save her suffering. The two laughed obscenely. Brother Tian, you are right. Let's try to catch the mantis while the oriole is behind. You are quite educated. Take out the branches and straw you just found and dig a trap, just in case. As soon as Wen Ning entered the cave, there was a noise behind him. Although there was no warning from Hu Zi, Wen Ning's professional ethics was not to be abandoned. His ears moved slightly, and he heard the noise outside, combined with the abnormality he just noticed on the road. He immediately figured out what the people outside were thinking. On the surface, he pretended to be calm and took Nasu into a deeper mine. The mine here is no different from the Wasteland, and the ore produced is also the same as the Wasteland. The main output of this mine is iron ore and gold ore. Recalling today's system game introduction, all the materials here can be used to exchange for survival points, and survival points can be used to exchange materials and special items from merchants. Presumably, the territory will have a corresponding exchange function when it develops to a certain stage. But one thing to note is that when you exit the game, you cannot take away survival points, but you can take away materials. The wealth list is also calculated based on the amount of materials. Nasu is responsible for finding the veins, and Wen Ning is responsible for vigilance. Whenever he finds a vein, Nasu always leaves most of it to Wen Ning. Wen Ning's backpack dug up 3 kinds of ores in a short while. They are 128 units of iron ore, 23 units of gold ore, and 34 units of coal ore. Ning! Come and see, here! I found sulfur. Sulfur? So excited to find sulfur? Wen Ning couldn't understand, and was shocked when he saw Nasu take out a furnace-like device taller than others from his backpack. What's this for? Nasu explained as he threw the excavated sulfur ore into the device. Sulfur can be used to make bombs. Just wait, I can make one now. Then Wen Ning saw that Nasu stopped digging and started to take things out of his backpack one after another. There was even a workbench. Everything was ready. Wen Ning had no choice but to guard him dutifully. Nasu had given her too many surprises. It would be great if this bomb could be made at a 50% discount, hee. 2 hours later, Nasu was still tinkering with it. During this time, Wen Ning had listened to him and threw coal ore into his furnace more than a dozen times. He even found time to dig out all the mines in the cave. This should be a game resource refresh point. There are no monsters, and the mineral resources are very rich. It's done! Nasu was excited, and his thick beard was almost flying. Wen Ning approached with interest, and saw that Nasu was holding a dozen bombs that looked like roasted charcoal black potatoes. This is bombs. Na Su blew his beard and said, "Don't underestimate this bomb. Just one, this mine cave will collapse." So powerful. Na Su roughly talked about the explosion range and power of this bomb, and Wen Ning was immediately in awe. Such a small one, like a walnut, is 10 times more powerful than a grenade. Sure enough, things in the game cannot be understood with ordinary people's thinking. "Na Su, how much is this bomb?" Na Su shook his head and stuffed all the bombs into Wen Ning's arms. Wen Ning was so scared that he dared not move at all, fearing that the hot potato in his hand would explode if he was not careful. "These bombs are for you, but if you need the formula, you have to buy it." Wen Ning's eyes lit up, and he put all the bombs into his backpack, and then asked the price. Na Su didn't say anything. Wen Ning understood, and directly clicked on the merchant icon above his head. Dwarf bomb formula, 200 points, 50% discount. This 50% favorability is really too good, everything can be 50% off. With a wave of his hand, Wen Ning got this formula at 50% off. Congratulations on getting the dwarf bomb formula *1, which can be taken back to the Wasteland. Good guy, you can still take it back, keep it, it deserves a backpack grid. Putting the parchment scroll in his hand back into the backpack, Wen Ning looked at the dwarf. "Oh! My friend, you are so generous." Ding! Dwarf's favorability increased by 10%. Chapter 181. After making sure that there was nothing left to collect in the mine, Wen Ning and Na Su went back. 2 hours had passed since they entered the mine, and they didn't know if the 2 big fish were still there. When they were a distance away from the cave entrance, Wen Ning saw a piece of land that had been turned over on the way out. Although it was camouflaged with weeds and other things, Wen Ning was a man who had experienced all kinds of plots. This crudely made trap was not worthy of being on the table in her eyes. Sure enough, in the woods not far from the trap, 2 people were hiding on the branches of the tree, and their heads were nodding like chickens pecking at rice. It seemed that they would fall asleep in the next second. Wen Ning stopped Na Su from walking forward, and knocked a stone off the mine wall in his puzzled eyes. He raised it with one hand and threw it, and the next second, the trap outside the mine was triggered. Plop! Crack! Snap! This sound was the sound of Brother Tian slapping Big Head on the head. "Don't sleep. Load the goods." "Huh? Load. Load the goods?" Big Head was too slow to react. Brother Tian kicked Big Head off the tree. He really couldn't understand why this guy was ranked in the top 10,000. He was simply a sleeping dragon. Big Head fell on his butt, but he was not angry. He quickly stood up and rushed towards the trap, holding a long wooden stick as a weapon. "Huh? Brother Tian, there is no one. Where did the stone roll in and trigger the trap?" Brother Tian's eyebrows jumped and followed him forward. Although the trap was close to the entrance of the mine, the surrounding area was bare. How could a stone roll in? The 2 men leaned over the trap, looking at the head-sized stone below, with fresh and moist soil on the edge. Tianji's pupils shrank. "Oh no, we've been discovered." Before he finished speaking, a light voice came from behind the 2 men. Surprise? Then a black stone the size of a walnut fell into the trap. It rolled twice and stopped. Bang! Ah! The 2 men were directly knocked over by the huge power of the explosion. Tian Gu was unlucky, and was stabbed by the sharp wooden stick inserted in the trap. When Wen Ning and the other 2 came out, the 2 men were hugging each other and rolling on the ground howling. When they saw Wen Ning coming out, he was followed by the pet-like thing they had just seen. They immediately knew that their plan had been exposed and struggled to retreat. Wen Ning took out a bomb and threw it in his hand, pacing towards the 2 men. He took a closer look and clicked his tongue twice. Brother Tian had venom in his eyes. Dada shrank his neck unconsciously when he saw the black stone in Wen Ning's hand. What a pair of crouching dragon and phoenix. Brother Tian was stunned. After taking a look at Datu, he immediately realized that he was humiliated. He was so angry that he didn't even care about the pain in his arm. He rushed forward with a wooden stick in his other hand. "Who are you talking about, Phoenix?" Wen Ning tilted his head to avoid the wooden stick. With a kick from his long legs, Brother Tian was thrown out. After landing, Brother Tian covered his chest and looked at Wen Ning in disbelief. Is this still a woman? His physique is 18. This kick almost broke his internal organs. Wen Ning didn't expect the other party to be so fragile. He thought about the feeling of the kick just now. "I had a plan in mind. It seemed that my physical fitness was not deducted. Then this matter will be easy to handle soon." Wen Ning stood up and walked forward in 3 or 2 steps. In the horrified eyes of Tian Gu, he directly lifted him up by the collar. Ignoring Tian Ji's screams, he pulled the spiked wooden stick off his arm. Blood spilled and fell on the face of Data beside him. Then Wen Ning directly carried Tian-Ge to a tree. He pushed the man against the tree facing him, with murderous intent in his eyes. Tian-Ge didn't care about the severe pain in his arm. He just felt that the woman in front of him was not a player at all, but a demon who killed people without blinking an eye. Ah! Wen Ning held his shoulders with one hand and held the sharp wooden stick with the other. He turned his head cleanly in his hand, and then fiercely stabbed Tian-Ge's neck. Puff! After a scream, Data trembled and opened his hand covering his face. Wen Ning's eyes did not change, and Tian-Ge was shaking unconsciously under her hands. Suddenly, under Tian-Ge's hanging feet, liquid flowed down his trouser legs. Wen Ning's eyes instantly became extremely disgusted, and he decisively let go. Tian-Ge fell down, and then was caught by resistance again. He turned his head slowly, and saw that the wooden stick that Wen Ning had just held had penetrated his novice suit, and was close to the skin of his shoulder. It was fiercely stabbed into the tall tree behind him. Tian-Ge instantly felt that this woman was so terrifying. She actually stabbed such a thick wooden stick into the tree with her bare hands. Tian-Ge was hung by the sharp wooden stick half exposed outside, and dared not move. The indifferent voice came again. Wen Ning poured mineral water to wash his hands while asking, "Are you Feng Chu?" Yes, I am. Big brother, spare us. Big brother, spare us. Tian-Ge's face was sweating madly, escaping from death, and the horror of a tragic defeat. He is Feng Chu, a blind and frightened Feng Chu. This woman is so scary. When she just started, Tian-Ge didn't even feel her emotional fluctuations. The two crawled over non-stop and followed Tian-Ge to beg for mercy from Wen Ning. He saw everything that just happened. If Wen Ning wanted to kill Brother Tian, what would be nailed to the tree now would not be Brother Tian's clothes, but Brother Tian's head. Boss, we really don't know what's good. We didn't mean to offend you. Stop it. Wen Ning glanced at the two men impatiently. You bastards, I don't know what you're doing, now you're begging for mercy. You're just scared because I'm not easy to bully, right? You don't need to tell me what you're thinking. Those who can enter the top 10,000 in the Wasteland are not stupid and innocent. I only trade with smart people, so... Brother Tian immediately held back his tears and smiled shamelessly. Since it's a trade, boss, take a look. Wouldn't it be more appropriate to put me down? Wen Ning glanced at him, and Brother Tian was immediately frightened and waved his uninjured hand. Just like that, pretty good. Wen Ning took out the fine iron dagger, and it was no surprise that he saw greed in the eyes of the two men. Turning back to Na-Su, he said, "Friend, please pick up the sharp sticks around and give them to me." Then, in the surprised eyes of Tian-Ge and Datu, the dwarf with the two big golden characters merchant on his head actually did what the woman said. Chapter 182. What happened to this world? Why are her merchants so easy to talk to? Tian-Ge's territory is also a business type, but the merchant who refreshed his territory in the morning is a human-shaped one. The style of the game is very strong. Tian-Ge tried to trade, but his goods were too expensive. A bottle of mineral water cost him 30 points, and tools and weapons were simply unaffordable. After he bargained for a while, the merchant scolded him for being a poor ghost, and then left without looking back. What is this? This woman, is she cheating? Now let's talk about the money you two have to pay for your lives. Tian-Ge was stunned, and came back to stare at the woman in front of him, who was smiling maliciously. What money for your lives? We are both poor, so we have to take this road. Puff. Ah! Tian-Ge stretched out his hand to cover his arm, the arm he had just injured, with the same original wound position. Wen Ning inserted another wooden thorn into the tree and nailed it to the tree. I said, I only trade with smart people. If you have the guts, just kill me. The hatred in Brother Tian's eyes was as real as substance, but Wen Ning pulled out the wooden thorn calmly. The severe pain made Brother Tian struggle again. Wen Ning threw away the wooden thorn, turned around and picked up a thicker piece of wood, and started to cut it with the fine iron dagger in his hand. Realizing what Wen Ning was going to do, Brother Tian shook his head in disbelief. You dare. What are you going to do? Kill me, just kill me. Wen Ning stepped forward calmly, and placed the thicker wooden thorn on Brother Tian's wound. Turning around, he saw Big Head curled up on the ground and reduced his presence. You don't have any supplies either? Big Head jumped up reflexively, and started to dig out supplies without stopping. Yes, I have. Please let me go, I didn't mean it. Big Head avoided Wen Ning's eyes while digging, and he didn't even dare to look at Brother Tian's situation. The supplies under his feet soon piled up into a small hill, and the number was so large that even Wen Ning was surprised. Until he saw the several silver boxes thrown out by Big Head, the surprise in Wen Ning's eyes became deeper and deeper. Is this guy the legendary European emperor? With this explosion rate, Huzi would probably hug her and cry for 3 days and 3 nights. Hiss! What is this? Wen Ning bent down and picked up a sheepskin scroll on the ground. When he opened it, it turned out to be a slave scroll. Good guy, this thing can explode. How can it be with this Feng Chu? Big Head raised his eyes, glanced at Wen Ning, and lowered his head in sorrow. He is indeed a European emperor, but his combat power is very low, maybe even worse than the dwarves around Wen Ning. After all, dwarves can make many weapons and bombs to protect themselves. The reason why Datu was able to enter this trial mission is that his teammates in the team are well aware of his European emperor attribute, and often leave the last blow of the monster to him. This time he came in inexplicably, and he immediately found a corner to hide. He didn't want any Lord Order, he just thought about whether there was any good thing in this map that he could take back. As a result, when he exploded this slave scroll, he met this Tiange. Tiange's strength is the last in the trial, but his martial arts is obviously better than his own. If someone else gets this slave scroll, they will definitely kill everyone and make others their slaves. When Data gets this slave scroll, he can only rush to give equipment to others. So he can only hide the things and pretend to cooperate with Brother Tian. Later, he found that cooperating with Brother Tian also has its advantages. Brother Tian's martial arts value is okay, and he can help him clean up some monsters, but he is a thoughtful person, but too rough. For example, Brother Tian's eyes have always been on the top of his head. He secretly picked up several boxes, and this person didn't even see them, but Data didn't expect that he would fall so quickly. The man in front of him is a real boss, the kind that even his father can't beat. Datu is a person who cherishes his life very much and is very good at judging the situation. In his eyes, Wen Ning has become a thick thigh at this moment. Boss. This scroll. Wen Ning's eyes flashed, as if he was thinking about turning Datu into his slave. Datu was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat and said quickly, Boss, after using this slave scroll, it will still follow you after you leave the game. You look like a troublemaker. I won't bother you. A quiet life. Wen Ning paused, and after checking the introduction, she suddenly realized that indeed, the effect of the item after using it is not limited to the trial mission. If she used this item, Data would have to follow her back to the shelter. But it is not impossible to solve it, as long as he is killed after the trial mission. Data saw the murderous intent flashing in Wen Ning's eyes, and quickly lowered his head. Wen Ning shook his head. This would not work. The moving European emperor could not be killed so easily. But this scroll can still be used. Wen Ning turned his eyes, and looked at the weak Tiange. Tiange was stunned, and his eyes immediately looked like he was facing a great enemy. But Wen Ning didn't care about that, and used it directly. Player Wen Ning successfully took Li Haoyan as a slave, and the master-servant relationship cannot be dissolved. Tiange's eyes instantly became respectful, mixed with some struggle. Wen Ning rummaged through the pile of supplies on the ground, and found some hemostatic medicine and bandages. Throwing them into Data's arms, Data was stunned and realized that Wen Ning wanted him to apply medicine to Li Haoyan. Li Haoyan looked at Data with a vicious look like a poisonous snake. Data quickly applied the medicine, and quickly stepped back several steps. Wen Ning said a few words to Na Su, and Data saw the dwarf merchant walking in one direction with his mountaineering bag on his back. Just as he was about to remind her, he saw Wen Ning coming back with a cold face, and Data lowered his head quickly. Wen Ning first glanced at the supplies on the ground to confirm that Data had not done anything sneaky. Then he calmly said, Name. Big. Lin Han. Lin Han subconsciously wanted to say Big Head, but when she met Wen Ning's eyes that could see through everything, she immediately reported her name honestly. Wen Ning nodded, neither believing nor disbelieving, only saying, From now on, you call me Big Sister. Lin Han was about to say that Big Sister actually doesn't quite fit your temperament. Then he heard Wen Ning's slow addition. You pack the supplies on the ground first. I keep you safe for the next few days, and you, pay me 90% of the supplies as a reward. Wen Ning, I'm showing my cards, I'm attracted to your golden finger. Chapter 183. Lin Han, open the way. Lin Han's chubby body trembled, as he looked at the misty wilderness ahead. He turned his head, and looked at Wen Ning with a bitter face, trying to make Wen Ning realize it through his fair skin. I am just a mascot. There are obviously better candidates for this kind of blood pressure stimulation, such as the one next to you. The suggestive look was too obvious, and Tiange was nervous. Just when he thought Wen Ning would really change his mind, and let him explore the way. Wen Ning's calm, unyielding voice sounded. He has a more important role, you explore the way? Tianji's eyes lit up instantly. See, my role is greater than yours. Lin Han knew the consequences of offending the big sister, so he could only turn around and prepare to explore the way. At this time, someone came from behind. If he dies while exploring the way, there will be danger inside, and I can only use you to block the knife. Good guy, what a calculation. But you said it so openly, aren't you afraid of hurting the hearts of two poor people? I have never seen such a thing. Forget it, I can't beat him. Lin Han was puzzled. This big sister's strength can be placed in their base. Why did she choose such a remote place to be born? It must be a slip of the hand. Just now, after Wen Ning asked Na Su to return to the territory, he directly asked Brother Tian to lead the way and annex his territory first. Because it was not half a day after he was born, Brother Tian's territory was still a thatched house. Fly legs are also meat, and Wen Ning didn't care about his supplies at all, but the area of his territory. After the annexation, the area of Wen Ning's territory was directly doubled, and there was another benefit after the annexation. That is, the backpack grid has increased by 20 grids. And Li Haotian's own backpack grid remains unchanged. So Wen Ning now has 60 backpack grids. Wen Ning was surprised. This is definitely encouraging everyone to kill each other. Then he went to Lin Han's territory. When Tian Gu saw Lin Han's stone hut, his jaw almost dropped. Looking at Lin Han, with an accusing look, Lin Han smiled awkwardly. These are all boxes picked up in the wild, picked up. Wen Ning had to sigh again at the ability of the European emperor, who could pick up boxes in the wild. Glancing at Lin Han quickly moved all the supplies in the warehouse out, and in order to express his sincerity, he also gave Wen Ning the authority of the territory. It can be said that a child can be taught. Wen Ning looked around, and did not touch his supplies, but asked Lin Han to move the territory not far from Wen Ning. Don't think about running away. You are not the only one who has the slave scroll in this wasteland. When Lin Han heard this, he nodded his head like pounding garlic, saying that he would be obedient. Wen Ning's territory could not accommodate humans, so Lin Han became a neighbor of the big sister with trepidation. Afterwards, Wen Ning upgraded his lord's hut to stone with the materials that Lin Han voluntarily handed over. He paid Na Su to help smelt the ore. Then he brought Lin Han and Li Haotian to this foggy map. The names on the heads of the monsters here are yellow, about level 5 to 10. It belongs to the level that Wen Ning can currently deal with. Lin Han obediently led the way in, and shuddered unconsciously as soon as he stepped in. Big sister. Big. Straighten your tongue, it's big sister, not big sister. Wen Ning observed the environment while glancing at Lin Han. Lin Han nodded hurriedly and walked in front. The game map is very different from the real map. This map is foggy and looks like it will rain at any time. The ground is also wet, and the dividing line between the two maps is too obvious. As soon as Wen Ning crossed the dividing line, the temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees. And a thunderbolt immediately fell between Wen Ning and Li Haotian. Wen Ning dodged quickly, and Li Haotian was unlucky, and was hit directly by the thunderbolt. Instantly, his hair stood upside down, and the whole person lay on the ground twitching. Fortunately, the thunder in the game is not as powerful as in reality. Lin Han looked at this scene with horror. He was fine when he came in. He swore that he had explored the way carefully. Wen Ning looked helplessly at Li Haotian, who had climbed up with difficulty, and said to Lin Han, "Keep going, it has nothing to do with you." But Lin Han is really a lucky guy. Wen Ning signaled Li Haotian to catch up quickly. Crack! Lightning landed again, not far from Li Haotian. Li Haotian was frightened and screamed instantly. Wen Ning shook his head. If a person can't do it, at least he shouldn't be so unlucky. No wonder Lin Han, who is so lucky, can also fall over. This Li Haotian is probably sent by the system to defeat him. A combination of a lucky guy and a fool. Luckily, there was no thunder after the next few people entered the woods. Wen Ning observed the trees around him, which were upright and straight, and looked straighter than pine trees. Wait, pine trees? Thunder. Back off. Wen Ning hurried out of the woods. Li Haotian's body responded to Wen Ning's words faster than his brain, and he followed Wen Ning as soon as he backed off. Lin Han felt a sense of danger behind him, and his hair stood up instantly. He rolled and crawled out of the woods. Crack! There was a loud thunder, and in an instant a blue-purple lightning fell right next to the tree that Wen Ning had just checked. The tall and straight tree was instantly split into pieces. Hiss! Li Haotian was so scared that he collapsed on the ground. Wen Ning frowned and looked at the dark clouds over the woods. Are all these dark trees in the woods struck by lightning? But it's not raining. Where did these thunders come from? Big sister. Look! Lin Han ran over with a piece of wood in her hand, and threw it in front of Wen Ning. He motioned Wen Ning to put it in her backpack. Congratulations on getting ironwood *1. Ironwood? Ironwood can be used to make spiked fences. Spiked fence. Wen Ning remembered that Na Su had reminded her before she went out to find some materials to go back for defense, otherwise she would be in trouble for the beast tide at night. It just so happened that after Wen Ning upgraded the stone hut, she could make this spiked fence. Not bad, it's the materials we need. Lin Han smiled on his chubby face after getting the affirmation, and looked at Wen Ning with sparkling eyes. Why are you looking at me? It's so dangerous in here, you go and chop trees. Lin Han was stunned, and Wen Ning said it as a matter of course. You are so lucky, you will definitely not be struck by lightning. Lin Han didn't dare to say anything in an instant, and took his axe, and obediently entered the woods. Wen Ning stared at Lin Han's back, and waved his hand back. You go in, don't get close to Lin Han, just chop trees 100 meters away from him. Li Haotian widened his eyes in horror, not believing what Wen Ning said. It's so dark, let him in. Thinking so, Li Haotian's body had already started to move, like a puppet. He walked in and stopped exactly 100 meters away from Lin Han. Lin Han looked back, and saw that Li Haotian had also come in. He instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Now it was good, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't be hit. Chapter 184. 10 minutes passed, and Wen Ning looked at the silent dark clouds. Li Haotian, take a step towards Lin Han. Li Haotian's trembling expression had not yet been retracted, and his footsteps had already consciously stepped out. Boom! Boom! The dark clouds above his head began to brew instantly, and blue-purple lightning rolled in it, as if it would fall at any time. It was indeed the case. Retreat! Wen Ning ordered, and Li Haotian instantly launched himself, using his hands and feet to leave Lin Han's range of 100 meters. Just kidding. He dared to guarantee that if the thunder struck, it would definitely come at him. At the moment when Li Haotian retreated, the rolling lightning above his head stagnated for a moment, and then gradually subsided. Li Haotian was still in shock, but Wen Ning had already calmly entered the forest. She guessed correctly that it was not impossible to enter the forest, but it was impossible to get too close. This was still Wen Ning's guess based on the trees in the forest that were struck by lightning. Then, it's time to make a fortune. Wen Ning directly took out a dwarf bomb. He found a few densely growing ironwood trees, pressed the hidden switch that Su taught her, and threw it over. 5 seconds later. Bang! Successfully killed the mutant black snake *1, huh? The smoke from the explosion dissipated, and Wen Ning walked forward. There was a dead black snake on the ground, and several others that were affected by the bomb, but not dead yet. It turned out that this black snake was lying on the dark tree, and Wen Ning didn't see it at all. While Wen Ning was finishing off the ironwood trees that were blown off the ground, he raised his voice to remind Lin Han and the others. There is a mutant snake lying on the tree. When you cut the tree. Ah! Save me, help me! Before he finished speaking, a scream came from behind. Wen Ning turned around, and saw Li Haotian being rolled up by a black snake as thick as his thigh. Only his face was exposed. Lin Han collapsed to the ground in fear, and subconsciously ran towards Wen Ning. Don't move. This idiot really has no fighting genes at all. Li Haotian's face had turned red to the color of liver, and there was a tendency to turn purple. Wen Ning didn't dare to get close easily at this time. The only thing he could use was the dwarf bomb. 3 dwarf bombs were thrown out in succession. It was no longer important to save Li Haotian at this time. There were 3 bright red question marks on the head of this big snake. If it was not solved, after Li Haotian died, she would be the next one. Li Haotian saw the 3 bombs thrown by Wen Ning, and hatred flashed in his eyes. In the end, he could only close his eyes in resignation. Ding! The slave's death was detected, and the supplies on the slave had fallen. The master-servant relationship was terminated. Bang, bang, bang. The power of the 3 dwarf bombs can be imagined. Even the mutant black snake was blown in half, not to mention Li Haotian, who was at the center of the explosion. Wen Ning quickly approached with an expressionless face. She didn't feel anything about Li Haotian's death. She had already decided to kill him. He would die even if she didn't use the slave scroll. As for Li Haotian's revenge after quitting the game, Wen Ning said she was not afraid. If she was afraid, she wouldn't do it. He should be glad that he died in the trial mission, so the slave scroll would be invalid. You have been killed by player Wen Ning, the slave scroll has expired, the trial mission failed, and you are about to be eliminated. A white light flashed, and a young man appeared in a shelter. His face was shocked, and he jumped up in ecstasy the next second. Ha ha ha. I'm still alive. The slave scroll is also invalid. Fuck. My supplies? On Wen Ning's side, the mutant black snake had been blown into 2 pieces, and the dagger in Wen Ning's hand accurately pierced into the mutant black snake's vital point. You successfully killed the mutant black snake. Congratulations on getting mutant beast meat * 20 kg. Congratulations on getting silver treasure chest * 2. It's really annoying to compare yourself with others. Some people can pick up silver treasure chests in the wild, but I have to kill monsters desperately to get them. It's still a big monster that crosses the level. However, Wen Ning has a new understanding of this bomb made by the dwarf. Even the red monster with 3 question marks can't withstand this power. I should go back to find Nasu to buy some. The beast tide tonight is guaranteed. Wen Ning walked out of the woods. The huge power of the bomb just now blew up all the trees within a radius of dozens of meters. Wen Ning picked up all the wood. At present, she has 230 units of ironwood in her backpack. It is enough to surround a territory. Let's go back. Lin Han nodded blankly, watching Wen Ning's lack of reaction to Li Haoqian's death. He finally understood that Wen Ning was serious about killing him. The two returned to the territory in silence. Lin Han took out his ironwood, but Wen Ning shook his head. He told him to go back and make defenses quickly, and to surround the territory with spiked fences. After Wen Ning finished his instructions, he returned to his territory. Nasu, I'm back. Nasu didn't even raise his head, and set up his furnace and workbench outside Wen Ning's lord's hut, concentrating on smelting. Wen Ning returned to the lord's hut, and opened the control panel of the territory. Select to build a warehouse. Whether to build a warehouse, the warehouse grid is 100, and the current lord's hut level can only build one. Build. A building instantly appeared on the control panel, exactly the same as the one in Lin Han's territory. Then Wen Ning made the ironwood into a spike fence, and surrounded the entire territory. Looking at the remaining ironwood, Wen Ning thought for a while, and went out. Ning! These spike fences are very good. Nasu was immersed in research, and actually noticed Wen Ning's fence. Wen Ning knew that dwarves were a bit like game NPCs, and they would occasionally trigger some of their prompts. Sure enough, after Wen Ning gave Nasu some, Nasu looked at Wen Ning's defense and prompted again. Unfortunately, your territory has no way to fight back, so you can only rely on your own strength. Wen Ning pondered Nasu's words, and decided to go to Lin Han first. It's the same as brushing up your favorability. Lin Han was placing spiked fences. His territory was only half the size of Wen Ning's, so he needed more than half less spiked fences. But he didn't have Wen Ning's bombs, and the ones he cut were not enough. He couldn't just surround the shelter with his wealth. He could only adjust the position manually to maximize the use of the spike fences. Wen Ning couldn't help laughing at his embarrassment. Lin Han turned back vigilantly, and saw Wen Ning's expressionless face again. Huh? Didn't someone laugh just now? Was it hallucination? Seeing Wen Ning approaching, Lin Han rubbed his hands a little restrainedly, and called out, "Big sister." Yeah. Wen Ning responded indifferently, waved his hand, and a pile of ironwood appeared on the ground. Then he said in Lin Han's surprised eyes, "What are you standing there for? You don't want me to release it for you, do you?" No. Thank you, big sister." Looking at Lin Han's excited back, Wen Ning was thinking, "What's there to thank me for? Just open the treasure chest for me after you release it." Chapter 185. After Lin Han placed the spike fence, he came back and saw a lot of treasure chests. And his big sister was sitting leisurely at the door of his lord's hut, holding a bottle of AD calcium in her hand. Wen Ning was a little bored waiting, and when he saw Lin Han coming back, his eyes lit up. "Come on, open all these boxes. Let me see the power of the European Emperor." Lin Han has been used to being a tool man. He did not refuse, and walked forward with ease, and opened the box along the corner of the hill. There are a total of 120 wooden treasure chests, 67 stone treasure chests, 23 iron treasure chests, and 9 silver treasure chests. Most of them were contributed by Lin Han, and Wen Ning accepted them with peace of mind. Before Lin Han opened the box, Wen Ning did not have a specific concept of the European Emperor. A minute later, Wen Ning was stunned by the supplies on the ground. Who can tell her what the hell is a catapult from a stone box? And these food and drinks? A wooden box can get 999 mineral water units? It can directly fill a backpack grid. It's outrageous. And those stone and iron boxes, the ore materials inside are tons and tons. Nasu, I can't refine them at all. the last 9 silver treasure chests. Wen Ning directly asked Lin Han to open them all. Congratulations on obtaining the Ironwood Defense Arrow Tower *5. Congratulations on obtaining the Puppet Copy Card *4. Congratulations on obtaining the Earth Mine Blueprint *1. Congratulations on obtaining the Gold Armor *2. Congratulations on obtaining the Ironwood Crossbow Machine *2. Congratulations on obtaining the Earth Cannon Machine *3. Congratulations on obtaining the Ironwood Lookout *2. There are also a lot of basic materials, enough for Wen Ning and Lin Han to upgrade all the territories into alloy huts. More buildings can be unlocked. Among these things, except for the mine, which is a blueprint, the others are real objects. For example, this arrow tower requires ironwood and iron ore to make, and it can automatically trigger the attack after it is made. Wen Ning took 3, and left 2 for Lin Han. Puppet Copy Card. You can choose any mutant animal in the bees tied to copy, and the mutant animal after 1-to-1 copy will become the Lord's puppet. As long as it is not dead, it will hit wherever it is pointed. Lin Han has poor self-protection ability, so Wen Ning gave him 2 cards. Wen Ning didn't want the mine, so he asked Lin Han to learn how to make it, and then he could just take a few. Wen Ning already has a dwarf bomb, which is useless to her. There is a set of armor, Iron Soft Armor, one-piece type, similar to Wen Ning's battle armor, which can protect the whole body, but the defense is far worse. And this thing is really like game equipment. It shines too much when worn on the body. The crossbow machine needs ironwood and iron ore to make. It is a long-range weapon. Its principle is the same as the crossbow Wen Ning got in the Wasteland. Wen Ning used it very smoothly. The earthen cannon machine is like a simple catapult, which is equipped with 500 shells. After choosing to place it, it will prompt to fill the corresponding materials, including wood, stone, and gunpowder. After 500 shells are fired, the cannon machine disappears automatically. After the lookout tower is placed, it can attack from a high position. Wen Ning left 1 for Lin Han. After filling his backpack, Wen Ning ran several times until the warehouse was filled and returned to the territory. Make more furnaces, so that we can play a tower defense battle tonight. Wen Ning reminded him here. Fortunately, Lin Han was smart and immediately had a plan. Both of them were making final preparations in their own territory. The beast tide of the trial mission came at 9 o'clock. After Wen Ning was ready, he also planted a field of wheat. The system prompts that it will be ripe tomorrow. A piece of land in the territory can provide 1,000 kilograms of food. Wen Ning calculated that when the wheat matures tomorrow, she can bring back at least 800 kilograms of wheat. Officially unlock pasta. Plant some more rice tomorrow, and you can open 2 more plots of land. It's also thanks to Lin Han. The power of the European Emperor cannot be underestimated. Wen Ning felt that in the next 2 days, relying on Lin Han's ability to open boxes, she could rush to the top of the wealth list. Friend, I feel that it's not peaceful outside. Na Su looked up from the research table and found that Wen Ning's territory had changed a lot. There were dozens of tall furnaces lined up in a row, smelting various ores inside. The automatic workbench continuously produced crossbows. The periphery of Wen Ning's territory has been surrounded by a spike fence made of alloy into a huge U-shaped shape. This ensures that the beast tide will only come in from one entrance, then pass through the attack of 3 arrow towers, and then pass through Wen Ning's observation tower. Only then can it approach the interior of the territory. Wen Ning has filled each arrow tower with at least 3,000 crossbow arrows, and his backpack grid has 10 by 999 crossbow arrows, ready to be replenished at any time. The catapults and earthen cannons are placed on both sides of the territory hut, and can be accurately struck according to Wen Ning's control. Wen Ning also replaced the gunpowder required by the system with the gunpowder developed by Na Su himself, which increased the explosion range and power. The only disadvantage is that the spike fence made of alloy cannot withstand too much bombardment. You need to be careful. Putting on armor and taking weapons, Wen Ning climbed up to the observation tower with everything ready. Turning his head, he saw Lin Han following Wen Ning's example, and also creating a maze that could make mutant beasts lost. The corner of his mouth curled up. Fortunately, it was not the real crouching dragon and phoenix. Wen Ning liked this European emperor very much. Her identity has not been exposed yet, so it doesn't matter if Lin Han knows what she looks like. Anyway, when the time comes, we will go our separate ways after we quit, and she still has a vest on her. Hello, everyone. The first beast tide of the trial mission is about to come. This beast tide will start at 2100 hours, and end at 2400 hours. After the end, the first day of the trial mission ranking list will be released. This beast tide has no fixed number, and no fixed refresh time. It will continuously attack your territory. Excellent territories can resist longer disaster attacks, and will also get higher upgrades after the Beast Tide ends. The attack territory will be automatically eliminated, and players can take away all Wasteland suitable materials. The Beast Tide is coming. I wish you all a happy game. Ding! Crops are detected in the Lord's territory, and herbivorous mutant beasts will be refreshed. Ding! Dwarf merchants are detected in the Lord's territory, and the dwarf hostile race will be refreshed. Oh my! Orcs! The orcs are coming! When Ning was standing on the observation deck, and Nasu climbed up curiously, and was instantly startled by the Beast Tide that appeared under his feet. Seeing that his nemesis, the orcs, was among them, he was even more scared and angry. Before Wen Ning could speak, more than a dozen dwarf bombs were thrown out. Bang bang bang. The continuous explosions scared Lin Han next door. Chapter 186. Tonight, I invite you to watch the fireworks show. Wen Ning smiled calmly, and repaired the spiked fence that was broken by the dwarf bomb without much care. Nasu was just allowed to do whatever he wanted. Wen Ning couldn't describe the feelings Nasu had towards the orcs. He seemed to be afraid and scared of the orcs below. An hour passed, and the dwarf bombs on his body never stopped. And Wen Ning, with all the crossbows he prepared, could only shoot a few arrows to make up for the gaps. But fortunately, the system is humane, and all the points of the mutant beasts killed by Nasu were counted on Wen Ning. Compared to Lin Han's frantic fiddling, Wen Ning seemed very leisurely. Lin Han even suspected that his European Emperor attribute had failed. Otherwise, why were there so many monsters surrounding him? Wen Ning opened the control panel and found that the game was indeed a game, and it was still very different from the real survival in the Wasteland. On the control panel, Wen Ning can check the health of all buildings in his territory, including spike fences. He can also directly control arrow towers, catapults, and cannon attacks. He can aim his firepower at any weak defense. He can fire at any mutant beasts that gather in large numbers. The dwarves mainly target orcs, and the mechanism of this Beast Tide is that the more you kill, the more it will refresh. Until 12 o'clock, Wen Ning did not have the opportunity to use the puppet copy card. What was originally thought to be a tough battle turned out to be a performance stage for Nasu alone with the addition of Nasu. Wen Ning packed up the supplies until his hands were tired. After upgrading the alloy hut, the upper limit of the warehouse became 3, and the first level warehouse could be upgraded to the 3rd level. The 3rd level warehouse is 500 grids. After fighting all night, Wen Ning not only didn't use much of the supplies he prepared, but also gained a lot. Not to mention food and water, a whole warehouse is used to store them. Various basic materials, ores, metals, etc. are placed in a warehouse. The rest are blueprints, weapons and equipment, city defense weapons, seeds, fertilizers, daily necessities and other sundries, which are placed in a warehouse. At 12 o'clock, the Beast Tide disappeared on time, and there were still supplies and treasure chests left on the ground that had not been picked up. Wen Ning's backpack is basically full of treasure chests. It can't be opened tonight. With Lin Han's luck, the warehouse is definitely not enough. Wen Ning checked Lin Han's warehouse, and found that he only had 2 third-level warehouses, and the second one was only half filled. It seems that the Emperor of Europe is not that good. Luck is not enough, quantity makes up. Regardless of Lin Han's side, she only promised to protect safety, but did not say that she would be a nanny. The battlefield has not been cleaned up yet, and the system rankings have come out. System announcement. Congratulations to everyone for receiving this announcement, which proves that all players have successfully passed the first day of the trial mission. System announcement. On the first day of the trial mission, 4,675 people were eliminated and 5,370 people remained. System announcement. The ranking list will be released soon, please check it out. Wealth list. 1. Wen Ning. 28,976 points. Survival points plus material conversion. 2. Ha Bell. 17,658 points. 3. Lin Han. 16,543 points. 4. Lu Shi. 13,789 points. 5. Jack. 12,123 points. Although he had predicted that he would be on the list, Wen Ning had not expected such a big gap. 4 of the top 5 on the list were familiar faces. Wen Ning looked at Lin Han. He was still very good. He could get to the 3rd place with his level of combat scum. The supplies dropped by killing one monster were more than 10 of others. Wen Ning relied on Nasu to get so many supplies. His dwarf bombs killed quickly. The faster they killed, the faster the system refreshed. The main feature was speed. That's why he could accumulate so many supplies in a short time. Looking at Na-Su's decadent expression now, you can tell that he may have emptied his family's wealth. All Wen Ning could do in return was to give him all the ore for him to make. That was the wealth list. Wen Ning looked at the kill list again. Kill list 1. Wen Ning, 16893. 2. Hogbell, 8945. 3. Lucier 4582. 4. Lin Han 3854. 5. Zhao Nana 2987. What should I do, Na-Su? You come back to the shelter with me. Wen Ning is so good. This dwarf weapon master is really awesome. It's so easy to get on the list. Congratulations on getting the first place on the wealth list, and you will be rewarded with 1,000 survival points. Congratulations on getting the first place on the wealth list, and you will be rewarded with 500 square meters of territory. Congratulations on getting the first place on the kill list, and you will be rewarded with 2 territory defense weapons. Congratulations on getting the first place on the kill list, and you will be rewarded with 500 square meters of territory. It is detected that the player is the initiator of the hidden task, and the above rewards are doubled. Please check. Oh my gosh! The survival points on the wealth list are the player's survival points plus the materials. Wen Ning was reluctant to give up the materials, so she never exchanged them. So she looked rich, but in fact she didn't have much money in her pocket, but the rewards were different. These were real survival points. The kind that can be exchanged. With this huge sum of 2,000, Wen Ning can buy all the things on Na-Su in one go. There are also weapons for defending the city. When 4 black cannons appeared in Wen Ning's warehouse, Wen Ning's jaw almost dropped. There is also the issue of area. The initial territory is 100 square meters, and the territory area can only be expanded by annexing other territories. So Wen Ning's current territory area is only 200 square meters, and now it has increased by 1,000 square meters. If this is given to others to annex, at least 10 territories must be annexed. Of course, this is not impossible. Wen Ning dares to guarantee that except for her and Lin Han, everyone else on the list must be invading others. The remaining 5,000 people, including Lin Han, took the initiative to invest in other people's territories, just to earn a little more supplies. So in this trial map, Wen Ning guessed that there were no more than 3,000 real territories. The elimination rate on the first day was so terrible, and the difficulty of the game in the remaining 2 days can be imagined. Big sister. Wen Ning turned around and saw Lin Han standing at the door cautiously, with a gossipy light flashing in her eyes. She immediately remembered that the leaderboard was visible to everyone. She thought to herself, oh no, it's not going to be exposed so soon. She approached calmly on the surface, but she was thinking in her heart. How about killing him? No, if you want to kill him, you have to wait until the box is open first. It's still not right. Killing him is useless, and he can't die. Instead, it's a bit of a cover-up. When Wen Ning approached, Lin Han opened his innocent eyes and asked, Big sister, I know your identity. I will call you Sister Zhao from now on. Sister Zhao? Wen Ning could not respond, but Lin Han seemed eager to prove himself. Isn't that Zhao Nana on the kill list you? Don't be angry. I killed more than you because I did more. Your merchant solved so many beast tides. Lin Han smiled embarrassedly. Then it's your turn to do it yourself. Wen Ning, young man, you know how to use your imagination. Chapter 187. Wen Ning neither confirmed nor denied that Lin Han mistook her for Zhao Nana. Lin Han was unsure about her mysterious attitude, so he began to ask about the number of beasts Wen Ning had killed. I couldn't compete with the merchants in the territory, so I only killed a small number of them, Wen Ning said with a fake bitter face. When Lin Han heard this, it just met the requirements. She was more closely associated with Zhao Nana, and the big sister was restricted everywhere. Given the force value, it was certain that she would kill 2,000 or 3,000 mutant beasts. Don't be sad, big sister, I still have supplies, I will share them with you. Lin Han glanced at the wealth list, and found that Zhao Nana was only ranked 10th. He couldn't help but believe it a little more. Counting the number, there were at least tens of thousands of mutant beasts in Wen Ning's territory. I didn't expect that this dwarf was so good at fighting that he killed 80% of them with just one person. The dwarf bomb he invented was extremely powerful. There was basically no mutant beast that could not be killed by his 2 bombs. Wen Ning raised his eyebrows, glanced at his filled warehouse, and thought about it, and came up with an excuse. No, my warehouse is full. Then he slowly said in Lin Han's shocked and questioning eyes. Na-Su gave all the supplies to me. He only loves ore. This excuse was very reasonable. Lin Han looked at Na-Su, who was diving into the research table, and nodded in agreement. This also perfectly explained why the big sister did not get as much supplies as Lin Han, and was at the back of the wealth list, but the warehouse was full. It made Lin Han firmly believe that the big sister was Xiao Nana on the list. Poor child, she didn't doubt it, after seeing that the first on the list was also a girl. Hiss, the name of the first place on the list also looks like a girl. Big sister, you are all so awesome. Yeah, it's really awesome. Wen Ning didn't express too much opinion. She was not so narcissistic when she was praised in front of Lin Han. By the way, big sister, what type of territory is yours? How can such an awesome territory merchant appear? Wen Ning didn't hide it, because after she chose this camp, the system prompted that she was the only one who chose the alien camp among all the trial participants. And everyone cannot change their camp after choosing it. This gave Wen Ning a great advantage. She could push any unexplainable problems to the territory and the territory merchants. The final right of interpretation is only this one. Even if others don't believe it, they will definitely not be able to find any flaws. This is very reasonable. There are still maps to explore tomorrow. Go and rest quickly, and leave the supplies with you first. Okay, Sister Zhao. Big sister. Wen Ning glanced at him, and returned to the territory without any expression. The spike fence closed automatically. Lin Han was excluded from the outside, and the surrounding arrow towers were ready to attack. If Wen Ning hadn't put on the insurance on the control panel, the city defense weapons would have attacked the first time they saw Lin Han. Even if the insurance was put on, Wen Ning could feel that these weapons were ready to move. The reaction of the beastman's territory to humans was so big. Is this because of the game settings, or is there some other reason? Although Lin Han was disliked by Wen Ning did not refute his name, and he felt proud as if he had discovered a secret. He returned to the territory happily. He decided to call himself Big Sister. Since Big Sister wanted to remain anonymous, he didn't rush to get into trouble. Goodbye, my friend. I'm going on a long journey today. Wen Ning waved slowly, and glanced at the gift left by Na Su in the warehouse. The smile on his face became brighter. He glanced at his 2,000 survival points again, and his memory flashed back. Na Su packed his luggage early in the morning. When Wen Ning came out of the Lord's Alwa hut, Na Su was already ready to go. Before Wen Ning spoke, Na Su took out all the goods he was carrying. Thank you, my friend. The orcs have oppressed us for a long time. Our hatred may have started hundreds of years ago. Yesterday's battle allowed me to vent my anger for my dead brothers and sisters, and it can be regarded as revenge for them. In this alien world, our alien race only has a foothold here. Although you are also a human, I can feel that you are different from those invading races. These things are my thank you gift. Next, I will return to the dwarfs. I hope everything goes well for you and live well. Wen Ning was confused, but still smiled and sent the dwarf away. Wen Ning turned around and walked back. Wen Ning was still thinking about the words left by the dwarf, when a mechanical voice sounded. Hello, human lord. I am the 5th generation of Nebula's intelligent brain. You can call me Xing Mira. Wen Ning turned around and saw a round robot in front of her, which scared her. This was not enough. It folded its 2 legs, opened the mechanical compartment, stretched out 2 small wings and flew up. Flying to the level of Wen Ning's sight, the childish mechanical voice spoke. No need to guess, I am your territory merchant today. Territory merchant. Wen Ning covered his mouth in surprise. He couldn't help but step forward and look at the flying ball in front of him from left to right and up and down. Who can tell her how her territory can refresh a machine merchant? Mira saw Wen Ning's confusion and searched for information in her mind. Sorting out information from another world. No permission to view. Scanning territory information. No permission to view. Searching for the return route. No permission to view. The current world's authority is too high. Please cooperate with the human lord to complete the transaction. Mira talked to herself for a long time, and finally opened her eyes, and looked at Wen Ning in front of her. The voice was cautious. Excuse me, human lord, what should Mira do? This time it was Wen Ning's turn to be confused. Isn't it an intelligent computer? Or is it the 5th generation? Can it see through my thoughts? Mira is the 5th generation intelligent computer of the Nebula Galaxy. It is a high-level intelligent computer, but the world authority of the other world is not open to Mira. Mira can't query any information. Human lord, your thoughts are protected by the laws of the world, and Mira cannot extract and view them. World laws? You are not talking about the game system, right? Good guy, the system can even block the intelligent computer. What is its origin? Then tell me about your race. Wen Ning took the initiative and wanted to figure out the origin of this little guy first. Mira comes from the Nebula Galaxy. The artificial intelligence developed autonomous consciousness during the 897 millionth calculation, and all humans were extinct in a star explosion. Myra's ancestors discovered that the thoughts of the intelligent brain have extremely strong vitality and can parasitize on a special material, so they found a planet made of this material to settle down. So the intelligent brain took root on this planet, and Mira is already the 5th generation. The intelligent brain has developed autonomous consciousness and life? What is your lifespan? According to calculations, Myra's lifespan is 20,000 years. Mira is 6 years old this year. Good guy, one generation is 20,000 years old, and the 5th generation, that is, this intelligent brain race has existed for nearly 100,000 years. Chapter 188. Then why are you in mechanical form? To be precise, we, the intelligent brain race, can exist in any form, even without a medium. But that is only possible on our planet. Mira can only use a spare body in the other world, and it can change into any shape. When Ning could not imagine that there was such a planet where the awakened thoughts and artificial intelligence, or life, could survive without a carrier. Then on Myra's planet, are there a bunch of thoughts, without bodies, just existing in the air and communicating directly? Or, there is no air on their planet at all. Human Lord, can you trade with me? The rules of this world allow her to trade with the Human Lord so that she can return to her home planet. Her home planet is experiencing an invasion by a higher civilization. Mira is now very anxious and cannot go back. Her connection with her home planet has also been cut off. She doesn't know if it's the system that's doing it. The system prompts that only when this Human Lord completes a transaction with her can she obtain the right to query. When Ning was stunned, looking at the thing in front of her that looked like her pet egg. She tried to click the merchant logo on its head, Nebula Cat's Eye, survival point 6666, 50% discount. Nebula Chainsaw, survival points 8888, 50% discount. Nebula Tang Blade, survival points 9999, 50% discount. Nebula Mecha, survival points 1, 18 zeros. Is there any need for discounts? After reading it, Wen Ning only felt that he should not get involved. Her 2,000 points, after the discount, were not even enough to buy a cat's eye. What kind of cat's eye is this? Why is it so expensive? Mira put on a pair of cute big eyes, trying to arouse Wen Ning's pity. Unfortunately, Wen Ning didn't buy it at all. Your price has already scared me, and no matter how cute you are, there is no way to make up for it. Mira had to explain honestly. Nebula's latest technology, Cat's Eye, when someone approaches the door to peek, it can quickly extract the person's biological information, call the police, and hack into his account to steal all his money. Wen Ning said she was shocked after hearing this. Calling the police is fine, but stealing money? Stealing each other's homes? That's right, the planet where Mira is all information-based, and robbing on the street is something that can be done with just a thought. It's too expensive, I can't afford it. Wen Ning decisively rejected Myra's goods. The merchants in the territory are free to come and go. Although Wen Ning covets the goods brought by Mira, it is a pity that she can't afford them at present. If it were in the Wasteland, she could afford a peephole to prevent thieves. After the battle last night, Wen Ning upgraded many buildings, and now her territory is 1,200 square meters. She had to quickly arrange new defensive buildings, and the system reminded others that if they stole her house during the day, they would most likely only take her supplies, and not directly attack her territory hut. The rule of territory annexation is that if the territory hut is breached, the enemy can gain control of the entire territory. So players choose to put the territory hut in the center of the territory. Wen Ning is also, her territory hut is in the center of the territory, surrounded by her 3 level 3 warehouses. Then, there are 4 walls surrounded by furnaces. These furnaces can smelt all the ores into ingots, which can then be used to upgrade the territory buildings. Because Wen Ning's territory is a trading territory, all the new buildings on the control panel are commercial buildings. What breakfast shops, nail salons, chain supermarkets. Wen Ning is overwhelmed by the sight. Her territory does not allow humans to enter. Who will consume these shops? But if these buildings are not upgraded, there is no way to unlock the next technology tree of the territory. Wen Ning just wants to quickly unlock all the technologies. If the Lord system is applied to the Wasteland, she can develop faster than others. At present, there is no defensive building in the territory except the Arrow Tower, referring to the territory's autonomous production. Wen Ning had no choice but to upgrade the Arrow Tower to the highest level and build 10 in one go. In addition to the Arrow Tower that Lin Han unpacked yesterday, Wen Ning directly surrounded the entire territory hut and warehouse. The range of the highest level Arrow Tower reaches 800 meters, and the maximum ammunition capacity reaches 10,000. It can fire 100 automatic aiming arrows per minute, 1,000 arrows, and can defend for less than 2 hours. The workbench that comes with the territory worked all night to fill all the arrow towers. Yesterday's catapult can add stone shells, and Wen Ning also filled it up. There are still 200 shells left for the homemade cannon, which cannot be filled. Wen Ning does not have the corresponding drawings. Wen Ning added a lot of spiked fences on the periphery. When Lin Han arrived, he almost held his chin. Mira had no intention of leaving, and was curiously wandering around in Wen Ning's territory. After confirming that she would not attack the territory, Wen Ning went out with his weapon. Originally, he planned to explore the level 20 map today, but after yesterday's battle, Wen Ning felt that he should be able to challenge a higher level map. So the two of them wore the same armor, carried crossbows and spears, and left the base. On the map, a group of people were approaching Wen Ning's territory. The leader was Jack. Sir, we are about to reach this southernmost territory. A player spoke with difficulty. Yes, it will take about 2 hours. Several players of different skin colors carried a crimson blue star ancient-style sedan chair. Walking in the wilderness with 1 step deep and 1 step shallow. A Yin country player heard the report of the two people in front and curled his lips fiercely. At this speed of 3 steps and 1 stagger, 5 steps and 1 fall, 2 hours? You won't be able to reach it in a day. As soon as the idea came up, the horizontal bar on the shoulder was pushed by someone, and the 8 people carrying the sedan chair instantly twisted and fell to the ground. Jack in the sedan was originally drowsy, and this stumble directly hit his forehead. A big bruise swelled up instantly. Ouch. Fuck. What a broken tool. Jack climbed out of the sedan in a rage, looking at the group of good-for-nothings around him, and suddenly missed his Alex very much. But Alex was not strong enough to enter this trial mission. Sir? Are you okay? Jack took out a torch from his backpack and threw it directly on the red sedan chair, and the silk curtains instantly ignited a raging fire. Ancient, eliminated things should completely disappear from this world. Just like Yin people. The Yin players around him had hatred in their eyes, but they quickly put on a flattering smile on their faces. They coaxed Jack with a few words, and continued to move forward. Jack enjoyed this sense of superiority, and spoke lazily. You useless people, if the territory in the south is also owned by a Yin countryman who is hiding, then it will depend on how you plead for mercy. Yes, we will definitely talk to him, and let you take over the territory. Several Yin country players looked at each other, and one of them shook his head secretly, silently reminding them how the previous player was tortured to death by Jack. The remaining players flashed with fear in their eyes. If it weren't for the system forcing players not to commit suicide or play the game passively, they would have escaped long ago. Now, they can only deal with this devil from Life's own country temporarily, and find a way to deal with him. Chapter 189. Player has entered a high-level map. Please note that you need to complete the exploration mission to exit the high-level map. As soon as Wen Ning and Lin Han stepped into the map that looked like a swamp, a system prompt rang in their ears. Lin Han stepped back in fear, but was prompted that the map had been locked. Big sister. This map. There is something strange. Before Lin Han could finish her words, a person covered in grass and smelling of mud appeared in front of her. Robbery. Lin Han reflexively hid behind Wen Ning, and Wen Ning rolled her eyes speechlessly. She was still reading the system's explanation of this map, and suddenly something that could not even be seen in human form appeared in front of her. The only thing on his body was the dagger in his hand, and his big teeth that were shining. Bang! Wen Ning retracted his legs, and looked at the mud on the back of his shoes with disdain. She said calmly, I am not your elder sister, don't recognize relatives randomly. The man was kicked away by Wen Ning, and the mud and grass on his body stuck to the ground tightly. In addition, he had not eaten for a day, and he couldn't get up after crawling for a long time. Sadly, he suddenly burst into tears. The wailing sound was so desperate that Lin Han couldn't bear to look directly at it. He stepped forward to comfort him. Brother, my elder sister just asked you not to recognize relatives randomly. Do you have to be like this? Welcome to the Demon Swamp map. Please defeat the map boss within 24 hours before you can leave. If the mission fails, the map will be permanently locked until someone succeeds in killing it. Tip: after dying in this map, you will be resurrected at the edge of the map and can challenge again, but please note that the equipment consumption cannot be restored. Demon Swamp. Wen Ning looked up at the player lying on the ground, who looked like a ghost. He roughly understood what had happened. The place where they were now should be the entrance of the map, and this player should have been resurrected for who knows how many times. He looked desperate, but there was no need to be so sad. Anyway, he would be kicked out of her trial mission after the time was up. Lin Han dragged the player up with a wooden stick. The sad frog player had calmed down and told his experience under Lin Han's concern. His name was Wang Yin, and he fell into this map on the first day of the trial mission. He had nothing on his body except a wooden stick picked up on the road and a dagger that exploded when he killed a small monster. After falling into this map, he also received a message from the system. Originally, he didn't think that the boss of this map was difficult. He was good at fighting and participated in killing the boss in the fog disaster, so he didn't take this boss seriously at first. Anyway, thinking that he could be resurrected after death, he stubbornly began to look for the boss of this map. The result is predictable. Even if the boss killed him thousands of times, he still treated the boss like his first love. But now this first love is someone he can neither provoke nor hide from. Seeing that he was in a stable mood, Wen Ning wanted to go forward and ask about the situation, but Wang Yin suddenly trembled all over and went directly into the camouflage made of grass. It's coming! Quick! Hide! Big sister! Don't talk, find cover! Wen Ning suddenly looked up at the gray sky, his eyes locked in one direction, where a huge black shadow, with a pair of wings spread out, was approaching rapidly. The target was clear, it was the three of them. Wen Ning and Lin Han found a nearby boulder to hide. Wen Ning glanced at Wang Yin, who had covered his breathing hole next to him, and a guess flashed through his mind. He took out a bottle of perfume from his backpack and hit it against the sharp direction of the boulder without hesitation. Bang! The glass bottle shattered with a sound, and the rich fragrance came out instantly, mixed with the stench of the swamp, and Lin Han almost couldn't hold it in and vomited. Wen Ning used his eyes to signal him not to make a sound. He also covered his mouth and nose with his hands, and the sound of wings flapping came from behind him, and the sound of the giant falling to the ground was very obvious. With a thump, Wen Ning keenly noticed that Wang Yin in the corner was shaking uncontrollably when the monster landed. He was sure in his heart that this should be the boss of this map. Wen Ning carefully moved his sight to check. The monster that landed should be a giant bat, with the same mud as Wang Yin's. It seemed that Wang Yin was scared to death and wanted to disguise himself with the same smell so that he could avoid the boss's attack. The bat was completely black, and there was a whole row of spikes on the joints of its wings, which were stained with blood of unknown composition. If it was scratched, I'm afraid tens of thousands of viruses would parasitize in the player's body. This bat was very strange. It was said that bats could only hang upside down, but it could actually stand on the ground with its claws. Its long nose, like that of a mouse, stretched out and kept sniffing the air, as if it wanted to find Wen Ning and his friends from the air. Wen Ning calmly sprinkled some perfume on his body. This action made the bat monster turn its head and stare at Wen Ning with red eyes. Just when Wen Ning thought he was discovered, the bat monster continued to move its nose to smell the smell as if it was blind. Wen Ning held his breath and waited. After searching for nothing, the monster spread its wings and left. At this time, there were several coughs behind Wen Ning. Lin Han, the resentful person, couldn't stand the perfume and coughed up tears. The monster behind him came back, and Wen Ning was shocked. Before he could stop it, the monster fell from the sky and pierced Lin Han's shoulder with its claws. Puff! Lin Han was taken to the sky. Big sister, ah! The screen disappeared halfway through. Then a white light flashed, and Lin Han appeared at the edge of the map safely. Only the horrified expression on his face proved what he had just experienced. Big. Lin Han was trembling with his throat, and couldn't utter a word for a long time. He didn't dare to move his shoulders, and couldn't even feel the existence of his shoulders. Wen Ning held his forehead helplessly, stretched out his hand to interrupt him, took out a mask from his backpack and threw it to him. He then took out a wooden barrel and more than a dozen bottles of perfume, violently unscrewed the bottle caps, and poured them into the barrel. Why do you carry so many things with you? Wen Ning originally planned to use these things to exchange survival points with the system, but she forgot about it when Mira interrupted her in the morning, and she couldn't exchange them after entering this map. Wen Ning was too lazy to explain. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to die again? Lin Han thought of the piercing pain just now, and shook his head in panic. While Wen Ning was moving, he glanced at Wang Yin, who was sticking his head out to breathe. Does this monster have any other characteristics besides a keen sense of smell? Wang Yin turned his head, and saw Wen Ning staring at him with an indifferent face. My face felt a little hot instantly, but the mud on my face was so thick that I couldn't see it even though I was blushing. Ahem, little sister, I'm not trying to hit you. This monster is much stronger than the mutant beasts in the Wasteland. You can't beat it. Chapter 190. Wang Yin earnestly advised the young lady in front of him. He even suggested that he could give half of his disguise to Wen Ning, and the two of them could hide under the same grass and hold on to the last day in this map. Lin Han widened his eyes, and suddenly got angry, and kicked Wang Yan to the ground. It's not dark yet. What are you daydreaming about? You don't even know what you look like, and you dare to have ideas about my big sister. Wang Yan endured Lin Han's insults. Not only did he not repent, but he even cursed Lin Han for a grown man succumbing to Wen Ning's hands. Let them weigh their own strength, so that this monster will not be mentally collapsed by the killing. You two, disguise yourself as I said. The three of us will spend the remaining 2 days together, and return to the wasteland safely. No one will know what we have been through. Only God and the earth know, right? Don't be so stubborn. This monster will kill you directly at the beginning, but the means will become more and more terrifying as time goes by. It will make you want to live, but not to die. Do you two know how I died last time? I was taken back to the cave by this monster, and hung upside down on the top of the cave. It held me, and gnawed me for half an hour before I died. When Wang Yan said this, his body trembled again. The fear in his soul made him unable to control himself. Then he laughed like a devil again, looking at Wen Ning and the others, as if he was looking at a bad monster's meal. Lin Han was terrified. Turning his head to look at Wen Ning, "Big sister, why don't we kill him and keep him to disgust people?" Wen Ning glanced at Wang Yan behind him, as if he didn't care. Wang Yan's eyes flashed with a gleam, and then he quickly lowered his head in guilt. She looked back at Lin Han, pouring perfume without stopping. "Have you checked the specific settings of the map?" "Specific settings? Where?" "Open the map, upper right corner." Lin Han did as he was told, and became more and more frightened the more he looked. He turned his head and stared at Wang Yan angrily, and walked up to him without hesitation and kicked him a few times. "You little bastard, are you plotting against me?" Wen Ning took out a few hemp ropes from her backpack and skillfully kneaded them together to form a whole rope. Lin Han's respect for Wen Ning increased. She could find such hidden information in the first place. She is worthy of being the big sister. Details of the Demon Swamp map. To prevent players from playing the game passively, suicide is not allowed in this map. In addition, if players kill each other, they will be eliminated immediately and all their supplies will be deducted. With Unity, you will definitely escape. Big sister, this map is really disgusting. What should we do? What else can we do? Fight. Wen Ning has been in this map for a long time, but she has not seen any supplies that can be put into her backpack. Wen Ning guessed that this boss mission should be the pre-mission of this map, and only after passing it can she really open this map. Presumably, the supplies here should be very rich. Do you have a box? Wen Ning's treasure chests are all in the warehouse, and her weapons are limited. A long spear, the spear head is made of fine gold, with a blood groove. In addition, there is a dagger. Wen Ning doesn't want to fight the bad monster in close combat, and the supplies in her hand are not enough to build an effective trap. If her guess is right, the bad monster will come back soon. Lin Han was stunned, and immediately understood what Wen Ning meant. He waved his hand, and all kinds of weapons suddenly appeared on the ground. "I didn't bring the box, but I brought these weapons." Lin Han was holding a long shotgun in his hand. The weapons on the ground were mainly cold weapons. Wen Ning took a look and found a hunting rifle. It came with a magazine and 10 bullets. Including the bullets in the chamber, there were 15 bullets in total. Barely enough. Wen Ning asked Lin Han to put away the remaining weapons, but Wang Yan on the side suddenly became excited. "Brother, give me one, I can kill it too. No one knows the weakness of this monster better than me. Give me one." He even wanted to come up and grab it. Lin Han tried to avoid it left and right, and was so angry that he wanted to shoot him. Wen Ning swung the hemp rope in his hand, and instantly dragged Wang Yan away from Lin Han, and tied Wang Yan to the thickest tree on the side in a few seconds. Wang Yan screamed in horror. What are you going to do?" Wen Ning's expression remained unchanged, and he rarely said a few more words to him. "You don't have to go to great lengths to provoke us to die. I tell you the truth, I could only do more than this boss in terms of tactics." Then, amid Wang Yan's insults and pleas for mercy, he instructed Lin Han to remove his disguise completely. He also spent a box of mineral water to give Wang Yan a bath. Seeing that his disguise was gone, Wang Yan burst into tears in despair. At this time, the sound of flapping wings came from the sky again. Wen Ning immediately scooped up a ladle of rich perfume and poured it over his head. Seeing this, Lin Han followed suit, and the two ambushed on both sides according to the plan. Wang Yan, who was in the center of the trap, kept struggling. The dark monster in front of him fell to the ground, and Wang Yan suddenly shouted loudly, "This is a trap! Two people, one is on the stone on the left and the other is behind the tree on the right. Unfortunately, the monster didn't understand Wang Yan's words at all, and fell directly in front of him, opening its mouth to take him away. When Ning saw the bat monster fall to the predetermined position, and immediately gave Lin Han a signal. Lin Han immediately jumped out, and fired several shots from the shotgun in his hand, greeting the monster. As the king of close-range firepower, Lin Han's shots hit the bat monster accurately. The bat monster was about to turn around to bite Lin Han in pain, and when Ning pulled the hemp rope on the top of the bat's head at this time, and a bucket of perfume poured down on the bat monster's head, just pouring all of it on the bat monster's mouth and face. The sense of smell suddenly disappeared, and the bat monster immediately panicked, with its head raised high, looking for information in the air. When Ning would not let it escape at this time. He used his spear to penetrate one of the bat monster's wings, and nail it to the ground. Wang Yan had fainted from the shock of the monster in front of him. So he did not see the scene of when Ning killing the boss handsomely. The bat monster's wings were nailed in place, but when Ning did not relax his attack. He took out his shotgun and shot directly at the bat monster's nose. Instantly, the bat monster's nose was torn into pieces. The whole face was bloody. But the strength of the struggle was still strong. When Ning knew that if it escaped, it would be very likely that he would not be able to catch it. At that time, if it was not dead, he would not be able to leave this map. Lin Han, help! The two pulled the hemp rope on the ground and started to wrap it from both ends. Finally, before the bat monster pulled its wings out of the ground, they tied the bat and Wang Yan to the tree. When Ning took the more powerful shotgun from Lin Han's hand and shot directly at the bat monster's face. 7 shots in a row blew the bat monster's head into a rotten watermelon. Congratulations to the player for successfully killing the demon swamp boss. The scene in front of him changed rapidly, the swamp faded, grass grew around it, ponds emerged, and a few unknown flowers bloomed. When Ning breathed a sigh of relief, Lin Han was shocked. Just now, his big sister almost put the muzzle of the gun directly into the bat monster's mouth. Before he could be happy, he saw when Ning's face change. Let's go! Chapter 191. When Ning didn't have time to care about Wang Yan, who was still unconscious on the ground, and didn't even have time to check his rewards before rushing to the territory. Big sister, what's wrong? The territory is under attack. Someone came to the door. When Lin Han heard this, his white and fat face suddenly became solemn, and he ran faster than When Ning. When Ning was confused. Why are you so anxious? My house was robbed. Lin Han was thinking, hurry back, his house is next to the big sister. The big sister's house has so many defenses, others will definitely not be able to break in, and then, they will definitely take it out on his old and broken house. But in fact, except for the small size of Lin Han's territory, the rest of the development is the same as When Ning, and it has all the necessary defenses. It can only be said that this group of people have made the wrong trouble. Your territory is under attack, please defend as soon as possible. Do you want to open the defense measures? Yes. When Ning rushed back as fast as possible. Without a vehicle, she could only run. There are mutant beasts blocking the way, and it will take at least an hour to get back. When Ning was a little anxious. Although her territory defense measures were very good, they could only last for 2 hours. And humans are different from mutant beasts. Humans are intelligent, and will find ways to find loopholes in her defense. Warning, the Territory Defense Authority has been invaded. Warning, the Territory Defense Authority has been invaded. Warning, Territory. Duh. Mira is online. Human Lord, hello, please come back soon. There are a lot of bad guys outside. When Ning was confused while running, what's going on? The system was hacked? System announcement. Territory Merchant Mira has broken through the territory firewall and obtained the management rights of your territory. You cannot remove her within 1 hour. Oh my god, the game has been hacked. You can't play for another hour. If Mira gives up resistance, won't her territory be handed over to someone else? When Ning's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he activated his body skills and disappeared from Lin Han's sight in a few breaths. Big? Lin Han was stunned. This? How high a physique must be to reach this speed? Although he had a bad premonition, when Ning rushed back as hard as he could, while trying to get the situation of the territory. The control panel showed that all defense measures were attacking a group of about 30 invaders in the southeast corner in an orderly manner. The territory has not fallen, nor is it out of control. Mira? When Ning tried to contact Mira, Human Lord, are you almost there? Mira is talking to you through the territory system. Why did you invade my territory? When Ning tried to ask calmly. She found that she had not completely lost control of the territory, and the current situation was still within control. Faced with her questioning, Mira was obviously a little flustered and tried her best to explain. Mira did not want to invade your territory. Mira could not contact the mother planet. Mira tried to break the world rules here. I don't know why she got the authority of your territory. There are invaders outside, just like Mira's mother planet is experiencing. Mira will defend your territory, and Mira will also defend the mother planet. Wen Ning breathed a sigh of relief. This 6-year-old intelligent computer didn't know what it was doing. It was very simple. I'll be there soon, Mira. I'm your support. Hold on. Okay, human lord. System, get out. Wen Ning knew that the game system was the highest law in the world, and such a big defense loophole would not occur just because of a trial mission. Firewall? Wen Ning estimated that the firewall of the game system was thicker than the corner of the city wall. Players, please note that disrespecting the system will be punished by deducting supplies. Bah! Why is Mira here? Sorry, the player does not have the permission to view. Bullshit, I don't have the permission, it just deprived me of the territory permission. If you have the ability, you can put her in someone else's territory, I won't serve you anymore. Wen Ning knew that Mira's arrival in her territory was inseparable from her choice of the alien camp. She was the only one who chose the alien camp in the entire trial mission. Although the system did not have any special rewards, the 2 territory merchants who refreshed provided great help to her territory. Especially Nasu on the first day. She didn't believe that there was no system involved in this kind of preferential treatment. Even if the system wants to use her as a chess piece, it has to see if she is willing. Wen Ning kept moving and quickly approached her territory. The sound of artillery shells was heard from afar, and gradually, the periphery of the territory appeared in front of her. Mira was suspended on her observation tower, and the mechanical eyes on the surface of the eggshell were moving rapidly. The spiked fence in the southeast corner had been dismantled to the 4th floor, and the 5th floor was exactly her territory hut. Wen Ning stopped and refused to move forward. After a long time, the system spoke. Congratulations on obtaining the source of the history book Mira. System prompt. Players will have the authority to view it only after successfully defending the territory. Humph, you little brat. Wen Ning raised the corner of her lips slightly, and put away the parchment scroll in her hand. She took out the hunting rifle that Lin Han gave her, stood next to the bunker 300 meters away, and began to aim with a machine sight on the hunting rifle. The improvement of her physique has improved Wen Ning's strength in all aspects. This kind of machine sight can hit the target every time, which is very simple. Wen Ning aimed at a target, moved his finger down, and pulled the trigger. Puff! The bullet flew out, and the sound of the gun just coincided with the sound of the earth cannon firing, and a player instantly fell forward to the ground. The surrounding players thought he was knocked down by the air wave of the shell, and did not pay too much attention. Only one player keenly discovered that the direction he fell was not right. He came forward to check the situation of the fallen player, but found that his body became transparent bit by bit. This is a symbol of death, and the player suddenly felt something was wrong. Just as he was about to remind her, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet accurately shot into his head. He felt a pain in the back of his head, and his eyes went black. When he woke up, he was already in his own shelter. You have been killed by player Wen Ning, and the trial mission has failed. The remaining supplies in your backpack have been distributed. Please check them. Fuck. Number 1. That turned out to be the territory of Number 1, back to Wen Ning. While the team in front was concentrating on attacking the city, she took advantage of the chaos created by the catapult and earth cannon to kill 5 or 6 players. She directly emptied the remaining bullets in the shotgun. Jack realized the sneak attack from behind belatedly. He immediately shouted, "Someone is sneaking up. Go back to defend." The player turned around quickly and easily found Wen Ning's figure. Seeing that it was a woman, no one took Wen Ning seriously. Especially Jack. "Miss, are you a resident of this territory?" A white guy came forward in a self-righteous manner and saluted like a gentleman. "Please ask your lord to come out and surrender. We have already removed 3 layers of these spiked fences and will attack soon." Puff! Before the white guy finished speaking, a long spear suddenly appeared in Wen Ning's hand and stabbed him directly through the neck. Blood gushed out and splashed on Wen Ning's pure white mask. Wen Ning looked around at the players around him, and bloodthirst flashed in his eyes. "You are so bold." Chapter 192. Wen Ning walked forward with a spear in hand, the killing intent in her eyes almost solidified. Her territory was at the southernmost end, far away from 99% of the territories, and she was not aggressive towards her own kind. She just wanted to collect more supplies by opening up new land, and she did not pursue the ranking list too much. For so long, Wen Ning had been trying her best to survive in the Wasteland. But this group of people, there were so many territories to go to, but they chose to find her. The flame of anger in her heart gradually ignited, and Wen Ning fell into a rage for the first time. Why are you still standing there? Are so many people afraid of her? A blond man rushed up with a weapon, and the surrounding players responded. They all raised their weapons, and surrounded Wen Ning. Wen Ning had just killed 6 or 7 players in a sneak attack. At this time, there were about 20 people left on the scene, including 5 or 6 Yin country players, and the rest were all Western players. Before Wen Ning took action, he deliberately glanced at the Yin country players on the edge. I saw the ruthlessness flashing across their faces, but not towards her. Instead, they were directed at a man in a navy uniform in the middle of the other side. It seemed that this was the leader. Wen Ning sneered. She didn't have the saying of catch the leader first. When facing invaders, her principle was to kill them all without sparing anyone. Jack stood there calmly. In his opinion, the other party was just a little bit skilled. Just now, he had only harvested a few lives by sneak attack. Now with so many people coming together, Wen Ning would not be able to get any benefits. Then he could only lie at his feet and beg for mercy. In the current situation, Jack was not stupid. He had seen that Wen Ning was the owner of this territory, and was indeed capable. At first, he had no intention of coming to such a remote place, but his men said that there were 3 territories here, and only this one was left after one night. The one left must have some secrets. They also looked at the small territory next to it, and Jack was very shocked. The hut in such a small territory was already at the alloy level. Although the territory was small, it had everything, and the types of buildings were even more than his own. Although the big territory next to it was hidden in a high fence, it must be richer. Moreover, this lord must have received some hidden reward to be able to own such a large territory. Jack's own territory was 3 or 4 times larger than Wen Ning's, but this was obtained by his continuous annexation of other people's territories. And where would such a remote territory annex others? So there must be something fishy here. Jack looked back at the flying egg on the observation deck, and greed suddenly appeared in his eyes. Good things, of course he had to get them. Ah! It hurts. Help! Jack's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a sharp scream and wailing, and he turned his head to look at the battlefield. A player's shoulder was pierced by the spear in Wen Ning's hand, and he was directly lifted up and thrown heavily on the spiked fence, killing him instantly. The woman in tight clothes danced with the spear in her hand very fancy, looking like the fancy performers who performed in Chinatown in Yin country before. But in just 2 minutes, 3 players had been killed. And one after another, players were beaten and fell to the ground groaning. Jack frowned and took out a pistol from his backpack. Wen Ning, who was facing away from him, didn't seem to notice. This woman's fighting ability didn't seem to be as fancy as he imagined. The scene was very chaotic. Wen Ning fought against more than 20 players on the opposite side alone. Fortunately, everyone was using cold weapons, and their armor was not as high as Wen Ning's. Wen Ning waved the spear in his hand, and the sound of breaking wind whistled in his ears. Bang! 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 Jack didn't care that the person in front of Wen Ning was his own. He pulled the trigger in anger and fired several bullets in a row, directly emptying the magazine. Wen Ning was not hit by a single bullet, but the chaotic people around him were killed and 3 were injured. TSK, if you don't have good aim, don't use the gun. You're embarrassing yourself in a foreign country, aren't you? Throwing away the player who fell down, Wen Ning clapped his hands in disdain. Puff. Someone in the crowd couldn't help laughing. And Wen Ning was still dealing with the players with ease. The players around him fell one by one, and Wen Ning didn't even breathe. The anger on Jack's face became more and more obvious, and he took back the pistol in his hand. With a flash of his hands, he actually took out a giant machete. Jack's figure was originally a burly type, and holding this machete was very intimidating. The Yin country players around him couldn't help but sweat for Wen Ning when they saw Jack taking action. This size difference meant that Wen Ning might not be able to hold on for long. Several Yin country players discussed it, and gradually came up with ideas. Wen Ning had already knocked down all the Western players who surrounded him. Even if they were not dead, they only had 1 breath left. They couldn't get up at all. Swish! The sound of a sharp weapon breaking through the air came from behind, and when Ning's footsteps shifted, his figure almost became a phantom, and the whole person disappeared in an instant. Jack's machete fell heavily to the ground, and he was very confident in his attack. He had never missed an attack at this distance. Jack thought proudly, as he could hear the woman scream. Bang! The huge force made the machete smash into the soil, and the woman, who was not prepared at all, disappeared. At the same time, a faint voice came from his ear, as if the devil was humming. Too slow, even worse than your gun skills. Jack was shocked, and a huge sense of crisis climbed up from his back to his scalp. Almost subconsciously, he raised his hand to block in front of him. Puff! The sound of the fine iron dagger piercing the flesh sounded, and Jack looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. This is high-level armor. He even wore a wrist guard made of iron, and wood on his hand. How strong is the opponent to penetrate his wrist guard and armor together? The fine iron dagger directly penetrated his wrist, and the offensive did not decrease, stabbing straight towards his neck. Without time to think, Jack endured the pain, and used his other hand to block the dagger just 1 centimeter away from his neck. Then he took out a gun, and pulled the trigger frantically behind him. The opponent is very strong, Wen Ning thought. The dagger is not a good dagger. Her attack was completely due to her 31 physical bonus. Although the man's arm was pierced by her, he did not lose his fighting ability. He blocked her attack at such a short distance, and was able to counterattack. His strength should not be underestimated. Wen Ning quickly pushed away, rising and falling, dodging left and right to avoid Jack's gun shooting. After a beautiful backflip, Wen Ning supported the ground with his long spear, and began to use the advantage of his weapon to avoid close combat with Jack. The opponent's shortcoming is slow speed. Although he is very strong, and has a high level of armor. But the heavy defense made him lose flexibility. Wen Ning switched his fighting style. Since he couldn't kill him directly, he would fight a war of attrition. Wen Ning fought with Jack with his spear, and for a moment, it was unclear who was the winner. The Yin Country players next to him began to get restless at this time. One player seized the opportunity, and threw a small flying knife in his hand in a corner that no one could see. Swish. Chapter 193. Swish. The machete stood behind his feet, and the dagger that the Yin Country player had thrown out was easily blocked. The player was frightened and sweated, and met Jack's eyes with trembling. With cruel and playful eyes, Jack suddenly grinned. The Yin Country player was so scared that his legs went weak. The body tilted, and the surrounding players didn't even dare to reach out to help. They all remembered the players in the territory who were tortured and hanging on for a breath, but not dead yet. It's over. Everyone had only this thought in their minds. The only hope now lies in the big man with a calm face, who combines beauty and martial arts. Wen Ning didn't understand what the players in front of him were shrinking. These Yin Country players should have been captured by this foreigner, and it's not difficult to imagine the inside story. It can be confirmed that these players should not have been used with slave scrolls. This situation is easy to deal with. Just deal with the foreigner in front of him. The spear was retracted, and the next second Wen Ning flew into the air, kicking directly at Jack's face. Jack was not in a hurry, and the machete taller than a man was put back into his backpack. The next second, 2 golden revolvers appeared in his hands. The safety was turned on, and the 2 guns were aimed at Wen Ning, with a cold smile on his lips. Bang 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 bang. Jack fired. Wen Ning twisted his body in the air, and immediately rolled to dodge after landing. He attacked again while Jack was reloading. Haha, let me show you how the gun of the Life-Own Country soldier shot through your head. Since it was a long-range battle, who would use cold weapons? Jack looked down on the fancy weapons. He already has such a large territory, but the weapons he uses are so petty. The egg in the territory must be a high-level item. Use it. If he doesn't use it, how can he wait for an opportunity to get it? Wen Ning's body movements were used to the extreme, and he dodged every bullet fired by Jack at a distance of more than 10 meters. His speed was simply increased to the limit. And Jack seemed to have determined that Wen Ning's attack method was single, and began to take out things in various ways, with more than a dozen guns alone. There were also various hidden weapons and poisonous gases that could be used and not used, all of which were used on Wen Ning. Wen Ning kept turning and moving, and he was almost attacked several times, which made the surrounding Yin Country players tremble with fear, and the timid ones had already covered their eyes. But Wen Ning was able to avoid all the attacks just right every time, and Jack became more and more angry, and his attacks became chaotic. It was like a gambler's mentality, and every time he felt that he was almost catching this woman, but every time he was just a little bit short. After fighting with Jack for more than 10 minutes, Wen Ning finally found the right time to launch an attack. She was seen walking fast and passing by the bullets, and approaching Jack quickly with a dagger in her hand. Jack smiled slightly. It took so long to find a flaw in him, and the attack method was still so stupid. It seems that this woman is really playing tricks. Same trick. Do you think I will be hit a second time? Dang! The micro shield on Jack's arm suddenly unfolded, and Wen Ning's dagger was blocked. The next second, a huge reaction force attacked Wen Ning. Wen Ning flew backwards. After landing, he took several steps back and managed to stabilize his body. Hiss, damn it, I'm used to 001 fighting in the front, but I'm a little uncomfortable when it's my turn. The voice was neither loud nor soft, just enough for Jack to hear. Jack stood there leisurely, with a laser pistol in his hand pointed at Wen Ning's head. Infrared shooting points appeared on Wen Ning's face. Human lord. Do you need help? No. Ha, bitch, my gun is comparable to the speed of light. I don't know how you can hide. Jack looked at Wen Ning almost crazily. He really didn't expect that this woman would let him use all his weapons and still be unscathed. Wen Ning slowly stood up, his eyes neither humble nor arrogant, staring at Jack's rampant smile. Sure enough, the movie is right. Villains usually die because they talk too much. Jack hadn't reacted to what Wen Ning meant. There was a slight sound under his feet, and the next second Jack was lifted up by a huge force. Boom! It was a dwarf bomb. Wen Ning deliberately missed a mistake and approached Jack, and quietly dropped a bomb. Jack turned around in the air for an unknown number of times, and then fell down again. He fell into the pit with a bang. When he came back to his senses from the dizziness, he saw 5 or 6 weapons pointing at him. You can't kill me! Frustration flashed across Jack's face, but he was still as proud as a peacock. I am the base commander of the official base of the Lifeone Kingdom. If you kill me, I can find you at the ends of the earth. Jack smiled cautiously, like a hungry wolf, staring at Wen Ning's face with his green eyes. I already know what you look like. If you kill me, I can also know your name. Wen Ning glimpsed a figure running towards him from the corner of her eye, and tapped Jack's cheek with the spear in her hand. In a playful tone. Then I'm really scared. Jack was angered by her indifferent tone, and was about to say something when he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Big sister, I do it, ah! Lin Han held a machete in his hand, and saw Wen Ning surrounded by a group of players. He wanted to rush up to save her, but saw his big sister turn around. A gleam flashed in his eyes, and then Lin Han felt that his wrist was held by someone. He lowered his head again, and the machete in his hand had been sent out, hitting Jack's chest. You? Jack stared in disbelief, and died unwillingly. You successfully killed the player Jack, and inherited all the supplies under Jack's name, including the captives. Lin Han's mind sounded a system prompt. Big sister, what happened? Wen Ning pulled back her hand, unscrewed a bottle of mineral water, and drank it. Nothing, he said he was very powerful, and if I killed him, he would seek revenge on me. I was a little scared. Scared? A little? Do you look a little scared? Besides, if you are scared, you will use my knife to kill people? Have you ever considered my feelings? Lin Han looked at the players around him in confusion. Do you think I look like a big grudge? The players around him looked at him with sympathy and envy. Lin Han looked at the large area of supplies that exploded on the ground with melancholy. Oh my god, his 20-grid backpack couldn't fit them at all. Big sister, come quickly, I can't pick up these things at all. The players next to him stared at the things on the ground with a covetous look, and their saliva was about to flow out. Lin Han saw that the group of hungry wolves were about to pounce on him, and he shouted loudly. Wen Ning had already emptied his backpack, and walked over with a dozen sacks. Seeing those young country players still standing there, he frowned and asked, Why don't you leave? Waiting to be killed? Chapter 194. Big sister, these remaining people. Lin Han looked back at the players behind him, who were staring at him eagerly, feeling awkward. Wen Ning counted the supplies in his backpack, and didn't even raise his head when he heard this. They are your captives, you can do whatever you want. Lin Han's face was almost wrinkled. He was a person who did a good job except for the mascot thing, and the rest was hard to describe. Seeing that Lin Han was really in a dilemma, Wen Ning thought for a while. Why don't you expel them, give them the territory, and let them stay wherever they want? Wen Ning hooked his finger again, and Lin Han leaned over to whisper. If it doesn't work, you can kill them all, or even eliminate them. Anyway, don't get in my way. These players are Yin country players, and they didn't do anything, and even helped to sneak attack Jack. Otherwise, Wen Ning would have killed them all without leaving a single piece of armor. Thinking this way, he is still very kind. Lin Han was stunned in place, watching Wen Ning walk into the territory, and then close the gate. The next second, the arrow towers were aimed directly at him. It seemed that if he took another step closer, these arrow towers would shoot him into a sieve. Human Lord, you are back. Myra's eyes turned into stars, and her little wings fluttered as she followed Wen Ning from left to right. Wen Ning couldn't help but laugh at her coquettish and cute appearance. Now it's time to settle the account. The matter of you invading my territory. Myra's starry eyes drooped instantly, and the grievances on her face were written all over her. Wen Ning shook his head helplessly, and sat on the steps in front of the lord's hut. He took out the history book. This is the system. That is, the world law you mentioned gave me an image of how you came here. Wen Ning paused for a second before continuing. It said that you can decide whether to go back after you finish reading it. Myra's low mood suddenly became high, and she flew to Wen Ning's cheek and rubbed it desperately. Human lord, open it for me. My home planet is still waiting for me. I will go back anyway. Wen Ning was also very curious about what this little guy's home planet looked like. He immediately opened the book of history. Successfully opened the book of history, The Origin of Mira. The holographic picture unfolded. Wen Ning was amazed at the first sight. This green planet was as fascinating as a blue planet in the vast universe. Home planet. Mira exclaimed in surprise, as soon as the nebula appeared. It can be seen that Mira loves the nebula. Swish. While the two were still immersed in this cradle of life, thousands of huge fleets outside the space surrounded the nebula. A fierce bombardment was launched towards this beautiful planet. Wen Ning's heart was in his throat. The artillery fire was continuous, and all hit the protective shield on the surface of the nebula. Hee hee. The protective shield of the mother planet is made of the highest generation of materials. As long as the vitality of the mother planet is not extinguished, it is impossible. Impossible. Myra's proud expression collapsed instantly. In the picture, the indestructible energy shield in its mouth suddenly cracked under the fierce artillery attack. The subtle click sound was unusually clear amid the roar of the artillery fire. It seemed that Myra's life was shattered. It suddenly rushed towards the holographic planet like crazy, and the eggshell fragments on its body split, as if to block all the artillery fire outside its body. But this was just an image, and Myra's shielding was meaningless. The screen changed, and little Mira appeared in the screen. Mira! This is Mira. Mira pointed at the flying ball flashing with fluorescence in the screen. Wen Ning noticed that the entire screen was full of oval flying balls, and everyone was flashing with different degrees of fluorescence. The clan leader, also the supreme commander of the nebula, was the only surviving first-generation intelligent brain on the nebula. It was the largest in size, but the fluorescence on its body was the dimmest, almost invisible. When he felt the damage to the energy shield of the nebula, he sighed silently. We, the intelligent brain clan, have finally established a prosperous life on this planet, but we didn't expect it to be destroyed so soon. Many intelligent brains in the commander's hall appeared in various formats in an instant, and everyone talked about what to do. The impulse has turned into a weapon, and is about to rush out and fight. As a young generation, little Mira was held tightly in the arms of her parents. Just when everyone was at a loss, the commander stood up. For now, we will activate Plan S later. Plan S? Commander? Is there really no other way? The commander glanced at Mira and shook his head heavily. The hall fell into a strange silence, which formed a contrast with the bombardment outside. Little Mira didn't know what happened yet. She only knew that all the adults on the stage had solemn faces, and there was a trace of imperceptible hope in their eyes when they looked at it. Let's move. At the commander's command, all the intelligent computers on the planet took action. All the intelligent computers were fully armed and rushed towards the invaders that landed after the energy shield was broken. In the commander's hall, 12 first and second generation intelligent computers surrounded the fifth generation, the youngest intelligent computer on the nebula, Mira. The 12 intelligent computers made heavy gestures with their pins, and strange lights flashed under their feet. Finally, everyone injected energy into Myra's body. Mira fainted instantly, and felt her body wrapped in pieces of eggshells. The small body seemed to be wearing armor, hiding the most core and softest things. At the same time, an ancient, thick, vigorous, and powerful voice reminded it. Mira, we will use all the power of the star to extract the remaining vitality of the nebula and inject it into your body. You must live well with the seed. Look forward to the day when the nebula can be reborn in a peaceful and permanent place. Look forward to one day, rebirth. Mira murmured to herself, and she finally remembered how she came here. The commander used up the last resources and exchanged her chance to survive with the laws of this world. The price was the destruction of the entire nebula. It became the last and only intelligent brain survivor in the nebula. The book of history gradually turned into starlight and disappeared. Wen Ning was shocked for a long time. System, this invading high-level civilization, it can't be you. Players, please note that disrespecting the system will be punished. Wen Ning pouted indifferently. Mira in front of him seemed to have her soul taken away, and there was no life in her body. Are you okay? Wen Ning looked at the pieces of eggshell on Mira's body. At first, she thought it was a high-level design. Now she understood it after reading the history book. Each of these pieces is a protective shell formed by the 12 intelligent computers on the nebula using their whole body energy. Mira's home planet has disappeared. Mira was a little lost. Wen Ning didn't know how to comfort her, so he could only keep asking the system, hoping to get some inside information. Mira was traded to the system by Nebula voluntarily. She can only be bound to the alien territory. If the player doesn't want it, it will return to the home planet. Return to the home planet? If the home planet is gone, can she still survive? No. Then how can I let her stay? Can't she only stay for 1 day? Ding! Congratulations to the player for triggering the task Mira's redemption. Buy a territory steward in the territory merchant shopping column to bind Mira as a territory steward. Chapter 195. Territory merchant? Wen Ning stepped forward, and the 2 hairs on Mira's head were drooping listlessly. Click the merchant logo. Nebula Cat's Eye. Survival point 6666, 50% discount. Nebula Chainsaw. Survival points 8888, 50% discount. Nebula Tang Blade. Survival points 9999, 50% discount. Nebula Mecha. Survival points 1, 18 zeros. Is there any need for discounts? Nebula Butler. Survival points 990,000, 50% discount. System prompt. The player explored Mira's origin, so we gave such a big discount. If you still want a discount, you can only increase Mira's favorability towards the player to achieve it. Favorability. The alien territory comes with 50% favorability. When Ning began to think, what good is there in having such a little thing? She would not blindly fall into the system's plan just because Mira had a tragic life. The system tried so hard to encourage her to keep Mira. Could it be? System, I want to know the specific content of the deal you reached with the commander of Mira's home planet. Don't play dead, my patience is limited. This thing can only stay in my territory for 2 days, and when the trial mission is over, can it still go back to the shelter with me? Wait, this little thing, can it really go back with me? The territory steward is part of the territory, and it will appear when the player establishes a territory. Then I have to figure this out. It has been following me for so long. What if it takes a fancy to my territory and turns my territory into a nebula? The more Wen Ning thought about it, the more this possibility seemed to be true. Mira's home planet was invaded by a high-level civilization, causing it to flee to a low-level wasteland planet. But for the wasteland planet, this is not an invasion of a higher civilization. As if knowing that Wen Ning's imagination was getting bigger and bigger, the system finally couldn't help it. Player Wen Ning requested to obtain the Nebula transaction file. Obtaining, please wait. Obtained successfully. Burn after reading. A contract appeared in Wen Ning's backpack. Click to view. Nebula contract. Nebula voluntarily gives the planet's vitality to XX. XX must ensure Mira's safety, and send Mira to a galaxy suitable for Nebula's resurrection at the right time. After all this time, people don't even like the wasteland, ha ha. After Wen Ning finished reading, the paper automatically burned. Sure enough, it was burned after reading, or self-immolation. What does XX mean? Mosaic, players do not have permission to view. Since you have already promised to take care of Mira's safety, it's okay if I don't buy it? Wen Ning caught the blind spot. Player Wen Ning, you are the only one who chose the alien camp in the trial mission. Yeah, what's wrong? Mira can only be bound to alien territory. Yeah. Shit. Wen Ning slapped his forehead and understood the system's intention. You are so wicked. The system is very good. You still have 16 hours to gain Mira's favorability. Wen Ning cursed the system bitterly, then turned around and thought about countermeasures. What is there to understand now? The system is clearly going to force Mira on her. Even if she doesn't buy it, the system will automatically discount her supplies and convert them into survival points. According to the nature of the system, her reward will be deducted at that time. Damn it, you are the only one who can get the wool. Wen Ning thought about it and decided that the current solution was to increase Mira's favorability and strive for the best discount. Mira. Human Lord, thank you. Mira finally knows her origin now. Wen Ning didn't quite understand the powerful empathy of the intelligent brains. Her robot, 001, usually didn't have such big emotional fluctuations. Maybe this is the difference between life and death. After all, 001's thinking is given by the system. Wen Ning reached out and pulled Mira into his arms. The familiar warmth made Mira stunned, and she looked up at Wen Ning's cold profile. I don't know how to tell you, but you should have full decision-making power on this matter. Wen Ning roughly explained the transaction between its home planet and the system. That's the thing, but you are too expensive now, I can't afford you. See if you can adjust your price for me. She couldn't brush up the favorability, but she was still good at trading. Sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Myra's mechanical eyes flickered for a few seconds, as if judging the truth of Wen Ning's words. Human Lord, is there really a chance to revive Nebula? Wen Ning told the truth. The system said so, I don't know, but judging from the situation, it should not be possible at the moment. Mira was silent for a while. Ding! The favorability of the intelligent brain tribe Mira increased by 50%, and the current favorability is 100%. It's so easy to achieve 100% favorability. Wen Ning looked down at Mira in his arms, and a suspicious blush flashed across Myra's face. But the next second it broke free from Wen Ning's arms and flew up. I believe in you, Human Lord. I will give you more advice in the future. Mira knows a lot, you won't be disappointed. Wen Ning also smiled sincerely. This little thing might really be a great help to her. Wen Ning looked forward to opening the territory merchant sign. Nebula Butler. Survival points 990,000. 10% discount. 99,000. TSK system, can you? It's broken. Okay. Wen Ning spread his hands, and it can be seen that this is the bottom line. However, these points cannot be exchanged for all the supplies in the territory. She only has 3 warehouses. After exchanging all that can be exchanged, Wen Ning's survival points reached 48,000. After exchanging her own, Wen Ning set her sights on Lin Han. When she arrived at Lin Han's territory, those Yen country players had disappeared, and Lin Han was installing spiked fences. It seems that those players should be kicked out. Very good, she, a lone wolf player, is very satisfied. Although Jack's territory is large, he has not unlocked the spike fence at all, and still uses a stone fence. It is useless against the beast tide. A cool egg flew next to Wen Ning, and Lin Han's eyes were straight. Before he asked, Wen Ning had already walked to the warehouse. 6 large warehouses were neatly placed in front of him. Big sister, where did you get such a cool mechanical flying egg? Lin Han was envious, and wanted to touch it flatteringly, but Mira was inexplicably hostile to him. Just when Lin Han was about to touch Mira, the eggshell on Myra's body suddenly lifted up. No one present saw what happened, and Lin Han was knocked to the ground in the next second. Fainted. Lin Han. Wen Ning hurried forward to check his condition, and found that he was just fainted, and breathed a sigh of relief. Human Lord, did Mira do something wrong? Mira said anxiously. Chapter 196. After sniffing and finding that Lin Han was not seriously injured, Wen Ning turned back and smiled comfortingly. No, you did nothing wrong, but next time. Mira looked up curiously. You can hit harder. As long as the person is not killed, it's fine. The price of having bad intentions is very serious. Mira thought seriously for a while, and nodded firmly. Wen Ning glanced at the surrounding spiked fences. Now there is still more than half a day before the beast tide of the next day. If Lin Han puts it up for more than half a day, it is estimated that he will not have put it up when the beast tide comes. Wen Ning glanced at Mira. Thinking softly, he asked the system. I also have the authority to this territory. Can I authorize it to Mira? Territory authorization requires the consent of the Lord. Lord? Wen Ning glanced at Lin Han lying on the ground. It's not impossible. He decisively took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and poured it on Lin Han's head. Lin Han woke up instantly and got up. Seeing Wen Ning's face full of teasing and the cool flying egg behind her, he remembered the stupid thing he had done. His face flushed instantly, and he hurriedly stepped forward to apologize. Big sister. Okay, next time, keep your hands and mouth under control, and don't be so curious. Wen Ning gave Lin Han a serious lecture, and got straight to the point. This is the merchant refreshed in my territory, the Brain Tribe. You open the authority to it. When Lin Han heard the Brain Tribe, he was stunned for a moment, and then he obediently opened the authority, and didn't dare to ask any more questions. Because the big sister just reminded him to keep his mouth shut. Mira, you connect the authority of this territory. Mila hated human territory in her bones, and was a little reluctant. We need things from this territory. We can only afford you after we earn money. Mira then reluctantly started to move. Wen Ning always uses both soft and hard tactics. She needs to find out where Myra's bottom line is. She can't just take it back to the shelter without knowing anything. If she really builds a territory in the Wasteland, Mira will not be willing to obey her orders. She may even backstab her. This is not looking for a partner, but carrying a time bomb around. Although Mira is disgusted now, she still honestly connects to Lin Han's territory and helps Lin Han to place spike traps according to Wen Ning's orders. In the warehouse, keep the materials needed for infrastructure, and take out all the others. Do you want the boxes too? Although he was asking, Lin Han was already taking action. Keep the boxes first. So, except for the ones that Wen Ning wanted to keep, all the other materials in Lin Han's 6 warehouses were exchanged for survival points by Wen Ning, including firearms. I don't know why in this trial mission, the weapons that exploded all came with a magazine of bullets. But no bullet blueprints were exploded at all. Even the spare magazines of the same guns could not be interchanged. Once the bullets were used up, the gun would become a piece of scrap metal. So Wen Ning directly exchanged all the empty guns to the system. She now seriously suspected that this was the system's trick. Successfully exchanged for Desert Eagle *2, obtained survival points *10. Successfully exchanged for Nepalese Saber *4, obtained survival points *12. The price of this exchange is also outrageous. If you buy this Desert Eagle from a territory merchant, you will have to pay at least hundreds of survival points. When exchanging for the system, his eyes shrank. Wen Ning would argue with the system at first, but later he became numb. He just repeatedly put the supplies into his backpack and then exchanged them. If he exchanged directly in Lin Han's warehouse, these survival points would go to Lin Han. The most important thing is that players cannot trade survival points with each other. When you finally exit the trial mission, the Wasteland will convert the survival points you have left. 4 hours later, successfully exchanged for Mace *1, obtained survival points *3. System prompt. The survival points for purchasing Mira have been collected. Huh? Wen Ning rubbed his numb wrist. Lin Han, stop, no more exchange. Okay. Fuck. Lin Han looked at the circles of spiked fences and rows of arrow towers outside his territory with a dazed look. The cool flying egg was installing catapults and city defense cannons. All the defensive weapons were calculated precisely to ensure that his territory was fully covered without any blind spots. What a fuss, come on, earn more supplies tonight, and pay Mira tomorrow. The goal was achieved. Wen Ning didn't want to stay in Lin Han's territory anymore. She had to go back and make preparations quickly. Mira left Lin Han's territory and flew to Wen Ning. Human Lord. Can we go back? With relief and excitement in his tone, Wen Ning was also very satisfied with Mira's performance. He was able to restrain his dislike and meticulously complete the orders he issued. The only flaw was this title. But Wen Ning didn't want to correct it for the time being. After all, this was outside, and the vest had to be covered well. Alas, I still like to stay with Z001, without any calculation. Wen Ning bought Mira directly after returning to the territory. At the age of 22, he bought a top-level intelligent butler with full payment. The life of a rich person is so ordinary. Congratulations to the player for successfully purchasing the Nebula Intelligent Butler. Nebula Intelligent Butler, as the name suggests, it is a super assistant who manages everything in the territory and the shelter. It can go to the hall and the kitchen, and it can be both civil and martial, and dare to fight gangsters. Yes, the slogan is very exciting. Mira looks unchanged, but Wen Ning's mind has a vague connection. So far, Mira has officially become Wen Ning's partner. Next, there is the Beast Tide tonight, plus the last day of trial tomorrow. At 21 o'clock, the Beast Tide arrives on time. Lin Han's territory had Mira's precise layout. He killed the mutant beasts one by one. Lin Han held a double juice and watched the arrow towers kill them leisurely. In Wen Ning's territory, Mira installed arrow towers at Wen Ning's request. In addition, Wen Ning personally participated in the battle, and the speed of killing mutant beasts was more than 3 times faster than Lin Han. The system refreshed mutant beasts according to the killing speed. The faster you kill, the more you refresh. Many people in the trial mission were still considering how to ensure that their territories would not be broken, but Wen Ning was already pursuing the maximum number of kills. When the trial mission ended on the second day, there were less than 1,000 lords left. On the leaderboard, several players who were on the list on the first day were eliminated. Jack was one of them. Wen Ning checked the leaderboard and felt a little nervous. He was not surprised to see that he was still the first on the list. Instead, he was relieved after seeing Xiao Nana. Xiao Nana. Hold on. You are my only alias trial mission. Chapter 197. On the last day of the trial mission, Lin Han and Wen Ning swept the supplies in the Demon Swamp map and obtained a lot of limestone. After scanning, Mira found tons of clay in the cave where the bad monsters lived. Wen Ning dug it all up. His backpack only had 40 slots, but Lin Han's backpack had hundreds of slots. Jack, the murderer, plundered and eliminated dozens of players on the first day. By the way, Wen Ning had learned Jack's true identity from Lin Han. No wonder he shouted that day that he didn't dare to kill him. However, Wen Ning had transferred the hatred value to Lin Han, and she was not panicked at all. Lin Han did not show any fear. It seemed that in the Wasteland, the base where Lin Han was located was also powerful. Limestone and clay are both essential raw materials for making cement. Wen Ning has cement drawings on her workbench. Her top-level shelter drawings also require a lot of cement. The map of the demon swamp made up for the materials that Wen Ning lacked. After returning to the territory, Wen Ning immediately began to expand the warehouse. Lin Han's warehouse was full of supplies, and she accounted for 90%. If the warehouse was not full, she would not be able to take it back. In addition, there were so many boxes that had not been opened. Lin Han returned to his own territory and knocked on Wen Ning's door 3 hours before the beast had arrived. He came in mysteriously and took out a large table in front of Wen Ning's lord's hut. Then he began to take out things under Wen Ning's puzzled eyes. Roasted pigeon, sweet and sour spare ribs, steamed hairy crabs, braised pork, and malkshuang. The table was full and still steaming. Lin Han's eyes wandered, and he didn't dare to look at Wen Ning. Big sister, thank you for your protection and care these 2 days. I don't have any skills. I am willing but not able to kill monsters. The only thing I can show off is cooking. Lin Han observed Wen Ning's expression while speaking, and he was full of confidence when he saw the satisfaction flashing in Wen Ning's eyes. His father was right. If you want to capture a person's heart, you must first capture her stomach. Big sister, oh no, Nana's satisfied look made his years of cooking skills worthwhile. Well, not bad. Lin Han was still immersed in his beautiful fantasy, and he was even more overjoyed when he heard Wen Ning's praise. If there was a tail behind him, it would have been up to the sky at this time. Hee. Nah. Can you add me as a friend? The truth was revealed. Lin Han sat not far from Wen Ning with a shameless face. Wen Ning paused what he was doing and looked at Lin Han with an ambiguous look. Although he tried his best to hide it, Wen Ning still saw it. This boy, is he a masochist? He was ordered around by her these days, but not only did he not hate him, he even secretly fell in love with her. You're done. Wen Ning held back the crazy urge to laugh in his heart, and his expression changed vividly for the first time. In Lin Han's eyes, this was a sign of Wen Ning's shyness. He quickly said, don't mind, big sister, I'm just saying it. It doesn't matter if you don't add it. This move is called retreating to advance. If Nana had a little affection for him, she would definitely agree on her own initiative. Yeah. Who knew that Wen Ning nodded seriously and said calmly. It depends on fate. We talk about it when we get back. Lin Han was stunned, but Wen Ning ate the meal calmly. I have to say, this little fat guy's cooking skills are really good. This meal is comparable to what she had in a 5-star hotel before the end of the world. Was he a chef before? The meal ended with Lin Han's self-doubt. Lin Han not only had deep doubts about himself, but also doubted the secret love skills his father had given him. Wen Ning looked at his distraught back and said with emotion, You are not my type, Nana. I'm sorry for you. Xiao Nana, Congratulations on completing the trial mission. Player Wen Ning, you won the first place in the combat power list and the first place in the wealth list in the trial mission, and a total of 3 Lord Orders. The materials obtained by the player in the trial mission have been distributed to the system warehouse for temporary storage. Please take them out within 7 days. The player successfully passed the trial mission, and the rewards have been distributed. Please check them. The trial mission is over. This disaster is over. Tomorrow is a buffer day. The game system will be upgraded tomorrow, and the 3rd phase of the game update content will be distributed the day after tomorrow. The disaster warning will also be distributed the day after tomorrow, so stay tuned. Roar! Who is it? Who is it? I'm your mother. Roar! You're finally back, bitch. Wen Ning returned at midnight. 3 days have passed in the Wasteland, and the system prompts that those who participate in the trial mission will be exempted from the disaster. So the time when Wen Ning and others returned was exactly the moment the disaster ended. The World Channel is discussing the disaster. Wen Ning's shelter is protected by the system, so during the disaster, Hu Zi and Az were not hurt except that they could not leave the shelter. According to Hu Zi, the ground outside suddenly shook, and it stopped every hour. And then a lot of mutant beasts and monsters appeared. They surrounded the shelter. But they couldn't get in, which scared Az. When Ning dragged Az in his hand and comforted her. I brought you a new partner. At this point, when Ning tried to contact Mira in his mind, but there was no response. The player has not established a territory and cannot summon a territory manager. Oh! That's it. When Ning looked at the two eager eyes and rubbed his head. It seems that we have to wait. Hugging the two little ones back to the bedroom, when Ning didn't even think about checking the reward. Lying on the soft big bed, when Ning opened the world channel. After being away for so long, the most important thing is not the reward, but the fleeting intelligence. World channel, what happened? I was eliminated from the trial mission on the first day. How come the disaster is over when I come back? World channel, hello brother above, I was also eliminated on the first day. Manual laughing and crying face. World channel, damn, it makes me angry just to talk about it. That little devil from Gale Country. You attacked me, didn't you? What's your name, Jack? Get out. World channel, I was also eliminated by this guy. But I heard that he was eliminated by our Yin Country players. Ha ha ha. World channel, I envy you big guys, you don't know what we went through in this disaster. World channel, half of the people in our area were killed. World channel, I have never seen such a terrible earthquake in my life. World channel, 1 level earthquake lasts for an hour, and my leg was broken during the 9th level earthquake. World channel, from 3 to 15. 15. The highest level experienced on Blue Star is only 8. World channel, there are mutant beasts attacking between earthquakes. I survived, but the shelter is gone. What should I do? Chapter 198. Wasteland calendar January 26, mild season, 8 o'clock. This disaster earthquake has ended, and the death rate of this disaster is 20%, based on the number of people in the previous time. The disaster season has ended, the mild season has arrived, and the duration of the mild season is random. Random success. The duration of this mild season is 3 days, and the next disaster will be announced 1 day later. Next, the survival manual will be distributed, please check it out. 1. The regional map is further integrated, and the map integration rate this time is 50%. 2. The Wasteland survival trial has entered the 3rd stage, and the Wasteland continent has entered the territory construction stage. 3. The map integration rate has reached 50%, and the damage caused by the disaster to the Wasteland continent cannot be repaired by the system. Please protect the environment. 4. The 3rd stage trial game is launched with the unified currency. The unified currency is survival points, and the barter method still exists. 5. The trading system is updated, and the material exchange window is launched. Players can exchange excess materials for survival points. 6. The trading system has been updated. Survivors can set 2 purchase methods for store goods, survival points, or other materials. 7. A total of 105 Lord Orders are launched in the 3rd phase of the game. Players who obtain Lord Orders in the trial mission can freely build territories. The territory system and the base system are 2 systems that do not interfere with each other. 8. The territory system is open. After the territory is successfully built, the territory transmission tower will be activated. Between friendly territories, each person can teleport back and forth once a day. 9. In the territory system, players can only survive in one territory within a week. After exiting the territory, there will be a 1-week cooling time, during which time they cannot join another territory. 10. Territory system. Level 1 territory can accommodate up to 200 players. Different resource packages can be obtained according to the type of territory when joining. 11. Territory system. The Lord can set the territory tax rate. When players obtain materials, they will hand over a part of them for territory operation. 12. Territory system. Joining or leaving the territory is a double selection process. Survivors and managers need to reach an agreement. You cannot unilaterally quit or kick out, the Lord has a veto. 13. Territory type. The initial favorability between different territory types is different. Players should pay attention to exploration. 14. Territory teleportation. After the territory is established, you can explore a wild map at each level. After occupying this map, you can obtain the right to occupy the map and build a territory teleportation tower. 15. After occupation, survivors can enter the wild map to obtain resources through the territory teleportation tower. When non-territory players enter, the Lord and managers will receive a prompt. 16. There are more features in the territory system waiting for players to develop, so stay tuned. 17. System update, increase the types of monsters, Open more types of ruins and secret realms. 18. System update, improve some details. 19. Regional channel update, automatically merge to 10,000 people after this disaster. 20. Survivors are requested to explore hard, and more new features will be opened in the next stage of the game. System announcement, next, the ranking list and rewards of this disaster will be issued. Please pay attention to it. Wen Ning listened to the update quietly, eating a sandwich in her hand, drinking a sip of milk from time to time. The sandwich was made by a Z, using the whole wheat bread that Wen Ning opened. The eggs were laid by the wild chickens, and the tomatoes were grown in the yard. There are also lettuce, cucumbers, etc. It was late last night, and Wen Ning did not notice the thriving scene in the yard. Z really managed the shelter in an orderly manner, waiting for Wen Ning to come back. The ranking list had nothing to do with her, so she did not pay too much attention to it. Instead, she looked at the gossip in the world and saw Jack chasing a player named Lin Han. Wen Ning was not surprised. Jack was arrogant and petty after several encounters. Wen Ning did not expect that someone from Lin Han's side would come out to reply. Of course, it was not Lin Han himself who came out, but his father, a player named Lin Zheng. And he did not remain anonymous, and he was also very rude to Jack. Lin Zheng 5557, so you are the base commander of the Fierce Wind Country. I am so sorry. I didn't expect my son to offend you in the trial mission. I will write a family tree for him when I go back. Oh, Ba, teach him a lesson. Jack 8365, Base Captain Lin, I can only say that your education concept is a failure for having such a troublesome son. Seeing the other parent come out to reply, Jack immediately put on airs. Lin Zheng 5557, it's the father's fault for not raising and educating the child. It's my fault for you to humiliate me. Stop whining on the internet. If you have the guts, come and hit me. World Channel. I didn't expect you to be such a big shot. World Channel. Ha ha ha. Base Captain Jack, in this case, you and the young master of the Lin family are brothers. Brothers don't hold grudges overnight. Apologize to Lin's father. World Channel. Damn brothers, ha ha ha. Jack 8365. You. Barbaric. Rude. If he hadn't been unable to find the stinky woman who was dealing with him, he would have had to personally go down and spit at Lin Zheng, and the person involved didn't even come out. He got chopped for nothing. His beard was almost crooked with anger. Puff. Wen Ning didn't expect Lin Zheng to have such a personality. Lin Han was a brainless father in the trial mission. He built up the image of Lin's father very high, but he didn't expect that this opening would shatter Wen Ning's filter. But seeing how he mercilessly criticized Jack, he should be a capable person. Jack was eliminated early, and I don't know if he got the Lord's order, but Lin Han did get the Lord's order. This is another good show to watch, haha. Wen Ning didn't feel guilty about transferring hatred to Lin Han. Just now, she flipped through the Death Note, and found that this Lin Zheng was actually one of the big guys who participated in her Treasure Pavilion auction last time. He spent thousands of energy cores and drawings at a time. He is definitely a rich man. Remember, Lin Han, this kid, didn't reveal the most important information at all. However, Wen Ning did not plan to contact Lin Han actively. It would not be too late to deal with him later if they had to deal with each other. The most important thing now was to see the reward she got from the trial mission. Wen Ning could not help laughing when she remembered that Lin Han opened the box until 5 o'clock in the morning on the last night. In the end, the warehouses of both of them were all maxed out, and they were forced to exchange a large amount of supplies for survival points. Wen Ning used these survival points to exchange for 10 laser blades produced by Nebula from Mira. In the end, there were still 100,000 survival points left. As for Lin Han, Wen Ning generously let him take what he wanted, and did not mention the 10% agreement at the beginning. Lin Han was very sensible, but he did not take more than 10% of the supplies. Seeing that he insisted, Wen Ning directly exchanged all of them for survival points. When Wen Ning took more than a dozen warehouses full of supplies to the trial mission, the system prompt was triggered. System prompts that most of the supplies on the player are not suitable for the Wasteland. Do you want to exchange them? Exchange for what? Survival points? System, are you talking sensible words? I just exchanged for a long time, and you didn't tell me. Now you are leaving and doing this to me? The system was silent for a long time. Wen Ning has become more and more shameless since she knew that the system can also bargain. There is no way. If you are not thick-skinned in front of the system, you will be slaughtered. She doesn't want to be a sucker. System prompts that the player can choose to exchange these supplies for other supplies. Wen Ning's eyes turned and suddenly spoke. Any supplies? Chapter 199. Players can bring it up and give it a try. I don't have any special requirements. Just use these materials to offset the materials needed for my top-level shelter blueprint. Anyway, she can't take them back. She has to collect the materials one by one. It's too troublesome. The system was silent for 2 seconds and gave an answer. The materials needed for the top-level shelter must be deducted from at least 60% of the player's current materials. Do you confirm the deduction? That is to say, Wen Ning can only take 40% of these materials back. Wen Ning checked the warehouse. All the marks that cannot be taken back turned red, and the marks that are to be deducted turned yellow. Wen Ning looked around and found that the important equipment, city defense weapons, and the 10 laser blades that were exchanged were not in the exchange list, so he agreed to the system's transaction. Confirm. The deduction was successful. All the materials needed for the top-level shelter have been distributed to the Wasteland. Please check them carefully. Trial task reward. Players who get the first place in the trial task will be rewarded as follows. Trial mission opening reward *2, first place in the battle power list, first place in the wealth list, get 2+1+1 Lord Orders respectively. Player Wen Ning gets a total of 4 Lord Orders. Please note that a player can only have 1 territory in a regional map. Wen Ning recalled the content of the system update, which mentioned that 101 players got a total of 105 Lord Orders. She alone took up 4 Lord Orders. And because she opened the trial mission, even if she was eliminated as soon as she entered, she could still get 2. We have to do our best. After a little pride, Wen Ning continued to read. The materials brought back from the trial mission are as follows. Ironwood, 10,000 kilograms. Granite, 5,000 kilograms. Fine iron ore, 5,000 kilograms. Tin ore, 5,000 kilograms. Gold ore, 5,000 kilograms. Fiberglass *10,000. Hard forged alloy *10,000. Lepidolite *1000. Kyanite *1000. I won't go into details about the basic materials. The focus is on Wen Ning's city defense weapons. Dwarf bomb *1000. Dwarf bomb blueprint *1. Slave scroll *4. Backpack expansion coupon *50. Ironwood defense arrow tower *300. Puppet copy card *12. Earth mine blueprint *1. Earth and gold armor *30. Ironwood crossbow *200. Earth cannon *230. Ironwood lookout *30. Catapult *200. Nebula laser blade *10. Nebula cat's eye *1. Survival points *12,000. Players who initiate the trial mission will receive special rewards. Secret realm summoning scroll *2. Survival points *10,000. Territory merchant refresh scroll *3. The rest is some of the food grown by Wen Ning, and the mutant meat, which directly filled up Wen Ning's cold storage. All the backpack expansion coupons were used, but most of these supplies still couldn't fit. Wen Ning picked some, and put them in the treasure pavilion for sale. The system warehouse can only store supplies for 7 days, and this mild season can only store them for 3 days. Wen Ning looked at these supplies, and decided to consume them. How can we consume these materials in large quantities? The answer is of course infrastructure. Take out a Lord's Order. On the parchment roll is a complex city, with a gold-plated outline around it, which looks very valuable. If this thing is taken out for auction, players should note that there is only one chance to obtain the Lord's Order, and there will be no more tasks to obtain it in the future. Let me tell you. The way to establish a territory is similar to the trial task, but Wen Ning's territory was born with the area she had in the trial task. So this trial task is not that simple, and the starting line is set for people at the beginning. In terms of the choice of geographical location, Wen Ning took her own refuge as the center, half of which included the purple bamboo forest and the dawn forest, and the remaining half, 1/4 was the beach, and 1/4 was the foot of the Wasteland mine. Wen Ning killed some players on the 3rd day of the trial task, and the territory area was 3,000 square meters at the end of the task. Although it is not as good as Lin Han's 4,500 square meters, who made her not as warlike as Jack. The main theme is love and peace. If no one offends me, I will try to be peaceful. Territory camp, alien territory type, commercial. Material required to build a territory. Survival points *2,000, ironwood *1,000 kg, wood *5,000, stone *3,000, refined iron ingot *1,000, gold mine *500, confirm construction. Construction in progress, countdown. 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. No wonder the system reminds players to carefully choose their camps during the trial mission. It turns out that there are also alien camps in the Wasteland. Wen Ning felt a little bit mysterious when she thought that alien merchants would appear in the Wasteland. However, she was still looking forward to seeing Na Su and Mira again. System prompt: the player's territory camp is alien. Human players will get 10 times the supplies if they attack alien territories. Please develop as soon as possible to avoid being annexed. Good guy. You are pitying me, right? Game setting: this is for game balance. Balance your dad. Her establishment is like putting a piece of fat meat among a group of hungry wolves. Even if the alien merchants give her good things, it can't withstand so many people's attacks. You are maliciously provoking confrontation. System prompt: after the establishment of the territory, the merchant's stay in the territory will be extended to 3 days. Please build the territory shop as soon as possible for the territory merchants to stay. System prompt: do you want to change the Lord's hut to the current shelter? Can I still repair the top level after changing it? Yes. The position will not change, the player's supplies are complete, and the blueprint cache function can be used directly. Yes, I have enough supplies. Wen Ning walked out of the shelter. The area around her territory was wrapped in a transparent energy shield. Wen Ning was very satisfied. Because the area of the territory will be multiplied after the territory is upgraded, that is to say, the larger the initial territory area, the more territory area will be obtained after the subsequent upgrade. Of course, more maintenance materials will be needed. Wen Ning took out the design drawings of the top-level shelter. Top-level shelter drawings. Materials are ready. Do you want to cash them out directly? Yes. Under construction. Countdown 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds. Good guy. This cashing out actually takes a whole day. However, Wen Ning is still very much looking forward to having a top-level shelter like a solid fortress in the Wasteland soon. 001, come out. A flash of silver light. 001's tall figure appeared in front of Wen Ning. Wen Ning took out a nebula laser blade and gave it to him directly. New weapon, try it, and see if it fits your hand. 001's eyes flashed with surprise, and the next moment he instinctively took the weapon from Wen Ning's hand. It seemed a little light in his hand, so 001 tried to swing it, but he didn't expect that the weapon became heavier during the swing. After a few rounds, the feel became just right. 001 liked this weapon very much, and walked forward to nod at Wen Ning. Master, this weapon is very useful. It's good enough. Let's go and see the snake nest of the mutant snake king. Tiger, follow me. Chapter 200. The mutant snake king's cave is at the bottom of the entire Wasteland mine. After clearing the level, the trial mission was directly triggered, so Wen Ning has not had time to explore here. I don't know if there are any players who have strayed in and picked up the bargain. Exploring all the way to the bottom of the mine, Huzi sniffed the smell in the air from time to time. Roar! No one has been here. Wen Ning was relieved a little. Maybe everyone is preparing for disasters, and has no time to explore here. The number of shelters in the area map has not increased, but a shelter at the foot of the mountain at the other end of the wasteland has disappeared. Maybe it has joined the base. Wen Ning guessed, holding a dispersing torch in his hand, and moved down little by little. Today's goal is to explore, and don't fight if you can. All the way to the mine where the mutant snake king lives. The exit was hit by the mutant snake king, and a large gap was broken, and the cave wall collapsed halfway. Wen Ning walked in carefully, and there was a different world inside. 001, who had to bend down just now, straightened his back immediately after stepping into this place, and even jumped high. Surprise flashed in Wen Ning's eyes. Although he had seen the size of the mutant snake king at that time, he was still shocked to see the mine where it lived now. Wen Ning first checked every corner of the stone platform in the middle of the mine, but found nothing. Then the mine wall, which was inlaid with a lot of coal. Wen Ning took out 2 pickaxes with high explosion rates, and started digging with 001. Half an hour later. Congratulations on obtaining coal mines *490. Congratulations on obtaining coal crystal blocks *34, nothing else? Wen Ning didn't believe it, but there was no other exit in this mine except the one he just came in. In other words, this was the bottom. Just as Wen Ning was regretting, there was a movement from Huzi. Roar! There's something in here. Wen Ning turned around and saw Huzi digging at a small black pond. Wen Ning walked forward and frowned at the calm water. Why is this pond so black? And it's such a small pond, it can't be that the mutant snake king takes a bath in it, right? Wen Ning squatted down and sniffed it, but there was no strange smell. But there was no movement. Huzi, Turn on the active skill. If the human eye can't see it, then we can only use the plugin. Pet active skill has been successfully turned on, and the number of active skills left today. 2. The number of passive skills. 3. As soon as the active skill was turned on, the map in Wen-Ning's mind changed instantly. Wen-Ning looked at the image displayed on the map, and looked at the spring water in shock. There are fish below. However, these fish were very cunning and sank quietly at the bottom of the pond, motionless. If the map did not show all living things, Wen-Ning would have thought that these were dead fish. Wen-Ning turned around and rummaged through his backpack. After searching for a long time, a harpoon appeared in his hand. Haha, fortunately I still have this last harpoon that I haven't sold yet. As if sensing Wen-Ning's aggressiveness, the fish below suddenly became active. The dark water splashed up and formed a black curtain, which was about to pour over Wen-Ning. Wen-Ning retreated instantly, and threw the harpoon in his hand. Puff! A fish was accurately stabbed by Wen-Ning, and the harpoon pierced the wall of the mine with the fish. The Aurora blade in 001's hand was not a vegetarian either. With a horizontal slash, the next second, a fish was cut into 2 pieces and fell to the ground. Only Huzi, not only did he fail to catch the fish, but he was also slapped in the face by the tail of the leaping fish. Roar! Puff ha ha ha! Wen-Ning laughed out loud without any hesitation, watching Huzi standing there in a daze. Huzi's fur has the function of self-cleaning, but at this moment, the tail of the big black fish slapped its cheek with mud, and the white fur was instantly stained with stains. 001 couldn't help but let out 2 short laughs. Huzi was usually like a little bully, and he had never been so embarrassed before. This made Wen-Ning very happy. Huzi was immediately unhappy when he saw it, and actually jumped directly into the pool of water. The tiger claws moved frantically, stirring up the shallow pool of water. A reminder sounded in Wen-Ning's ears. Your pet successfully killed a big black fish *1, and gained pet experience *5. The waves splashed, and the body of the big black fish jumped out of the water. Wen-Ning and 001 picked up the leaks, and finished off the ones who were not dead. Soon, the shore was full of big black fish bodies. Tiger, come up! There should be no more in here. Roar! I won't! If I let any of them go today, I will be sorry for the slap in the face. Wen-Ning was too lazy to pay attention to him, and cleaned up the battlefield directly. A total of 23 big black fish were obtained. Although the water in the pool was black, the fish were still plump, and had no other smell except a little fishy smell. The skin is dark, and it looks like a big black catfish on the blue planet. Let's go back to have a fish feast tonight. Roar! What kind of stone is so slippery? While Huzi was digging, he suddenly felt a very slippery stone under his feet, and he dug the stone open with his claws. Gurgle gurgle. The water in the pond quickly leaked down, revealing the bottom of the pond. There was still a big black fish in the mud, struggling in vain. Huzi's eyes lit up, and he took the big black fish to the shore. Wen-Ning walked forward and watched the water gradually leak out, revealing the mud at the bottom. Wait, what is this? Wen-Ning stretched out the harpoon in his hand, picked up a metal ring, and used force to pick up a black object directly to the shore. Bang! The object fell to the ground, and the surrounding mud was shaken off, revealing its true appearance. It turned out to be a treasure chest. Found it. Wen-Ning knew that such a hidden task must have hidden rewards. I couldn't wait to open the box. Successfully open the diamond treasure chest *1. Congratulations on obtaining the secret realm summoning scroll *1. Congratulations on obtaining the history book The Destruction of the Mutant Snake Tribe. The history book. There is actually a history book here. The parchment scroll was put into Wen-Ning's backpack, and Wen-Ning wanted to take another look at the bottom of the tank. Pet passive skill triggered. This mine will collapse within 3 minutes. Please leave as soon as possible. Pet passive skill has been successfully activated. The number of active skills left today. 2. The number of passive skills. 2. Oh my. Destroy the bridge after crossing the river. The task is completed. System, you don't do anything. Go. The body technique was activated, and Wen-Ning took 001 and Huzi and ran out of the mine in 1 second before the mine collapsed. The mine behind him began to collapse crazily until all the entrances were blocked. System prompt. All hidden tasks have been unlocked, and the Wasteland mine will be restored to its original state. After the prompt, a new mine appeared. Fortunately, I thought mining was not allowed. Chapter 201. System prompts. The territory has been built. The territory is built. Wen-Ning stopped mining and took 001 and Huzi back to the shelter. Huzi was holding the big black fish in his mouth. He was tortured for a long time, but he was still alive. When Ning decided to take it back and try to raise it. It would be great if it can survive. Azee! We are back. Azee flew out in panic, followed by a cool flying egg. Human Lord. Mira sees you again. Wen Ning was a little surprised. He didn't expect Mira to come out by herself. Azee is timid and might be scared. Azee, who was hiding beside Wen Ning's cheek, shrank behind Wen Ning's collar, but curiously poked her head out to look at Mira. Wen Ning laughed. He forgot that Azee was both inexperienced and curious. But it's good that she wasn't scared. You don't need to call me the Human Lord here. Wen Ning had already tested Mira, so he was more trustworthy. What should Mira be called? Wen Ning tilted his head and thought for a while. Call her the Lord. After deciding on the name, Wen Ning introduced Mira to the three behind him. Mira, the entire territory is open to you. I hope you remember this during the control process. Mira's mechanical eyes focused on Wen Ning. Azee, ZZ, and 001, plus you, are my most important partners. No matter what time, all the resources of the territory must be tilted towards them to ensure their safety. Stars flashed in Mira's eyes, and she nodded solemnly to Wen Ning. Okay, we will live at our new home from now on. Let's go and take a look. Hu-Zee, spit the fish in your mouth into the bucket over there. Hu-Zee had a simple and honest face, and only by looking closely could you see a dark fish tail from the side of his mouth. After hearing what Wen Ning said, Hu-Zee ran towards the bucket that Wen Ning mentioned. Wen Ning took 001 and Mira to familiarize himself with the environment. 001 is about to take office as the sheriff and general of the territory. Azee usually does not leave the shelter, and now she suddenly sees a whole circle of spiked fences outside the shelter, and she looks at it curiously. The location of the Lord's hut is the location of Wen Ning's shelter, and it is now being upgraded. After the upgrade is completed, it will automatically change, and Wen Ning's shelter can still be entered at the moment. Lord, the courtyard wall of the shelter can be removed, and the electric grid can be installed on the spiked fence. Mira made a suggestion. How many materials are needed to install all the superpower grids? Mira didn't find the manufacturing formula on the manufacturing table, so I can't calculate it. Wen Ning then remembered that the superpower grid was made using a synthesis system, which Mira didn't know. Well, then you calculate how many superpower grids are needed, and I do it. Mira answered immediately, 477.7 pieces. The area of the 3,000 square meter territory is circular, and the calculated circumference is 477.7 meters, so 477.7 superpower grids are needed. Rounded off, it is 1,000 ordinary power grids. Wen Ning wrote it down in the death note. This is the warehouse area. A level 1 territory can only build one warehouse, and the shelf life of food inside the warehouse can be extended to 180 days. The capacity of a level 1 warehouse is 100 cubic meters. Build a warehouse first. Okay, Mira's intelligent brain operated for a while, and Wen Ning received a prompt. Territory system. Warehouse is under construction. Countdown 3 hours, 59 minutes, 57 seconds. In addition to warehouses and lord huts, commercial territories of the first level territory can also build a territory shop for territory merchants to refresh and stay. Wen Ning took a look at the materials and knew that a territory shop was definitely needed. Territory system. Territory shop is under construction. Countdown 3 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. The first level territory is equivalent to the barbaric era on Blue Star, where even farmland cannot be built. So the 3,000 square meters of territory is empty, with nothing. Wen Ning walked around and returned to the shelter. She still had one big thing to do. Growth Robot. Navigator 0/1, Engine Core 0/1, Metal Frame 0/1, Mechanical Parts 267/10, Electronic Components 456/10, 20 navigators, 20 engine cores, and 20 metal frames were manufactured in one go. Do you want to manufacture a growth robot? Each growth robot costs survival points *100, haha. Do you still think I'm the poor Wen Ning back then? Now she is Wen Ning with a huge fortune. 2,000 survival points are not enough for her. Confirm manufacturing. Manufacturing successful. Congratulations on obtaining robot guards *8. Manufacturing successful. Congratulations on obtaining robot farmers *4. Manufacturing successful. Congratulations on obtaining robot miners *4. Manufacturing successful. Congratulations on obtaining robot lumberjacks *4. For neat rows of robots suddenly appeared within the vast territory. It is detected that the player has a territory. Can I ask if the mechanical guard warehouse is placed in the territory? What does it mean that the robot guard warehouse does not need to be placed in Ning's panel? A mechanical guard warehouse can be built in the territory. After completing the task, the robot can automatically return to the guard warehouse to rest. The player can control it on the game panel. What's the difference between that and putting it in my backpack? To be precise, there is no difference. The last time I was so speechless was the last time. Shut up. After confronting the system, Ning directly took out the electric energy core. Synthesis. Synthesis is a small step. Upgrade is a big step. Compared with others, Ning's synthesis plugin is powerful in that it can directly turn the robot into a perpetual motion machine. Other robots have to return to the guard warehouse to recharge after a day's work, and they have to rest for at least half a day. But Ning is different. After synthesis, one electric energy core can be used to directly scrap the robot. In addition, the learning ability of the growth robot itself, the longer it is used, the smoother their behavior will be. This can be seen from 001. In the early stage of the territory development, Ning did not plan to synthesize two identical robots, and directly used the electric energy core to synthesize them. Upgrading the territory to level 2 requires a large amount of survival points and various materials. The most urgent task is to get the entire territory running. You are called Thug Number 1, Thug Number 2. Thug Number 8. 001, you are responsible for leading them to patrol the territory on weekdays. Wait, the territory is so big, you can't be more than 200 meters away from me? System prompt. Players can break this rule by building a guard warehouse in the territory. You just said there is no difference. Now you are doing something weird again. Ning's good temper was almost unbearable, and he gritted his teeth and said, what about 001? All guard warehouses can be moved out, and the restriction will become that they cannot leave the territory within 200 meters. That's about right. Ning was relieved and walked to the next robot with the electric energy core. You be called Miner Number 1. You, Farmer Number 1. Lumberjack Number 1. Mira watched Ning's actions from the side, flew to Ning's ear, and said sweetly, Lord, you are really a genius in naming. Ning's mouth twitched slightly. Don't think that just because your voice is so sweet, I can't hear that you are mocking me. With a turn of his eyes, Ning chose a good location to build a mechanical guard warehouse, and looked at Mira, who was gloating. Mira, you will be the steward of our territory in the future. Now, take them to get familiar with the work. Mira, Chapter 202. Dad, when are we going to visit the Zhao family's territory? Don't make trouble. Lin Zheng was big and strong, and he lifted the 150-pound Lin Han with one hand and put him aside. Lin Han followed his father eagerly to build the territory, and Lin Yin beside him sneered. Oh, this young boy is different when he first falls in love. Lin Han's fair face was stained with scarlet, but his eyes were full of expectation. It was rare that he didn't refute Lin Yin. It was all his elder brother's fault. After returning from the trial mission, he said that he was celebrating his success, and celebrating that he could get into the top 100 of the trial mission this time. At the celebration banquet, he praised him a little bit, and was so proud that he told everything that happened in the trial mission, including the fact that he cooked for others and added friends like a pimple, but was rejected. In the end, he cried until he fainted, hiccuping and hugging Lin Zheng's thighs and wailing. Dad, why didn't Nana add me as her friend? Is it because I'm too ugly? Lin Zheng couldn't bear to watch it, and he kept repeating the word my biological child in his heart for more than 100 times. Finally, he couldn't stand it anymore, and he grabbed Lin Han's collar and threw him out of the door. After all, he was once called a domineering CEO who came out of a novel. How could he have such a thing? Lin Zheng and Lin Yin thought about it, and the name Zhao Nana was indeed a little familiar, and she was also capable of protecting Lin Han. There should be only one person who meets the requirements within their knowledge. That is the little granddaughter of the Zhao family. The Lin family and the Zhao family are in the same province on Blue Star, but not in the same city. Both belong to the top wealthy families in the local area. Lin Jing's father and the current head of the Zhao family are comrades in arms. When the only granddaughter of the Zhao family was born, the two families thought about arranging a marriage. But the old man of the Zhao family obviously looked down on the two brats of the Lin family. This matter did not proceed any further. For more than 10 years, the two families have maintained a close, but not distant relationship, forming a three-way situation with the Lu family in the north. Lin Jing's wife, the mother of Lin Yin and Lin Han, passed away early. When she passed away, Lin Yin was just in kindergarten, and Lin Han was a baby who was crying for food. Lin Jung sent the eldest son to school during the day, tutored his homework at night, and had to take care of Lin Han, a burden in the company. He was both a father and a mother, and he also had to be a domineering president. He finally raised the two brats, and was about to leave the company to the two and retire. As a result, the family of three actually traveled through time. Fortunately, the three of them were capable, except Lin Han, and not only did they meet smoothly, but they also established a large base. Lin Han made a significant contribution to the development of his own base because of his European physique. The territory hut is built. Lin Jung looked at the cabin in front of him, and felt that it was not as good as his own shelter. But Lin Han couldn't let it go. This cabin, this is where his fate with Nana began. Lin Yan secretly told Lin Han early in the morning that he had found his goddess, the little princess of Grandpa Zhao's family. Lin Han couldn't help it, and pestered Lin's father to build a territory. Then visit the Zhao family to make a close relationship. Lin Yan scolded him for being worthless, and Lin Han pretended not to hear it. The Lord's hut is built, unlocking the territory teleportation tower. Lin Han looked up, and saw a 30-meter-high spire, with a red light flashing on the top. Below the spire, a circular array diagram appeared. Lin Jung studied the instructions for the teleportation tower for a while, and looked back at Lin Han, who had changed into a suit and tie at the speed of light. The disdain in his eyes was obvious. He waved his hand, and Lin Han ran in happily. The Zhao family was ready, and the territory affairs were handed over to Lin Yan to take care of. Lin Jung was also a little nervous. The old man of the Zhao family, but he couldn't afford to offend him. The territory teleportation tower can be used between friendly territories. Players can use it once a day, back and forth. And the first level territory can only add one friend territory. It was beyond Lin Jing's expectation that the Zhao family agreed to make friends with the neighbor. Could it be that this stinky boy really captured the heart of the little princess of the Zhao family with his naive characteristics? The two stood in the teleportation tower, and a white light flashed, and disappeared in the territory. The moment he landed, Lin Han felt a majestic gaze falling on him. He quickly looked at Lin Jung in front of him. Fortunately, his father was still there. As if he had found his backbone, Lin Han felt relieved. He followed Lin Jung and greeted Zhao Jingli. Zhao Jingli stood at the front of the team with a serious face. Lin Jung coughed twice and smiled. He touched his clothes unconsciously and walked forward. Old Lin. Before he came to the front, a loud greeting came first. Lin Jung looked to the side, and Zhao Wu ran over from a distance with a happy face. "TSK, old boy, now is not the time to reminisce." Lin Jung continued to smile, skipped Zhao Wu who was about to hug him, and stood in front of Zhao Jingli. Zhao Wu was confused. What about the lifelong brothers? Zhao Jingli snorted twice, turned around and went back to the base. Lin Jung looked embarrassed and turned back to glare at Lin Han. Lin Han had already thrown his heart into the Zhao family's territory. He looked left and right, but didn't see the big sister. Lin Jung was so disappointed. "You are already in someone else's base. Can you stop being such a pervert? It's so embarrassing." "Old Lin. I heard that Lin Han got the top 100 in the trial mission." Zhao Wu came up again and punched Lin Han's shoulder. "You kid, you are fat and white like a little chicken, but you are quite capable." Lin Han's shoulder hurt, but he didn't dare to rub it. This is Zhao Nana's second uncle. The Zhao family is even thinner than the neighbors, and Zhao Nana's parents unfortunately died while performing the mission. Mr. Zhao retired from his high position and raised his only granddaughter wholeheartedly. Zhao Wu was recommended to replace his elder brother and join the army. He retired only after Zhao Nana came of age. It is no exaggeration to say that Zhao Nana is the apple of the eye for these two men. Zhao Wu was even more afraid that marrying a wife would be bad for Nana, so he remained single until he was 35. Mr. Zhao was very clear about Lin Jing's intention, but he looked down on Lin Han, so this attitude was normal. But Zhao Wu, the second uncle, actually listened with relish to Lin Han's experience with Zhao Nana in the trial mission. While he was proud of his granddaughter's outstanding ability, he also comforted Lin Han that choosing the right thigh after taking advantage is also a kind of strength. "Nana will protect you in the future." Lin Han nodded like a naive person, and Lin Jing's mouth twitched. "Not only does she want to be your Nana's follower, she also wants to be your son-in-law." It's strange that when Lin Jung approached Mr. Zhao, although the other party was surprised, he did not refuse Lin Jing's visit. Instead, he came out to greet them in person. Could it be that after Zhao Nana came back, she also mentioned Lin Han to her family? Lin Jung remembered that he had met Zhao Nana once more than 10 years ago. The girl was very graceful and agile, not inferior to those who had been formerly trained in the army. Would such a woman be attracted to Lin Han? Lin Zheng fell into deep self-doubt. Obviously, he was also unsure about his own education methods. Now he could only wait and see. A few people followed Zhao Zhenli's team from a distance into the reception area of the Zhao family's territory. A special person served tea, and Lin Zheng took a sip and exclaimed, "In this world, it is not easy to drink such good tea." Humph! Old Master Zhao didn't even give Lin Zheng a look. The atmosphere on the field was awkward, and suddenly there was a commotion outside. The eldest lady is back. The eldest lady. A smile appeared in old Master Zhao's eyes. Lin Han straightened his back and looked out with his neck tilted. But he saw a beautiful and unfamiliar face walking in, and he froze in his tracks. Chapter 203. Wasteland Calendar, January 27th, 8 o'clock, mild season, sunny. System announcement, disaster season preview. Disaster preview. This disaster will come in 3 days. System announcement, this disaster theme extreme heat, this disaster lasts 15 days. System announcement, the ranking list will be updated after the disaster season. Please work hard and climb to the top. The familiar 3 system announcement sounded, and when Ning turned over from the soft big bed. Extreme heat? After drinking a glass of milk, when Ning focused on the 15 days. A half-month disaster, a disaster duration that has never been encountered in these rounds. I don't know what the system is doing again. It doesn't matter what kind of moth it is. Are the thousands of ice fragments in her warehouse enough to play with? The shelter is about to be upgraded, please move. The shelter upgrade is complete. When Ning took the pets out of the shelter, and saw a flash of white light behind him. The shelter has been upgraded, the Lord's hut has been completed, the territory has been officially established, and the territory merchants will be refreshed in 30 minutes. Please pay attention to the reception. The white light gradually disappeared, and when Ning excitedly stepped forward and looked at the new shelter gate, the original courtyard with her own door disappeared, replaced by a bunker-shaped sphere. The surface of the sphere was covered with hexagonal blue glass. The huge sphere occupied an area twice as large as the original courtyard. The overall shape was completely new. When Ning approached, the military gas valve exposed on the ground. The gas valve was unlocked, and the sound of deflation came from everywhere. The door panel of the gas valve was as thick as a 50-centimeter steel plate. 6 horizontal bars are inserted around the perimeter. Once locked, it is difficult to blast open even with a cannon. Players, please note that the top-level shelter requires too much materials, and currently only 5 floors can be unlocked. What? You won't unlock it after all the materials are deducted? System, you didn't cut corners and didn't build it for me, did you? Players can unlock 2 floors when their territory is upgraded to level 2. The system avoided talking about whether it cut corners, but when Ning has already determined that the system cut corners. But now is not the time to compete with the system. Let's take a look at the structure of this shelter first. There are 2 floors on the ground in the shelter. The first floor is the main part of Wen Ning's life. It is mainly the bedroom for Wen Ning and several pets, as well as a gym, bathroom, etc. The area is very large, and the system directly added Wen Ning's thermal stone, and all the bedrooms have temperature control functions. Wen Ning can sleep in a room by himself in the future. Huzi doesn't have to squeeze at the foot of Wen Ning's bed in grievance. The bathroom is no different from the one on Blue Star, with showers, baths, and flush toilets. The food processor is already in the kitchen, so there is no need for a range hood or anything like that. The cupboard contains all kinds of kitchen utensils and bowls that Wen Ning unpacked. Wen Ning has already exchanged all the unused ones for survival points. The remaining ones are just a little bit of ritual for himself. Upstairs, that is, the second floor, is the planting area. The surface of the circular sphere of the shelter is all made of energy-absorbing materials. When it rains, the curtain will automatically open to collect rainwater to the greatest extent. After the first layer of filtration, the water source will enter Wen Ning's filter barrel for storage. The water problem of the shelter has been solved, and the excess water can also be used to automatically irrigate the planting fields in the planting area. With Oz's care, Wen Ning doesn't worry about the yield problem at all. However, the planting area of the shelter can only provide food for 12 people at most. Wen Ning plans to build a planting area after the territory is upgraded, and then the food and other things can be planted in the territory. In addition to the planting area, there is also a small balcony on the second floor, which can see the situation of the territory 360 degrees without dead angles, and this balcony can be raised. It can reach a height of 300 meters and directly overlook the entire territory. Wen Ning did not go up to experience it. After all, The current territory is poor, and there is nothing to see. Wen Ning went down to the underground floor again. This is Wen Ning's work area, where the workbench and personal refining furnace are placed. There is also a small gym on the other side. The smallness here is only for Hu Zi, but for Wen Ning, this gym is not small at all. 2 floors below are the cold storage and warehouse of the shelter. The cold storage is on the -2nd floor. With the support of the system, the temperature that the cold storage can reach is -100 degrees Celsius. The shelf life of food can reach 240 days. The warehouse is at the bottom. The system prompts that after unlocking a new level of the shelter, the cold storage and warehouse will be moved to the bottom. The safe house has not been unlocked yet, so Wen Ning is not in a hurry. After reading this, Wen Ning left the shelter. The territory teleportation tower has been unlocked. Please check it yourself. Wen Ning came to the territory teleportation tower and checked the instructions. It is detected that the player has defeated the mutant boss of the Wasteland Mine Cave. Do you want to occupy the Wasteland Mine Cave map? Wasteland Mine Cave boss? Mutated Snake King? Wen Ning checked the regional map and indeed found that several mine areas in the Wasteland Mine area were covered with green. It should be said that she could occupy this map. Her territory was only about 2 or 3 kilometers away from the Wasteland Mine, and it only took the miners half an hour to go back and forth. But there is no upper limit on the map for territory teleportation. As long as you have the ability, you can occupy and establish teleportation. And there is no limit to the number of teleportations. Wen Ning decisively clicked to confirm. Congratulations to the player for establishing the Wasteland Mine teleportation. Just as Wen Ning clicked to confirm, a white light lit up under the teleportation tower. Several miner robots came out. Lord. Wen Ning nodded, and they consciously walked towards the territory warehouse. After a while, they turned back and disappeared in the teleportation array. Wen Ning checked the ore they had just dug in the territory warehouse, and was satisfied. Ha ha ha, this is completely freeing up my hands. Ding! Territory merchants appear in the territory. Please pay attention to reception. Here they come, the territory merchant. Wen Ning ran to the gate of the territory excitedly, and Mira was already there. From a distance, Wen Ning saw her talking to a merchant with a rabbit head and a human body. Lord. Mira seemed very excited, and turned to introduce the somewhat embarrassed territory merchant. Bai Shui, don't be nervous, our lord is easy to get along with. Wow, she even knew his name. Wen Ning looked at the furry little rabbit in front of him, and nodded slightly. Welcome to my territory. Bai Shui shyly raised her head, and when she saw Wen Ning's human identity, she was still a little timid. Wen Ning directly asked Mira to take her to the territory shop to settle down. Mira nodded, and Bai Shui was obviously relieved. Wen Ning secretly observed without any expression, and did not show any displeasure, until Mira flew back again. Do you know her? Chapter 204. Bai Shui has 2 pairs of long plush rabbit ears, and is curiously looking at the surrounding environment. Wen Ning looked at Mira, who was starry-eyed, and seemed to like Bai Shui very much. Mira didn't know Bai Shui before, but Mira has the consciousness of the nebula in her body, and can find information about thousands of small worlds. Wen Ning raised his eyebrows, and glanced at the small Bai Shui. She was carrying a small cloth bag on her body, and was dressed very simply. Where is she from? Mira can only find out that she is from the Orc continent, but she looks so cute. Wen Ning smiled with a curled lip. She is really cute, but it's not good to be so afraid of her all the time. Mira, take good care of her. You can go to the kitchen to get some snacks, and let Aziz make them for you. After the new shelter was built, the kitchen was decorated very beautifully, and Aziz immediately fell in love with the new kitchen. She stayed in it every day and didn't come out, studying new recipes. Bai Shui is not in a hurry. Territory merchants can stay for up to 3 days. Let's wait for the transaction. Wen Ning returned to the shelter, and opened the territory panel. The territory information popped up. Territory, nameable. Belongs to, Wen Ning. Territory camp, alien camp. Territory type, business. Territory level, 1. Territory buildings, territory hut, territory transmission tower, territory warehouse, territory shop, territory guard warehouse. Territory upgrade, next level, level 2, required materials, survival points 30,000, ironwood asterisk 2,000 kilograms, granite asterisk 200 kilograms, refined iron asterisk 200 kilograms, gold mine asterisk 200 kilograms. Territory residence, 1. Wen Ning checked the basic situation of the territory. Wen Ning had enough materials for level 2, so he clicked to upgrade. The upgrade time is 3 days. After the territory is upgraded to level 2, it can reach an area of 6,000 square meters. At that time, you can also unlock buildings such as the territory cafeteria and weapon shop. Do you want to name the territory? Name it Guangming. Wen Ning said casually. The territory is named successfully. System, if I build another territory, can it only be an alien camp? Yes. Then is her territory necessary to be so large? Alien territories cannot absorb human players. Wen Ning is a little confused about the meaning of this territory upgrade. Her current territory is located at the junction of the ocean, mines and forests, and the area can be said to be just right. After deducting the points for the territory upgrade from the survival points that Wen Ning can use, there are still 23,549 left. So many survival points should be enough for her to squander on the territory merchants. World Channel, has anyone established a territory? Are you hiring people? World Channel, although there are only 105 Lord Orders in the entire Wasteland, someone should have established one. World Channel, there is a Lord in our area, and his territory is 800 square meters. World Channel, what? Our territory is only 400 square meters. The daily cost of maintaining the territory is 1,200 wood, 800 stone, and 400 refined iron. World Channel, the initial area of the territory is only 100 square meters, and the rest is obtained by eliminating players in the trial mission. The bigger the territory, the more players will be eliminated. World Channel, what can you say? The bigger the initial territory, the greater the player's ability. Everyone must be careful when choosing a territory. World Channel, but the bigger the territory, the higher the maintenance cost and the higher the tax rate. World Channel, Jack's territory is recruiting high-quality players. There are currently more than 120 players in the territory, making it the largest territory in the world. World Channel, more than half of our players have experience in killing players, and more than 50 have participated in military service and have super combat power. The personal safety of players who join can be guaranteed absolutely. World Channel, Jack's territory only requires 20% tax. World Channel, Jack's territory joining conditions. Male height not less than 1.7 meters, physical fitness not less than 20, female height not less than 1.6 meters, physical fitness not less than 18. World Channel, special blueprint owners can relax the conditions. Wen Ning frowned. Is this Jack's territory the Jack she knows? Jack established a territory? Where did the Lord's order come from? Thinking about it, Wen Ning shook his head and laughed. How could it be that only Jack in the Fierce Wind Country entered the trial mission? It should be the Lord's order obtained by other players. The World Channel has basically been flooded with information about the territory recruiting people. Except for the 4 Lord's orders in Wen Ning's hand, there are 100 Lord's orders in the hands of other players. Even if everyone established a territory, the number of players that a first-level territory can accommodate is only 20,000, which is only the number of people in 2 regional channels. And it is still unknown how the territory can help with disasters. Currently, there are more bases in the world. Lord, Bai Shui wants to see you. Myra's voice suddenly rang in her mind. Wen Ning was surprised that this rabbit merchant actually wanted to see her. Turning to the territory shop, Wen Ning saw the 2 furry ears of the rabbit merchant from a distance. The moment Bai Shui saw Wen Ning, her ears stood up, and then drooped down the next second. There was timidity and expectation in her eyes. Wen Ning tried to make himself look less indifferent, and approached Bai Shui's counter. Hello? Hello, human lord, where are your people? I don't have any subjects. Wen Ning replied. Not only did he not have any subjects, but he probably never had any subjects. Bai Shui was stunned for a moment. She did not see any other humans in Wen Ning's territory. She thought that all the humans had hidden away. Bai Shui's eyes flashed with disappointment. What if she didn't have any subjects? All the food she brought out this time was what humans love to eat. If they couldn't sell it, how could their race have the money to buy weapons? What if the lions attacked the village? Wen Ning spoke directly, as if he saw the concerns of the rabbits. Can I see your goods? The rabbit merchants remembered the rules of this world, and subconsciously put on a merchant's smile. Wen Ning didn't care whether she refused or not. It was my territory, and I was the boss. Click the sign above the territory merchant's head. Territory merchant goods. Fruit pudding ice cream. Survival points 100, 10 remaining. Oxy yogurt frozen. Survival points 100, 10 remaining. Strawberry crispy ice cream. Survival points 100, 10 remaining. Shinseong glutinous rice dumplings. Survival points 100, 10 remaining. Chocolate cone. Survival points 100, 10 remaining. Peach ice cream. Survival points 110 remaining. Wen Ning looked at Bai Shui with a soft face in shock. This is an ice cream merchant. Not only an ice cream merchant, but also an ice cream assassin. Chapter 205. Now Wen Ning no longer finds Bai Shui cute when she looks at her innocent face. You can obviously rob me, but you insist on giving me an ice cream. And it's already discounted. I only have 50% favorability, and you sell me an ice cream for 100 points. I can only buy more than 200 ice creams with these points, right? I want to see what kind of ice cream is so valuable. He complained and chose honestly. After choosing for a long time, he chose the safest ice cream with pudding flavor and bought it. Bai Shui's face was full of surprise. The clan leader's grandmother was right. Although humans are cruel, they are really rich. This money is enough for her to go back and buy 2 spears. I just hope that this human lord can buy more so that she can make more money. She only has 3 days. After returning this time, she will have to submit a new application to come here. Congratulations on getting 1 fruit pudding ice cream. Lost 100 survival points. Fruit pudding ice cream. Made by the rabbit cook from the Orc continent, it gives food a more delicious taste and more magical properties. Fruit pudding ice cream immediately increases 10 energy points after consumption and can achieve a cooling effect, specifically lowering the body temperature to 37 degrees Celsius and lowering the temperature around the body to a comfortable temperature of 22 degrees Celsius, which lasts for 2 hours. Cooling down. Wen Ning immediately thought of the extreme heat disaster 3 days later. Do these ice creams have the same effect? Wen Ning asked Bai Shui anxiously. Bai Shui didn't look very surprised at Wen Ning's expression at first. Still worried whether it tastes bad. At this moment, facing Wen Ning's question, she nodded honestly. Yes. Yes, these ice creams have the same effect, but the taste is different. How many did you bring? 1. 1,000 sticks. 1,000 sticks. Fortunately, Wen Ning almost said that she wanted them all. Did she grasp the trick to pass the level? Wen Ning immediately began to calculate how many ice creams she could buy with the supplies and survival points in her hand. The extremely hot time is 15 days, 24 hours a day. Even if the shelter can reduce the temperature by 100 degrees Celsius, she can't stay in the shelter all the time. Based on 12 hours from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. every day, she needs 6 ice creams a day to maintain a comfortable body temperature. 15 days requires 90 sticks. Add Hu Z and a Z, a total of 270 sticks need to be prepared. Her survival points are not enough. Wen Ning rolled his eyes. He thought of a good idea. Give me 100 first. Wen Ning spoke directly. Bai Shui suddenly looked up at Wen Ning. Her ice cream was so delicious, and this human lord wanted 100 at once? This is not a small amount. Don't worry, Bai Shui, the lord will not buy on credit. Mira flew between the two of them, thinking of Wen Ning's generosity when he bought her. He took 100,000 survival points at will. Now this is nothing. Bai Shui was still a little dazed until she saw the numbers in her account. This money was enough for her to buy 200 spears, more than the rabbits in their village. If she could sell another 100 spears, she could arm the entire tribe of rabbits to the teeth. Bai Shui's hands were shaking with excitement. But she still put 100 ice creams of 10 different flavors on the counter. Wen Ning waved and put them all into his backpack. He did not leave the shop and sat down directly. He started editing information in the Treasure Pavilion shop interface. First, he removed all the goods from the shelves and put all the goods columns on the shelves as ice cream. After editing the information, he sent it. World Channel, Treasure Pavilion. Treasure Pavilion has new products, limited time summer ice cream, classic small pudding, rich chocolate. There is always one that you prefer, only 500 points for one. World Channel, Treasure Pavilion has new food again. Chef shop owner, you are back. World Channel, report. Someone robbed in broad daylight. Ice cream assassin drove to the Wasteland, right. World Channel, pure passerby. But I have heard of the reputation of Treasure Pavilion, but this time it is really too much. This ice cream is definitely 500 points each. The popularity of Treasure Pavilion is self-evident. As soon as Wen Ning's news was released, people immediately paid attention. But a minute passed, and everyone was discussing Wen Ning's price. No ice cream was sold. Wen Ning waited quietly. The goods on the shelf have been sold, and survival points asterisk 500 were obtained. Here it comes. The first person to eat crabs, World Channel. Oh my god, stop talking. Let's go check out the properties of the ice cream before you start to criticize. World Channel, stop looking, it's sold out. I was too slow to grab one. World Channel, oh my god, the shelves are empty. World Channel, shared product properties, anyone can view. World Channel, This. Isn't this prepared for the next disaster? This is too coincidental. World Channel. Ignore the temperature, directly lower the temperature to 22 degrees. Will the store continue to sell it? Ah! Don't feel bad for my wallet. World Channel. Treasure Pavilion. I am the Lord of Zeus's territory. I have packed all the remaining ice creams according to 1,000 survival points. World Channel. Treasure Pavilion. 1,000. I still have 500. You pay first? World Channel. Goodbye. Sorry to bother you. Can I buy 10? World Channel. Ha ha ha. You are still a lord with this. Go to Treasure Pavilion. Don't pay attention to this person. When Ning confronted the ignorant person and directly rejected all those who sent private messages to the backstage to lower the price. It was very kind of her not to auction such a good thing, mainly because auctioning was too time-consuming. When Ning didn't have that much time to waste on this. There were a total of 10 shelves in the Treasure Pavilion, and she could only put 100 ice creams on the shelves at a time. Fortunately, the advertisement was good, and basically the ice creams were sold out in a few seconds after they were put on the shelves. When Ning was also very conscientious and did not raise the price, and it was still 500 survival points per piece. After 3 rounds, when Ning was about to go to the 4th round, the friend channel rang. Lucier 1267. Store, 600 ice creams per piece, consider it? When Ning stopped and replied to Lucier's message. Private chat channel. How much do you want? Lucier 1267. I take as many as you can, and I also want healing potions. When Ning frowned, healing potions? How did this big boss get injured again? How can he survive in the wasteland when he is so weak? Private chat channel. I can give you 300 ice creams, but there is no healing potion for the time being. Lucier 1267. Let's make a deal first. If you take the trouble to find the healing potion for me, I will reward you handsomely. Lucier looked at Su Luo, who was running a fever and unconscious. The medical staff in the territory surrounded him. Nialan used up all her supplies to save Su Luo's life. As soon as he got the ice cream, Lucier handed it to the medical staff. The nurse didn't care about anything else. She melted the ice cream through the packaging bag with her hands, and fed it into Su Luo's mouth through the hole. It's gone! The fever is gone! Chapter 206. Bai Shui walked into the teleportation array in a daze, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. It's only 2 o'clock in the afternoon in the Wasteland time. She has only been in the territory of this human lord for a few hours, and all 1,000 ice creams have been sold out. Go back, didn't you say something happened at home? Mira squinted her starry eyes and urged. Although she really liked the cute Bai Shui, she saw Bai Shui's nervousness at the beginning. She knew that something must have happened at Bai Shui's home. Mira was an intelligent computer, and had seen what happened at Bai Shui's home through Bai Shui's micro-expressions. She herself had regrets, but she couldn't let Bai Shui repeat the same mistakes. By the way, don't bring ice cream next time you come. As soon as she saw Bai Shui's yearning expression, Mira knew what she was planning. This world is about to face a disaster, and the temperature will rise to a level that humans can't stand. That's why her ice cream with special effects is so popular. Bai Shui was stunned, with shock in her eyes, but the teleportation array had already started, and with a flash of white light, Bai Shui disappeared from the spot. System prompt. The territory merchant has left, and the next territory merchant refresh time is 3 days later. 1,000 ice creams of various flavors. When Ning kept 400 for himself, put 400 on the shelf of the treasure pavilion, and sold 300 to Lucier. Not only did Wen Ning not spend any survival points, but he also made a net profit of 280,000 survival points. Adding the original balance, Wen Ning's survival points directly exceeded 300,000. This merchant is really lovable, and Wen Ning has begun to look forward to the arrival of the next territory merchant. Mira, build some more furnaces and smelt all the ores. With so many survival points, Wen Ning bought the blueprint of the furnace in the market for 1,000 points, and directly opened a workshop in a corner of the territory. It is always not cost-effective to always use or to exchange for metal ingots. Although the territory is large, there is only Wen Ning as a human at present, which seems very empty. 001 took 002 and thugs number 1, 2, 3 and 4 to train and patrol in the territory, and Hu Zi was excited to follow. Fortunately, 001's force was enough to suppress Hu Zi. With Wen Ning's instruction, 001 beat Hu Zi without any care. But Hu Zi didn't dare to complain to Wen Ning for the sake of face, otherwise he would be ridiculed. 003 followed a Z to take care of the fruits in the purple bamboo forest. Wen Ning could harvest them with one click, but people had to be present. When there was no time, as he could only pick them one by one. As a gardener robot, 003 knew how to pick fruits. When Ning took out the history book found in the mutant snake cave. It's time to unveil your mystery. Successfully open the history book. The demise of the mutant snake clan. The holographic picture was instantly displayed. The picture started with a territory on the wasteland. Tall buildings stood everywhere in the territory, and the surface was all covered with plexiglass, reflecting light under the ultraviolet rays of the sun. A circle of tall walls isolated the disaster outside. The scenery outside was extremely desolate, and there was no green plant to be seen. The desolate ground looked like it had suffered a radiation disaster. The land was all burnt, and the dead trees turned into powder when blown by the wind. The sunset looked bloody. A group of mutant snakes dragged their injured bodies towards the territory. On the city wall, a large number of survivors suddenly appeared, wearing various armors. Holding weapons, they stared at the mutant snakes under the city wall. The mutant snake in the lead was slightly larger than the one next to it. It looked up at the human on the city wall. Pain gradually appeared in its eyes, and it stood up, showing its 7 inches to the human without reservation. A man who looked like a lord opened the city gate, holding a long halberd in his hand, with a strong sense of vigilance in his eyes. The mutant snakes pleaded in their eyes, and the human lord spoke. "Why are you here again? I said that my territory cannot accommodate foreigners. I know you are also thinking about your people, but I also have to think about my people." The human lord had a righteous face, as if the mutant snake had made some unreasonable demands. The mutant snake king lowered his head, and the hundreds of mutant snakes following behind him followed suit. Hundreds of mutant snakes opened their green eyes and bowed their heads in submission, which looked a little weird. This extremely hot natural disaster has lasted for 2 months, and all the plants and animals outside have become extinct. The mine where the mutant snakes lived collapsed, and all that flowed out from the ground was magma. The mutant snake king had nowhere to go, and could only bring the remaining snakes to ask for help from humans. However, no territory in the Wasteland continent was willing to accept aliens, and the pain in the mutant snake king's eyes became more and more obvious. Suddenly, he raised his head and howled, and hundreds of mutant snakes behind him suddenly raised their heads, looking at the king with eyes full of resentment. The lord was shocked, and the powerful pressure of the snake king made him take a few steps back. With a fierce look in his eyes, he raised the weapon in his hand and aimed it at the mutant snake king. "Don't be impulsive. There is a way to solve this problem." The mutant snake king was stunned, stopped wailing, and looked cautiously at the weak-looking human under his feet. The human lord's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he looked at his companions on both sides and spoke slowly. "There is a deserted mine near our territory. We have dug up all the mines inside. There is a lot of space inside, which can accommodate you." "How? We just came out of the mine, and you want us to go in again?" "Don't worry, I have a lot of ice energy cores here, which can be embedded in the wall of the mine to cool down." Speaking of this, he was afraid that the mutant snake king would not believe it, so he took out an ice energy core and stuck it on the mutant snake king's body. The icy and cool feeling immediately came from the skin, and the mutant snake king immediately believed the words of the human lord. "How about it? We can still provide you with food and water. You just need to hold on in the mine until the disaster is over. We won't bother each other." The mutant snake king was obviously moved, but he knew that humans would not do anything without benefits, and it was impossible for them to help so easily. Sure enough, the human lord spoke the next second. "The conditions are very simple. We need the energy core in your body." When Ning only then realized that the mutant beasts also had energy cores in their bodies. But he had killed so many monsters, but there was no explosion at all. In the picture, the mutant snake heard the human's request, and the snake's eyes were suddenly full of entanglement. The energy core in their mutant beasts is the source of their ability. Without this energy core, although they will not die, their ability will be greatly reduced, and they will be weak for a long time. But the human took out a lot of food and water, and gained the trust of the mutant snake king with his eloquence. The mutant snake king glanced at the people behind him, and raised his head. A glowing stone began to move upwards at the 7-inch point of the snake's body, and gradually fell out of its mouth. The mutant snake king rolled up his energy core with his tail, and handed it to the human lord. The human lord's eyes lit up, and the team behind him filed out, eager to take the energy cores that the mutant snakes voluntarily handed over. "The lord is awesome. If we go to war with the mutant snakes, I don't know how many people we will lose to get these cores." "What are you talking about? Fair trade, we take so many ice energy cores to the mine, and there is also food and water, which is not enough for our territory." After the lord collected the energy core, he said to the mutant snake king, "Let's go, we will take you to the mine next door." After handing over the energy core, the mutant Snake King shrank a lot, and his body was still a little weak. At this time, following the human lord to the mine, he did not see the treacherous eyes of the human leading the way in front. Chapter 207. Seeing this, Wen Ning actually had some guesses about what would happen next. The Wasteland mine in the holographic image looked very familiar, not much different from the copy he had entered. It was just that the surrounding environment was different. There were no beaches or forests around. The mighty team was very long, and the mutant snakes had been dehydrated for too long. The wounds on their bodies were curled up due to the heat, and they crawled with difficulty. There was not a single cloud in the sky, and the sun shone directly on the earth, with scorched earth everywhere, and the mountains in the distance were shrouded in a strange gloom. The team walked towards the Wasteland mine, and the human lord brought the mutant Snake King to the entrance of a mine cave. The mutant Snake King poked his head in and looked inside. There was a hint of coolness inside, which was different from the heat they had been in. The mutant Snake King was yearning, and he couldn't wait to get in without the human lord saying anything. The mutant snake group behind him followed the mutant Snake King and swam in. No one noticed the smugness on the faces of the humans who were guarding around. When the last mutant snake entered, the human lord suddenly changed his expression. Close the door. The heavy stone door was closed, and the survivors around quickly blocked the entrance of the Wasteland mine with a large stone. Howl! The screams of the mutant snakes in the mine continued, and the mutant Snake King was even more furious. The howls were full of fear and anger, and they hit the entrance with all their strength. But the mutant Snake King had just voluntarily handed over his energy core, and his weak body had no way to open the barrier set by humans. The wind whistled past, but it could not cover up the survivors' crazy laughter. Ha ha ha! The Lord has a good plan. Let these mutant snakes voluntarily hand over their energy cores, and then trick them into this mine to become our food. The Lord looked complacent, but he looked at the cave entrance with disgust. He was playing with the mutant Snake King's colorful glass energy core in his hand. Only the king of a clan could have such a clear energy core. And this one core can be worth tens of thousands of ordinary energy cores. It can only be blamed on its stupidity. It actually believed that aliens would help them in the Wasteland. Find someone to guard the exit. These mutant snakes are the last food for our territory. The people around cheered. With these hundreds of mutant snakes, their territory will definitely be able to hold on to the end of the survival game. The picture gradually darkened, and the night of the Wasteland fell. In the human territory, people drank and ate meat, laughed and talked, while the mutant snakes in the mine were dying. As time went on, the mutant snakes gradually couldn't hold on in the extremely hot disaster. One after another, the mutant snakes died of starvation, and a strong hatred rose in the mutant Snake King's heart. In the end, all the mutant snakes died in the mine, and the human territory could not escape the fate of extinction. The holographic picture ended here. It turned out that the mutant snakes in the desert mine dungeon were actually this group. No wonder these mutant snakes were so hostile to her. Can extreme heat really reach such a terrifying level? When Ning looked at the scorched earth, which was lifeless, and could not even see a fly. The bodies that starved to death in the wild were all skinny, and the heat radiation caused the fur on their bodies to catch fire instantly. Even the bones could be turned into ashes in an instant. This isn't just hot weather, this is hell. Is there any way to escape? When Ning's brain started to work quickly. It would take 3 days for his territory to be upgraded to level 2. 3 days later is exactly when the extreme heat will come. This time, the extreme heat will last for 15 days, not as long as the several months in the history book. When Ning slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know if the history book was talking about the Wasteland continent, but he still had to prepare in advance. When Ning was relieved to have Mira to help him with the territory. Find 001 and Huzi. You two, accompany me to the secret realm. When Ning took out a secret realm summoning ticket. Do you want to use the secret realm summoning ticket? When Ning chose to use it after he walked out of the territory, player discovers the secret realm. Tip: there is no time limit for exploring the secret realm. Players can freely choose the exit time. Death in the secret realm will be considered as game death. Detection of players carrying pets. Please note that pets will fall into a dormant state if they die in the secret realm. Special props can revive them. If they are not revived within 7 days, they will be considered completely dead. If the player dies, the pet will die as well. Detection of players entering the secret realm. Chat channel closed, trading channel closed, map switched, secret realm exit marked. The upper limit of the backpack in the secret realm is open to infinity. This is the first time when Ning has entered the secret realm. Players all over the world say that the secret realm is a benefit given to players by the game, and the products inside are very rich. Wen Ning appeared at the entrance and smelled the sweet fragrance in the air. When the white mist dissipated, it turned out to be full of wild strawberries and raspberries. The stream gurgled and flowed into a lake. Oh my god! This is so beautiful! In the small woods in the distance, there were densely packed fruits, which were no less than Wen Ning's own orchard. The varieties were richer than those planted by Wen Ning, and they were endless. Looking at the rolling mountains, the air was filled with the fragrance of green grass, moist and joyful. Wen Ning almost thought he had entered a fairyland. A place like this is so comfortable that people want to settle down here. Hu Zi had already run out. It often stole Wen Ning's fruits, so it naturally knew that all the red fruits on the tree were delicious. Since it couldn't pick them all anyway, Wen Ning just let him have fun and took 001 to the lake. The lake reflected the green trees and blue sky, and a guess flashed through Wen Ning's mind. Take out a cup from the backpack and scoop up a cup of water from the lake. Congratulations on winning 1 cup of top-grade pure natural spring water. Pure natural spring water. Top-grade pure natural mineral water. Have you heard of the spiritual spring in the novels about cultivating immortals? Of course, it can't compare, but this spring water can slowly restore energy and treat internal injuries. If it is used to make medicine, it can also achieve unexpected results. The system rarely explains so much, and Wen Ning can see that the water in front of him is extraordinary. He raised his head and drank a cup. The sweet feeling spread from his throat to the bottom of his heart. Wen Ning felt that this water was sweeter than any brand of mineral water she had ever drunk. It would be great if we could take this lake away directly. 001 was guarding Wen Ning diligently and responsibly. When he heard Wen Ning's words, his eyes flashed with surprise. The master actually wanted to take the entire lake away, but then again, if it was the master's words, it seemed that there was nothing he couldn't do. 001 has become a brainless Wen Ning braggart. But Wen Ning, although she knew she couldn't take the entire lake away, she didn't want to give up the water. He paused for a moment. Got it. Chapter 208. Congratulations on synthesizing hardwood barrels *10 with built-in filtering function. Congratulations on synthesizing hardwood barrels *12 with built-in filtering function. The barrels are great. Wen Ning scooped up the lake water with both hands and drank it all. The coolness from his fingertips refreshed his heart and spleen. After drinking this water, the energy points that had been lost by a few points were restored in a short time. Although it is not as fast as the energy potion that can instantly restore energy, this mountain spring water tastes good. The potion made with this water will probably make people feel that taking drugs is a kind of enjoyment. Master, do you want to fill all these barrels? The grass in front of 001 was filled with hundreds of barrels, all of which were large barrels with a capacity of 1 ton. Wen Ning used up all the wood in his backpack to synthesize these barrels with the Jiaxing synthesis system. It can hold half of the lake. The water in this half of the lake is enough for Wen Ning to use for a long time. Facing 001's question, Wen Ning spoke confidently. Of course, I'm not kidding when I say I'm going to take all the lake away. 001 resigned himself to picking up the wine barrel and pushed it into the lake. It was full in a short while. Fortunately, it was waterproof. Wen Ning, on the other hand, had already walked towards the woods with an axe. Good fellow, he was going to pluck out all the fruit trees. Unfortunately, the idea was good. Wen Ning walked into the orchard and saw Hu Zi eating a lot on a loquat tree. He rolled dozens of fruits into his mouth, chewed them whole for a few times, and then spit out the loquat seeds. Wen Ning cut down a fruit tree, and what fell was fruit, not wood. And the fruit yield also decreased. This step doesn't seem to work. Wen Ning was forced to give up the plan of cutting down trees to make wine barrels, and simply climb the trees to pick fruits with Hu Zi. Just wait for 001 to fill all the hardwood wine. It is estimated to take at least 3 hours. Then during these 3 hours, her job is to pick fruits. Pick as many as you can. Time passed by minute, Wen Ning kept picking fruits. 001 kept lifting the wine barrels and pressing them into the lake, and after a while, he lifted up a full wine barrel. Hu Zi kept eating. Finally, Hu Zi was full and staggered out of the orchard with a loud burp. He fell on the grass with a plop, turned over his belly, and lay on his back, lazily basking in the sun. His round body rolled in the grass, and soon rolled to 001's side. Hu Zi's shameless claws were ready to move, and he stretched out to pull 001's mechanical legs twice. The tail behind him swung back and forth, relying on 001's current mission, and not being able to spare time to pay attention to him. 001's mechanical eyes first glanced at Wen Ning in the jungle, jumping from one tree crown to another in a black suit, his hands moving non-stop. He didn't pay attention to the situation by the lake at all. He gave a warning look to Huzi, who was shameless. But if Huzi listened, it wouldn't be shameless. Huzi, I must make this sword today, when Ning had just picked hundreds of mangoes. Suddenly, he heard a splash behind him. Turning his head to look at 001, the lake was quiet, and 001 was diligently filling the wine barrel. It was Huzi, the rebellious son, who didn't know where he had gone. Very good, the years are peaceful. When Ning turned back and continued to work hard. Huzi, bullshit. Mom, do you know how cold this lake water is? When Ning turned back, a furry tiger head appeared on the lake, staring at 001 across most of the lake. After all this time, I flew over from the other side of the lake. Huzi had a new understanding of 001's combat power, and didn't dare to provoke him again. He hurriedly swam behind him, and ran directly to the other side of the lake. Bang! 001 filled the last barrel and stopped. Put the barrel on the ground, aligned it horizontally and vertically like an obsessive-compulsive disorder, and then retracted the manipulator. Although Huzi was clean, he didn't want Ning to drink Huzi's bath water. So he had been enduring Huzi's little movements until this time. Master, the water is ready. Ning received the message from 001 and rushed back. And Huzi was already playing in the lake. The hot weather is very unfriendly to furry monsters like them. Huzi sank into the water, and the heat was instantly washed away by the coolness. Unlike other cats that are afraid of water, Huzi seemed to be able to swim naturally. He rolled and swam smoothly under the water. Gurgle gurgle. There are fish, gurgle gurgle. A string of bubbles appeared on the water surface. Huzi poked his head out, and there was a big fat fish in his mouth. Hey! What kind of fish is this? Wild Christian carp detected. The monster illustration has been updated. It has been a long time since I heard the monster illustration sound, and when Ning was still startled. Name: Wild Christian carp. Type: wild animals can be used. Widely distributed, only pure natural Christian carp exists in the secret realm of the Wasteland. Vegetarian, living in groups, high nutritional value. When Ning looked at the information in the monster illustration and was happy. Christian carp live in groups, which means there is a huge school of Christian carp in this lake. Ha ha ha, Huzi, throw my fish up, and you go catch it. Roar. Okay. Wait, your fish? When Ning reached out and took down a straw, and strung up the fish that Huzi threw up. The fish that Huzi brought home last time still couldn't escape the fate of death. This time, when Ning decided to catch some alive, and bring them back to raise, detected that the player put a live fish into the backpack. Do you want to store live things? No, just kill it. The fish was already injured, and could only become Ning's food. When Ning put the strung fish into the backpack, the system will clean up the gills and internal organs when killing the fish, so when Ning can take it out and hang it directly. Then, he will build a smoked meat rack in the territory, and make all these into smoked fish. 001 took out his weapon, and jumped into the lake. Before when Ning could react, it emerged with a dozen dead Christian carps on its laser blade. When Ning, seeing this, Huzi was not to be outdone, and came ashore with 4 or 5 fish with big tails in his mouth. When Ning looked at Huzi, who was furious when he was slapped by a fish last time. This time, the tail was slapped on his face. But it seemed to have lost its temper, and raised its head to wait for her praise. When Ning couldn't help laughing, threaded the fish, and rubbed the wet Huzi's head. Healthy competition, healthy competition. Her response was the sound of 2 splashes into the water, and the fish scattered on the shore. When Ning didn't know how to compete, she only knew that her fish were almost caught by these 2. Chapter 209. Advanced Healing Potion. The best among healing potions, can be used to regenerate broken limbs. Lucier exchanged for Wen Ning's potion as he wished, and hurriedly dismissed his followers, and went to Su Luo's shelter. At this moment, Su Luo was lying on the bed in the shelter, staring at the ceiling. He was haggard, with high cheekbones, and looked very thin, as if he would die at any time. Nialan came in with 2 potions, which she had finally found in the market. It cost a lot of money, although it could not heal Su Luo's broken limbs, it could reduce his pain. Su Luo, take the medicine. The young man on the bed finally responded after hearing Nialan's voice, with distressed emotions brewing in his eyes, and finally moved his lips, saying nothing more. Under the bed sheet, the right leg from the thigh root was empty. After Su Luo and Nialan came to Lucier's base, Su Luo's situation was very urgent. Fever, infection, life and death. Nialan had used up all the supplies on her body, and finally managed to pull Su Luo back from the brink of life and death. Su Luo himself also had a strong desire to survive. In his confusion, All that remained in his mind was Niao Lan's tearful words that day. That's right, revenge. To live. Swallow the potion that Niao Lan fed to his mouth. Su Luo's eyes revealed a trace of sadness. Niao Lan is like this now, all because of saving him. If it were her, she could live a good life. Niao Lan looked up and saw the hopeless emotion in Su Luo's eyes, and directly grabbed Su Luo's collar. Su Luo, I tell you, your life is mine now. Don't think about committing suicide. Su Luo's physical condition has been up and down these days, and he has walked through the gates of hell several times. Niao Lan was very scared, afraid that Su Luo would not be able to stay. Niao Lan's eyes turned cold, and her gentle temperament disappeared. Combined with the haggardness of these days, she looked at Su Luo stubbornly. Like a little madman who didn't care, in Su Luo's eyes, she was only cute. Well, it's yours, but can you let go first? I can't breathe. Niao Lan was stunned, and seeing the teasing in Su Luo's eyes, she let go in a hurry and threw the other potion into Su Luo's arms. You take the medicine yourself in the afternoon, I'm going to work. Lu Shi accepted Niao Lan and Su Luo, of course, not to support them for free. Niao Lan is now following Li Jingyi to manage the affairs of the territory, which is considered learning and sharing Li Jingyi's pressure. Of course, there is a salary. When Su Luo's legs recover, both of them can play a role in Lu Shi's territory. Lu Shi will not regret accepting them then. Niao Lan thought so, and went out. Su Luo stared at the potion in his hand blankly. His eyes gradually became firm, and he had made a decision in his heart. Well, it seems that my potion is no longer needed. Miss Nia has taken good care of you. Lord. Lu Shi sat down beside Su Luo's bed, holding a few potions that were the same as those given by Niao Lan. There was also a special potion. Here, what you want. You two are really a perfect match. You always trade with all your belongings. Lu Shi spread his hands and handed the potion to Su Luo. She spent all her supplies to save your life, and you spent all your supplies to get this potion. You two are really poor now. Su Luo's eyes did not show much surprise. He slowly reached out and took the potion in Lu Shi's hand. With your injury, this potion may not be enough. Lu Shi shrugged helplessly. It was not that he could not afford the potion, but that the treasure pavilion did not want ordinary supplies, but only wanted some precious things that could not be exploded. Su Luo's palm trembled slightly, and he also knew that the owner of the treasure pavilion was difficult to deal with. Nodded, without saying anything. Tremendous sorrow surged in his heart. This is the healing potion. Last time, he had a big fight with Li Weigua because of this. Su Luo took off the thin blanket on his body, and the broken limb was wrapped in bandages. Su Luo stretched out his hand to untie the bandages one by one. His movements were not gentle. The wound had just been sutured, and a lot of blood was seeping out in a short while. Su Luo, what are you doing? Lu Shi was shocked and grabbed Su Luo's hand. He only knew that Niao Lan took Su Luo to his base when his life was hanging by a thread, but he didn't know what happened. And Niao Lan was very nervous about Su Luo, and she stayed with him until he was out of danger. She was afraid that he couldn't make it, and now your self-mutilation behavior is equivalent to taking Niao Lan's life. Lu Shi wanted to contact Niao Lan immediately. It was all his fault. Su Luo said he didn't want to be watched, so he came alone. Lord, don't tell Niao Lan I'm fine. Su Luo's words were restrained, and the severe pain made his body sweat. His forehead was already wet. Lu Shi's eyes were full of distrust, and Su Luo's weak face showed a comforting smile. Niao Lan didn't tell you what we went through, did she? Lu Shi's eyes flashed. He hesitated to let go of Su Luo's hand, and retreated to the bedside. Su Luo roughly explained the whole story. Lu Shi had seen Su Jiaqing in a special mission, and had some impression of him. I still have a grudge to avenge. I won't seek death. Su Luo's voice was cold, as if he couldn't feel the pain. He firmly untied the last circle of gauze to reveal the cut on his thigh. The wound was very neat, and it was a surgery performed by a surgical expert in Lu Shi's territory. I just want to remember what I look like now, and this kind of pain. Didn't the Lord come here to see the regeneration process of this broken limb? Lu Shi coughed twice to cover up. He didn't see the regeneration process of his broken limb last time. He was very curious. That's why he came to see Su Luo without any followers. In order not to worry Niao Lan, Su Luo deliberately asked Lu Shi to arrange a job for her that could not be shirked. Then let's get started. Lu Shi withdrew his sympathy for Su Luo. This man was so cruel to himself. Lord, I have another question. You say, if you save us, it means you are against Su Jiaqing. Behind him stands the official base. Lu Shi shook his head indifferently. I don't think he represents the real official. Li Weigua, Su Jiaqing, and even your entire base may be a shield put up by the upper level. Su Luo had thought about the conspiracy thousands of times. He didn't expect Lu Shi to see it so thoroughly with just a few words from him. So I know what you want to say, don't worry. Su Luo nodded and said one last sentence before drinking the potion. If the day really comes when the Lord is embarrassed, I hope the person who is abandoned. It's me. Chapter 210. This potion can only make your legs grow to this point at most. Lu Shi turned into a curious audience at this moment, stretched out his hands and roughly gestured, the distance from the thigh to the knee. Advanced healing potion. After drinking it, you will automatically fall asleep and automatically start to repair your body. Tip: only one potion is needed for a broken limb below 50 centimeters, and the growth time takes 12 hours. Su Luo didn't care how long it grew, but looked at Lu Shi after seeing the time. Lord Nialan. Don't worry, Li Jingyi has arranged a lot of things, and she will be free to see you tomorrow. Su Luo was completely relieved, and drank the potion with his head raised while Lu Shi watched the excitement. Bang! Su Luo fell on his back like a zombie and fainted. Lu Shi stared at Su Luo's legs. This is too magical. Time passed by minute, and cold sweat soaked Su Luo's forehead, but the hideous wound at the root of his thighs stopped bleeding in an instant. First, the bleeding stopped, and then blood vessels began to emerge one by one, and nerves attached to blood vessels squeezed out little by little. This scene, which can be called a medical miracle, made Lu Shi watch with relish. If conditions did not allow it, Lu Shi would even want to post a circle of friends. After the blood vessels and nerves grew out, the bones grew out little by little. This potion is really amazing. I don't know what ingredients it is, but it can make Su Luo's broken leg grow again. After 12 hours, Su Luo grew a thigh again. As Lu Shi guessed, it really grew to the knee. Then it turned into a rounded arc, a pink flesh ball, and stopped growing. The sky gradually darkened, and Su Luo began to show signs of waking up. Lu Shi then realized that the pain he had experienced at the beginning was actually delayed. In the short tens of minutes of waking up, he experienced the growing pains of the whole night. Su Luo, how do you feel? It was 12 noon when Lu Shi came, and now it was early morning. Su Luo suddenly opened his eyes, and the huge pain made him howl miserably. His body trembled in a way that was visible to the naked eye, and the heart-wrenching howl made people around him stop and look sideways. People outside wanted to rush in to see the situation, but were stopped by Su Luo's exclusive rules of the shelter. Fortunately, Lu Shi went out to explain the situation and told him not to tell Miss Nie. Su Luo fainted again after the tragic howl. TSK, this kid, his endurance is not as good as mine. Lu Shi covered him with a blanket. The most painful time was over. Now he can get out of bed and move around when he wakes up. For the treatment that Su Luo asked him to witness, he also had a big gift to give him. Lu Shi stared at Su Luo's calf for a long time and left the shelter. The scenery in the fields always passed quickly. After Wen Ning left the secret realm, he first synthesized a healing potion for Lu Shi. At the same time, Lu Shi also gave her something she needed most at the moment: Fish Pond Blueprint, a building that allows you to raise freshwater fish and shrimp in the wasteland. It can be placed in the territory, and can be upgraded with the upgrade of the forest after construction. Hint: materials required for the fish pond: hardwood * 2000, granite * 1000, refined iron ingot * 500, plexiglass * 200, gold ingot * 200, tin ingot * 200, hard aluminum alloy * 50. All materials are enough. Wen Ning looked at the layout of the territory and chose to put the fish pond next to the farmland. This area was simply built into a livestock area next to the farm. In this way, the excess crops can be used to feed animals, and the organic fertilizer produced by animals can be used to irrigate crops. For livestock construction, the fish pond requires survival points * 10,000. Do you want to build it? 10,000. The system charges fairly and justly. The fish pond building is not included in the territory building. If the player wants to build a fish pond, he must pay the integration fee. Oh my god, the integration fee. Wen Ning opened the technology tree for territory construction, and went down several levels, but did not find any related buildings. But if there is no such building, why is there such a blueprint? Architectural blueprints appear in the human camp territory, or human bases, or human shelters can be built for free. Wen Ning understood. Her territory is an alien territory. Since she has enjoyed the special products of the alien race, she must be compensated in other places. Let's build it. Animal husbandry. Fish pond, under construction. The materials were automatically deducted, and a virtual image of the fish pond appeared on the territory floor. When Ning clicked on the word fish pond, the information about the fish pond immediately appeared. Building type, animal husbandry. Building name, fish pond, level 1 under construction. Countdown 8 hours, 59 minutes, 57 seconds. Fish fry, 200 level 1 fish can be raised. Current fish fry, none. Is Christian carp a level 1 fish fry? Does an adult fish count as a fish fry? If I had known that Lucier had this thing, I should have thought of a way to bring back more lake water. I don't know how big this fish pond is. I just saw the freshwater type prompted by the system, and knew that seawater is definitely not suitable. When you have time, you can look at the fish in the sea, and seafood and so on. When Ning suddenly remembered the seafood eating broadcasts he watched in his spare time on Blue Star. The barrage said it was a jet-set meal. When Ning watched it with relish, but he never dared to try it. Now, 001. Who's Z? Let's go and see our big seafood. What? When did our family have big seafood again? 001. Everything you see is ours. Who's Z understood instantly that his family faces the sea, so naturally the seafood here is also theirs. The blue crystal armor on Wen Ning has the function of waterproofing, but it cannot supply oxygen. Wen Ning put on the fish skin mask that can breathe briefly underwater, and took the last harpoon. Plopped into the sea. 5 minutes later. Who's Z? Look! A big lobster. Wen Ning emerged from the water. On the harpoon in Wen Ning's hand, there was a large lobster as long as an arm, thrashing around, trying to escape. But the harpoon in Wen Ning's hand penetrated the lobster's body, and blood kept flowing down. After a while, the lobster was dead. A mutated lobster was detected, and the monster encyclopedia has been updated. Name, marine mutated lobster. Type, ordinary creature. Risk factor, 10, Wen Ning. My evaluation is not as good as the mutated cow. Drop, edible creature, which can satisfy the mouth of a foodie, so don't dream of other ingredients. Hint, it can be eaten raw or roasted. Which one do you choose? Raw marinated. Roar. I seem to smell the fragrance of cumin. Wen Ning held the seasoning bag in his hand, and his skillful movements seemed like he had roasted Xinjiang lamb skewers for many years. Huzi came over and looked at the lobster on Wen Ning's harpoon eagerly. Wen Ning skimmed off the lobster's body and 2 large claws. Strung together. This harpoon is really useful. Who? Is this harpoon delicious? It's delicious. Not only the harpoon, but also the condiments are delicious even on the soles of shoes. Chapter 211. System prompt. The 5th global disaster, extreme heat, has officially arrived. Duration of this disaster, 15 days. On the first day of the current disaster, the temperature is 30 to 40 degrees Celsius. World Channel, brothers. Is this extreme heat? This is not even half of our summer in Shu. World Channel, wear a cotton jacket in the morning and a gauze in the afternoon, and eat watermelon around the stove. World Channel, the above person said it was wrong. Although this temperature is indeed not as high as that of the hot pot city, it is already 30 degrees Celsius at 8 o'clock in the morning. World Channel, it doesn't matter. Although the temperature is 30 degrees Celsius, the body temperature is at least 50 degrees Celsius. World Channel, it's over, it's over. You only prepared water for me, but forgot about my farmland. The plants have already wilted when I woke up in the morning. World Channel, save some water upstairs. It's better to save this water for instant noodles. Azzy, add more water to the purple bamboo forest. While eating rice cooked with pure natural spring water, Wen Ning wiped the sweat from his head. It's so hot early in the morning. It's completely different from yesterday. The sun is high in the sky, as if it wants to burn everything in the wasteland. Wen Ning thought of the scorched earth in the history book again. Someone in the World Channel wanted to go out to find some supplies, while the weather was still early, but the morning sun shone on their skin, and soon they felt a sharp pain like burning. They could only retreat to the shelter. The territory was not immune, and the sun seemed to release billions of years of heat in an instant. Heavy heat waves rose from the ground. All the building surfaces were scorching hot, and could not be touched at all. Huzi collapsed on the side. Wen Ning placed several huge ice cubes in the shelter, but they melted in less than half an hour. A puddle of water was left behind, which also evaporated in more than 10 minutes. Roar! It was so hot that Huzi died. Azzy was also fanning with her wings and wiping sweat with her hands. Wen Ning took out 3 popsicles, and Huzi pounced on him instantly. Wen Ning threw one into his mouth, then took out a ceramic plate and placed the popsicles in front of Z. Z swallowed the popsicles, and the temperature of his body dropped instantly. He rolled comfortably on the ground. Ning also felt cool, and Z ate the popsicles in front of him in small bites. The temperature in the shelter was so high, but Z's popsicles didn't show any signs of melting. Rabbit Lady's craftsmanship is reliable. Ning highly praised by Shue's craftsmanship. Many people on the World Channel manually tagged the treasure pavilion to put some more cooling ice cream on the shelves, and the price could be 10 times higher. Faced with these messages, he smiled slightly and did not comment. System prompt. Territory upgrade completed. Lord. Territory upgrade. Mira rushed in with a hot body. The heat was tight, and Ning subconsciously stepped back. Mira was stunned for a moment, and immediately turned around in place after reacting. The body sprayed cold air, instantly cooling herself down. You have a good ability. Ning's eyes lit up. This is a unique cooling function of the nebula. The intelligent brain can install it on themselves. Even a high temperature of 100 degrees Celsius can be reduced to ensure the normal operation of the mechanical system. Ning pondered for a while, then waved his hand. 001's tall figure appeared in front of him. The shelter was designed with a high floor height, so 001 could easily stand. But 001 bent down skillfully, crossed his legs, and sat down cross-legged in a humane way. Ning was used to it, so he asked 001 directly. Does this weather affect your robots? 001 felt the heat in the air, and shook his head. Master, the heat of this weather won't burn our shells, but if it continues for a long time, it may shorten our lifespan. Shorten lifespan. This is not okay. Mira, can your cooling system be installed on them? Myra's eyes flickered, and she spoke happily. Sure, Mira can sell the system to the Lord, and can also install it for new robots for free in the future. Well, how much? Mira brought up the panel for Ning to see. Most of the technology in the nebula stayed with Mira when she escaped from the nebula. But the price is also prohibitive. This system uses a 10% discount on Ning and Myra's 100% favorability. It also costs 150,000 survival points. Since survival points have become the universal currency in the Wasteland world, the price level has risen sharply. The 5 survival points posted on the World Channel are already a drizzle. Ning took a breath, but considering that 001 still has time to use the robot army, he gritted his teeth and bought it. Survival points balance, 145,634. All of a sudden, the survival points were directly halved. It's not easy to make money, but it's easy to spend money. When everyone can't hold on any longer, we have another option. Ning had a plan in mind and followed Mira to see the upgraded territory. Territory. Bright territory. Affiliation. 1 Ning. Territory camp. Alien camp. Territory type. Commercial. Territory low level. Level 2. Territory area. 6,000 square meters. Territory buildings. Territory hut. Territory teleport tower. Territory warehouse. Upgradable. Territory shop. Upgradable. Territory guardian warehouse. Territory fish pond. Newly unlocked buildings. Territory farm. 800 square meters. Territory tavern. Territory blacksmith shop. Territory upgrade. Next level 3. Required materials. Survival points. 100,000. Ironwood asterisk 3,000 kg. Granite asterisk 500. Refined iron ingot asterisk 500. Gold mine asterisk 500. Coal mine asterisk 1,000. Clay asterisk 300. Cement asterisk 300. Territory residence. 1. It takes 10 days to upgrade from level 2 to level 3. Ning thought about it, and chose to upgrade. This disaster will last for half a month, and the temperature has risen so much. This period of time is the best time to widen the gap between everyone. Today, new territory merchants will be refreshed, and Ning must prepare in advance. The territory upgrade was handed over to Mira, and then new buildings were built. The current basic materials of the territory were used up directly. The warehouse was empty at once, and Mira also needed several hours to upgrade their cooling system for 001. After the upgrade is completed, they will be sent out to collect ore and wood. Ning walked around the territory and looked at the water level of the fish pond. It didn't drop significantly. He returned to the shelter refreshed and brushed the World Channel while holding a watermelon. 12 o'clock arrived. The territory merchant has been refreshed. Please go to receive him. Chapter 212. A pair of furry ears, big sparkling eyes, and a few long whiskers on his cheeks. He carried a cloth bag across his body, and his clothes were simple, but could not hide his beauty and cuteness. Is Bai Shui back? Ning turned the corner and looked at the new territory merchant, who was curiously looking around at the door. "Lord, this is a cat tribe orc." Myra's eyes were shining, and she whispered in Wen Ning's ear. It happened that Wen Ning also saw the true face of the territory merchant. This cat tribe orc did not look very old, and looked around at the buildings in Wen Ning's territory. "Hello, human lord." Wen Ning knew as soon as she opened her mouth that this was a little girl, the legendary Loli voice. "Hello." Wen Ning nodded in doubt. The cat tribe Loli was only as tall as her chest, and was only about 10 years old. Wen Ning was still wondering why the territory merchants, who came these 2 times, were all cute types. "My name is Loli." The cat-like Loli opened her big cute eyes, and her black ears twitched from time to time. She looked at Wen Ning happily, and smiled innocently. Wen Ning's heart softened immediately. He personally invited Loli to the tavern. "It's too hot here." Loli fanned herself with her hands all the way. This weather was not very friendly to furry creatures. Wen Ning prepared ice drinks, and asked Mira to entertain Loli first. Because although she and Loli had a basic favorability of 50%, Loli's eyes showed more observation than love for her. In this case, it would be best to let Mira negotiate. Brush up the favorability, so that you can get a cheaper price when you buy goods. Mira and Wen Ning were in tune with each other, so she naturally understood what Wen Ning meant. Loli had been living on the Orc continent, and had never seen humans, let alone the intelligent brain clan. She thought Mira was just an intelligent robot. Human technology is so amazing that they can actually build such advanced robots. "Loli, you are also very cute." Mira pretended not to understand what Loli said, and began to brag with her about business. She did not hide her love at all. Although Loli was young, she was the smartest one among the cat people. This time she was sent out, and the village chief entrusted her with an important task. "Mira, there are no other humans in your territory." After Loli walked around the territory, she found that except for the Lord, the rest of the activities in the entire territory were robots. "Of course, our territory does not accommodate humans. Does not accommodate humans. Does not accommodate humans." Loli repeated Myra's words, but her eyes gradually brightened. Looking at Mira with a gleam in her eyes, she took a deep breath, as if she had made a decision. Wen Ning, although the weather was hot, still left the territory after eating ice cream. The coconuts on the beach had not been picked yet, and the fruits in the bamboo forest had to be harvested as soon as possible for Ozzy. They were stored in the cold storage. The most important thing was the newly built fish pond. It was only 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the disaster had only been 6 hours, but the water level in the fish pond had dropped by half. If this continued, there might be no water by night. Wen Ning rolled up his sleeves, took off his shoes, and stepped into the thigh-deep fish pond. Hiss! The water temperature was very high, and the surface layer was even hotter. The water layer below 50 centimeters was still a little cold. The 200 crucian carps that Wen Ning put in were gathered at the bottom of the water layer listlessly. Avoid the heat. In fact, the fish pond was covered with a canopy to block the direct sunlight, but this heat could not be blocked by blocking the sunlight. The earth absorbed a lot of heat energy, and then radiated it out. This heat wave came in from all directions. There was no way to resist it. The crucian carps lost most of their vitality. Wen Ning took a scoop Ned bought in the market, and dug one out at a time, temporarily storing all of them in the space. Pay the price of 3 survival points for each fish. These wild crucian carps were quite competitive. Only 5 were lost in such exposure. After doing all this, Wen Ning returned to the shore. He returned to the workshop of the shelter with an ice cream in his mouth. 1 granite slab and 1 ice energy core detected. Do you want to synthesize? The granite slab made of granite has a smooth surface and looks like the luster of marble. 1 slab is exactly 1 square meter in size. There are already hundreds of them piled up in the corner of the studio. Wen Ning took out hundreds of energy cores and started synthesizing. Synthesizing, please wait. Synthesis successful. Obtained ice crystal slab asterisk. Ice crystal slab. Using a special process to cover the surface of the granite slab with a layer of ice crystals, combined with temperature control stones, it can be used to make a constant temperature swimming pool or a constant temperature fish pond. Wen Ning's control depends on the ratio of temperature control stones and ice crystal slabs. Wen Ning calculated that the fish pond is 200 square meters and 2 meters deep. The bottom area requires 200 ice crystal slabs, and the perimeter requires 360 ice crystal slabs. By inlaying 100 temperature control stones, the fish pond can reach the suitable temperature for the growth of freshwater fish. And the temperature control stones are arranged in a pattern of fewer on the top and more on the bottom, which can make the water temperature of the fish pond lower as it goes deeper, forming a ladder. A fish pond closer to nature. Wenning will sow some waterweed seeds in the gaps of the ice crystal plate. Put some gravel and silt, and when the fish breed more, you can plant lotus roots and lotus flowers. When the fish pond becomes a lotus pond, you can also raise crayfish, hairy crabs, and some other freshwater fish. Completely realize the ecological cycle. Wenning's goal is to create a pure natural fish pond in the wasteland that is almost the same as the one in the secret realm. Ever since he saw the scenery there, this plan has taken root in Wenning's heart. 001. Bring 002 to learn how to lay tiles. 001. Question mark. Have you forgotten that I am a combat robot? Wenning also realized that something was wrong and smiled awkwardly. Then he asked miners 1, 2, 3 and 4 to move all the ice crystal plates to the fish pond. Then he reached out and called 001. He said seriously, "So, you treat this as a brick. Now we have to practice how to hit the enemy's head with a brick quickly and fiercely." 001's mechanical eyes turned wildly, and finally stopped, and nodded seriously, indicating that he understood. 002's brain was about to smoke, and Wenning was afraid that his brain host would burn out, so he took him back to the mechanical guard cabin. Wenning gave a thumbs up. "You are worthy of it, 001. You have a strong ability to think, much better than Huzi." 001 glanced at Huzi, who was lying next to him, with a proud look. Huzi was panting like a hot puppy, and had no time to care. Wenning was the first to jump into the mud. The water had been drained. The fish pond was built not long ago, and there was little silt at the bottom, which was just right for Wenning and cement. To be honest, why do I have to do the renovation of the territory buildings myself? System prompt. The automatic renovation function of the territory buildings can only be unlocked when the territory reaches level 5. Fuck you. Chapter 213. On the whole day of the disaster day, Wenning and 001 were renovating the fish pond, and they didn't finish the renovation until night fell. When the work was about to end in the afternoon, Loli followed and watched. Wenning borrowed Myra's hand to give her a cooling ice cream, and Loli licked it curiously. Then her eyes lit up instantly. Ding! The favorability of the cat tribe orcs increased by 10%, and the current favorability is 60%. Worth it. Now you can get a 40% discount on everything you buy. It was getting dark, and Wenning climbed out of the fish pond. He looked like a mud doll, and his whole body was basically covered with mud. The beautiful cheeks were rubbed with mud, and Loli was stunned. She had never seen such a down-to-earth lord. The slave owners of their orc continent never did the work themselves, and always ordered the slaves to work with whips. Ding! The cat tribe orcs' favorability increased by 10%, and the current favorability is 70%. Wenning paused while climbing the pond, and turned to look at the Loli. The Loli had a hint of smile in her eyes, but when she caught Wenning's eye, she quickly looked away, and her expression instantly became serious. Wenning frowned slightly. What hobbies does this cat tribe orc have? Does he like to see people make a fool of themselves? However, for the sake of this rising favorability, Wenning did not show any displeasure on the surface, and calmly pushed his hands out of the fish pond. He patted his muddy hands, nodded and smiled at the Loli, as if he didn't know how funny he looked. "I go back and take a shower first, Mila. You continue to entertain the Loli." Mila waved happily, and took the Loli to the store. The Loli looked back every few steps, as if Wenning had done something particularly funny. As night fell, Wenning took a shower and went to find Mira with food. Loli was talking and laughing with Mira, and the laughter spread directly to the territory square. "What are you laughing at?" As soon as Loli saw Wenning coming, the smile on her face immediately subsided. Wenning smiled. "I thought, you are being reserved again now. You must know that I know all your little secrets, right?" After exchanging glances with Mira, Wenning sat down at the counter leisurely. With a wave of his hand, the table in front of him was filled with delicious dishes with good color, fragrance and taste. For dishes, and a soup instantly dazzled Loli's eyes. Huzi held his rice bowl in his mouth, squatted at Wenning's feet, and looked up at Wenning, as if he would not eat if you didn't. Wenning felt that Huzi was becoming more and more like a dog in the literal sense. He was so dog-like that he had to wait for Wenning's orders to eat. Wenning picked up his chopsticks, and Huzi buried his head directly into the rice bowl, and began to eat with big mouthfuls. Loli was able to tolerate the smell of Wenning's food, but with Huzi eating so deliciously, she suddenly couldn't stand it anymore. Gudong. Against the background sound of Huzi wolfing down his food, Wenning accurately caught the sound of Loli swallowing. He glanced and saw Loli's eyes looking away. Wen Ning smiled knowingly. He reached out and took out a new pair of chopsticks and an empty bowl. Hey, look at me, I'm used to being alone, but I forgot that you, Loli, also need to eat. If you don't mind, come and eat a little together, Loli. Loli's tense back instantly straightened, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. This human actually allowed her to sit at the table and eat together. Why is this lord so humble? Loli had forgotten what she had promised Wen Ning, and lowered her head when she realized what was happening. Wen Ning smiled even more gently and winked at Mira. Mira understood, and used her round body to push Loli to the table. Wen Ning stuffed the chopsticks into Loli's hand, and then began to eat. Loli was stunned for a long time, and then she carefully stretched out her chopsticks, and picked up a piece of food. Oh my! She was not beaten, and was not pressed to the ground and humiliated. No wonder Loli was so frightened. Loli came from a slave village. Their village was full of cat orcs, and there was a human slave owner in a town not far from their village. The resources of the entire town were controlled by human slave owners, and cat orcs would be captured by the slave owner's guards when they grew up to 12 years old. Those who are not good-looking are sent to the mines to do hard labor, and those who are good-looking will either stay with the slave owner to serve him, or be packaged and sold to other slave owners. Before Loli came, her sister was kidnapped by the slave owner's guards. The human lords in the town are very bad, and often wear gorgeous clothes to the village. When they meet the ignorant cat orcs, they take out candies to tease them. After the simple cat orcs believe it, the human lords will press the little orcs to the ground when the little orcs reach out their hands and throw the candies into the mud. Humiliate and ridicule the cat orcs for overestimating their own abilities, and even delusionally wanting to eat human food. In the eyes of humans, they are a lowly race, born like slaves, and can only kneel down to talk in front of humans. This is also the reason why Laura saw Wen Ning's eyes full of vigilance at first. And the reason why the cat tribe orcs didn't fall to the ground in fear after seeing Wen Ning was because of the 50% favorability given by the alien territory. And now, due to a series of operations by Wen Ning, this favorability has reached 80%. It was the first time that Loli ate delicious human food, and a seaweed egg drop soup amazed her. It was so delicious that her tongue almost fell off. She looked at Wen Ning timidly, and found that she was eating the food calmly. She reached out and took the spoon, filled a bowl of soup, and drank it all up. Dong. The bowl made a knocking sound when it was placed on the table. Wen Ning didn't react, but Loli scared herself. What are you nervous about? Loli carefully looked at the exquisite bowl in her hand, and it didn't break. Fortunately. Seeing that Wen Ning didn't mean to blame her, Loli added a little more food to herself, and her eating movements became faster and faster. Even imitated Hu Zi, and buried his head in the bowl. A smile welled up in Wen Ning's eyes. Ding! The cat tribe orc's favorability increased by 20%, and the current favorability is 100%. System prompt. Congratulations to the player for obtaining 100% favorability of the cat tribe orc, triggering the cat tribe orc rescue mission. Cat tribe orc rescue mission. Slave liberation mission. Help Loli liberate the cat tribe village. The liberation method is not limited. No limit to the method? Wen Ning pondered this question, and the look he gave Loli became exploratory. Chapter 214. February 1st, Wasteland calendar, 12 o'clock, disaster season, sunny. Currently the second day of the disaster, temperature 32 to 42 degrees Celsius, a certain area. The wind and sand were blowing everywhere, blowing fine sand from the ground, the plants dried up, and the earth was cracked. The riverbed was very dry, and cracked gullies appeared on the shore. Water vapor evaporated at a speed visible to the naked eye, which was weirdly fast. The rock showed signs of weathering overnight, and large pieces fell off with a slight break. This is the prelude to land desertification. Li Jingyi squatted down and grabbed a handful of lust to examine it carefully. Lu Shi's handsome face was sunburned, and his domineering and calm temperament disappeared. Wearing a camouflage sun hat, he looked more like a backpacker. It doesn't look like there is a water source here. The team members spoke in distress, and the long team of more than a dozen people looked dejected. They had been looking for a water source for a whole morning. Lu Shi originally had nearly 500 people in the base, and after establishing the territory, he immediately spent survival points and supplies to upgrade the territory to level 2 and expand the territory area. It was just enough to accommodate all members. Lu Shi achieved good results in the trial mission. The initial territory was 2,000 square meters, and after the upgrade, it was 4,000 square meters. It looked a lot, but each person only had 8 square meters. There was not even enough space for the shelter. So many members just joined the territory, and did not move into the territory. Lucier spent a lot of supplies on territory construction, only to find that the water level of a river next to the base had dropped by half after yesterday's exposure to the sun. So he led the team to search upstream along the river, hoping to find a new water source. The disaster developed too fast. Originally, everyone thought that even if the temperature was 30 to 40 degrees Celsius, the water in the river would not dry up so quickly. But everyone forgot that this was a disaster controlled by the system. It wanted the river to dry up by 3 o'clock, so how could it wait until 5 o'clock? However, this speed reflected from the side that this disaster was not as simple as the natural disaster they understood. Be careful, this natural disaster has not seen any mutant beasts yet. The people in the team nodded cautiously. This was the second day, and indeed no trace of mutant beasts was seen. Lucier looked up and blocked the direct sunlight with his hands. His dark red cheeks were almost peeling. There were 2 huge goshawks circling in the sky. Lucier had been observing them for a while. It was 12 o'clock. If he couldn't find a water source, he had to go back first. In the extreme heat disaster, the sun was the most poisonous between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. The heat waves rising from the ground could roast people. The whole wilderness was like a huge steamer, trying to cook people alive. Passing by bare rocks and sparse vegetation on the ground. Li Jingyi, who was leading the team in front, brought good news. Base leader. Lord. Found it. Water source. The whole team was excited, everyone clapped and cheered, and retreated to both sides to make way for Lucier. Lucier stepped forward, and there was a small pond in the direction Li Jingyi pointed. For some reason, the pond occupied a very small area, only 1 square meter in size, and there was not much water, but the spring at the bottom of the pond was bubbling out water, as if it was endless. With a look of joy on their faces, the thirsty team members rushed up. He yelled that he was thirsty, took out the cup from his backpack, and was about to bend down to scoop up the cool water. But Lucier stared at the messy marks next to the small pond, which looked like they were cut by some sharp claws, and frowned. Wait. Don't be too impulsive. Before he finished speaking, the fine sand around the small pond suddenly surged. It was rolling like boiling water, and the team members were shocked, but fortunately they reacted quickly and immediately rolled back to a safe distance. What is this? What is under it? So many feet. Black. So many feet? Lucier reached out and took out a shotgun on his back, loaded it, and pulled the trigger at the rolling fine sand. Bang! Swish! The bullet was evaded by the mutant beast flexibly, and fell to the ground by rubbing one of its legs. But at this time, the mutant beast also drilled out from the ground, and countless feet kept swimming. People with trypophobia dare not look at it again. Centipede? It's a centipede. It's so big, it should be called a centipede monster. Back off. Lucier shouted to the team members beside him, as soon as he saw the centipede clearly. The team of more than a dozen people retreated more than 10 meters. This centipede is more than 10 meters long, and its body is even more round. 1 foot is as thick as Lucier's arm. Each foot is covered with barbs, which are extremely sharp and flash coldly under the scorching sun. The tentacles on the top are swinging wildly, collecting information in the air. Lucier's eyes sank slightly. It seems that the footsteps by the pond were caused by it. However, it was this centipede monster that was attracted by the pond after it was refreshed. Or, this pond is simply refreshed with this centipede monster. If it is the former, the mutant monsters near the water source will probably be attracted. How can they defend it? If it is the latter, that is the way to pass this natural disaster. Kill the mutant beasts, collect water sources, and live longer. In just a few seconds, Lucier has thought about all the possibilities. The team members behind him took out their weapons, but without Lucier's order, no one dared to act rashly. But the centipede monster in front of him couldn't bear it anymore. After collecting information in the air, it began to circle around the pond, making a hissing sound. It showed its position. If you covet its water source, you must first pass it. Lucier's mind sank slightly, and he tried to look at his left and right. The 2 adjutants immediately took a few people to the left and right, forming a siege on the centipede, waiting for an opportunity to move. Then Lucier loaded the bullet. Everyone attacked from a distance. Since they have met it, and they are determined to get this water source, they have to fight this centipede monster. Let's see whether their bullets are hard or the shell of this centipede monster is hard. The melee team members put up their shields, and several people formed a group to protect the people around them. The centipede monster circled around the small pond faster and faster. It was directly wrapped into a circle, blocking its thickest shell on the outside. The bullets hit it with a ping-pong sound, which was completely useless. A huge dust rose next to the small pond, gradually blocking the small pond, making it impossible to see the situation inside, and the gunner had no way to aim. Boss! No, it can't break the defense at all. Lucier put down the gun in his hand, replaced it with a sharp tang sword, and slashed towards the center of the dust. The centipede monster turned faster and faster, the ground trembled, and the dust flew. Lucier's knife made a metal collision sound, and he felt his tiger's mouth was numb from the shock, and he did not withdraw his attack. On the contrary, when there were signs of the shell breaking under his hand, he raised his knife and attacked again. But this time, before his knife fell, a scream from a team member beside him sounded. Lucier turned his head subconsciously, and saw that at some point, a team member rushed forward with a knife like him. When he raised his knife to chop, he was attacked by the centipede monster. No one saw how he was attacked. Lucier only saw that the team member had his eyes wide open, holding the knife in both hands, and there was a big hole in his chest as thick as a forearm. The barbs hooked the flesh and blood, and the whole hole in the chest was bloody and fleshy, and there were small pieces of flesh stuck to the team member's face. Click! Lucier suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Chapter 215. Clang! A tang sword fell from the sky and landed in front of Lucier. Bang! Hiss! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, and the scream of the mutant centipede sounded at the same time. A huge cloud of dust rose up. In front of him was a cold and handsome face, if you ignore the scars on his forehead that spread to his jaw. Are you okay? Su Luo knelt on one knee and stretched out his hand to pull Lucier back 2 steps to avoid the centipede leg on the ground. Lucier's eyes flashed with fear, and he looked at the centipede leg that was cut off by Su Luo and fell to the ground. The centipede monster was injured and surrounded itself like a pangolin, licking its wounds and roaring. It dared not stretch out its legs to attack again. Su Luo glanced at the bloody centipede leg in the yellow sand, and slowly stood up. Lucier stepped forward. Thank you. Su Luo did not answer, but stamped his feet to shake off the dust on his knees. Lucier was still a little frightened. If Su Luo hadn't rescued him in time, he would definitely not have been able to dodge at such a close distance. Even if his armor could withstand this attack, he would probably be seriously injured. Lucier glanced at Su Luo's mechanical leg without leaving a trace, reminding in a calm voice. Is the leg okay? No problem. This mechanical leg was a gift from Lucier to Su Luo. There was no blueprint for this thing. He robbed it during the trial mission. It was an advanced exoskeleton. Su Luo didn't feel any discomfort after wearing it. The main reason was that the system was too powerful. Even Su Luo himself said that sometimes he would forget the existence of his mechanical leg. Su Luo shook the straight knife in his hand, holding the handle of the knife in one hand, and attacked the centipede mutant beast that was gathered in a ball. The centipede monster that just couldn't break through the defense was like a watermelon under Su Luo's knife. In an instant, Su Luo cut off a few more legs. Your knife. Su Luo's killing intent had not yet disappeared. He looked at Lucier, and Lucier's voice was choked instantly. Seeing the strong vigilance in Su Luo's eyes after the killing intent faded, what else was there to not understand? This knife was probably given to him by Nielon. It's precious, and you can't even ask a question. Lucier waved his hand, and put the tang knife in his hand back into his backpack. To talk about good things, he is not without them. Look, he immediately took out a perfect level long sword. With a sense of showing off, he quickly stepped forward and cut off a few more legs of the centipede monster. The centipede monster was very aggrieved at this time. Who in the family understands? There are 2 peacocks showing off to each other here. Didn't they speak up for my legs? Really? The centipede monster, which was completely injured by the 2 conspicuous bags, screamed in despair, and was then torn apart by the team members who attacked it. The team member who came forward to drink water at the beginning was the one who finally killed the centipede monster. Lucier was not worried that they would embezzle the spoils. Those who came out with him were trustworthy. The seized materials would be handed over to the territory warehouse, and you need to save money to buy any weapons you like. It's just a pity for the team member who was killed by the centipede monster. When the centipede monster was killed, the goshawk in the sky made 2 wailing cries. Lucier looked up and looked at the 2 hawks circling for a while. Maybe it's because this is a water source. After defeating the centipede monster, Lucier asked people to check carefully around the area. Confirmed that there were no traces of other animals. It looks like this centipede monster is following the water source. Lord, should we build a teleportation tower here? Lucier opened the regional map, looked at the surrounding environment and nodded. This place is worth a teleportation tower, even if the water source will soon dry up, but this distance will take them half a day to walk. Alas, the Wasteland continent is very large, and there are no vehicles. Running around is indeed a very uncomfortable thing. Anyway, there is no limit to the number of times you can teleport to the territory's outdoor towers, as long as you can meet the conditions. Like when Ning's Wasteland Mine Cave, you need to defeat the dungeon boss inside, but Lucifer's is not necessary. It only takes enough exploration. Lucifer has a regional map, so the exploration value is equal to 100%. After consuming materials, it takes an hour to build a teleportation tower. Lucifer ordered to take out the tent to build a summer retreat, and then wait for the countdown to end. I don't know how long it will take to walk back at this time. Everyone, take a break. Fill all the containers with water. When the transmission tower is built, Li Jingyi will arrange the guards to protect the members who are fetching water. As long as the water source is not exhausted, we must fetch water continuously during the day. The more the better. Although he said so, Lucifer also knew that this spring would not last too long, and there were other bases around, as well as unknown mutant creatures. He could only fetch more water as soon as possible. There were more than 500 people in the base, and nearly 1,000 bottles of mineral water were consumed every day. The centipede monster that had just been killed with great effort only exploded a box of 24 bottles of Nongfu Spring mineral water. The sun was getting hotter and hotter. After the team set up the tent, they all sat cross-legged on the ground to rest. The temperature that the body can endure has reached the limit, and everyone wants to jump directly into the spring. But everyone knows the importance of this source of life. It must be carefully protected and not lost. On the way, he glanced at the listless team members around him, and thought for a moment. He took out a few ice creams from his backpack, and asked Li Jingyi to share half a stick with each person. He and Su Luo shared one stick. Here. Su Luo looked at the neat row of teeth marks on the ice cream in front of him. His lips were chapped, and he didn't want to talk. Lucifer felt comfortable holding the ice cream, and handed the remaining half to Su Luo. Don't look like that. Do you know that this bite costs 300 survival points? As soon as Lucifer finished speaking, there was a commotion behind him. Boss! Isn't this the cooling ice cream sold in the treasure pavilion? Oh my god, I can eat half a stick. Do I deserve this half stick? Lucifer stuffed the ice cream into Su Luo's arms, and swallowed the sweetness in his mouth. Eat it quickly, half a stick can keep you cool for an hour. At this critical moment, we can't make things complicated. Lucifer didn't lie. With their current state, they can kill all the centipedes in 1 second. Besides, Lucifer always felt that the 2 circling hawks above his head were not simple. Boss, you are generous. You buy such precious ice cream for 600 yuan. This is for our territory. You are really working hard, spending money and effort, and being both a father and a mother. These Lu fans gradually deviated from the topic, and Lucifer didn't want to pay attention. Turning around, the ice cream in Su Luo's arms was gone, but his obviously better spirit and the pink jam at the corner of his mouth reminded him of what had just happened. Lucifer sneered, pretentious. Unlike Lucifer's miserable experience, when Ning's territory. She, Z, Hu Z, and Loli each licked an ice cream. Oh my god, you don't even have ice cream? That's too miserable. Loli lowered her head in distress, and shook her head. When Ning comforted her, and took out the trump card diplomatic product for elementary school students to make friends. Weilong spicy strips. Loli fell in love with it as soon as she tasted it, and took a lot back before leaving. This is a later story. During the 3 days she stayed in Wen Ning's territory, Loli had completely fallen in love with this place, and Wen Ning also bought the things she brought. The two reached some kind of agreement directly, and Wen Ning sent Loli away. Lord, what good thing did you give Loli? Wen Ning smiled mysteriously. Do you know what can make the enemy afraid? Mira thought for a while, and gave many answers, but Wen Ning shook his head and said no. Finally, Mira got annoyed and pestered Wen Ning for the answer. Wen Ning replied slowly. Of course it's Diclorbos. Mira, I deduct money for the pun. Chapter 216. February 3rd, Wasteland Calendar, Disaster Day, 8 o'clock sunny. Disaster Day 4, temperature today 38 to 48 degrees Celsius. World Channel. Brothers, I seem to have figured out the law of disasters, which is that the temperature rises by 2 degrees Celsius a day. World Channel. This law is so great, I suggest naming it after you. World Channel. I don't accept it with my elementary school diploma. World Channel. Water resources in the trading market are too expensive. 1 bottle of water costs 100 survival points. World Channel. It's expensive, but compared to life. World Channel. It's ridiculous. I won the lottery on Blue Star, and came to this place before I had time to spend it. Now I don't have the life to spend the survival points in my hand. World Channel. I'd better save some energy to find a water source. The outside of my shelter is almost turning into a desert. World Channel. We have found a new water source in our territory, but we can't beat the mutant beasts around us. World Channel. You can't go out in this damn weather. You will be roasted if you go out. World Channel. The temperature is just a drop in the bucket. Remember in the middle of the 20th century on Blue Star, a mushroom cloud lingered over Hiroshima in Ria, and the highest temperature that day reached 4,000 degrees Celsius. Did anyone complain about the heat? World Channel. Bury the friendly forces with honor. World Channel. Yen people. You, amidst the world's curses, a message suddenly flooded the screen. World Channel. Jack's territory will open a store auction at 12 o'clock today, and various cooling products will be released. Please pay attention. At 10, World Channel. Good guy, there are cooling products at this time, and they are still auctioned. Are they really that rich? World Channel. This guy is not trying to cheat our survival points. World Channel. It doesn't cost money to not go to the auction seat. World Channel. Let alone, I can't go out anyway. The temperature at home is 10 degrees lower than outside. I bought a watermelon at a high price. I keep it for a while watching and eating. World Channel. Are you all here to experience the disparity of the world again? Every time, only the auction can make me feel that I am truly alive, because no one is poorer than me. Today is the third day since Loli left, right? Counting the days, a new territory merchant will be refreshed today. When Ning was eating a bowl of ice powder, and the coolness inside the shelter formed a sharp contrast with the heat outside the territory. The temperature control stones inlaid on the walls of the first floor of the shelter were enough for Wen Ning to cope with temperatures of plus or minus 100 degrees Celsius. Not to mention the underground part, because of the existence of the cold storage, the walls of the underground floors all use ice energy cores. The lower the temperature is. The second floor skylight uses heat-absorbing materials, which can be used to power the shelter after absorbing heat energy. So Wen Ning's shelter has long been connected to the circuit, and there is no need to light torches at night. At this time, the plants on the second floor are growing lushly, and the central sprinkler waters regularly, and there is also a whole row of sprinkler heads on the top to ensure that the plants are fully watered 360 degrees without dead ends. Z picked fresh tomatoes, and went downstairs, and picked up a few eggs from the chicken coop of the Wasteland chicken on the way. The wild chicken population has grown very large. Wen Ning has no chicken coop, so he can only control the scale. With tears in his eyes, he turned the extra old, weak and sick chickens into roast chickens, chicken soup. Lord. The buildings have been upgraded to the highest level. Mira entered the shelter while spraying air. Although Mira is not a pure robot, it still retains some machine characteristics. For example, it is not afraid of high temperatures, and of course, it is not afraid of low temperatures. After spraying the cooling gas, a layer of frost precipitated on its eggshell, which looked extremely cool. Wen Ning walked towards the kitchen, while holding a tomato and egg. By the way, he also opened the control panel of the territory. The buildings above, the warehouse has increased to 3, and have been upgraded to the highest level. The territory shop has also been upgraded to level 2. The initial farm is 800 square meters. Wen Ning is not in a hurry to expand it, because the weather is not suitable for planting. The farmland area cannot be planted directly because Wen Ning checked that the land in the farmland area is still barren land, like Wasteland, that cannot be planted. So to open up the farm, Wen Ning's original planting fields must be moved in. And those planting fields were recovered by Wen Ning to the territory warehouse before the natural disaster. The tavern was successfully built, but it was empty inside, with no drinks for sale. The system prompts that it needs to wait for a merchant related to the tavern. Wen Ning can absorb him as a territory citizen, so that she can sell the territory's drinks, or sell her own drinks in the tavern to make a profit. The territory tavern can also join Wen Ning's treasure pavilion and ship online. This means that players can buy drinks from the bright territory through the treasure pavilion. Wow, Wasteland online shopping. Wen Ning is very fond of this function. First of all, the things sold by the territory merchants will have certain functional gains, which is also very useful to her. Secondly, she no longer needs to be a middleman. The treasure pavilion cannot be upgraded, and can only have 10 shells. Although it is just a thought, it is also a headache to keep stocking. But for now, I still have to wait for a destined person. Oh no, a destined alien. Wen Ning put the tomatoes on the fire and roasted them neatly, then peeled them, cut them into small pieces, and put them in the pot to stir-fry, beat in eggs, and add pure natural spring water after solidification and stir-frying. When the water boils, Put in the noodles. The fragrance is overflowing, and Oz is attracted. Wait for breakfast, my specialty noodles. Tomato and egg noodles. While waiting for the noodles, Wen Ning checked the territory building blacksmith shop again. The blacksmith shop can make some tools and simple weapons. These tools are useless to Wen Ning, but they are very useful to the aliens. For example, the first territory merchant by Shui, her request is for some weapons. Wen Ning also tried to trade with weapons, but the system prompted that Wasteland weapons are not allowed to be taken away. In addition, Bai Shui was a little anxious to go back and didn't trust Wen Ning that much, so Wen Ning spent so many points to buy those ice creams. Lolita could actually give her some weapons to go back and arm her own people, but there was no merchant in the blacksmith shop, so these two buildings don't need to be upgraded for the time being. First, there is not enough infrastructure materials, and second, there is no merchant refresh now anyway. Mira nodded, indicating that she had taken note. By the way, Lord, our territory is not enough materials. Wen Ning also knew that he had spent a lot of money upgrading the base in the past few days, and the basic materials were almost consumed. This is under the condition that there are 4 logging robots and 4 mining robots in the territory. Otherwise, the materials would have run out long ago. Wen Ning looked through his backpack. What he had left were mostly fresh ingredients, and some miscellaneous but precious materials. For example, kyanite, silver aluminum alloy, fiberglass, lithium mica, etc. Wen Ning went down to the warehouse again and took a look. His eyes flashed when he swept over the centaur parked in the corner. Maybe we have another way to make money quickly. At this time, on the World Channel, players could not go out, so they could only spread news in the channel. Everyone was guessing what good things Jack's store could auction. A ding sound from the backstage reminded the huge fans of the Treasure Pavilion. The store you follow, the Treasure Pavilion, has scheduled an auction at 12 noon. Chapter 217. World Channel, here he comes. I finally waited for the auction of the Treasure Pavilion. World Channel. The store has been very quiet recently. I believe this time he must have a big move. World Channel, in my Lifetime series. World Channel. The above is too exaggerated. The Wasteland has only been open for a month. World Channel. Oh my god, now that you mention it, it's only February 2nd. The ancients were right. The days are like years. World Channel. This Yin Country store owner, may I ask why you have to hold the auction at the same time as our Life Own Country? World Channel. That's right. The Yin Country people are all scheming and scheming. They do this to steal our popularity. World Channel. Yo, what popularity do you have, foreign devil? The total population of the country is not even 1/5 of Yin Country? World Channel. Personally, I think you should not be too arrogant. After all, the fans of your official store are not even 1% of the fans of the Treasure Pavilion. Wen Ning looked at the barrage of comments on the World Channel, and then she realized that Jack's auction was also scheduled for 12 noon today. This is not her trying to cheat. It really is. She doesn't even have Jack in her eyes. Killing Jack in the trial mission made Wen Ning realize that this person is at most better than a scumbag in front of her. Many people on the World Channel were making fun of her. Wen Ning frowned and blocked a few people who made excessive comments. Immediately, there was feedback on the World Channel. World Channel. Just received a message that I was blocked by the Treasure Pavilion. Is the store so unacceptable? World Channel. Treasure Pavilion. I have intensive phobia and I can't stand people with many tricks. World Channel. Ha ha ha. The store owner is so real. I am narrow-minded. I am proud. World Channel. That's right. You said you would never go to the auction of the Treasure Pavilion anyway. Why do you mind blocking it? At this time, in some corners of the Wasteland, blonde and blue-eyed players were beating their chests and stamping their feet, although they mocked the Treasure Pavilion. But I got a lot of good stuff in the treasure house privately. Now, I don't have the chance to buy things secretly. It's all because of this mouth. Wen Ning blocked several people who said so bad things that the system would mark them with stars. Then she left the World Channel. She didn't have so much time to send messages. The goods have not been found yet. Azzy, start the food processor and make all the ice jelly. Fruit ice jelly, a derivative product of rose ice jelly, adding pure natural spring water to it can bring a touch of coolness to the hot summer. System prompt, drink this bowl of ice jelly and take away the heat in your heart. Effect, reduce the body temperature by 20 degrees Celsius, lasting for 1 hour. This ice jelly is a substitute for ice cream. Now the body temperature outside can reach 60 degrees. After eating this bowl of ice jelly, the body temperature can be reduced to 40 degrees Celsius. You should know that the body temperature in Shuan Blue Star in summer is at least 50 degrees Celsius. With the materials Wen Ning has now, he should be able to produce 1,000 copies of this thing by noon. This job is given to a Z. Wen Ning went to the trading market and bought a large number of stones. Originally, one survival point could buy 10 units of stone, but Wen Ning directly bought 10,000 units. Then he threw it into the synthesis system to start synthesis. Brush temperature control stone. It takes 250 times to synthesize 10,000 units of stone, and a total of 200 units of temperature control stone are obtained. There are also 300 units of solid stone, which are left as infrastructure materials. Wen Ning took a look at the synthesis system, and the current number of times is not enough to upgrade the synthesis system. This part is ready. Wen Ning thought about the growth robot again. Everyone knows that I have this blueprint, but I have never sold it. Wen Ning looked at the survival points. So let's get 20 more robots. Do you want to make a growth robot? Each one costs survival points *100. Come. Manufacturing successful. Congratulations on getting robot guards *10. Manufacturing successful. Congratulations on getting robot butlers *5. Manufacturing successful. Congratulations on getting robot miners *5. Butler? Robot butler can help you complete various tasks in the shelter, such as collecting and putting in materials when making weapons in batches, freeing your hands, oh no, freeing your brain. I already have Mira and a Z, so I don't need them at all. Wen Ning transferred 5 of the 5 robot guards to 001 and asked him to train. The remaining 15 Wen Ning prepared to sell in packages. 3 in a group. Finally, Wen Ning took out the Centaur. Vehicles, in this wasteland with no water source, must be the best choice. The only pity is that she doesn't have the blueprints for a 4-wheeled vehicle. But the Centaur is already very good, with a high speed and is quite flexible. Do you want to make 5 Centaurs? Enough materials? Wen Ning still has 52 tires left from the last time he brought back, which should be enough to make 26 Centaurs. But the principle that things are rare and valuable applies everywhere. Congratulations on getting 5 Centaurs, all done. Wen Ning didn't synthesize these things. First of all, there is no shortage of market, and secondly, these are to be sold. She didn't want the goods she sold to become a sharp knife stabbing at her. Time passed by minute by minute. At 11:59, Wen Ning gave Mira the task of entertaining the territory merchants. Then, under the system prompt, he entered the auction venue. System, new territory merchants have been refreshed. Please go to receive them. Treasure Pavilion. The auction time has come. The first round is food auction. Interested players can take a seat, and the auction will officially start in 3 minutes. Auction, here it comes. Here it comes. The boss has a big stock. Blind my titanium alloy dog eyes. Auction. Treasure Pavilion Clown. Treasure Pavilion Clown. Treasure Pavilion Clown. Player has been permanently blacklisted and kicked out of the auction. The Wasteland game has entered the 3rd stage, and there are very few lone wolf players. Most players chose to form a group. Of course, some were forced to join because they couldn't beat them. At this time, all the people in the territory of the Gale Kingdom were under Jack's order. Some opened their own auctions, and some opened the auction of the Treasure Pavilion, continuously insulting the Treasure Pavilion, trying to disrupt the normal auction of the Treasure Pavilion. Auction. Wow. There are actually water armies in the Wasteland. Auction. It's outrageous, but fortunately, their water army can't even beat the barrage of passers-by, killing people and destroying their hearts. Jack almost bit his teeth when he saw that the number of people online at his auction was not even a fraction of that of the Treasure Pavilion. Chapter 218. Treasure Pavilion. The items in this auction are basically sold in bundles. The first round of auction items is Fruit Ice Powder *100. Auction. Fruit Ice Powder. This attribute is too amazing. Auction. 101 breath. Who can eat this? Auction. Lin Zheng. Does the store still have ice cream? Although this ice powder is effective, my son is a big foodie and likes ice cream more. Auction. Dad, I am not picky about food, buy it for me. Auction. Surprise. The illegitimate son of the head of the Lin family appeared in the Wasteland auction. What a grudge of the rich family. Auction. Lin Han. Stop it upstairs, my father has only 2 brothers, and by the way, I want to dispel the rumor that the one who likes ice cream is Lin Yin. Auction. Anyone who has seen the young master knows that this is not credible. The physique of the eldest young master. Auction. Lin Han. Family members are sabotaging? If you have the ability, don't be anonymous. Wen Ning looked at the active Lin father and son at the auction. This joke directly made the auction channel more lively. The bullet screen was refreshed quickly, and the native of Lifeone country, which was originally submerged, disappeared. Although Lin Zheng was talking and laughing, he was not polite when bidding. After a while, the bid for these 100 bowls of fruit ice jelly was raised to 40,000 survival points. One bowl was close to 400. When Ning clicked the deal when no one bid for 10 seconds. Lin Zheng successfully won these 100 portions of fruit ice jelly. Auction. How much ice jelly does Lin Zheng's store have left? I, Lin Zheng, will buy it all. Don't waste your time. Treasure Pavilion. Thank you for your support, Boss Lin. There are still 900 portions of this ice jelly. In order to thank everyone for your support for the Treasure Pavilion, forward the auction information of the Treasure Pavilion to the World Channel to get a chance to buy it. Treasure Pavilion. You can buy it after forwarding, limited to 10 copies per person. At the same time, Wen Ning changed the price of the fruit jelly on the shelf to 300 points per copy. As a result, thousands of players began to forward the auction information of the Treasure Pavilion, attracting more players to the auction. The original popularity of more than 9 million directly soared to more than 13 million. Compared with the hundreds of thousands of popularity of Jack's auction, it seemed even more lonely. Jack looked at the rising popularity of the Treasure Pavilion, and envy flashed in his eyes. Then compare it with the food developed in his own territory. A bowl of juice made of unknown things, extremely sour, can reduce the temperature by 5 degrees Celsius, and last for 10 minutes. The host said it was exaggerated, and there were very few people who bid. Among them, there were also delays arranged by him. Why does the Treasure Pavilion have so many foods with heaven-defying properties? 900 copies. If you give it to him, he can at least sell one copy for a high price of 1,000 survival points. It's really a waste of heaven's resources. The envy in Jack's eyes gradually turned into deep jealousy. He envied the treasure house, and everything he had. Sir! I grabbed 10 portions of fruit ice. Alex's excited voice gradually died down when he saw Jack's extremely ugly face. The officers behind him had envy on their faces. They winked at Alex, as if to say, Adjutant, you also forwarded the auction of the treasure house? He said he hated it, but he was honest. When Ning used 900 portions of fruit ice powder to successfully make all the haters at the auction disappear. As for this ice powder, Ozzy kept making it, and she could have 1,000 or even 2,000 portions of ice powder at any time. And the ingredients in her warehouse were consumed less than 1%. Ice powder is just an opening act. The focus of the auction is still to come. When Ning looked at the atmosphere of the auction, which had reached a small climax, 900 pieces of ice powder were bid, which doubled the heat of the auction. When Ning took out the second item, Treasure Pavilion, the second item is Temperature Control Stone *200. Temperature Control Stone can control the indoor temperature. Each piece can control 1 degree C, can be repeatedly stacked. The appearance of Temperature Control Stone directly set off a new round of storm. Treasure Pavilion. 200 units of Temperature Control Stone are sold in packages, with a starting price of 40,000 survival points. When Ning initially priced the Temperature Control Stone at 200 points per unit. Compared with food, the only advantage of this thing is the permanent effect. The disadvantage is of course also very obvious, that is, it can only take effect in a fixed space. However, when Ning usually adds this stone to his room, so he is used to the comfortable temperature. I have never experienced the feeling of the players, who were starving and cold during the snowstorm, and whose hands and feet were numb in the middle of the night. I have never experienced the feeling of being surrounded by red-hot charcoal in the shelter under extreme heat. This price is extremely cheap in the Wasteland. They immediately started to scramble for it. Auction. Lin Zheng number 233, 80,000. Auction. Lucier number 12, 120,000. Auction. Zhao Wu number 899. This thing is suitable for my granddaughter's room. 200,000. Auction. Lin Zheng number 233. Grandpa, you can't spoil the younger generation like this. Auction. Zhao Wu number 899. Who just wanted to buy ice cream for his son. You little brat, you're going to bankrupt me. Auction. Zhao Wu number 899. Fortunately, my Nana didn't like him. The Zhao family can't afford it. Lin Han watched his father and Grandpa Zhao arguing with each other, feeling so ashamed that he had no place to hide. Big sister. You made me fall in love with the wrong person, and made such a big joke. Lin Han's memory flashed back to that day. Xiao Nana's stunning face flashed with disbelief, and it was obvious that she didn't know Lin Han. Not only Xiao Nana, Lin Han himself almost didn't recognize himself. Remembering that the big sister never said that she was Xiao Nana, he made up so many embarrassing plots in his mind. Lin Han's toes almost dug out a 3-bedroom apartment in the Lord's Hall of the Zhao family. What was even more embarrassing was that his father actually went up to him to get close to him, risking his old face for his lifelong happiness. Lin Han really burst into tears. This farce came to an end when Zhao Nana's true love appeared, and Lin Zheng left with Lin Han in disgrace. The follow-up was that Mr. Zhao scolded Lin Zheng for being shameless. Seeing Mr. Zhao insulting the two of them at this time, Lin Zheng dared not say a word. Looking back, and seeing Lin Han's disappointing look, he immediately gave up the idea of robbing the temperature control stone. This fat guy should be exposed to the sun more and earn some masculinity. So in the end, the temperature control stone was bought by Mr. Zhao at the price of 200,000 survival points. Wen Ning generously gave him a 20% discount coupon for the Treasure Pavilion. Chapter 219. Treasure Pavilion. Thank you for your support. All the cooling products in the auction of Treasure Pavilion have been sold. Auction, huh? That's it? Boss, please don't, I haven't seen enough. Auction, I like to see others show off their wealth. This feeling is just like my own. Auction, store owner, don't stop. I rely on you for the materials of my rich dream at night. Auction, really, the store owner, and we don't seem to be playing the same game. We have never seen these things of his. Auction, the explosion rate of food is okay. I have also made some food with attributes, but I don't have so many ingredients to try. Auction, what kind of juice is auctioned by the neighboring Lifeng country? The effect is far worse, but they dare to ask for 100 survival points. No one bids. Auction, that's it? And you still say we are riding on the popularity. You are so shameless. Wen Ning watched the topic of the auction gradually deviate to Jack's side, and quickly took out the third item. Regaining control of the wind direction, he refused to spare any sidelong glances for Jack. Treasure Pavilion. The next item is probably familiar to everyone. Treasure Pavilion. In the last auction, Treasure Pavilion received a blueprint of a growth robot. Auction. Damn! I was lucky enough to be there. At that time, Boss Lu's blueprint instantly killed someone from Rya. Auction. The above-mentioned people are full of taunts, although I don't remember who it was, haha. Auction. The store is going to auction this blueprint? Oh my god, Boss Lu, is he tempted? Auction. I remember the Treasure Pavilion used a healing potion to exchange for this blueprint. Now they are selling this blueprint again? Auction. It's not impossible. The blueprint is so rare. Anyway, I haven't heard of anyone owning a robot. It can be seen how difficult it is to cash in. Everyone is speculating that the blueprint that Treasure Pavilion is going to sell is this blueprint. Lin Zheng was even more determined to fight for this blueprint. He had asked for it when Lu Shur got it, but he didn't expect that Lu Shur would give it away for a woman. The three families of Lin, Zhao, and Lu met on Blue Star, so everyone knew the relationship between Lu Shur and Sun Yanhe, and everyone thought that Lu Shur bought the healing potion to save Sun Yanhe. Only Lu Shur was drinking ice jelly calmly. He had already bought the robot from Wen Ning. The learning ability was terrifying. It was almost trained, but after Su Lu recovered, Lu Shur had new ideas about this robot. Now, this robot is following Su Lu, claiming to protect him, but in fact it is secretly stealing his skills. Su Lu didn't care. The auction of the Treasure Pavilion this time must be a robot, but I don't know if there is a robot guard he wants. In the Wasteland, a world where the strong prey on the weak, everyone wants to become stronger, and of course they want a combat robot to protect them. So in order to prevent the price of his robots from not meeting expectations, and to prevent these people from only buying combat robots, Wen Ning directly packaged the three types of robots into 5 pieces, and sent them to the auction table together. Treasure Pavilion. This round of auction items, Robot Gift Package * 5 pieces. Treasure Pavilion. Robot Auction Rules. 5 pieces start bidding at the same time, the price is the same, and when the final transaction is completed, the bids will be subscribed in order from high to low. Treasure Pavilion. The highest bidder will purchase first, and can purchase any number of 1 to 5. The rest will be the second, and then the third. The highest transaction price will be sold until they are sold out. While Wen Ning was talking, he sent out the details of the robot gift package. The beautifully packaged pictures were displayed in front of everyone, and many players found that the Treasure Pavilion had carefully tied a bow, auction, robot gift pack. Let me see, God. 3 robots, 3 different robots. Auction. How to play this, tell me, how to play this. Auction. Has anyone really developed technology? God knows I still have to light torches to sleep at night. Auction. The one upstairs, I want 2. Treasure Pavilion. The starting price of the robot gift pack is 100,000. Auction. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. Forget it, the survival points above are not what I can imagine. Auction. Lu Shur number 12, 200,000. Auction. Zhao Wu number 899, 300,000. Auction. Su Jiaqing number 3512, 400,000. Auction. Lin Zheng number 233, 410,000. Dad, can you be more generous? You know nothing, this is called strategy. Hurry up and check what kind of messy supplies are in your backpack to exchange for survival points. Lin Han and Lin Yin didn't dare to say anything else and could only follow their father's orders. Auction. Robot guards. Woo woo woo, I'm greedy combat robots. Auction. Robot butlers are also good, freeing up the brain, and one energy core can work for a month. Auction. I suddenly don't envy them anymore, because I don't even have an energy core. This is not a problem I should worry about at all. Auction. Miner robot. A must-have for hardcore gamers. Auction. I've imagined it in my mind. The store owner must have a large territory at home. Every morning, the robot brings breakfast from the food processor to his mouth. Inside the territory, the robots get up early to go to work. Outside the territory, there are rows of robots guarding the territory. Auction. Woohoo, just hearing this makes me happy. When Ning saw what the player said, nodded, and agreed, well, what you said is almost right. But her territory is not only about robots, but also about the cute AZ, the bully-like Huzi, the calm 001, and the omnipotent Mira. This life is indeed enviable, not to mention in the Wasteland. The treasure pavilion neither agreed nor denied the speculation of others at the auction. This made everyone believe the words of the player even more. In the territory of the Fierce Wind Country, jealousy has made Jack unrecognizable. Go check. Where is the large territory in the S66 area? This time I must find it. Alex took the order and went down, and Jack poked Su Jiaqing frantically in the private chat channel. Jack, just bid, buy it, and then trade it to me. Su Jiaqing. Commander Jack, it's not that I don't want to bid, but I don't have enough survival points, and the system won't let me bid. This is the truth. Once a bid is made at the auction, the system will lock the corresponding materials, and once successful, it will be directly deducted. Jack looked at the price on the auction table, and Lu Shur had already shouted 700,000. The price of a set of robots might be as high as 1 million. Jack transferred 800,000 survival points to Su Jiaqing, and kept a close eye on the progress of the auction. Lin Zheng number 233, 710,000. Zhao Wu number 899, 750,000. Lu Shur number 12, 900,000. Su Jiaqing, who was about to bid 800,000, was stunned, and his face suddenly became ugly. Jack just gave him 800,000, and he thought he would just bid 800,000. Even if he didn't win the bid, he would have an excuse. Now he has 800,000 in his hand, and others have already bid 900,000. He couldn't bid 800,000 at all. If he didn't bid, he might not be ranked at that time. But if he bid, he would have to pay for it. What should he do? It might be too late to find Jack again. Thinking about the consequences of not being able to bid, Su Jiaqing's eyes flashed with fear. Gritting his teeth, he bid. Su Jiaqing number 3512, 910,000. Huh? Su Jiaqing breathed a sigh of relief and turned to contact Jack to ask for survival points. At this time, Lin Zheng offered 920,000, Zhao Wu offered 930,000, and Lu Shur bid 950,000. After waiting for half a minute, the tug-of-war finally ended. Treasure Pavilion. Boss Lu is generous. The transaction price is 950,000. Treasure Pavilion. Please subscribe to Boss Lu. Chapter 220. Auction. Zhao Wu number 899. Lu family kid, ahem you know. Auction. Lin Zheng number 233, ahem you know. Auction. Su Jiaqing number 3512, you know. Auction. Know what? Auction. Ha ha, these big guys all want this robot gift package, and they are trying to give Boss Lu a hint. Auction. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. Of course, Lu Shur understood what they meant and couldn't help but smile bitterly. I want to eat them all, but I don't have the money. In the end, Lu Shur couldn't resist the temptation and bought 2 sets of 6 growth robots. This also cost him 70% to 80% of his savings. Treasure Pavilion. Boss Lu Shur bought 2 robot gift packages. The boss is generous, and the Treasure Pavilion will give him a small exquisite gift. Lu Shur was an old customer, and several transactions were very satisfactory. When Ning directly packed 10 dwarf bombs and went over, auction, Lin Zheng number 233, Grandpa. Look! This. Auction, Jiaowu number 899, what are you looking at? If I had money, I wouldn't leave any for you. Auction. Jiaowu number 899, boss. Give me a big gift package. Grandpa Zhao stroked his beard, and the momentum of saying a big gift package seemed to be that he was going to buy all the rest. This also revealed to Wen Ning that these people's survival points might not be as many as she imagined. Immediately gave a response. Treasure Pavilion. Boss Zhao Wu bought a robot gift package. Thank you for supporting the store. Treasure Pavilion. There are 3 robot gift packages left. Auction. Lin Zheng number 233. I only want one. Lin Zheng was already satisfied with what he bought, but he didn't dare to expect more. Treasure Pavilion. Boss Lin Zheng bought a big gift package. Thank you for supporting our store. Here is a 20% discount coupon. Please come back again in the future. Auction. Lin Zheng number 233. Boss, you are a very nice person. Can my son use this coupon? Treasure Pavilion. 1 coupon per account. Why do you want to get a discount for the whole family if you spend alone? It's not that Wen Ning looks down on others. Lin Han is a European-style guy. There must be a lot of good things in the Lin family. I just don't know why he didn't show off at all, but took this silly route. It makes people unable to figure out his strength, but they dare not underestimate him. Maybe it has something to do with Lin Han's scumbag nature. He is too prominent and easy to be a target. Father Lin also has good intentions. During the time when Wen Ning was guessing, the barrage at the auction was flying, but Su Jiaqing, who ranked 4th, didn't say anything. What's going on? The internet is off. Wen Ning couldn't help but remind him. Treasure Pavilion. There is one last robot gift pack left. Do you want to buy it, Base Captain Su? We don't accept credit, and we don't bargain afterwards. People on the auction channel joked that the official base couldn't let others look down on it. The 5th place was Ria's buyer. Would the official base give this good thing to Ria? Seeing that Su Jiaqing didn't move for a long time, Wen Ning couldn't help but call the boss behind him. Today's auction has 20 million fans. Don't do anything weird to me. If you let my robot get lost, I make you pay. It's not Wen Ning's fault. The main reason is that the 2 base captains before and after this official base are both very good at moral blackmail. I really don't have a good impression of Wen Ning. Just when Wen Ning's patience was about to run out, the system suddenly prompted that the transaction was successful. Su Jiaqing finally bought it. The onlookers took a reassurance pill, and Leah didn't get a chance to get it. Leah, who ranked 5th, was so angry that her mouth was crooked. Wen Ning immediately smiled and edited. Treasure Pavilion. Base Chief Su Jiaqing bought a big gift package. Thank you for supporting the store. A 20% discount coupon is given. Please visit more in the future. Regardless of the rising popularity of the channel, he directly announced the end of the auction. Treasure Pavilion. Today's auction ends here. Thank you for your support. Originally, Wen Ning also prepared 2 products, dwarf bombs and vehicles. But seeing that even Lucier gritted his teeth to buy the 2 robot gift packages, it seems that the survival points of the territory have been used up. It doesn't matter if it's all spent. She won't sell it for now. There is no rush for good things to flow into the market. Wen Ning is not unaware of the truth that a big tree attracts the wind. The popularity of Jack's auction was completely taken away by the Treasure Pavilion, and it ended in disgrace after only half an hour. Who knows what little conspiracy or trick is going on behind the scenes now? The impact of the robot's appearance has exceeded Wen Ning's expectations. In this auction, she earned 4.75 million survival points from the robot gift package alone. There was also 310,000 ice powder income. Add 200,000 from the temperature control stone. There is also the auction handling fee. Wen Ning's survival points are close to 6 million. 6 million. This is a huge sum of money no matter where it is placed. It is enough to upgrade the territory by several levels. How could Wen Ning be willing to take out more precious vehicles for auction? She had basically collected all the survival points in the Wasteland, so it was no longer appropriate to auction. And it is very likely that the price will not reach the imagined price. Wen Ning happily ended the auction here. Su Jiaqing held the robot in his hand with mixed feelings. Jack was already chatting with him privately, and Su Jiaqing looked at the robot gift package without even opening the bow. He was very sad before trading it to Jack. This wave was a complete loss. He had been expecting the previous few big guys to buy all the robots. Who would have thought that these pseudo-big guys? They shouted enthusiastically, but they could only afford one. He also lost his hard-earned private money, which he originally planned to save to buy the Lord Order. There have been players selling Lord Orders on the black market, and the opening price was 1 million. Su Jiaqing secretly resold some official intelligence and earned some survival points. He also gained a lot by working for Jack, but one day he was plotted and directly sent back the survival points. He really didn't get any benefit at all. It looked like he could get the Lord Order, but then this auction happened. Jack was cunning. He didn't go to the auction himself, but asked him to go. He was afraid that the players from the Fierce Wind country would bid higher. Su Jiaqing didn't dare to resent Jack, so he could only secretly bear a grudge against the treasure pavilion. In the world, openly and secretly, how many people were thinking about Wen Ning's treasure pavilion and wanted to find out her background? Jack bought the robot gift package for 800,000 yuan and couldn't wait to open it. He didn't care about Su Jiaqing's thoughts. The information he gave Su Jiaqing had long exceeded these survival points. Su Jiaqing was also very capable. He cultivated many spies in the official base. It is detected that the player has obtained a robot, and the mechanical guard warehouse will automatically open. Please name your robot as soon as possible. Such a good thing was actually bought in the treasure pavilion. Alex, go to the black market to find high-level drawings and precious props, and bring them all back to me. He must get back at the next auction. Yes, sir. Alex is also a complainer. He just ran to the intelligence department to explain the coordinates of the treasure pavilion. He just came back, and he has to run again. Sir, can't you and the Minister of Intelligence add each other as friends? Yinhan territory, name is useless, Dad. This robot is really good. It learns too fast. Lin Yan retracted his offensive, and the robot behind him also retracted it, following suit. Lin Zheng smiled happily. This butler robot is also very useful. As long as it is authorized, he can arrange robots to do things even if he is not in the territory. Mining robots are even more convenient. With just one electric energy core, they can dig for a month without sleep. The backpack they come with can hold 1,000 units of ore. It is indeed a money-burning thing. First, let him learn combat skills from Lin Yan for a while, and then let him follow Lin Han. Lin Yan did not have any objections. Although his brother was lucky, he had a few crises and narrowly escaped death. They dared not gamble with Lin Han's luck against crises. In the future, if there are robots, they can find some back for Lin Han. This is the status of Lin Han as a mascot. Chapter 221. Lord, are you done? Hu Zi is about to fight with the territory merchants. Wen Ning just exited the auction interface when he received Myra's message. Fighting? Hu Zi? Wen Ning ran out of the shelter, not caring about the heat outside, and went straight to the territory shop. As soon as he got closer, he saw two figures, one yellow and one white, entangled in the middle of the yellow sand and dust. The white one was naturally the little tyrant tiger cub, and the yellow one was also an animal form, blending with the surrounding yellow sand. Wen Ning didn't recognize what race it was for a while. But this time the merchant was not in human form, pure beast man, or some other race. The two sides did not fight to the death like a life and death fight, but rather like a competition. Wen Ning took a deep breath and did not show an angry expression. Instead, he hugged Mira, who flew over into his arms. Myra's eggshell was icy and cool, very comfortable. The weather was hot. Wen Ning stood in the shade at the entrance of the shop, watching the two beasts fighting in front of him. Finally, he saw clearly that the territory merchant who was fighting with the tiger cub was a lion. Mira was talking beside him and explaining what happened. It turned out that the territory merchant was not from the beast tribe, but a lion man among the beast men. When I first came to the territory, I followed Mira to stroll around and met Hu Zi, who was bored and ready to go out to find 001. When the two kings of beasts met, it was as if they had a natural grudge, and neither of them would give in. They roared and quarreled for a long time, and finally wrestled together. Even though Mira was a knowledgeable and intelligent brain tribe, she couldn't understand what the two beasts were arguing about. Wen Ning rolled his eyes helplessly. He picked up a chair and sat down, and saw that the two sides were really fighting hard. He sat leisurely and discussed with Mira that when the territory was upgraded to level 3, they would build spike fences and arrow towers around the territory. Mira quickly calculated the materials needed, and Wen Ning bought them directly on the trading market. It took 500,000 survival points to buy all the materials. He put them in the territory warehouse and told Mira to start construction directly after the territory was upgraded, and not to waste a minute. The weather was getting hotter, and the time was approaching 2 o'clock in the afternoon when the sun was the hottest. In the past, at this time, Hu Zi would sleep on the floor of the shelter with his legs spread out, and he couldn't be woken up even if he was called. Now, for the honor of the king of beasts, he really fought hard. Wen Ning took out his favorite ice cream, and it couldn't resist. Wen Ning held his forehead. At this time, he had to activate 001. 001, come here. 001 was patrolling the territory with the guard team. After receiving Wen Ning's message, he rushed here with all his strength. From a distance, only a silver figure was seen approaching quickly, rushing straight towards the two figures twisted together. Wen Ning was waiting to see the show, as the little bully was often beaten. Although Hu Zi was fighting seriously, he could not stand the heat any longer. He looked at Wen Ning from the corner of his eye, hoping that his mother would shout handsomely, "Stop!" But his mother did not move at all, and even ate his favorite ice cream. The tiger cub was rebellious, and he felt that as long as he insisted, his mother would definitely feel bad. Finally, he could not help but rush up to stop him from being beaten, and his face hurt a little. In the corner of his eye, a figure was getting closer and closer, and someone came to stop him from being beaten. But that was 001. There is no need for that. Tiger Cub's heart was alarmed. He had been so naughty recently that 001 might not come to seek revenge. At the critical moment, 001 had already flashed in front of Tiger. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. A perfect parabola flew past Wen Ning. The dust cleared. Tiger opened his eyes. He was held in 001's arms, and the Lion Man was kicked out by 001. Roar! That's how I flew out last time. Wen Ning watched carefully. Tiger clearly thought 001 was here to teach him a lesson, and he didn't dare to open his eyes. He laughed and scolded, "What a shame! Hurry up and get down." Tiger ran to Wen Ning's side and asked for ice cream. The automatic cleaning function made him not stained with a trace of dust. Wen Ning took out an ice cream and handed it to him. Ding! The favorability of the territory merchants decreased by 10%, and the current level is 40%. Bad food. Wen Ning took a breath, and the ice cream he was sending to the tiger cub turned a corner. He handed it to Mira. My friend came from afar, but I didn't treat him well. This misunderstanding caused him to have an ice cream to calm down. Mira gave the cool ice cream to the Lion Man in front of the tiger's dumbfounded eyes. The Lion Man was stunned, then slowly stood up, and his body shape changed back to the shape of a lion head and a human body. Wen Ning turned around, smiled at the Lion Man, and quietly threw an ice cream into the tiger cub's mouth with his hands behind his back. He didn't forget to pull out the wooden stick to prevent the Lion Man from finding out. Ding! The favorability of the territory merchant increased by 10%, and the current favorability is 50%. Fickle. Wen Ning's expression remained unchanged, and he waved his hand to let 001 take the tiger cub away. The lion was a little angry at first, but once the sweet ice cream was in her stomach, her anger was instantly suppressed. Feeling the changes in her body, her eyes suddenly shone. She walked forward and saluted like a gentleman. "Hello, human lord. Do you still have the icy thing you just gave me? I want to buy some." Buy ice cream? She only had 400 sticks in total, which was just enough to survive this disaster, and she also had to take care of the territory merchants who had refreshed. But she didn't have any extra to sell to him. Besides, the territory merchants were all here to sell things, so why did they come to her to buy things? After seeing Wen Ning's puzzled eyes, the lion took the initiative to explain. The environment where our race lives is similar to yours, Lord. It is also hot, and there is no vegetation around. The heat killed all the plants, the water source dried up, and the land became desertified and can no longer be planted. The plants have been extinct for hundreds of years. The place where our race lives is the last oasis on the continent. Our race originally loved peace and accepted the arrival of other races, but with more races, fighting is inevitable. The heat affects everyone's mind, and they become more aggressive. Some orcs even eat raw meat and drink blood to quench their thirst. In order to protect themselves, the lion people were forced to learn to transform into beasts, just to avoid being killed in battle. Wen Ning nodded after listening. No wonder he could fight Hu Zi. He must have strong fighting power after crawling out of the pile of corpses. The fact that he didn't kill him just now also shows that he is not belligerent. Compared with the lion people, Wen Ning still prefers cute races such as cat girls and rabbit girls. But since the lion people came to his door, Wen Ning couldn't turn them away. But I can't give you this ice cream. Human lord, you have a way to make this kind of food. I hope you can sell some to me. Wen Ning's eyes turned, he smiled slyly, propped up his chin with one hand, and spoke lazily. Even if I can make this kind of food, what can you buy it with? Chapter 222. February 3rd, Wasteland Calendar, Disaster Day, 1400 hours, sunny, under the scorching sun. The question raised by the human lord made the Lion Man stunned. The Lion Man looked at himself. He only had a linen shirt and his tool kit. The human lord opposite him was indescribably noble. With such precious food, he could still maintain an elegant posture under such a scorching sun. The Lion Man suddenly felt what it meant to be ashamed of himself. But thinking of his own people, who were still struggling under extreme conditions, he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He mustered up his courage and took 2 steps forward. From Wen Ning's perspective, he suddenly found that the Lion Man was actually a little shy, and the fierceness he had just fought with Hu Zi was completely gone. The image before and after was in stark contrast. Human Lord, I think the hot season here has just begun, and we don't know how serious it will be. The Lion Man paused, but Wen Ning immediately thought of the mutant snake tribe that was extinct in the extreme heat in the history book. Feeling Wen Ning's seriousness, the Lion Man continued to speak slowly. I come from a planet that has been dry for hundreds of years. I have rich experience in finding water sources and preventing soil erosion. At the same time, I am also a blacksmith. I can make hoes and other tools that can dig dry land. In short, in an extremely hot environment I am very useful. The Lion Man's eyes were a little red when he said this. Wen Ning could see that he would never brag about himself. After bragging for a long time, he finally squeezed out a dry sentence that he was very useful. Wen Ning thought carefully about what the Lion Man said. She walked up and opened his merchant list. It was full of farm implements and tools. It didn't mean much to her. These are just some of the goods I brought out. I'm very skilled. Seeing that Wen Ning was indifferent to his goods, the Lion Man immediately explained. Okay, I understand. Wen Ning interrupted the Lion Man, his voice slow but steady. First, the extreme heat here won't last forever, so your cooking skills won't be that useful to me. Second, I only stocked up enough food to get me through this period, so I'm sorry, I really can't share it with you. Moreover, even if I could give you all my food, it would only be a drop in the bucket. Third, I know what you want to ask. This food also comes from the Orc continent, but I don't know if it's from the same continent as yours. It was the first merchant in my territory, and she went home after our transaction was completed. So I don't know when it will come back, or whether it will come back is still unknown. The Lion Man's eyes widened, and the disappointment in his eyes was obvious, but Wen Ning hadn't finished speaking. I have other cooling foods here. I can make as many as you want, but you may not be able to afford them. I can work for you to pay off my debts. I really need cooling foods so that we lions can stay calm and not get hurt or die because of anger and aggression. The lions were a little excited. There were less than 100 of them left. The heat had a strong impact on their mood. Now it has reached the point where they will fight with their own people at the slightest disagreement. Wen Ning was silent. From what he heard, it meant that as long as the tribesmen could remain calm, they would be able to treat other invading races calmly. For this idea, Wen Ning could only say that it was too naive. The map was getting smaller and smaller, but the struggle would not stop. I don't need your craftsmanship. Do you have anything valuable? Wen Ning made a final suggestion. The Lion Man flipped through his backpack. Wen Ning evaluated all the things and found that they were not worth anything at all. The Lion Man became more and more confused as he thought about it. His head was dizzy and about to explode. The annoyance in his heart became heavier. He came out this time just to find a way out. He finally found a food that could cool him down, but in the end, he couldn't afford it at all. The Lion Man felt that he had failed to live up to the expectations of his tribesmen. The tools on him were made with the tribesmen's last bit of resources. If he took them away, the tribesmen would not be able to cultivate the land and could only wait to die. Warning. The merchants in the territory are suspected of collapse. If the merchants in the territory are harmed, the territory will be punished. Wen Ning's heart skipped a beat. What? What does its stubbornness have to do with me? I gave the wrong ice cream, didn't I? The condition of the Lion Man in front of him was indeed not very good. Wen Ning hurried forward to prevent it from getting into a dead end because of its stubbornness. Lion Man, calm down. There is still a way to solve the problem. The Lion Man's pupils lit up instantly, and he looked up and stared at Wen Ning, with a pair of lion ears erected, as if he had placed his last hope on Wen Ning. Ahem. Wen Ning withdrew his hand and sighed in his heart. Think about it carefully. How did you get here? If you can come, why can't your race come? The Lion Man's eyes lit up for a moment, then he lowered his head in disappointment. He sighed heavily and denied the possibility of what Wen Ning said. Human Lord, you don't know that it costs a lot for each of us lions to come here, and I don't have money. Money. It's all about money. Besides, your place is also. Stop. I told you that the temperature here will return to normal in less than half a month. Of course, there are other disasters, so it's not certain. As for the lack of money you said, there is a blacksmith shop in my territory. You can live there and pay me rent, and you can sell things there. The Lion Man was stunned for a moment, looked around Wen Ning's deserted territory, and muttered with his head down. But there is no one here. Wen Ning chuckled. There are more people here than you think, but they are not in my territory. And I can guarantee that the first batch of people will move into the territory within 3 days. The new people have just arrived and have no tools. You say. The Lion Man's heart was gradually revived. He turned his head and looked at the vast territory. Although he didn't believe what the human lord said that the extreme heat would end soon. But at least there is a large area of green plants here, unlike the Orc continent. The Lion Man thought this plan was feasible, and his eyes turned to Wen Ning with trust. Ding! The favorability of the territory merchants increased by 40%, currently 90%. The Lion Man straightened up, and his energetic look was completely different from before. Even Wen Ning had to sigh at the speed of his expression. His expression changed like turning a page in a book. Okay, I agree with your proposal, but I may have to pay the rent on credit first. Wen Ning nodded nonchalantly. I don't even care about your rent. Okay, you can get familiar with the blacksmith shop first. Mira will tell you the price of various ores. You need to smelt them yourself, or you can buy finished products. By the way, I don't know what to call you. The Lion Man paused and turned his head immediately. It's really rude. My name is Shirtai. The name is as good as the person. The name is as good as the person. Easy to remember, the blacksmith of the Lion tribe. By the way, since you want to open a shop in my territory, there are some things I have to say in advance. For example, there must be no conflicts with my people. Taking advantage of Lao Tai's weakness, Wen Ning defended Hu Zi and sought justice. Lao Tai looked a little embarrassed and nodded hurriedly. He didn't mean to fight with the white tiger, but the heat made the belligerent factor in his heart unable to be suppressed. Coupled with the provocation of the white tiger, he lost his temper for a moment. Lao Tai promised that it would never happen again, and Wen Ning let him go with satisfaction. That's right, a lion under the eaves must learn to bow its head. Now it's good, there are people in the blacksmith shop, and it's okay not to pay the reward, but also to collect rent. Wen Ning smiled with a successful plan. System, it's not that I don't pay him a salary, you heard it, he volunteered. System, what a voluntary one. Chapter 223. Wen Ning was in a good mood, just waiting for the blacksmith shop to open, and there would be another store under the treasure pavilion. The expansion of the business territory is just around the corner. As for the new subjects she mentioned within 3 days, it depends on whether her dichlorvos and spicy strips can work. 2 days later. A certain continent. The timeline of the Orc continent and the Wasteland continent overlaps. According to the Wasteland, it is the 7th day of extreme heat, February 6th, disaster day, Wasteland calendar, 10 o'clock. The lowly held a silver plate with both hands. There was a round lid on the plate, and a pure white lace-like handkerchief outside, covering the plate. It blocked the sight of the heavy orcs, but it couldn't cover the fragrance. The fragrance permeated and filled the entire lobby. With her head lowered, she followed the 11 cat girls and respectfully entered this ancient courtyard. Human slave owners of all generations would live in this villa. The era in which lowly lived was still in the farming era. Even slave owners could only use candles for lighting. The reception room of this villa was designed to be extremely spacious, which shows the extravagant life of slave owners. Today is the handover ceremony between 2 generations of slave owners. This is also the management method between slave owners, exchanging their town with other slave owners for a period of time. Lowly didn't know the reason, and it was not something she could get in touch with. The most important thing she had to do today was to let these 2 slave owners eat the food she carefully prepared. The other tribesmen were already prepared at the agreed place. Lowly used all her supplies to exchange with Wen Ning for the opportunity for the tribesmen to enter her territory and survive. Wen Ning also gave her poison and delicious spicy strips, which would make your body hot and your heart pounding after eating. Lowly likes this feeling, which makes her feel alive. The original plan was that she didn't have to come in person, just hand the dish to the chef in the slave owner's house, and they would wait for the news of the slave owner's death. But unexpectedly, the slave owner didn't want to enjoy it alone after hearing about it, but asked Lowly, the little slave who served the dish, to serve the dish in person on such an important occasion today. The reason is also very simple. The slave owner captured Lowly's sister, but he remembered Lowly's appearance. It happened that the slave owner, who exchanged slaves with him, this time also liked Cat Girl. So the slave owner sold Lowly directly to the other party, and the transaction was today. The poor little girl, with her ignorant big eyes, naively thought that she was just here to serve the dish. The slave owner was not without doubts about Loli's dish, but Loli's sister whispered in his ear, saying that her sister must miss him and want to see him. She begged the slave owner to take her to the banquet. The slave owner was in high spirits with Loli's sister, so he agreed to the request. He did not notice that when her sister bowed her head meekly, a flash of determination flashed in her eyes. The banquet was scheduled for 10 o'clock today. There was no other way. After the banquet, the slave owner had to rush to the other party's colonial village. If they went too late, the slaves would probably riot once they got the chance. Although there were troops to suppress them, the troops were also composed of orcs, and could not be fully trusted. In the past, a slave owner had drunk unconsciousness at the handover banquet, and was carried by the army on the mountain road, accidentally thrown down the cliff. In the orc continent, the orcs are born with a fear of human slave owners, so even if there is only one human slave owner in a village or town, it is completely possible to suppress and deter all the orcs. The orcs' natural fear of humans is no less than the beasts' fear of fire, which is engraved in their bones. But it is not ruled out that some orcs have enlightened their minds, and at this time, they may cause trouble. In the wide hall, the slave owner of Sunflower Village sat in the main seat, surrounded by a number of cat girls, who fanned, fed water, massaged legs, and rubbed shoulders. Loli came in at the end of the team with her head down, wearing a pure white veil on her face, and her sister still recognized Loli at a glance. The action of pinching her legs paused, and the slave owner, who had been paying attention to her, immediately noticed it, and his eyes lingered on Loli meaningfully. 12 cat girls were divided on the left and right, bowing their heads and respectfully holding the silver food tray. The slave owner was about to say something when a figure walked in from outside. Brother Sunflower. I'm late, I deserve to be punished, Brother Kikyo, what are you talking about? It's better to arrive early than to arrive early. Human slave owners never call each other by their real names, but always call each other by their villages. The slave owner who came in was pot-bellied, fat-headed and big-eared, and looked like Mithra Buddha. But his methods were not as kind as Mithra Buddha. He was holding a leopard beastman who was taller than him, and his hot body made Loli dare not look at him a second time. Although the Kikyo village slave owner was talking to the Sunflower village slave owner, his eyes had already moved to the cat girls around him. The Sunflower village slave owner was proud in his heart, and had guessed that today's business would definitely be successful. The Kikyo village is much richer than the Sunflower village. If he leaves, he can still make a fortune. That's great. The two sides sat down harmoniously. After 3 rounds of drinking, the Sunflower village slave owner clapped his hands, and asked the cat ladies around to serve the dishes. Loli walked forward with her natural cat steps, lowered her head, and placed the silver plate in front of the Kikyo village slave owner. The Kikyo village slave owner reached out and pulled Loli. Loli reflexively stepped back in panic, and the veil on her face fell off. Loli raised her eyes, and saw the surprise in the eyes of the Kikyo village slave owner. Unlike the previous fear, Loli's first reaction in her heart was disgust. In order to cover up her performance, she kneeled down reflexively, lowered her head, and buried her face low. Curled up on the ground and trembled. You are so bold. You can make a mistake even when serving a dish to Brother Kikyo. Take him out and beat him to death. The Loli on the ground obviously shrank, causing the Kikyo slave owner to feel distressed instantly. Brother Sunflower, why are you so angry? I teach this little girl a lesson when I come. The two exchanged greasy glances and raised their glasses tacitly. After a glass of wine, the Sunflower slave owner spoke again. Little cat girl, you said you have a good dish to serve us. Why don't you get up and open the lid? The Loli got up tremblingly, and the slave owner, who was sitting, pulled her hand, and his salty hands lingered along her wrist. The Loli hurried forward and raised her hand to avoid the slave owner's hand. The voice was naturally weak. My lord, this is the dish called Waylong spicy strips. It was the Waylong spicy strips given by the human lord, but it had been mixed with dichlorvos. The human lord said that as long as one drop, you will sleep forever. Humans in the farming era had never seen such food before. As soon as the lid was opened, the aroma of red oil came to their faces, and the two of them drooled instantly. Gudong. There was no need for any extra introduction. The two of them were eager to eat the spicy noodles. They simultaneously stretched out their hands and put them into their mouths. Chapter 224. Do you really want us to eat it? The Loli's eyes widened in fear, and then she lowered her head, as if she was extremely frightened. The slave owner of Sunflower Village held a spicy strip in his hand, and there was obvious doubt in his eyes. And the action of Loli lowering her head undoubtedly confirmed her guess. The little cat girl actually dared to plot against him, The rage in his heart rose, and the slave owner shook off the hand of Loli's sister, strode towards Loli, and the murderous intent in his eyes could not be hidden. Being questioned by the slave owner, Loli's hair all over her body exploded, and she took 2 steps back, lowered her head, as if she was very scared. The slave owner of Platycodon Village quickly stopped the slave owner of Sunflower Village, with a malicious look in his eyes. "Hey, brother Sunflower, how dare this little girl plot against us 2 slave owners? You're probably overthinking it." I saw that she was trembling and pitiful. She definitely doesn't look sinister or treacherous. Besides, have you forgotten the thought constraints of the orcs? The last sentence was said by the 2 of them, only in a voice that the other party could hear. The Loli also trembled and said, I just missed my sister," and looked at her a little more. "I'm sorry. I offended you." The slave owner of Sunflower Village had most of his doubts dispelled and sat back in his seat. He roughly pulled the Loli's sister, who was about to speak, into his arms. He reached out and picked up a spicy strip and fed it to her mouth. His eyes were like a venomous snake staring at the Loli kneeling on the ground. The cat girl lowered her head and looked obedient, and there was nothing unusual. Since it is offered as a sacrifice, someone has to test the poison. It's most appropriate to use my own sister. The little cat girl on the ground trembled, but did not object in fear. Sunflower's doubts were dispelled, and she rolled her eyes and spoke. "Brother Kikyo, let this little girl try it for you. We eat it again if nothing happens, so as not to let the food go to waste." Before the Kikyo village slave owner spoke, the charming leopard girl next to him reached out to take the chopsticks and ate a spicy strip. The Kikyo slave owner smiled at her lovingly. The Loli's sister took a deep look at her sister on the ground, and then slowly ate the spicy strip. The Loli lowered her body, and couldn't help trembling all over. She looked scared, but in fact, the Loli was enduring great grief. "Sister, come here, take this little girl to my carriage. I go see her after dinner." The Kikyo slave owner's thoughts were obvious. The 2 slave owners ate the spicy strips with peace of mind after seeing that their slaves were fine after eating them. It's really delicious. I've never tried this spicy and sweet feeling. "Come here," asked that little cat girl where the spicy strips came from. "I want to take some away. Is that okay with brother Kikyo?" Before the handover, the slave owner had already transferred his gold, silver and other items to the other village, and half of the guards were protecting them. All of the remaining items, including the slaves, should belong to Kikyo's slave owner, so Sunflower slave owner asked. Kikyo's slave owner waved his hand, and was about to agree. Suddenly, the whole person curled up in pain, and a sharp pain burst out from his abdomen in an instant. All the intestines seemed to be twisted together, and then melted by a strong acid solution. "Ah!" The 2 slave owners howled miserably at the same time, and Sunflower slave owner grabbed the shoulders of the slave in his arms angrily, dragged the person out of his arms. But the little slave clenched his teeth and fainted in his arms, and the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth said it all. "Yes. The spicy strips are poisonous." The slave owner rolled to the ground in pain. The spicy strips exerted the toxicity of the poison to the maximum, and he felt that the fat and intestines inside were all about to be crushed. The pain magnified all over the body, and the 2 couldn't help twitching, and the veins on their faces bulged. Until they died, they didn't understand how the 2 slaves could endure such pain. Both of them took the initiative to die, which was considered to be seeing through Loli's plan. The slave owner's courtyard was in chaos, the guards rebelled, and the slaves who hated the slave owner took silver knives and forks to retaliate crazily, and soon the slave owner died. As soon as Loli was pressed to the front of the carriage of Kikyo's slave owner, there was a commotion in the lobby behind her. 11 cat girls shouted in panic that the slave owner was poisoned. "The slave owner is dead." They rushed out of the courtyard, not daring to stay. Generally speaking, if the slave owner of a village dies, the village will not be liberated. On the contrary, long-term oppression has caused the lowest-level slaves to have deep resentment. Once the shackles on their bodies are removed, chaos will break out. Soon, this villa where the slave owner makes money will become a paradise lost for the slaves. Before the next slave owner is sent here, this place will become a paradise for miners and guards. Struggle, oppression, and reckless indulgence are about to begin. Everyone fled this villa at the first opportunity, but Loli ran madly against the crowd to the lobby. "Sister! My sister is still in there. Get out of the way!" How could a thin Loli resist the slaves fleeing from the entire courtyard? There were hundreds of slaves serving the slave owners, plus those locked up in the dungeon, and those packed for sale. There must be thousands. Just as the Loli was about to squeeze into the lobby, A strong hand stretched out from the side and hugged the lowly around the waist. He pulled the lowly out of the crowd, ignored her violent struggles, bit her madly, and ran in the opposite direction without looking back. S66 District. Bright Territory. Wen Ning was holding half a watermelon and sitting next to the teleportation array. On the ground next to him, Huzi buried his face in the other half of the watermelon. On the other side, Shirtai looked a little uneasy. In the past 2 days, under Wen Ning's deception, it has made 20 orc hoes, axes, and other tools. In terms of raw materials and rent, it has already owed the human lord about 1,000 yuan, that is, 1,000 survival points. But no one is interested in his goods. It seems that the humans here don't need to farm, but there is a constant supply of food, which has shocked Shirtai's worldview. But the human lord comforted it. It's okay, when the extreme heat is over, his shop will be crowded with people. But the disaster is over, why would his craftsmanship be needed? Shirtai didn't believe it, but he didn't dare to refute it. It just so happened that today was the day when the first batch of people entered the territory, as the human lord said. Shirtai had no intention of forging iron, so he wandered around the territory early, and saw the lord holding a bench and sitting next to a light column. Then he followed and stood here. The temperature of the Wasteland continent is about to break 50 degrees, and the heat waves rising from the ground can directly roast an ostrich egg. The shelter also had a sense of what was going on inside. There was no refrigerator on the first floor, so Wen Ning directly moved the eggs of the wild chicken into the cold storage. Oh yes, there was also a pet egg, which was also moved in. Don't let it cook before it hatches, that's not good. Just as Wen Ning was eating watermelon, the light column of the teleportation tower lit up. Ding! The territory merchant has been refreshed, please go to receive him. Ding! It was detected that the territory merchant entered the territory for the second time, triggering the old friend effect, and the overall favorability of the cat tribe increased by 10%, currently 60%. Ding! The orc rescue mission was successfully completed, and the entire cat tribe was successfully liberated. Please host properly place these cats. Shirtai saw it clearly from behind Wen Ning. The lord smiled slightly, and the light column lit up. Then, groups of orcs came out from inside. Orcs. Chapter 225. A group of cat orcs walked out of the teleportation beam and saw Wen Ning, the human lord mentioned by Lowly, sitting not far away. Wen Ning had an elegant appearance. In the eyes of the cat people, even if all the handsome slave owners in the orc continent were added together, they were not as beautiful as 1% of her. But beautiful things are always full of dangers, just like the colorful candies in the hands of slave owners. Wen Ning sat calmly in his original place, and did not go forward to greet him. Lowly resisted the grief, and walked in front of Wen Ning. The cat people behind him huddled together anxiously, lowering their heads, and not daring to look around. The younger children cast a curious look at Wen Ning, and the next second, they were covered by the elders around them. Don't look around, be careful of having your eyes gouged out. The cat people warned in a low voice. Wen Ning was stunned and looked up. All the cat people who received her gaze shrank back several steps. Before she could speak, a warm body fell into her arms. The lowly threw herself into Wen Ning's arms, and cried loudly, venting the pain of losing her loved ones. All the cat people behind her were stunned by this scene. What is the lowly doing? This slave owner doesn't even mind the lowly's dirty body. The little cat was surprised to see that the lowly's tears stained the beautiful sister's clothes, but she was not angry. She just gently touched the lowly sister's head, and comforted her softly. A huge tiger beside him actually followed, and touched the lowly sister's head. This slave owner seems different, the little cat murmured, and Wen Ning looked over. The elders around him knelt on the ground with a plop, and by the way, pressed the children around him to kneel on their white hymns, begging for mercy loudly. Slave owner. She has no ill intentions, please forgive her young age and ignorance. The ground was hot, and the heat penetrated the thin clothes directly, and the little cat man burst into tears instantly. Wen Ning comforted the sobbing lowly in his arms, and said gently, "It's okay, get up, the territory is suffering from a disaster, and the floor is too hot." The tone was like a breeze, but the cat people in front of him endured the pain and dared not get up. Wen Ning sighed slightly. Mira. Seeing the cat people opposite him couldn't believe it, Wen Ning decided to let Mira take action. For her human identity, these slaves who were used to being oppressed were more likely to accept Mira. Turning around and leaving with the lowly, Wen Ning prepared to let these cat people get familiar with the territory first. Shirtai, your shop can be opened in the territory tomorrow. Shirtai nodded, and looked at the cat people gathered here with a fiery gaze. Many of them were dressed as farmers. Once they rent the land, they can use their own tools. Sure, Tai returned to the blacksmith shop with great ambitions. He decided to work overtime tonight. Wasteland blacksmith shop, roll up. What happened? Wen Ning asked while holding Loli's hand after they walked away. He took out a bowl of ice and stuffed it into Loli's hand. The cool feeling made Loli's grief dissipate a little. Tell Wen Ning what happened in the Orc continent. Well, your sister protected your entire tribe. She is a hero. Speaking of this, Loli couldn't help crying again. Wen Ning comforted her quietly. We escaped, but she died there alone, without even a body collector. Wen Ning had experienced many cases of companions losing their lives. Before the apocalypse, when they were on a mission, the loss rate was often greater than 50%. The companion who was still talking the moment before might be dead the next moment. After getting used to it, Wen Ning looked at life and death lightly, especially in the wasteland. It was impossible to survive for a long time if you were immersed in the grief of death. Only when life and death were at stake, mistakes would be profound. Loli also knew that casualties were inevitable, not to mention that her sister did this for the whole clan. She was sad because she originally went in to save her sister, but before she could say a word, she was separated from her sister forever. The two walked in silence in the territory, and Loli came back to her senses from her sadness. Only then did she realize that the territory in front of her was no longer the same as when she left. There was yellow soil everywhere, and the temperature was terrifyingly high. Lord, the territory seems to have expanded again. Loli looked at the original spiked fence and some newly added buildings. She was a little surprised at Wen Ning's upgrade speed. Yes, if you come 2 days later, the territory will be expanded, and an ocean will be included. There will be more space to move around at night. Loli ate ice jelly and asked after her body temperature dropped. But why is it so hot? When Ning tilted her head, the sun shone directly on her face, and her long eyelashes cast shadows on her lower eyelids. This is what I want to tell you. Loli, here, although there is no oppression, no one in the territory bullies you, but the living conditions in the Wasteland continent are extremely difficult. Even if there is no man-made disaster, there are disasters waiting one after another. Disaster and survival go hand in hand. It's hot today, but it may be cold tomorrow. There is no rule. Loli was stunned and forgot to eat the ice powder in her hand, but Wen Ning did not stop. Also, my territory is not the only one on this continent. There are many humans living in other territories. They may be more vicious than the slave owners you mentioned. In the territory, I can guarantee your safety, but when someone from the outside invades the territory, I may be unable to take care of myself. Loli listened carefully, and Wen Ning did not hide anything and introduced the general situation of the wasteland to her. But he did not say that this was a game. The system did not allow so much to be revealed. In addition, this game has no end. Then it is real survival. Loli agreed with her, and looked thoughtful. If she were asked to return to the original Orc continent, they would never want to. Wen Ning's territory is now in ruins, and Wen Ning also hopes that they can stay. But from beginning to end, Wen Ning put the cat people on an equal footing. When Loli is thinking, her eyes will narrow into a vertical pupil state, and her ears will tremble slightly. After a moment, Loli looked up. She looked at Wen Ning firmly. Human Lord, I have decided we all have to stay. After contacting Wen Ning, Loli felt the feeling of dominating her own life. This feeling made her addicted and unable to quit. That's why she accepted Wen Ning's bold plan. Yes, the plan of using poison was taught to Loli by Wen Ning. It was the rules of the Orc continent that were used, and the slave owner's ideological confinement of slaves. It was also very simple to break this ideological confinement. Loli just had a meal with Wen Ning, and the idea that she regarded as an iron rule in her heart loosened. Although her own people still regarded Wen Ning as a slave owner, she believed that in the near future, they would all liberate their minds. After all, working in the territory with food and accommodation, how could they be called slaves? Chapter 226. Loli, do we really want to join here? Bart, who looks like an ocelot, is also the strongest catman among the cats. He was the one who carried Loli back when she rushed into the courtyard. Just now, they were all frightened by the human lord they saw outside. When they arrived at the temporary inn, the flying egg introduced this territory to them. He said that they could work here in the future, and they dared to breathe deeply only after he flew away. Before they figured out what happened, the little cat fainted from the heat. This was heat stroke. There were cat women in the cat group sobbing quietly. They seemed to have just escaped from the tiger's den and entered the wolf's den. When everyone was in a panic and didn't know what to do, Loli came back with 100 bowls of ice powder. As soon as the magical food was fed, the little cat immediately breathed smoothly, and no longer had the symptoms of fever. At this time, Loli spoke seriously. Yes, it was her. All the plans were carried out with her help, including attacking the slave owner's warehouse and opening the passage to here. As she said this, Loli looked around the 3 layers of cats in the room. A total of 105 cats escaped, including 30 elderly, 30 children, and only 45 strong men, including Loli, who was about 10 years old. There was no other way. In the Orc continent, slave children learned to do things at the age of 3 or 4. When Ning gave Loli a detailed plan, which included offering food, robbing, exchanging materials, and opening the transmission channel. The qualification to open the channel was exchanged with the resources of the entire cat tribe, and robbing the slave owner was a plan that when Ning gave them outside of the plan. It depends on whether Loli has the courage to do this. The premise for the success of this plan is the death of the slave owner. Only when the slave owner dies can the slave's ideological shackles be broken, so that the slaves dare to rebel. If the plan fails, the cats can also leave the continent, and then they will be penniless when they come to the Wasteland continent. Where can they buy so much ice powder? Facts have proved that when Ning is right. Although the things brought back by the cats are not very useful, they can be exchanged for a large amount of survival points. Later, they can also play a role in the Wasteland through transformation. When Ning also explained to Loli that the currency of the territory is points. They can earn points by trading materials and working in the territory. Points can be used to exchange tools, food, and even houses. Anything that the territory has will do. At present, there is only one inn for them to live in the territory, and joining the territory requires 100 points per person. Loli has these points, and she exchanged all the gold and silver treasures of the slave owner. However, the tribesmen seem to be afraid of this lord. Loli has done her best to bring her people out of that continent. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. She is now alone. The Lord did not force us to join the territory, but there is only this alien territory on this continent, and the rest of the territories are all human. The human Lord said that it is a hostile territory. Compared with this situation, there is no human in the alien territory except the Lord. I believe everyone has seen it. The current disaster is temporary, and we cannot get out in our current situation. The disaster will end in a week. Everyone can think about it during this time. Now I will distribute the currency exchanged for the materials robbed from the human lords to everyone. This currency can be used to buy the food just now, and other foods in the territory. The location is on the left side of the light column. Loli took out more than 100 cloth bags from her backpack, one for each person, and there were 320 coins representing survival points. The pattern on it is unique to the Bright territory. This was specially made by Wen Ning for the blacksmith, specially prepared for these aliens, who have not yet joined the territory. After joining the territory, the system will issue a bound backpack and an operating system, and then there will be no need for physical currency. I have one last word. We used to come from the same continent and the same slave village, but today, we are all liberated. Next, I have to plan for my new life. My mission ends here. Loli nodded solemnly. She no longer has close relatives. After the mission is over, she has to think about herself. Everyone was stunned for a moment when they heard Loli's farewell words. The bag of money in their hands seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Everyone knows that this plan was carried out by Loli and a few people, and she didn't need to share the money with everyone. Bart looked at Loli in disbelief. Loli, are you leaving? Loli stopped and turned her head slightly, with a pair of cat eyes showing hope for a new life. The cat above her head was almost transparent in the sun, and was fluttering slightly at this moment. I want to join the territory of light, and live for myself from today. After speaking with a resounding voice, regardless of the reaction of the slaves behind him, he walked out of the inn directly. Live for ourselves? Can we really make our own decisions? The money bags in their hands were like their unknown lives, and everyone felt unprecedented confusion. They were attached to the village since birth, without their own houses or fields. They didn't even have their own freedom and the right to life and death. All of a sudden, freedom was right in front of them. No one dared to move. No one dared to take that step easily. Here, Wen Ning had been arranging the affairs of the territory without stopping. Although preparations had been made long ago, when the cat people came, they found that they had not done enough. The reason was also very simple. The territory had no residents, and many permissions had not been unlocked. Mira, put up a sign at the gate and write down the requirements of the territory. Players, Please note that the cat tribe member Loli is applying to join the territory. Apply? Where to apply? The system will automatically detect the willingness of temporary residents to join. Oh, what are you waiting for? Agree. Ding. Congratulations to the Bright Territory for gaining new residents, and the following buildings will be unlocked. Newly unlocked buildings: residential housing, residential office, territory hall. Sufficient materials. Do you want to build? Residential office. Residents can rent and subscribe to houses, shops, fields, pastures, and other buildings here. Territory hall. A place to convey territory policies, new regulations, and tasks. Residential housing. A residential housing can accommodate up to 120 residents, and the rent and selling price can be freely specified. Ding! New residents are detected in the territory, triggering the tax function. Players are requested to formulate a tax plan as soon as possible. When Ning opened the panel and found that it showed the taxes of farmland, shops, workers, and ordinary residents, and the adjustable range was between 0 and 100. When Ning adjusted all taxes to 5%. Click to build all 3 buildings. Then let a Z put the food in the backpack to sell in the shop. Of course, it was not the goods made by a Z, but the bread, instant noodles, ham, and the like that when Ning got from killing monsters. For the hungry cats, these were enough. Most of the food made by a Z had attributes, and they could not afford it at all. At the same time, Z, who was also a cat, was sent as a salesperson to sell in the shop. It should be easier to communicate. Shop. Roar. What are you doing? Robbery, right? Bart was holding a bottle of mineral water and a sausage, and just as he took a step, he was stopped by a big white tiger at the door. A tiger roar frightened all the cats and made them stand there, with their ears turned into airplane ears. What happened? Bart stared at the white tiger in front of him with a vigilant look. Loli said that they were free, so couldn't they eat? Additional, when they were slaves, they could eat as long as there was food in front of them. At this time, an old man from the cat tribe stood up and said, while stroking his beard, "I think we should pay, right?" Everyone suddenly realized. They knew that when slave owners came to select slaves, they would always say that they were buying. Loli also said that they could buy things in the territory. Money bag. The money bag that Loli gave Bart. Give the money bag to him. Bart quickly took off his money bag and put it in front of Huzi. This time it was Huzi's turn to be confused. Roar. You want to test my math, right? I'm bad at math. My mother said so. Chapter 227. Even if you pay me? The catman trembled even more. Huzi felt the fear of these foreigners and remembered the damn warning that if he couldn't sell the food today, all his ice cream would be confiscated tomorrow. The tiger had to bow his head under the eaves. With one claw, Bart's purse was torn. Huzi first walked to the shelf and looked at the pattern on it. There was a round coin on the ham and 4 on the mineral water. Huzi was not good at math, so he decided to dig out 1 coin first and then 4. Then he pushed the remaining purse in front of Bart and shook his head, indicating that you can go. Take the purse. Bart. He said you can go. The old man reminded Bart, and immediately got Huzi's sidelong glance. Roar. Oh, you understand me. Bart took the broken purse and carefully wrapped up the exposed coins. The good purse turned directly into rags. Seeing this, the cat people behind him poured out their coins to prevent Huzi from scratching his purse. Roar. Don't you know how to calculate the price? Huzi rolled his eyes and walked around the shelves, writing down the prices of all the goods. These cat people look smart, but how come they can't even do addition and subtraction within 10? Her parents taught him addition and subtraction within 20 for enlightenment. Huzi counted the coins until he was exhausted, and then the old cat man next to him suddenly spoke. You don't need to give him so many. I saw that there are corresponding circles under the goods. You can just give the corresponding number. The cat suddenly realized what was going on, and immediately began to check the circles drawn under the goods they had taken. Fortunately, although the cats could not do addition and subtraction within 10, they could still count within 5. A catman walked up to Huzi with 3 sausages and a bottle of mineral water. 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. After successfully completing the transaction, Huzi shoved the coins into the cashier drawer. Roar. You? Very good, I give you a discount later. Gray is really amazing. That's right, Gray was bought to work as an accountant in the cloth shop in the town because of his intelligence. Unfortunately, the cloth shop went bankrupt in less than 2 years, and Gray returned to the village when he was old. Hey, the cloth shop used to have a good business, but it suddenly went bankrupt. That's right, I don't know why. Huzi's eyes lit up, and he excitedly walked out of the counter and squeezed Gray to the side of the counter. Roar! You do the accounting, I collect the money. Gray, did he ask you to help with the accounting? Gray's beard twitched twice, and he was obviously very interested. With Huzi's tacit consent, Gray began to calculate the accounts for everyone. So the subsequent checkout was much faster. The villagers put the goods on the counter, and Gray was responsible for reporting the number of coins to be given, and the villagers counted them out and gave them to Huzi. Well, 2 plus 3 equals 4, give 4. 3 plus 4 equals 8, give 8. Roar. I know why the cloth shop went bankrupt. The chaotic shop was considered to be open normally. Wen Ning had no time to deal with Huzi, but took Mira to select sites for various buildings. The territory can be upgraded to level 3 in 2 days, and the wall will also need to be put on the agenda by then. In addition, the level 3 territory can build defensive buildings. The Arrow Tower in Wen Ning's warehouse has been prepared long ago. And in another corner of the Wasteland continent. Sir, we found the coordinates of the suspected treasure pavilion. Alex rushed into Jack's office excitedly, and Jack forgot to hide the ice powder in his hand. He scattered it all over the floor in a hurry. Jack's face flushed instantly, and he quickly touched the corner of his mouth, and put the raisins in the corner of his mouth into his mouth. Ahem, this is Su Jiaqing's newly developed ice powder. Alex, oh, I didn't say whose it is, but the hidden words on the spoon seemed to be exposed, my good superior. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little awkward, a good subordinate would not let such an atmosphere spread in the territory office. Alex quickly handed over a map. The capital S66 in the upper right corner turned out to be the regional map of the S66 area. Jack spread it on the table and pulled the desk lamp to look carefully. There is not much difference from the regional map in his mind, but you can tell by looking at the crooked handwriting. This is a hand-drawn regional map. Alex bought it at a high price on the black market. Sir, this is the S66 regional map from 3 days ago. Only a few people get the regional map, and this kind of information can only be traded by hand. The system does not prohibit it. But the biggest disadvantage of hand-drawn regional maps is that they cannot be updated in real time. The information is likely to be outdated. For example, Jack is looking at the coordinates of the Bright territory on the map. Alex marked this with a question mark. Do you suspect this is the base of the treasure pavilion? No, base commander, this is a territory, with an initial area of at least 1,000 square meters. Jack looked around and found that there was no large shelter around the territory. This was not conducive to his actions. Which territory did you buy? Alex looked slightly ugly and pointed to a small territory at the other end of the map. Walking this distance is no less than Columbus's search for the New World. Since the last parasitic beast incident in Rhea, no territory is willing to accept unknown survivors. I have failed in several territories. Finally, it was this Rhea territory that was willing to accept us, but they said, what? Jack's voice seemed to be squeezed out of his throat. They want 1 million survival points. 1 million. They deserve it. Jack swept the map to the ground. He stood up angrily, gritting his teeth and wishing he could fly directly to the S66 area to tear this group to pieces. Is there no one in my Gale country? Alex didn't dare to say more, and bent down to wait for Jack to finish his anger before he made a cautious suggestion. Sir, should we ask Lord Su to help with this matter? He should try harder? Jack rubbed his eyes and panted, and the ice powder he just ate could hardly cover up his anger. You go out first, I solve it. After Alex left, Jack slumped in the boss chair. Finally, he opened the private chat channel. The other party quickly replied, it will be solved within 2 days. Jack felt better and picked up the map on the ground. A 1,000 square meter base, even if upgraded to level 3, is only 4,000 square meters. Just wait and see. Chapter 228. On the wilderness plain, a large group of people and horses were marching. In front of the team were several large mutant scorpions crawling quickly, raising large clouds of dust along the way. Under the scorching sun, an artificial saddle was installed on the back of the mutant scorpion, and 2 players sat side by side on it. A player pulled the reins tied to the mutant's mouth to control the direction of the mutant. The mighty team stretched out for hundreds of meters. Under the heat, the survivors were thirsty, but even if they kept pouring water into their mouths, it didn't relieve the pain at all. How long will it take to get there? Sir, it will take about an hour. Alex responded weakly. The sun was about to reach the top of the head, and the temperature was getting hotter and hotter. Jack took out a bottle of water and poured it over his head, but the water evaporated quickly and couldn't relieve the heat. He had eaten all the ice powder a long time ago. The treasure pavilion only put it on the shelves with a fixed amount every day, and it was impossible to grab it. Today is February 8th of the Wasteland calendar, the 9th day since the start of the extreme heat disaster. The temperature has risen to 48 degrees Celsius to 58 degrees Celsius. The surface temperature can reach more than 70 degrees, and ordinary shoes can't be worn outside. The soles of shoes will turn into a pool of liquid after just a few minutes of going out. Jack brought 100 players with relatively high territory combat power this time, as well as these mutant beasts under extremely hot conditions. Under the arrangement of Su Jiaqing, they invaded a small base about 100 kilometers away from the Bright Territory. There are also more than 100 survivors in this base. After entering, Jack directly killed the base leader, and killed all the remaining players who resisted. Those with good combat power were controlled by slave scrolls, and followed Jack's team to the northern wasteland. Jack's team had about 150 people in total. A victory made Jack feel that it was no problem to flatten the treasure pavilion, so he set off without resting. The plain looked flat, but the road was uneven, and these mutant beasts could not be completely tamed. So the team moved very slowly. Until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they had not yet approached the shell detection range of the Bright Territory. And the Bright Territory at this time. Territory, Bright Territory. Affiliation, 1 Ning. Territory Camp, Alien. Territory Type, Commercial. Territory Level, Level 3. Territory Buildings, Territory Hut, Territory Transmission Tower, Territory Warehouse, Territory Shop, Territory Mechanical Guard Warehouse, Territory Tavern, Territory Resident Housing, Territory Hall, Territory Resident Office. Expand. Territory Upgrade, Next Level, Level 4, Required Materials, 150,000 Survival Points. Ironwood *10,000 kg, Granite *1000 kg, Cement *1000 kg, Fine Steel *200 kg, Gold ore *500 kg, Titanium *300 kg, Expand. Territory Citizens, 39, it takes 5 days to upgrade to level 4. Wenning is more than enough survival points, but fine steel needs to be smelted with fine iron and a personal refining furnace, which is not efficient, and titanium is not dug out from the Wasteland mine. It can't be found on the trading market. We have to think of a way. The most important thing for the territory to upgrade to level 3 is not to continue upgrading, but after level 3, you can install defensive buildings such as arrow towers. Mira had already deducted the materials in Wenning's warehouse early in the morning and started construction. Wenning also spent 1.5 million survival points to buy a set of energy monitoring system unique to Nebula in Mira's store. It can cover the entire territory, and the movements of everyone in it can be monitored through this monitoring system. More importantly, when someone invades, it can unfold to form a short-term energy shield to protect the residents in the territory. Wenning is more envious of the planetary energy shield of Nebula, but that thing is very expensive, and Mira only has that one. And once it is used, it will consume Mira's vitality, and the system does not agree to Wenning's purchase. This thing will be useful for Mira to rebuild Nebula in the future, so Wenning can only be envious. All the outermost low walls are equipped with super energy grids. If the number is not enough, tell me. The area of the territory has doubled again, and now it is 12,000 square meters. The upper limit of the territory's citizens has reached 700 people. There is no option for city walls in the territory buildings, and there are no drawings of city walls in the manufacturing platform. This work can only be done manually. So Wenning first built a 3-meter-high reinforced concrete low wall, and used a superpowered electric grid to surround the entire territory. The interior is equipped with a spike fence. If an animal or player directly crosses the superpowered electric grid, the 10-meter-wide spike fence below can also make it drink a lot. The work of the city wall is left to the territory and robots. Near the edge of the low wall, Wenning placed an arrow tower every 100 meters, all upgraded to the highest level. The third-level arrow tower has 4 launchers, and a single arrow tower can accommodate more than 100,000 arrows. It's a pity that even if the arrow tower of the territory is upgraded to the highest level, it still uses wood. Wenning's territory is close to the sea. The larger the territory, the larger the area of the ocean. Wenning considered that he could build some facilities on the sea, or directly build a small base on the sea, equipped with some escape boats. While Wenning was inspecting the plan, Huzi ran over in the scorching sun. He kept sobbing along the way, as if he had suffered some grievances. Roar. This job can't be done. Huh? What's wrong? Huzi immediately felt aggrieved like a child. Before he could explain a few words, he immediately stood up, and stared at the direction of the territory gate vigilantly. What? Ding! Pet passive skill triggered. About 150 players are approaching quickly 3 kilometers away from the territory, including no less than 30 mutant beasts. It will take about 20 minutes to reach the territory. Players, a large number of players, when Ning looked solemn. From the day she got the regional map, she knew that her shelter could not be completely hidden. But 150 players. It is already a small base. Why did he take a fancy to her? Her geographical location is so remote that even if she expands her territory, she should expand from the nearest place outward. When Ning looked up at the endless mines in the distance, the mountains spread all the way and wrapped up the northernmost part of the map. It seemed that this was the farthest north of the map, and the bright territory was not far from the foot of the Wasteland mine. The group of people came from the southwest. When Ning opened the regional map and keenly discovered a base 100 kilometers away from her, it disappeared from the map. Gone. Annexed? She had some guesses in her mind. It seemed that the other party was coming directly for her. Who on earth could find her territory anonymously? Mira, notify the cat people that no one is allowed to go out today and stay in the post house. 001, enemy attack. After giving the 2 orders, when Ning asked Huzi to activate the active skill, ding. The pet's active skill has been activated. You can use 2 active skills and 2 passive skills today, under Huzi's active skill. When Ning checked the area map all the way to the southwest and finally found the invading players. Chapter 229. Within 10 seconds, When Ning had already understood the situation of this team. When Ning frowned tightly, looking at the 3-dimensional image in his mind. The player actually sat on the mutant beast. These people, had they mastered how to control the mutant beast? The silver figure appeared quickly, and 001's tall body did not affect his flexible movements at all. 10 seconds after standing in front of Wen Ning, 002, and the remaining robots finally arrived. Wen Ning exited the panel and looked at their speed. The 20 minutes reported by the system was euphemistic. At most, there were 10 minutes left for these people to reach Wen Ning's field of vision. The last time she was invaded was before she moved. She didn't expect that her territory had just been upgraded to level 3, and it was already being targeted. Wen Ning quickly arranged tactics, and 001 dispersed with the robots. She and Huzi guarded the front, and Mira took care of Loli and other cat people, and then controlled the arrow tower in the center of the territory. Come on, just in time to test the power of her arrow tower. After making the arrangements, Wen Ning called 001 and threw dozens of dwarf bombs at him. Let him spread them around the periphery of the territory. Dwarf bombs can be detonated under Wen Ning's control, and they are just in use at this time. 001 is fast, and after 3 minutes, all the dwarf bombs have been placed according to Wen Ning's requirements. Wen Ning went up to an arrow tower facing the southwest, and accurately grasped the movement of this team through Huzi's active skills. Huzi responded at the bottom of the arrow tower. In the distance of the southwest vision, there is a forest, and outside this forest, there is an endless plain. It was no longer as wet as before the disaster. The plain was now covered with yellow earth, the ground was burnt yellow, and all the vegetation had died, leaving only dry and hard roots in the soil. The soil lost a lot of water. First it became hardened, then it became desertified. Wen Ning squatted quietly in the arrow tower, concentrating on the map. There was only an occasional gust of wind blowing up dust on the plain, and there was no sign of invasion. The heat wave was rising, and it was dazzling from a distance. A huge scorpion tail gradually appeared in Wen Ning's field of vision, hanging high. Gradually, the whole team appeared in Wen Ning's field of vision. Wen Ning carefully poked his head out, but before he could see clearly, Myra's reminder sounded. Lord, be careful. Wen Ning reflexively lowered his head and turned over. Bang! A round hole appeared on the fence of the wooden arrow tower. Wen Ning's face changed, and a shield suddenly appeared in his hand, blocking behind him. Sniper rifle, the other party has discovered her. Bang! Another bullet came quickly, piercing through the wooden arrow tower, and then the iron shield in Wen Ning's hand. It hit Wen Ning's lower back directly. Bang! The bullet was partially relieved after being buffered by 2 layers, plus the blue crystal armor on Wen Ning's body. The protective shield popped out, but she was not injured. It was impossible to stay here. Wen Ning glanced at the height of the arrow tower. Jumped down before the 3rd bullet of the other party was fired. Roar! The tiger roared across the plain, and Huzi jumped up and caught Wen Ning steadily. Bang! Even in the air, there were bullets following Wen Ning. Wen Ning turned his head to avoid it, and when he landed, the bullet penetrated the ground and splashed dust. 800 meters away, Jack held the sniper rifle in both hands, and sat back on the back of the mutant beast steadily after shooting. His eyes were extremely sharp, and his pupils were full of determination. He waved his hand, and the giant eagle hovering above his head landed on his shoulder. The giant eagle was Jack's pet, and it could synchronize his vision. This was also the reason why Jack found Wen Ning. Only one person. Interesting. Go stare at her to death. Jack stepped on the mutant beast under his feet, and the mutant beast made a hissing sound, which sounded terrifying. Sir! This territory is so big, so many arrow towers. Before he finished speaking. Boom, bang. The explosion happened to explode next to several mutant beasts, and the huge impact force knocked the entire team to the ground. The survivors rolled sideways, and hid behind the mutant beast's corpse. The dizziness and buzzing tinnitus made many people roll over with their heads in their hands. Jack's face changed, and he steadied himself, and was about to hold up his sniper rifle to look for Wen Ning's trace. At this moment, boom boom boom, under the feet of the mutant beast Jack was sitting on, a series of bombs were detonated. The lethality of the dwarf bombs was terrifying, and the mutant beast Jack was riding was immediately blown to pieces. Mucus mixed with gunpowder poured into Jack's facial features, and the splashing blood soaked him. Disperse. Without caring about shooting, Jack rolled to the corner holding the sniper rifle. Wen Ning heard the explosion, and climbed directly to another arrow tower. There was a huge goshawk above his head, circling and making a few eagle cries from time to time. These people were delayed by the bombs at 800 meters, and could not reach the attack range of the arrow tower. The opponent also had a sniper rifle, and was unwilling to close the distance easily, so Wen Ning's vision was limited. There are few things that can be done. Bang! Wen Ning dodged the bullet, and a fierce look appeared in his eyes. Comparing firepower, right? Mira, I want to buy a rocket launcher. Mira was stunned when she heard this. Lord, are you sure? Sure. This was the first time that Wen Ning fought such a frustrating battle. The opponent suppressed her into this corner with a sniper. She had no power to fight back. 001, take people out from the back door, and wait for my signal. Wen Ning was carrying a freshly baked rocket launcher. Why didn't she buy this thing at the beginning? The reason was that although this thing had strong firepower, it only had 3 bullets for a price of 1 million. Wen Ning changed the bullets, and glanced at the giant eagle hovering above his head. The corners of his mouth curled up. He thought that I couldn't do anything to you if I mastered the aerial vision, right? He laughed contemptuously at the giant eagle in the sky. Jack on this side also saw the weapon in Wen Ning's hand through the perspective of the giant eagle, and his pupils shrank suddenly. This woman. Isn't she? Jack recognized her immediately. This woman was the one who killed him in the trial mission. The furious Jack had not forgotten to suppress the opponent's rocket launcher. On the battlefield, range is justice. When the ranges of both sides are the same, the outcome of the battle is definitely determined by the firepower coverage. Jack was very nervous. If he didn't aim at the opponent, the consequences would be serious. Jack forced himself to calm down, and used the perspective of the giant eagle to firmly lock Wen Ning's position. His breathing gradually calmed down, and Jack was very confident in his sniping skills. He was always on target on Blue Star, and he specially improved his sniping skills in the Wasteland. If he missed this shot today, he would not be qualified to touch a gun again in the future. In the sight, in a corner of the arrow tower, the woman stood up suddenly. Jack was delighted, and pulled the trigger directly. Seeing that the place didn't seem to react, and didn't even dodge, Jack confidently put away his gun. This shot will definitely hit. The next moment, a rocket with a long flame tail came closer and closer in Jack's pupils. Boom! Chapter 230. The rocket with its own precision guidance flew with a long tail of fire towards the densest crowd. Boom! It exploded with a loud bang, and the heat wave knocked over a large number of people who had not yet reacted. You successfully killed the mutant black scorpion *1, the mutant lizard *2, the player William, the player Claude. System. Block the kill information. When Ning stood on the arrow tower, the nano-level protective shield of the blue crystal armor opened, and there was a bullet landing point at the position of the face. It was right in front of Wen Ning's eyebrows. A slight crack appeared on the protective shield, but it did not penetrate. In other words, the shot from Jacket had actually hit, but was blocked by Wen Ning's armor. And Wen Ning was unharmed. Jack reacted quickly, and made a dodging action after he fired. He rolled sideways and hid behind a mutant beast with limited mobility, and pushed another player to his chest. He survived the bombing by using double cover. Be careful of heavy weapons. The crowd fled in all directions, looking for the big pit created by the dwarf bomb as a shelter. Alex, let our mutants take over. The casualties of the team members behind him were incalculable, and Jack knew that he had lost the advantage of long distance. Originally, when he saw Wen Ning's arrow tower, he thought of suppressing the attack with a sniper rifle. As a result, the opponent directly took out a rocket launcher. Who can stand this? The intelligence did not say that the opponent had such advanced heavy weapons. This battle may be difficult to fight. But Jack's anger was greater than his fear. Fortunately, the giant eagle still had control of the air. Looking at the opponent's low wall of less than 4 meters, he still has more than 20 mutant beasts. These mutant beasts have thick skin and flesh. If they rush up together, they can cover his men in attacking the city. Ordinary arrows can't break the defense at all. If the opponent focuses all the firepower on the mutant beasts, he will have a chance to snipe. If the mutant beasts are allowed to approach, this low wall can't stop the mutant beasts at all. No matter what, he is sure to tear a hole. Everyone, spread out, hide behind the mutant beasts, and advance. Alex jumped up and fired a flare in the direction of Wen Ning. The flare with a tracer fell directly on the low wall in front of Wen Ning. As if giving a signal to the mutant beasts, dozens of mutant beasts immediately started to move. Rushed to Wen Ning's position in a scattered manner. Wen Ning didn't give in. He directly carried the rocket launcher with the bullets replaced and fired at the mutant beasts. Puff! The slight sound of the bullet hitting something disappeared in the noise of the rocket launcher. Only Wen Ning knew that the protective shield in front of him was hit again. The same position, the second bullet. The protective shield was still strong and was not penetrated, but the cracks had widened a little. Wen Ning took a look and saw that the damage to this extent would definitely not last for a third shot. The giant eagle in the sky made an eagle cry, as if conveying the news of the hit to Jack. Wen Ning crouched and hid behind the bunker, looking at the battle situation below with a calm face. Bang, bang, bang. This rocket directly hit the mutant beast in the front, and also detonated the surrounding dwarf bombs. The chain explosion directly caused Jack to lose nearly 10 mutant beasts. The offensive that was finally formed was defeated in an instant. From the perspective of the giant eagle, Wen Ning was reloading. The reloading of the rocket launcher was more complicated, and even for Wen Ning, it would take at least 10 seconds. Jack ordered everyone at this time. Go! If she shows her head again, I will definitely kill her. Push her to the wall. Alex led the team members to follow the mutant beast with difficulty, and when the distance was close, he also began to use weapons to shoot at Wen Ning. But at this time, the mutant beast had also entered the attack range of the arrow tower. Swish, swish, swish. Swish, swish, swish. Thousands of arrows tilted out, and flew straight to the invading army in front of them. It was dark, and it seemed like a rain of arrows. In an instant, they fell on the mutant beast with crackling sounds. The mutant black scorpion was at the front, and its shell was solid and smooth, and the arrows could not penetrate its shell. The invader hid behind for a while, and was not hurt. Wen Ning's pupils burst into surprise, and he immediately adjusted his tactics. 001, retreat, the encirclement plan is not going to work. Wen Ning held the electromagnetic gun and looked for an opportunity to kill the players outside the defense line. The giant eagle above her head kept staring at her. Wen Ning lowered her head and thought, and the opponent was gradually closing in. Seeing that the arrow tower was useless to them, they directly shrank their formation, let the mutant black scorpion block the shooting, and moved slowly. The best thing in this situation is to use a rocket launcher to fire a shot. But the opponent's sniper stared at her covetously, and she estimated that she would be sniped if she showed her head. The blue crystal armor could not withstand another attack. Thinking about it, Wen Ning deliberately avoided the giant eagle in the sky. 001, you are doing this. Jack has seen Wen Ning's deployment clearly through the giant eagle, including the fact that the robot army has been withdrawn and returned to the territory. Haha, you still want to outflank me from inside and outside? Wishful thinking, I want to see how long your trick can last? Jack asked all the invaders to attack the city, leaving only a small team behind to protect his safety. The activity of remotely holding Wen Ning hostage. Under the eyes of the giant eagle, even if the opponent sent a small team to go around, he could see it at a glance. In the vision of the giant eagle, Wen Ning's robot army moved quickly. A group of silver-white figures crossed forward. Like some kind of formation, it was very dazzling. In the blink of an eye of the giant eagle, these silver-white robots had all returned to the territory. After returning to the territory, they moved to the bottom of the low wall close to the arrow tower, as if waiting for the players to attack. While 001 and the others were moving, Wen Ning lowered his head and made a small move in a corner that the giant eagle could not see, and then quickly changed the bullets. The giant eagle passed the information to Jack and activated the field of vision synchronization skill at the same time. This skill can only be activated 3 times a day. Jack can use this skill to lock Wen Ning's position from 2 directions. Improve the hit rate of sniping. Come on! Another shot. Jack's pupils shrank excitedly, and the sniper rifle in his hand was held steadily. Aim at Wen Ning's position. In the sniper's scope, a rocket launcher barrel appeared, and the opponent's movements were very fast. But in the eyes of Jack, the sniper master, all movements seemed to slow down. When Wen Ning's face appeared in the center of the sniper, Jack pulled the trigger. In his eyes, the bullet cut through the air and accurately hit the same position where the 2 bullets just hit. Bang! Jack seemed to hear the sound of the bullet piercing Wen Ning's head, but the imagined scene did not happen. He even saw a hint of teasing in Wen Ning's eyes. Before he could retract his confident smile, Jack felt a huge crisis coming from the side. Puff! Then Jack's palm hurt, and the sniper rifle fell. A dagger accurately penetrated his palm, and blood exploded. Ah! Jack held his palm, not even caring about the sniper rifle that fell on the ground. He turned his head to avoid another dagger that flew past his scalp. The next second was a hail of bullets, and a 2-meter-tall robot appeared on the flank, shooting and quickly approaching. Enemy attack. The team reacted instantly, and surrounded Jack to protect him. 001 silver-white figure moved quickly, approaching Jack and the others in an instant. Jack felt his hair stand on end, and his eyes were filled with fear. On the arrow tower, Wen Ning lowered her body and looked at the cracks on the armor. The giant eagle in the sky didn't care about her and flew away directly. It seemed that 001 succeeded. Stupid, don't you know that the equipment can be repaired? With a contemptuous smile, Wen Ning looked towards the low wall. The last rocket directly shattered the mutant beasts near the low wall. Chapter 231. On the arrow tower, Wen Ning lowered his body and looked at the cracks on the armor. Stupid, don't you know that the equipment can be repaired? With a scornful smile, Wen Ning looked at the low wall. The last rocket directly shattered the mutant beasts near the low wall. The mutant beasts died, and their bodies could only stay for about a minute. 1 minute later, the players lost most of their cover, and were directly exposed to the attack of the arrow tower. They could only wave their weapons to avoid arrows, and how could human power avoid the pouring arrows? It was only at this time that Hu Zi got Wen Ning's approval to join the battle. At the same time, Wen Ning asked Mira to stop the arrow tower to avoid accidental injuries. Hu Zi leaped with faith and landed directly in front of the dying mutant beast, tearing the mutant beast away with a sharp claw. Then he rushed to the players, who were still able to fight on the battlefield. The momentum of sweeping thousands of troops frightened all the players to the ground. Soon, the group of players fell before they even touched Wen Ning's low wall. Some died, some fled, and the battle in the vicinity ended quickly. Wen Ning only used 3 rockets and dozens of dwarf bombs to quell the attack. Just as Wen Ning jumped off the arrow tower, a message came from 001. Master, let him run away. Wen Ning's expression remained unchanged, not surprised, and did not blame 001, with only a hint of regret in his eyes. Come back. Jack's escape was within Wen Ning's expectations. She found out during the battle that many players ran away immediately after being injured. This may be the reason why the other party was so unscrupulous. As for the other party's identity, Wen Ning already had a guess in his mind. He hated her so much that he wanted to shoot her in the head with every shot. There are so many players from my own country. What else is unclear? Jack is not from this area, so it is very convenient for him to escape. He can return to the original birth point instantly, as long as he exits the base. 2/3 of the players were immediately stuck after being injured in the battle just now. So Wen Ning did not gain much from this battle. In addition to the 46 players, who were directly killed or blown up by her, there were only 32 mutant beasts as spoils. Hu Zi, 001, take them to clean up the battlefield. The robot team went out again to pick up the spoils, and the arrows that were fired. Wen Ning found Mira, and repaired all the damaged arrow towers. Lord, why did these people suddenly attack us? Mira did not know the grudge between Wen Ning and Jack. Wen Ning calculated his remaining survival points, and the action of purchasing materials in his mind did not stop. Facing Mira's question, Wen Ning thought for a while. Seeking revenge, or a tall tree attracts the wind. The pace of upgrading the territory and increasing defense is urgent. This battle has exposed the weakness of Wen Ning's territory, that is, the short-range attack capability is ridiculously poor. Thinking of the giant eagle, Wen Ning has basically guessed that the other party must know that there is only one person in her territory. Next time, the other party will definitely be more fully prepared to come to the door. The tail of Wen Ning's eyes raised a faint red, and the whole body was lingering with murderous aura. The current shortcoming of the territory is that it is short-handed. The range of the arrow tower is only 400 meters. The movement range of the robot is only 1,000 meters. The solution is also very simple. Either continue to upgrade the territory or develop new weapons. New long-range weapons. Also, traps must be set up outside the forest to prevent Jack from finding too many of her weaknesses. Today, Jack is the only one with a super long-range weapon. Next time, the other party may prepare 10 or 100 sniper rifles to aim at her. Wen Ning estimated in his mind, but before he could make up his mind, the World Channel became lively. World Channel. Jack, selling the map and coordinates of the Treasure Pavilion area at a high price. World Channel. Is it the Treasure Pavilion I know? World Channel. What's going on? The Treasure Pavilion Shenlong is holding on to it, and the coordinates have been dug out by someone. World Channel. Jack, Life-Own Country is seeking allies with a large sum of money. The coordinates of the Treasure Pavilion will be listed in half an hour. If you bid well, you can become an ally of our country. Jack had a sinister look on his face. Next to him, the doctor of the territory was busy treating his wounds. Jack was also lucky. He was pierced through the palm by 001's dagger, and hit in the shoulder and thigh by 001's bullet. There is still life to survive, and there is still strength to shout in the world. Although his body was anesthetized, Jack's physique made him very excited, especially when he knew that there was only one person in Wen Ning's territory. Jack attributed this failure to his inadequate preparation. Next time, Wen Ning's territory will definitely be in his pocket. Alex, find someone. I must level her territory before the disaster is over. Alex looked at Jack's wound anxiously. He was also injured and had not had time to treat it. The fatigue all over his body made him breathe heavily at this moment. Enduring the pain, Alex forgot the military salute between superiors and subordinates for the first time. You brought 100 elite soldiers this time, but you didn't even touch the corner of the other party's wall. The implication is to save your energy. Jack didn't care. Several people in the private chat channel had already privately chatted with his coordinates. Jack would not spread the information like this. He would auction this information at the auction later. This time, let's see who can steal his popularity. Why haven't you treated the wound yet? Jack took his energy out of the World Channel and looked at his palm. The bullets in his thigh and shoulder have been taken out. It's not a big deal. A simple bandage will do. But the wound on his palm not only did not stop bleeding, but it still hurt under the effect of anesthetics. Jack looked at the bleeding wound. His arm had lost too much blood and turned yellow. The whole body was a little cold, his left hand was still a little numb, and his mind was not very clear. Alex, what are you doing? Stop the bleeding for me. The doctor looked at the palm that was medicated but still couldn't stop bleeding. The blood that flowed out was still black. Report immediately. Adjutant. There is an unknown toxin on this wound. It causes the commander's blood coagulation disorder. The toxin has spread to the shoulder. If it is not treated, the commander will bleed to death. Jack listened to his subordinates' reports in a daze. He gradually could not hear any sound in his ears, and the sound of his heartbeat gradually occupied all his eardrums. Boom! Finally, he fainted. Commander Jack. Chapter 232. Adjutant. To save Jack's life, the only way now is amputation. Alex is now like a family member waiting outside the delivery room. The doctor keeps asking him whether to save the big one or the small one. If he hesitates for a second, he will not save the big one or the small one. Alex's forehead is sweating with anxiety. At this moment, he can't even care about the pain on his body. Is there no other way? The doctor shook his head. Adjutant, this is in the Wasteland. The Treasure Pavilion has potions that can regenerate limbs. The life of the commander is the most important. Alex smiled bitterly. The commander obviously wants to go against the Treasure Pavilion. Can they sell potions to him? Even if the Treasure Pavilion doesn't sell it, we can still find other shops. Can't we find a second bottle of healing potion in this wasteland? After hesitating for a long time, Alex saw that Jack's face was already blue and purple, and then he made the decision to amputate. Cut it off. The doctor cut off Jack's arm that was soaked in toxins in an orderly manner. Just when Jack was having surgery, the players who were waiting for his auction on the World Channel were screaming, World Channel, half an hour has passed, and the auction is not here. Jack, what are you going to pay me back for what you owe me? World Channel, are there any brothers who follow Jack who can tell me if his avatar is still lit? World Channel, although his avatar is lit, he should be a pigeon. How can he be so pigeon? World Channel, The coordinates of the treasure pavilion were exposed so easily. It turns out that he is just trying to get attention. World Channel, get out of here, liar. How can we take advantage of the popularity of our treasure pavilion so easily? World Channel, store owners, please come out and talk. What happened? World Channel, I know what happened. I am a player from a certain area. This morning, a group of players from the Gale country came to our base and killed our base leader. World Channel, what the hell? So outrageous? Which area are you from, brother? World Channel, I won't talk about the area. I was not in the base at that time. After receiving the news that the base leader was killed, I hid outside. Some of my friends died, some escaped. Later, I heard that these people captured the remaining players and took them to the north. World Channel. Later, there were suddenly more than 100 fewer people in the regional channel. World Channel. Later, this guy named Jack started talking on the World Channel. World Channel. I think they should have fought with the treasure pavilion. World Channel. A war? Who won? World Channel. Is the person above stupid? If Jack won, would he still give the coordinates of the treasure pavilion? World Channel. Yes, yes, the treasure pavilion must have won. World Channel. Shopkeeper, please come out and say something. If I am bullied, I can immediately leave the base and go to help. World Channel. The person above should not make such a big fuss. Do you want to help? The fact that Jack invaded the treasure pavilion instantly caused heated discussions on the World Channel. At the same time, many players claiming to be from the same area appeared on the World Channel and publicly sold the coordinates of the treasure pavilion. It was difficult to tell whether it was true or false. Wen Ning also received a lot of private messages asking for verification. There were also players who applied to Wen Ning to join the Bright Territory under the banner of helping. Wen Ning directly blocked them all. Ding! Received Lucifer's transaction information. Please check it. Lucifer? Wen Ning clicked on Lucifer's avatar. Lucifer 1267. Shopkeeper, do you need help? Wen Ning pondered for a while and rejected Lucifer's kindness. He also rejected the private messages for help from the Lin and Zhao families. Just after closing the chat channel, he received another special message. Alex 9678. Treasure Pavilion Shopkeeper, I have a deal. Alex 9678. Exchange the coordinates of the treasure house for the healing potion. Alex 9678. As long as you give me the healing potion, I promise that the Fierce Wind Nation will never reveal the coordinates of the treasure house. 3 consecutive messages showed the other party's anxiety. Is this a threat to her? What if she doesn't hand over the healing potion, inciting the world players to attack her? Endless irritation surged in his heart. Wen Ning certainly knew that 001's dagger was poisoned. This poison was obtained from the cat girl, and there is no antidote. It seems that Jack is afraid of death. The dog around him can't stand it anymore. No wonder there is no Fierce Wind Nation player selling her coordinates on the World Channel. Is this because he is scared to death and ordered not to reveal it, but he still wants to exchange it for his own healing potion? But she is going to kill Jack? How could she accept Alex's deal? Wen Ning smiled contemptuously. Did he think he had found her weakness? Private chat channel. I suggest you eat more walnuts to nourish your brain. Alex was stunned for a moment after receiving this message. He heard the implication that the other party was calling him stupid. His anger rose, and he edited a long paragraph of threats, insults, and exhortations to the other party to know the situation and sent it. The other party has blocked you, and the message failed to be sent. Alex finally felt the anger of Chief Jack. This treasure house was so stubborn that it would not be persuaded by soft or hard tactics. Expose. His coordinates must be exposed. Alex angrily opened the World Channel. World Channel. Alex, despicable treasure pavilion owner. In half an hour, the store in Gale Country will start an auction. Auction the treasure pavilion coordinates. World Channel. Coo coo coo. Changed a pigeon? World Channel. You are putting this doll, right? World Channel. You are very happy with the popularity of my treasure pavilion, right? Shopkeeper. Come out and scold him. Here, Wen Ning also started a series of actions. A tall tree attracts the wind, right? Do you really think I am afraid of you publishing your coordinates? Popularity? When will it be your turn to take advantage of my popularity? World Channel. Treasure Pavilion. If you want to know my coordinates so much, why are you waiting for the auction? World Channel. Treasure Pavilion. Treasure Pavilion coordinates. S66 area. 1256, 0267. Welcome to bother you. World Channel. Treasure Pavilion. I didn't expect so many people to care about us, to the point of coming to our door to offer warmth. World Channel. Treasure Pavilion. Let me be frank. Commander Jack and his elite troops didn't even touch our corner. World Channel, Treasure Pavilion. There are some things we will only say once. Treasure Pavilion does business worldwide, and everyone who comes is a guest. However, if you meet someone in a region, that person is an enemy. World Channel, welcome to send us equipment. Along with the news, Wen-Ning's spoils of war were also posted on the display page of the Treasure Pavilion, including Jack's sniper rifle and a healing potion. Of course, the price of the healing potion is set at a price that players cannot afford, and it is displayed for everyone to see. At the same time, Wen-Ning also asked about Jack's injury on the World Channel. World Channel, Treasure Pavilion. Is Jack's injury okay? This healing potion is specially made for you. World Channel, holy shit. Is this true? Self-destruction. World Channel, haha, I declare that no one can take advantage of this popularity. Treasure Pavilion is awesome. World Channel, are there any survivors in this area? Can I see if it's real? World Channel, is there a base in S66 area that recruits people? I don't mean anything else. I just want to see the Treasure Pavilion. While the world was in an uproar, the regional channels were also boiling. Regional Channel, damn, the Treasure Pavilion is really in our region. Could it be the boss of the number one? Regional Channel, it must be. Who else could it be besides the number one? Regional Channel, brothers of the Treasure Pavilion, come out and have a chat. You guys are really able to keep your cool. Not a single word leaked. Regional Channel, yes, come out and say something. Wen-Ning, on his side, watched the news quickly flashing across the two channels. Thoughts were flying. Looking at Mira on the side, we can no longer hide. Wen-Ning had this realization when Jack invaded today. No matter how Jack got her coordinates, after today, the coordinates of the Treasure Pavilion will no longer be a secret. And soon, more players will come to the door. Chapter 233. Wen-Ning opened the system panel and looked at his survival points balance. 305,347. 6 million survival points, most of which were lost before they were even warm in his hands. Titanium. Wen-Ning looked at the list of materials needed to upgrade the territory. He could only try his luck in the ruins. But before he went, Wen-Ning had something important to arrange. Open the trading market. Various metal ores, by lapidolite, blue crystal, by electric energy core, by successfully made a navigator *500. Successfully made an engine core *500. Successfully made a metal frame *500. Do you want to make a growth robot? Each one costs survival points *100. Do it. Wen-Ning sat in front of the shelter door. With an order, robots began to appear in the open space in front of him according to their types. Manufacturing success. Congratulations on obtaining robot guards *200. Manufacturing success. Congratulations on obtaining detection robots *30. Manufacturing success. Congratulations on obtaining robot butlers *40. Manufacturing success. Congratulations on obtaining mining robots *50. Manufacturing success. Congratulations on obtaining lumberjack robots *30. Manufacturing success. Congratulations on obtaining teaching robots *10. Manufacturing success. Congratulations on obtaining construction robots *140. There are 200 robot guards among the 500 robots in total. There are 7 types in total. After checking the newly appeared robots, Wen-Ning grinned. Good. None of them are useless. With 500 robots, Wen-Ning no longer pursued quantity, but opened the synthesis system. 200 robot guards, all synthesized to the same level as 001. Directly formed a robot war team. System, put 50 guards in my system panel, numbered War 01 to War 50. Put the rest in the territory, let 002 be responsible for training, and put them into use as soon as possible. The mutant beasts around the territory can be used for training, and all players who appear within the territory's activity range can be killed freely. Robots number 51 to 100 were taken away by 002. The rest were put into Wen-Ning's backpack. Next was the detection robot, and Wen-Ning used the synthesis system. Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining the sea, land and air detection robot *15. Detection robot. Perfect with the blessing of special technology. It can operate 24 hours a day. The detector uses the principle of thermal imaging and can detect a specified area of 1 square kilometer. The synthesis system adds an attribute that enables it to be used under 3 conditions of sea, land and air. When attacked, the guard warehouse can be automatically retracted, and in principle, it can be repaired infinitely. mechanical version of Giant Eagle. Wen Ning checked the properties. It can fly higher than Jack's Giant Eagle in a range of 1 square kilometer. It can be used as Wen Ning's eyes, and he will never be suppressed in the air again. More importantly, it can be connected to the territory system, so Mira can capture the enemy's situation in the first place. In addition, it is also equipped with a weapon system that can actively attack enemies within the detection range and issue a warning. Let them all fly, Mira. Connect the signal and assign the cruising area. Okay. After the housekeeper robot was synthesized, one was placed in the shop to take over Hu Zi's cashier job. The teaching robot database was equipped with knowledge of all subjects on Blue Star. One was activated to teach the cat people arithmetic. All the miner robots and lumberjack robots were sent out to collect resources. There is also the last type, the construction robot. Wen Ning planned to use it to build the wall. He input the blueprints and opened the warehouse and furnace permissions. These construction robots will actively participate in the work. 24 hours a day non-stop work. With Mira's coordination, there will be no problem. The shape of the wall was drawn by Wen Ning himself. He discussed it with Mira. She knew how to build it. There is one last thing. Mira, persuade Sher Tai as soon as possible to let his people enter the territory. They are very strong in combat. Mira nodded in response. The work in the territory was in full swing. Wen Ning glanced at the time. It was 3:50 p.m. It was only 4 o'clock when he entered the ruins at this time and came back at 4 o'clock, which was very suitable. I think the players can't gather in 10 minutes. Wen Ning was still worried that the players would come to the door, so before leaving, he specifically told 002 that he could kill aggressive humans at will. He also reminded Mira that the safety of the territory was the most important. If others came to the door, there was no need to worry. After the instructions, Wen Ning took out a ruin summoning scroll and used it. Player found the ruins. Tip: there is no upper limit to the exploration time of the ruins, and the player will be eliminated if he dies. The player has been detected to enter the ruins. The chat channel is closed, the trading channel is closed, the map is switched successfully, and the ruins exit has been marked. The player has been detected to bring a pet into the ruins. Please note that the pet can be resurrected within 7 days after death in the ruins. Wen Ning entered the ruins with ease, and while the fog had not yet dissipated, he directly summoned 001 and all 50 robots. Roar! Are you going to flatten this ruin? Hu Zi looked at 50 robots that looked exactly like 001 and felt the darkness of the day. Will 001 be even more difficult to deal with in the future? Master, look ahead. Wen Ning closed his eyes and chanted the heart purification mantra twice before suppressing the urgency in his heart. We have already entered. It would be best if we can find titanium. If we can't find it, then we can find some other resources. The fog dissipated, and a hazy city appeared in front of Wen Ning not far away. The outline was vague, and it looked a bit scary in the sunless environment of the ruins. The countless high-rise buildings reminded Wen Ning of Highland City. While being amazed at the magnificence of the city, he walked inside. Without the sun, the glass on the exterior walls of the skyscrapers was dim, and the surroundings were covered with deformed green plants. The fallen leaves were piled on the ground, and the smell of rot was everywhere. Wen Ning took out his gas mask and put it on, and stepped into the street with an army. Chapter 234. Cold wind blew from time to time on the street, which was completely different from the scorched earth like scorching sun of the wasteland. The quiet and coolness quickly calmed Wen Ning's impatient heart. Wen Ning realized later that she seemed to be affected by the heat. Her mood fluctuated up and down, and she was a little impulsive. Fortunately, even if she couldn't find titanium this time, she could bear the consequences. The territory was fully sufficient, and the wall could be built soon. The robot army behind him was all synthesized, and one energy core worked for a lifetime, so there was no problem of whether they could be supported or not. But Wen Ning was always worried that all the people in the territory were from foreign races, and they had to provide some jobs for them. They couldn't be supported to eat for free. It was easy to go from simple to luxurious, but it was difficult to go from luxurious to simple. Jack's move gave her the opportunity to expand rapidly, and she armed the territory with great force. Wen Ning also figured it out. At most, he could let 001 take these war machines to rest, and come out when necessary. Master, there is energy fluctuation deep in the street on the right. Can you detect it? 001's mechanical eyes flashed twice, and he nodded as a matter of course. The functional system on the detector released by the Master is shared. Wen Ning looked at 001 in surprise. Behind him were 50 bodies exactly like him, but the mechanical eyes were not as smart as his, and the actions were not as subjective as 001. 001 is 001. These robots can't compare to him even if they learn for another 100 years. Wen Ning didn't bother to explore how deep 001's learning ability is, because although each robot is a growth-type robot, their learning ability is different. This also led to their different upper limits. Wen Ning had a hunch that someone like 001 might awaken to life one day. The street on the right looked quiet, and Wen Ning could not sense any danger at all. Hu Zi was also quiet, looking up and looking for the fluctuations that 001 mentioned. Hu Zi, take the initiative. Pet active skill has been activated. The number of active skills remaining today. 1. The number of passive skills. 3. As soon as the initiative was activated, the ruins map in his mind instantly became 3D. Wen Ning looked at the street on the right, and saw a human figure behind a gray wall. He lowered his head and bent over, with his upper limbs on the ground, and looked like his mobility had degenerated. Human? Wen Ning's hair stood on end, and he immediately looked at the mottled and corroded wall with vigilance. People in the ruins. Could it be the players, who are trapped in the ruins forever? With 1,000 thoughts in his mind, Wen Ning had already carefully walked closer to the wall. This looks like a shop, with discount promotion ads on the wall. It's just that there are walls on 3 sides, and the only exit is on the other side, which looks like a sealed back door. The top is made of cement tiles, and the technique of sealing the roof is more like the craftsmanship of a mountain village. As he got closer, Wen Ning immediately heard the sound of heavy breathing, and Hu Zi also smelled the blood in the air, crouching down and humming a warning. The front paws slapped the ground alternately. Wen Ning understood that this was to cover up the sound of his footsteps. After looking at the outer wall of this room, Wen Ning decided to find a breakthrough from the roof. He formulated a strategy in his mind. 001 took 2 robots to go around and block the door, and Hu Zi continued to interfere with the opponent. Wen Ning climbed up the wall to the roof, and of course, there were 10 other robots with her. Wait for my signal. She gave the order in her heart. Wen Ning carefully lifted a tile and looked down. A humanoid monster appeared in her sight. Wen Ning's pupils shrank slightly. The humanoid monster's skin was blue, and it was filled with an indelible smell of blood. It was disemboweling another humanoid monster, and its hands mechanically picked up the other's intestines and entrails and stuffed them into its mouth. If Wen Ning was familiar with various online brainhole literary works, she would be able to recognize it immediately. This is a zombie. From Wen Ning's perspective, the scene of people eating people was so shocking that she forgot to react for a while. But in just a few seconds, Wen Ning came back to his senses and swallowed hard, but the zombie under his feet suddenly put down his fellow. It let out a low roar like a wild beast, raised its head stiffly, and looked straight in the direction of Wen Ning with pure black eyes. Move! As soon as Wen Ning finished speaking, 10 figures fell from the top of the room, and the weapons in their hands were all launched. The zombies below were stabbed into a hornet's nest by 10 tang swords before they could resist. The battle came quickly and ended quickly. Wen Ning landed from the gap, 001 entered from the door, and Hu Zi also jumped in from the roof. Wen Ning walked towards the corpse on the ground. Just as he bent down to check, the monster's eyes suddenly opened again. The claws on both hands stretched out, struggling to stand up. Wen Ning stepped back to dodge, and 001's serrated blade fell to the ground. Bang! A black head was thrown high, and black blood was spilled all over the ground. The monster was completely dead. 001 successfully killed the zombie *1 zombie. Wen Ning murmured. This was the name that appeared in the movie. Attention! This monster will not die completely until its head is chopped off. 001, who could not detect any energy fluctuations, repeated this mechanically 3 times. Wen Ning knew that this was not for himself. It was for the 50 war robots around him. Sure enough, the robots' eyes moved, and after a flash of red light, this information had been stored in their brains. Wen Ning then stepped forward to check the monster. The body had not disappeared yet, so Wen Ning hurried to check it. The hair was disheveled, and the original color could not be seen. There were several pieces of skin on the top of the head, and in some places the skull was deeply visible. The scalp was opened, and no one knew where it went. The fangs were sharp, and they maintained the state of being fanged and clawed before death. It was possible to vaguely recognize human teeth, but the sharp canine teeth at the corners of the mouth were pitch black, and there were still meat residues on them. The skin was rotten, and only a thin layer of skin was left covering the skeleton. The limbs extended sharp claws, and the nails became thicker and harder, as if they had degenerated into wild beasts. The whites of the eyes were originally pure black, but after death, they turned pure white, but they were densely covered with black bloodshot. Wen Ning looked grim, and checked other places around, but did not find similar monsters. Zombies? Is this going to be a biochemical crisis? This zombie has changed too much, and Wen Ning can't even confirm whether it is the west or the east by skin color and other features. And the place where they are just entering the city is still a long way from the city center. This zombie may be alone. Take away everything that can be used around and continue to go deeper. After leaving the street, 001 has already skillfully begun to teach other robots how to quickly dismantle scrap vehicles. The sound of ping-pong and the silver-white color on the street gave Wen Ning a great sense of security. Congratulations on getting the tire *1. Congratulations on getting the engine *2. Like bandits entering the city, in less than 10 minutes, all the usable parts and materials on this street were removed and put into Wen Ning's backpack. Let's go! The street with tall buildings was about 1 kilometer away from Wen Ning's team. Wen Ning planned to push through it. Anyway, the exit was behind him. If anything went wrong, he could just turn around and run out. As he walked in, the smell of corruption became stronger. The bloody smell in the air made Wen Ning think that the city had just suffered a disaster. However, the mottled corrosion holes on these buildings and the plants growing in the cracks of the collapsed buildings all said that the situation here had lasted for a long time. But why was the smell of blood still so strong? It was so strong that Wen Ning could distinguish it. Chapter 235. The mighty team approached the tall building, and the war robots advanced in the formation set by 001. Protect Wen Ning firmly in the center of the team to ensure that no matter what direction the attack came from, Wen Ning would not be hurt in the first place. And they moved forward alternately, so that they could move at the fastest speed. Wen Ning walked and checked. Judging from the various collapsed buildings, there should have been fierce battles here. There were not only scratches from claws on the wall, but also broken bullet holes from gunshots. Unrecognizable plants crawled on the ruins. It was hard to say whether they had been exposed to radiation and mutated. From time to time, the howling of birds came from the sky, but the foggy sky made it impossible for Wen Ning to see what birds were flying. The streets were full of collapsed shops, glass fragments and bloodstains. The billboards were tilted and collapsed, and the broken signs could not recognize what was written. Wen Ning walked along the way. The further he went, the heavier the smell of corruption on the street became. The more damaged the vehicles were, and even the parts could not be disassembled. Wen Ning was not interested in the dilapidated shops around him, and gradually found a place that looked like a police station. Such places might have controlled knives or guns. 001 changed the formation, and the war robots behind him had not used hot weapons since entering the ruins. In the city ruins, shooting often leads to greater hidden dangers. So they all changed to the Tang sword synthesized by Wen Ning. At the moment Wen Ning entered the police station, the sound of violent gunfire suddenly rang out on the street in the distance. As if a chain reaction had been triggered, the roars of wild beasts rose and fell in an instant. Roar! Bang bang! The roars were shrill and angry, and the roars in the sky above the city echoed one after another, as if in response. Wen Ning quickly found a shelter and squatted down, looking up, and suddenly, on the outer wall of the tall building, human heads appeared one after another. Wen Ning had excellent eyesight, and she could see clearly even if these heads were moving quickly. These moving people were the zombies they had just killed on the periphery. For a moment, hundreds of zombies crawled out of the broken windows of the tall buildings. They were like wild beasts, running on all fours with their hands on the ground, but they were faster. And they could also stick to the wall firmly. With dark eyes, they roared and rushed towards the street in front of them, where the gunshots were heard. The smell of blood in the air was so strong that it was sickening. And after the gunshots, the smell of blood in the air would become much deeper. It looked like something had gotten into a fight with the zombies. Wen Ning guessed, could it be another player? It was not impossible to meet a player in the ruins. Wen Ning had also met Sun Yanhe in the dungeon ruins. Looking at the busy streets not far away, Wen Ning felt that there must be something good that caused both sides to fight for it. Let's go and have a look. Wen Ning walked out of the back door of the police station and flexibly shuttled through the alleys. 50 war machines were too conspicuous, so Wen Ning only left 001 and Hu Zi to take care of each other. The rest were all put into the backpack. 3 figures entered an abandoned building between the rise and fall. In the building, Wen Ning hid behind a thick load-bearing column to observe the situation. The view here is excellent, and you can overlook the battle situation on the entire street. An intersection was surrounded by people, and gunshots could be heard from time to time, but soon it returned to silence. Groups of zombies rushed up and surrounded a point to attack frantically. Wen Ning could only see the barrels of guns that penetrated the zombies' bodies. And the backs of the zombies were surging. This battle seemed to be over soon. Those things surrounded at the intersection would soon be eaten by zombies. Are you late? Wen Ning was a little frustrated. She didn't even see the two sides of the battle clearly, and one of them was wiped out. But looking at the dirty guns and the rags on the ground, Wen Ning was sure that the one who was eaten was definitely not a player. At this stage, players would not use such low-level equipment, and more importantly, when players were eliminated, their equipment would fall all over the ground. Wen Ning didn't see it at all. The battle at the crossroads seemed to be over. The zombies gathered together, as if they were sharing the spoils. Wen Ning, who couldn't pick up any leftovers, suddenly felt a headache. Just as he was about to retreat quietly, he saw a broken arm thrown out from the zombie pile. This is... Wen Ning's pupil shrank suddenly. Mechanical. The mechanical with a human heart and mechanical body. Thinking of this, Wen Ning remembered the mechanical holding a large pendulum that he met when he escaped from the ruins last time. Plop. 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 Master, there is a strong energy fluctuation approaching. As soon as 001's warning was issued, a huge pendulum appeared in Wen Ning's field of vision. Bang! Dozens of zombies were smashed into meat patties by the huge pendulum that fell. The remaining zombies didn't feel anything and still gathered together to fight for something. Until the tall mechanical man bent down and lifted a B-level mechanical corpse from the mouths of many zombies. He was already dead, the heart in the mechanical chest had stopped beating, and the heart was also eaten by zombies for more than half. But the giant mechanical man didn't care. The abyss opened its huge mouth and threw the whole body of the B-level mechanical man directly into its mouth. Chewed and swallowed. Then he ate several mechanical corpses that had not been bitten to pieces. Without the attraction of fresh hearts, the zombies around began to gnaw on the bodies of their companions. The injured zombies were the first to bear the brunt, and the zombies pounced on the broken arms of their kind and bit them. The giant mechanical man raised his foot and could step on several of them to death. In his eyes, these zombies were like grapes that would burst into blood plasma, and it was fun to step on them one by one. Eating everything will only harm you. Wen Ning covered his mouth that was about to vomit. The digestive system of this robot was too good. It chewed its own kind directly. But now I understand it. At the beginning, it was a conflict between B-level robots and zombies. I don't know how it happened. Then it was this huge robot again. Wen Ning confirmed that it was the same one he saw when he escaped from Beijing University. It seems that the robot's heart has a great attraction to zombies. Zombies are indeed the race at the top of the food chain. Wen Ning looked at a zombie gnawing at his wound and gave affirmation. Similarly, robots also have a strong desire to eat the hearts of their own kind, but they may not be able to eat zombies. This huge robot just crushed the zombies one by one, but had no intention of eating them. The excitement is over. Let's go stealthily. It's best not to attract its attention. Wen Ning retreated cautiously. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly felt a huge sense of crisis above his head. Wen Ning reflexively ducked and then rolled sideways to avoid it. After rolling into the stairwell, he looked up and saw a big pendulum hitting the ground where he was just now. The load-bearing column broke in half, revealing the sharp steel bars inside. The huge noise approached step by step, as if it was going to shake the whole building down. Oh no! We've been discovered. Chapter 236. A pair of calm pupils appeared in the sharp sight, gradually locking onto Wen Ning's position. Hu Zi beside him gave a low growl of warning. Wen Ning looked up and saw a trace of surprise on the giant robot's face, as if wondering why a pure human could be seen here. But the next second, Wen Ning felt that the other party's eyes had changed, and he had already regarded her as prey in a bowl. There was no fluctuation in the eyes, and the eyes seemed to be dug out from somewhere else and installed. The sense of separation from the giant robot was very obvious, but it could magically convey the emotions of the giant robot. His face was numb and stiff, and he drilled in from the middle of the broken load-bearing column, and the entire floor was shaking. Bang! The huge pendulum picked up and fell, and the floor under Wen Ning's feet cracked. Wen Ning fell from the crack before he could fight back. Wen Ning didn't even see the other party's movements clearly. They were so fast and weird that it seemed that there was no accumulation of power at all. The moment she landed, her armor bounced off, and the blue circular shield offset most of the impact. Master, are you okay? In the smoke and dust, Wen Ning turned over and looked up. There were big holes in the floor slabs of several floors. The giant mechanical man was looking at her at the edge of the hole. I'm fine. I fight him later. You wait for the opportunity to move. Wen Ning wanted to use the anti-injury of the blue crystal armor to weaken the opponent's combat effectiveness. 001, who noticed her intention, immediately refuted. No, your armor can't withstand his attack at all. Before he could argue, the giant mechanical man had already jumped down. It was like an earthquake. Wen Ning rolled and crawled into a corner, and the building debris above her head fell. The giant robot seemed to have no reaction, neither dodging nor avoiding. That's right, robots originally have no sense of pain. But Wen Ning keenly noticed that the giant robot still moved its body consciously. It seemed to be avoiding some weak points that were easy to be hit. Wen Ning had no time to think deeply at this moment. The big pendulum had been raised and appeared above her head. Wen Ning quickly searched for an escape route in her mind. She jumped flexibly to avoid the attack, and the floor was instantly broken with great power. 001 was right. She had no chance to fight the opponent head-on. In the small space, Wen Ning circled the building to avoid the giant robot's hammer. The giant robot's pursuit speed was also very fast. Often, Wen Ning had just left a certain landing point, and his hammer had already fallen in the next second. In order to distract the giant robot's attention, Wen Ning summoned the war robot and cooperated with 001 to attack the giant robot with thermal weapons from the periphery. As long as the hatred is pulled away, Wen Ning can find time to leave the battle range and then take the robot back to the guard cabin. But the giant robot is obviously not interested in these mechanical lives, not even Hu Zi. All the attention is locked on Wen Ning, playing the cat and mouse game tirelessly. Roar! Hu Zi roared, as if he had been teased enough, and rushed directly towards the giant robot's hammer. Be careful. Wen Ning leaned against the wall and exerted force, and the whole person jumped over the wall and bounced above the giant robot's head. The opponent's hammer changed its path and turned to attack upwards. Hu Zi avoided his hammer and attacked the robot's chest with his heavy claws. The heavy attacks collided with each other, and the robot was knocked back several steps by Hu Zi. His shoulders trembled, and the joints creaked twice, and then reset. He stabilized his body, and curiosity flashed in his dark eyes. Hu Zi's body was considered petite in front of him. He actually had such great power. What was even more curious was this human, whose light body was locked by the giant hammer. Under the circumstances just now, how did she manage to dodge from the hammer at such a short distance? Wen Ning, who landed, supported his knees and panted heavily. This was the sequelae of breaking through the limit speed, but fortunately, with the cooperation of Hu Zi this time, Wen Ning found a breakthrough. 001 fire? The robot was covered by firepower all over his body, and he immediately felt angry at being teased. The human in front of him still had a provocative smile on his face, and the robot moved instantly. The melee begins. Wen Ning dodged the huge pendulum that moved like lightning while throwing dwarf bombs at the joints of the giant robot. After a little modification by Wen Ning, the dwarf bombs can be attached to any place Wen Ning wants to attach. At the same time, Wen Ning passed the order to the war robots outside. Attack his joints. Wen Ning shouted and quickly emptied the dwarf bombs in his hand. Dwarf bombs will not be detonated by bullets, and the initiative is completely in Wen Ning's hands. 001's body is faster, and the serrated blade in his hand flashes with arcs. Every time it touches the joints of the giant robot, the movement of the giant robot will tremble. The whole person seemed much slower. The other war robots moved quickly, and found angles to shoot. Wen Ning retreated quickly when he saw this, and barely passed by the falling pendulum. Back off. Hu Zi, 001 immediately stopped harassing the giant robot, and withdrew from the battlefield without hesitation after receiving Wen Ning's order. Wen Ning retreated at a very fast speed, bypassing two shaky load-bearing columns. The robot's pendulum fell on both sides as expected. Boom! The abandoned building finally couldn't hold on, and collapsed under the smashing of the giant robot. Half of the building collapsed directly, and several floors of the ceiling fell down, blocking the giant robot from chasing Wen Ning. Half of the building fell on the giant robot, trapping him in place. Wen Ning seized the opportunity to detonate the dwarf bombs attached to the important joints of the giant robot. Bang, bang, bang. A series of explosions overturned the ceiling that had hit the giant robot. Wen Ning rolled over and hid in the corner at the moment of the explosion, while Hu Zi and 001 protected her on both sides, blocking the flying debris. The huge explosion sounded far away, and many mutant birds were startled from the surrounding high-rise buildings. The shrill howling sound spread farther and farther, as if it was going to spread to the whole city. Wen Ning detonated the bombs in sequence, first the distal joints, then the ones close to the heart. Hundreds of dwarf bombs directly emptied Wen Ning's inventory. The explosion lasted for more than a minute. The dust was flying around, and the place where the giant robot was located collapsed directly into a big pit. Wen Ning stood up and approached carefully with a weapon in his hand. It seems that this abandoned building has a basement, and the floor of the first floor was blown down, which caused such a big hole. Hu Zi carried Wen Ning and jumped down. The system did not prompt the kill information, which meant that the robot below was not completely dead. The building debris and cement slabs that were still shaking around also showed that the robot was still alive. 001 lifted a cement slab on the robot's chest. The robot's chest was blown open, and the huge heart was still beating vigorously. The surroundings were soaked with black blood. Wen Ning saw a steel bar inserted into the robot's heart. The life of the robot with a wounded heart was rapidly passing away. Wen Ning and 001 raised their weapons at the same time and stabbed them into the disgusting heart beating in front of them without hesitation. Puff! The two weapons penetrated the heart firmly, and the robot under his feet struggled violently instantly. At a certain moment, the huge body was tense and straightened, and then it collapsed. Congratulations on successfully killing an A-level machine *1 and obtaining a giant composite heart *1. Huh? This is only a level? Wen Ning thought it was already an SS level mechanic. But after getting a composite heart, Wen Ning checked the properties. Giant composite heart. A B-level machine that devours 100 humanoid hearts to upgrade. It can be exchanged for a history book *1 when exiting the ruins. History book. Wen Ning murmured, no wonder it's so hard to kill. One can be exchanged for a history book. Chapter 237. The body of the robot gradually disappeared, and the debris under his feet suddenly lost support and fell down. 001 helped Wen Ning to stabilize his body, but Hu Zi looked around and found a piece of shining metal. He shook his head, stretched out his tiger claws, and pulled the metal off. Roar! What is this? Wen Ning turned his head and looked at the metal under his feet. The dull luster looked like some kind of material. He tried to put it into his backpack. Congratulations on getting titanium *1. Huh? This is titanium? This is what it means to find something without any effort? Wen Ning was overjoyed. There was actually titanium hidden in the basement of this abandoned building. Wen Ning quickly asked 001 to clear the broken wall panels around. He put the war robots into his backpack, leaving 10 behind. 001 led these robots to quickly clear a path for Wen Ning to enter the basement. Wen Ning hesitated for a moment, took out a pearl lamp, and walked in. As soon as he entered, Wen Ning's eyes widened as he saw the whole scene in front of him. In front of him was a huge warehouse, and the piles on the ground were all the metals that Wen Ning had just picked up, and there were also several different colors. The corners of Wen Ning's mouth slightly raised. This time, he was really rich. Release all the war robots. Move all the metals here. 001, Hu Zi alert. After Wen Ning gave the instructions, she began to mechanically collect the metal materials that the robot moved in front of her. Congratulations on getting titanium *100. Congratulations on getting titanium *100. 1 unit of titanium is 10 kilograms, and the titanium required for upgrading is only 300 kilograms, and the reserves here far exceed that. But Wen Ning did not miss any of the missed units. She understood that the ruins refreshed in the world were just some simple ruins that could not be simpler. Only the ruined summoning scroll could make such a huge city ruins. So, it was not easy to come here once. Of course, all the supplies had to be looted. Congratulations on getting titanium gold *100. Congratulations on getting tungsten gold *100 tungsten gold. It should be a higher grade metal. Collect it, collect it. Time passed by second, and Wen Ning was enjoying collecting supplies. But 001 and Hu Zi were alert at the same time. In the air, the restless smell of blood was boiling. As the night gradually fell, it seemed that the roar of some beasts came from the original place. Master, something is wrong. We need to evacuate as soon as possible. Wen Ning was stunned. Although 001 did not clearly indicate that he had detected the enemy or something. But something was wrong. Wen Ning calmed down and realized that the surrounding environment was too quiet. Even the strange bird calls disappeared. This is not normal. The environment seemed to be suppressing a certain atmosphere of terror. Go! Wen Ning ordered calmly, put the metal in front of him into his backpack, walked decisively to Hu Zi's side, and climbed up. 001 jumped out of the pit first, and Hu Zi followed closely behind with Wen Ning on his back. After leaving the pit, 001 opened the way without looking back and ran directly towards the exit. Wen Ning grabbed Hu Zi's neck and turned his head to look. War robots jumped out of the pit one after another and followed behind, but their speed could not keep up with Wen Ning and the others. Suddenly, Ning saw zombies with shriveled skin sticking their heads out from the surrounding high-rise buildings, and their dark eyes scanned everywhere, as if searching for prey. After a moment, everyone focused their attention on Ning. "Oh no! The zombies in the whole city have awakened," 001 said in front, and took out the serrated blade by the way, and dealt with all the zombies that rushed out in front of him. Ning moved his mind slightly, put the robot back into the backpack, and then summoned it around 001. It made up for their lack of speed, and at the same time it could resist the zombies that surrounded them. The tactics worked when Ning cycled back and forth, reducing the pressure in front of 001. The city behind him seemed to be alive, and a million zombies followed behind him. Ning's scalp tingled, but fortunately these zombies were not as difficult to deal with as the mechanics. As soon as this thought came to mind, Ning felt a tightness in the back of his head. Then, the sound of bullets breaking through the air came, and the shield on his body popped out to block the bullet. On both sides of the roofs of the street, the figures of B-level mechanics appeared one after another, holding guns in their hands. The muzzles of the guns were all pointed at Ning. At the same time, the zombies behind him suddenly let out a sharp howl. Ning looked back and saw dozens of A-class mechanics appearing, swinging their giant hammers with earth-shaking force. Countless zombies died under the hammers. The huge figures were terrifying in the dim moonlight. Countless zombies were attracted by the hearts of these mechanics, and rushed towards them frantically. The scene was in chaos, but fortunately the bullets of the B-class mechanics could not penetrate Ning's armor, nor could they break Huzi's defense. With 001 and the robots leading the way, Ning entered the exit barrier without any danger. Turning around, Ning saw a hammer flying towards him. Exit! The player successfully exits the ruins, and the giant composite heart has been automatically exchanged for the Book of History. Congratulations on obtaining the 8th volume of the Book of History. Hoo. Ning, who was still in shock, stroked her heart. It was too scary. The whole city seemed to have awakened in an instant. With so many A-level mechanicals, even if she had more dwarf bombs, she couldn't kill them all. This was just the moment when the city had just awakened. Ning was not sure whether there would be more terrifying existences later. Ning was stunned for a long time until Mira flew over and called her. "Lord, have you found what you need?" Ning nodded after putting away his palpitations. Putting all the titanium into the warehouse, Mira immediately started to upgrade. "Is the territory okay?" Ning asked. Mira was a little puzzled. The Lord had only been gone for 10 minutes, and the first batch of miners, who went out to mine, had not returned yet. What could have happened? But she still responded honestly. Nothing. It was just 4 p.m., and the heat returned after coming out of the ruins. It immediately diluted the chill on Ning's spine in the ruins. He took out 2 ice creams, and threw one into Huzi's mouth. While eating the ice cream, Ning adjusted the plan for building the wall of the territory. The area of the territory will double again after the upgrade, and it was not sure whether titanium could be found. The wall planned by Ning is based on the current area, and now let the construction robot build half of it. The other half will be built after the upgrade is successful. After making the arrangements, Ning inspected the territory again, mainly to observe whether the cat orcs have any negative emotions towards the newly added robots. It was already 5 p.m. when he finished all this. Just as Ning came out of the shop, Mira sent a message. "Lord, a group of humans are approaching in the woods." Chapter 238. Someone is coming. Ning was slightly stunned, but this was expected. It seems that she was too gentle in the World Channel, and her words were not deterrent enough. So is this deterrent enough? System, start a live broadcast. Players, please note that the live broadcast will start in 10 minutes. Ning skillfully chose the third-person perspective, and did not choose to blur the face. The reason is simple. This time, she came to show off. After keeping a low profile for so long, it's time to be high profile. Everyone is waiting for her to be exposed, so she took off this vest herself. Anyway, no matter how much she tried to cover it up, someone had already seen her Huzi and 001 in the last special mission. At this time, she was still hiding it, and these shameless survivors thought she was afraid of them. The World Channel was still talking about the behavior of the treasure pavilion self-destructing the coordinates, and the heat had not subsided. Immediately received a message. System prompt. The treasure pavilion you follow has scheduled a live broadcast in 10 minutes. Please pay attention. World Channel. Damn. In my Lifetime series. World Channel. Live broadcast at this time. Either showing strength or looking for allies. World Channel. Shop owner. Look at me. I'm 180 centimeters tall. I can fight. I don't eat much. World Channel. Don't be too delusional, the treasure pavilion is so powerful, how can it be short of people? World Channel. Speaking of which, the treasure pavilion is really awesome. Other territories have more or less spoken on the World Channel, but this treasure pavilion seems to have only one person. World Channel. Is there a possibility that the treasure pavilion has only one person? World Channel. Are you crazy or am I crazy? Do you think it's possible? World Channel. There is absolutely no way that the treasure pavilion has only one person. System prompt. The treasure pavilion live broadcast has started. Please go and check it out. The extreme heat disaster is more than halfway through, and most of the survivors are trapped in the shelter and can't go anywhere. The gossip hearts rose to the peak when Ning had just started broadcasting, and tens of millions of viewers flooded into the channel. The live broadcast screen was stuck for a moment. In the player's sight, the screen did not appear in the territory or the shelter. Instead, it was fixedly shooting a small forest. Under the extreme heat disaster, all the leaves of the trees fell off, and the bare branches were pitch black, as if they would catch fire in the next second. In the middle of the picture, a huge white tiger sat with a figure facing the live broadcast room. It looked like a woman. Next to her stood a robot more than 2 meters tall. The combination of the white tiger and the robot instantly caused many people to exclaim, "Live Channel, oh my god! Is this white tiger a pet? So cool! Live Channel, oh my god! My pet is a pig. It can eat and sleep. This comparison is too outrageous. Live Channel, is this a growing robot? The sense of oppression is so strong. Live Channel, white tiger, robot? Such a familiar combination? Live Channel, isn't this the combination that Rhea met in the special mission when she was a bitch? It's the power of the treasure pavilion. Live Channel, what is the anchor standing there for? Live broadcasting is back? Live Channel, the live broadcast perspective will only move with the player who is broadcasting live. I'm afraid the only one who is qualified to broadcast live on the list is the owner of the treasure pavilion. Live Channel, pass it on. The owner of the treasure pavilion is a young lady. The live broadcast room was extremely lively, and everyone was guessing the identity of the owner of the treasure pavilion. In the live broadcast screen, the picture of the 3 people standing quietly lasted for about 5 minutes. Just when everyone was confused, the live broadcast screen changed. From the depths of the woods, a team of players emerged in a mighty force. There were about 50 or 60 people, holding various weapons in their hands, talking and laughing in the live broadcast room. The joy was beyond words. Everyone looked at the scene. What else was there to not understand? The coordinates of the treasure house were announced more than an hour ago. These people were holding sophisticated weapons. Could it be that they were here for a picnic? Live Channel, good guy, if I were so mobile, I wouldn't have to watch the live broadcast at home now. Live Channel, is this an invasion? How dare they go against the treasure house? Live Channel, why is the anchor still standing there? Are you calling people? Are you going to broadcast the negotiation live? Live Channel, although the white tiger and the robot look very strong, I am on the side of the players to win. Live Channel, isn't this a complete bullying of the minority, taking advantage of the fire, and not being a martial arts ethics? Everyone was watching the screen with their hearts clenched, and of course, there were many people who were cheering for a fight. Stop. The girl on the tiger's back spoke. The cold female voice startled the leading player, and the team behind him stopped. The leading player saw when Ning's eyes light up, took 2 steps forward, and asked earnestly, "Excuse me, is this the territory of light? We are players who come to seek refuge. Please inform the owner of the treasure pavilion." The language was very polite, if you ignore his actions. When the player spoke, he was not afraid of Wen Ning and the guardian god beside her, and approached step by step. "Oh, this girl is really good looking. That's right, she is probably the owner of the treasure pavilion's golden house. Look at the bodyguard she is assigned. If we join, we will at least get this treatment. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's true that the feng shui of a large territory nourishes people. I don't want to eat coarse food anymore." The players in front of him walked forward with a smile, and the players behind him had greed in their eyes, and they kept looking at Wen Ning with wolf-like eyes. Wen Ning frowned. "Say it again, stop! Roar!" The tiger roared, and the powerful pressure scared the players in the front row to their legs. The timid ones rolled and crawled into the crowd. The faces of the few people who were teasing at the beginning changed, and they raised their weapons vigilantly, but they didn't dare to take another step. 001 raised the serrated blade in his hand and pointed it directly at the nose of the player who had just spoken. The arc flashed, and Li Bin's nose was numb, and cold sweat immediately flowed on his face. Girl, what are you doing? Swords have no eyes. We are not invaders. Li Bin's eyes rolled around when he saw that something was wrong with the appeasement policy, and he immediately explained. That's right, we join your treasure pavilion to help you. There's no need to be so unkind. The crowd sparked a lot of discussion, as if they were very angry at Wen Ning's behavior. Wen Ning said coldly, the treasure pavilion has said that there are no allies, only enemies. The players in front of him laughed wildly, as if they had heard a big joke. Some players came forward to curse, and when Hu Zi and 001 moved, he trembled twice in an instant. They only dared to speak passionately at a distance of 30 meters from Wen Ning. Chapter 239. You? Who do you think you are? If it weren't for the bodyguards around you, I could crush you to death with one hand. Let your pavilion master come out and speak. I look down on him for letting a woman like you stand in front of him. That's right, if your boss doesn't come out, we will flatten your territory today. Amid the shouting, someone blurted out his true thoughts. The surrounding players were stunned, and a look of embarrassment flashed across their faces, but the next second they straightened their backs and stared at Wen Ning fiercely. The audience in the live broadcast room instantly tensed up. Live channel. Good, good. It's okay to invade someone, but they're putting the blame on the anchor. Live channel. These players know how to rob people. They first adopted a soft policy, saying that we came to seek refuge, but now that they say they won't accept us, they're going to use force, right? Live channel. I'm familiar with this plot. It's just punching a goalkeeper, kicking the door, and shouting open the door. The community is sending warmth. Live channel. Do these scumbags know that this is a live broadcast? They're taking advantage of the situation. Live channel. So arrogant. Even if they know about the live broadcast, so what? They just want to be famous. Live channel. To be honest, the store owner was really impulsive this time, exposing the coordinates, and this kind of trouble will continue. She can be exhausted by the round-robin battle. Live channel. I agree. Not to mention that Baihu and the store owner are both flesh and blood, and they will get tired. Even if they are robots, their energy cores will run out one day, and they will definitely not be able to hold on by then. Live channel. I think the store owner is not panicking at all. Look, the gun is pointed at her face, but she doesn't react at all. She doesn't take it seriously at all. The invading player obviously knows that it is live, but he is not afraid, but very proud. Even jumping in the crowd wantonly. Ha ha ha. I'm on TV. So cool. Live broadcast? Are you trying to use public opinion to oppress us? So naive. The treasure pavilion is nothing to be afraid of. The live broadcast means that they have no defense ability at all. They sent such a little girl to block the door. Could it be that the generals behind were injured in the last battle? Boss. The winners are the kings and the losers are the bandits. They must have been severely damaged in the last battle. Boss, do it. But there are robots around her. Why are you afraid of him alone? After attacking, all these robots must listen to us. This territory is so big, how many supplies are there? Ha ha, and the supplies that Jack just dropped, we will take them all. Wen Ning watched them conspiring loudly with cold eyes, and the audience in the live broadcast room scolded them for being shameless. All of them were telling Wen Ning to take action and teach them a lesson. 001 and Hu Zi stood by Wen Ning vigilantly, waiting for the opportunity. They all knew what Wen Ning was waiting for. What was she waiting for? Of course, she was waiting for this group of people to commit suicide. Even if she killed them all, no one would dare to say a word. Of course, she was waiting for them to arouse public anger. Then she would go on a killing spree, and the live broadcast room would only cheer. Although Wen Ning herself was not worried about public opinion, she was afraid that someone would harass her in the name of the righteous army. Wen Ning did not react. The group of players thought they had guessed correctly. A player who was almost 2 meters tall walked out of the crowd and stretched out his hand to pull Li Bin back. 001's weapon moved away from Li Bin's nose and pointed at the big man. The big man ignored him and pointed at Wen Ning, threatening him. Little girl, I advise you to get out of here. If I punch you, you will really die. Wen Ning's expression did not change, and he did not even look at her. Try it. His tone was full of sarcasm. The burly man had never been insulted like this before, and his eyes were red with anger. He raised his hand and was about to attack Wen Ning. In his eyes, Wen Ning was not vulnerable at all, and he did not even take out his weapon. The invading players behind him drew their swords and guns at the same time. The battle seemed to be imminent. Wen Ning only raised his head and moved his mind. The burly man felt a piercing pain in an instant and could not help screaming. Ah! A broken arm flew high up, and the big man felt that his armor was just a decoration in front of Wen Ning. When the sharp blade passed through his arm, there was no obstruction at all, just like cutting tofu. The warm blood splashed on his face, and he felt the pain belatedly. The next second, with a click, two neat rows of war robots appeared beside Wen Ning. They appeared out of thin air, in uniform order, and each one was as tall as 001. They raised their guns and aimed at every player who made a move. 100 war robots aimed at 50 or 60 players, and many players had more than one infrared aiming point. Wen Ning, who was in the middle, raised his knife and chopped off the hand of the burly man, then raised his leg and kicked the man in the chest. The man flew backwards and hit the dozen or so players behind him. Hiss! The live broadcast room barrage stopped instantly, and everyone couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. The next second, the barrage of comments like a tide was swiping wildly. Live channel. Shock. Live channel. How did they do it? So many robots. Live channel. How did they do it? Appearing out of thin air. The only explanation is that they were originally invisible here, and only appeared at the critical moment. Live channel. If I had said earlier that the treasure pavilion had so many robots, I'm afraid these people wouldn't dare to come. Live channel. I thought the treasure pavilion was just exaggerating and scaring people, but I didn't expect that they were telling the truth. Live channel. The main point is that there is an information gap. The treasure pavilion has given them a chance, but these people don't want it. Commonly known as giving face, but not being shameless. Pushing the nose to the face. Live channel. Treasure pavilion, my robot army will not retreat. Live channel. It doesn't matter, the robots will take action. Unlike the reaction in the live broadcast room, everyone at the scene stopped in their tracks, their eyes wide open, as if they were still immersed in the shock of the appearance of the dwarf robot. They didn't dare to breathe. The burly man had fainted on the ground from the pain, and his wounds were bleeding. The team members around him were so frightened that they didn't even dare to bandage him. Wen Ning's face did not change. But there was a bit of bloodthirsty murderous intent in his eyes, and he approached step by step, with blood dripping from the weapon in his hand. He looked like a murderer. He stepped on the burly man's body, and the man groaned twice and spit out blood again. His cold eyes swept through the people present. You just said, trample me? Chapter 240. Li Bin was shaking so much that he could hardly hold the gun in his hand. The girl in front of him was full of murderous aura. Everyone present understood this kind of temperament. Only people who have killed people can have such a heavy murderous aura. His eyes drifted to Wen Ning's left and right. There were at least 3 guns pointed at him. Guns were pointed at his forehead, chest, and temples. If he moved, he would be shot instantly. He swallowed hard. Misunderstanding. Li Bin forced himself to stand up calmly. The other party did not take action directly, which meant that there was still a chance for negotiation. Under great pressure, he put on an ugly smile and spoke tremblingly. He felt that if he didn't speak, Wen Ning would kill in the next second. Live barrage. Please enjoy the large-scale classic drama misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Live channel. Ha ha, the prophet upstairs, the knife is cut. Live channel. Of course, it was a misunderstanding if they couldn't beat him. If they could, this fight should be called. I gave you a chance just now, but you didn't use it. Live channel. The audience is all knowledgeable, but I'm still curious about what the anchor will do. I've watched for so long, and no help from the treasure pavilion has come. I have a bold guess. Live channel. Most of the players didn't move, right? Only that big guy came forward. Is it okay to be a misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Wen Ning asked with a chuckle. Hu Zi beside him growled twice, and 001 immediately raised his gun and loaded it. And behind Wen Ning, there were 100 identical cold robots, raising their guns at the same time, and the sound of loading the guns was uniform. The sound of mechanical collision was consistent, and it was obvious that it was a good gun. Li Bin looked at Wen Ning in horror and raised his hands in surrender. Not to mention the players behind him. Retreating 3 steps was not enough, and the timid ones at the back of the team dropped their weapons in fear. Spare my life. I'm serious. Li Bin immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. He couldn't refuse to give in at this time. The opponent's 2 guns were aimed at one player, which was not enough. In the face of the fear of death, any thoughts that should not have made Li Bin deeply regretful. He really stepped on dog shit, otherwise how could he listen to others' instigation and think that he could talk to the treasure pavilion, even tried to attack it? Li Bin was sweating profusely at this moment, and he looked up to see a hint of joking on Wen Ning's face. Unfortunately, there was no Wen Ning looked at him as if he was looking at a dead person. Please, we are possessed by the devil. Let us go. We dare not come near again. The players behind Li Bin begged for mercy, and some even threw away their weapons. Wen Ning frowned impatiently. People are greedy. They wanted to step on her because she was weak, and now they are humbled because she is not so easy to deal with. Pretend to be pitiful. If I had known earlier, I would have fought first and then summoned the battle robot. In the current situation, it is not right to fight, and if she doesn't fight, she can't let go of the anger in her heart. Wen Ning saw fear in their eyes, and also saw a trace of greed for the robot behind her. That is the greed of the weak, begging for your forgiveness on the surface, but will bite you immediately if there is a chance afterwards. Greedy, never satisfied. His eyes swept over the players one by one. The audience in the live broadcast room also saw the perspective that Wen Ning saw. However, regarding the mass of people kneeling on the ground, the onlookers obviously had a more generous idea. Live channel. No way, no way. They are begging for mercy, but you still want to kill them all? Many people have thrown out their weapons. Just teach them a lesson. Do you really want to kill these unarmed people? Live channel. No way. I don't think the pavilion master can be such a person. The strong will have the bearing of the strong. Don't guess blindly above. Live channel. Why do I feel that the host's killing intention is too obvious, and he doesn't want to let them go at all? Live system. No, we are all human beings. We should support each other in the wasteland. They are probably just a little greedy. There are so many good things in the treasure pavilion. Just give them some. Live channel. I hope that one day when the Holy Mother Party shelter is surrounded, you can also follow your words. Live channel. I don't have so many resources. Shouldn't someone with great abilities take on more responsibilities? Live system. This is survival. You are just playing house here. Why don't you think about strengthening your own strength and just go out and crawl? Live system. I advise some people not to be too outrageous. If the store lets these people go today, someone will definitely follow their example in the future. Live channel. But is there really only one person in the treasure pavilion? She is the only one in such a large territory? How did she build it? Live channel. Watson, you found a blind spot. Live channel. Human territories always have to form alliances, right? If she kills all these people, who will be willing to form an alliance with her in the future? Wen Ning has also been paying attention to the barrage in the live room. A player behind Li Bin saw this, and immediately felt like he had caught Wen Ning's handle. He stood up slightly. Leave a way for us, so that we can meet again in the future. We really know we are wrong. Can't you be magnanimous, and give us a way out? Wen Ning's cold eyes swept over him. The player swallowed his saliva in fear, and then gave himself courage. I'm really going to be laughed at by you stupid people. Moral kidnapping in the wasteland is really like an old sow wearing a bra. Wen Ning shook his head regretfully, and glanced at the players in front of him. Although the players lowered their heads in fear, but the emotions leaked from the corners of their eyes all showed that they agreed with the idea of the player just now. And the next second, the sound of gunfire suddenly exploded, and the standing player's eyebrows bloomed a little red, and his body instantly softened. The players were immediately startled and reflexively drew their guns to fire back. The fingers of the war robot moved to the trigger position. The group of people quickly dropped their weapons, knelt down and kowtowed, begging for mercy. The sound of crying and shouting was as if there was no one on the household registration book. This scene did not look like they were invading others, but rather like they were captured by Wen Ning. This was indeed the case. What did a player say just now? Oh, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Wen Ning clicked her tongue twice. She would rather these people charge directly like Jack. Then she would be more comfortable killing them. This look of wanting to fight, but not daring to do so was really unbearable to watch. Killing prisoners was not Wen Ning's style. With so many people watching in the world, Wen Ning could not do too much. This group of people had a grasp of the psychology of the live broadcast audience. They were crying and making people forget their arrogant appearance just now. However, even if Wen Ning did not want them to leave their lives, it was impossible for them to retreat unscathed. Wen Ning glanced at the players lying on the ground and ran out of patience. He could not kill them, but he had to leave a deep lesson. Then we can only... Wen Ning took back his weapon, and stepped on the player's heart step by step. So, I give you one last chance. If you want to leave alive, leave all your supplies behind, and you can go. Wen Ning slowly bent down, and looked down at Li Bin who was looking up. A smile that looked extremely sunny bloomed on his lips. Li Bin's hair stood on end when he saw this, and endless fear surged in his heart. Chapter 241. What? Supplies? There was a loud cry of surprise from the crowd. This weather, If we hand over all the supplies, wouldn't it be the same as killing them? It's so hot. We're giving you our supplies. Why don't you just kill us? Some players couldn't help but loudly refute. Wen Ning glanced at the live broadcast, and the audience said the same thing. Good words can't persuade a ghost who wants to die. Bang! The player fell to the ground, and he still had a rebuttal expression before he died. Wen Ning didn't say a word. The gun she just used to kill this player was picked up by her casually on the ground. Blowing away the green smoke from the muzzle, the corpse on the ground disappeared, and the equipment exploded on the ground. Looking at the remaining players with an ambiguous look. Don't hand it over? It will explode when you die. The atmosphere on the scene was stagnant for a moment. The next second, the players began to take out things and throw them in front of Wen Ning. Wen Ning only stared at the expressions of these people. He had learned some micro-expressions before. Wen Ning could tell whether these people were guilty or not. There was also Mira, who could detect their psychological activities nearby. These players had no secrets at all. When he met a player who wanted to hide something, Wen Ning would shoot him directly. And the players who came here to get rich and wanted to pick up the bargains were almost stripped down to their underwear. Finally, under Wen Ning's great mercy, he carried the burly man who was breathing out more than breathing in to the ground and fled in panic. Live channel. Ha ha. So funny, failed to rob, only a pair of underwear left. Live channel. But she still killed more than 10 players. Isn't it scary? You brainless fans. Live channel. The store has already given a chance, these people are useless. What can we do? Live channel. Are the players disappointed? They still want to take some supplies, but the store robbed them directly. Live channel. This is the first time I have seen this kind of robbery since I was a child. You come to my house and I rob you. Haha. Live channel. But the store still softened its heart. Even if all of these people were killed, they would not be scary, and someone must have hidden supplies. Live channel. That's right. What should we do if they come next time? Throwing some unimportant supplies is fine, but what if there is a chance to take down the treasure pavilion? The live perspective changed, and before the player finished speaking, he saw the bright territory from Wen Ning's perspective. Hundreds of arrow towers were arranged around the territory, and the superpowered power grid flashed with arcs. The audience clearly saw a giant mutant lizard stretching its neck to approach the superpowered power grid, and it was instantly electrocuted into charcoal. The body disappeared, and the treasure chest left behind was picked up by a robot and brought back to the territory. The entire territory was so large that the live broadcast perspective could not fit it at all. There were detection robots patrolling in the sky 24 hours a day. Then, everyone heard Wen Ning's order. Everyone, open the weapon authority, and kill all creatures within 800 of the territory. No need to report. The war robot behind him had a red light in his eyes, and returned to normal after 2 seconds. Live channel. Hiss. All creatures. Live channel. I seriously suspect that there are humans among them. Live channel. Although this is safe, what if friends from the treasure pavilion come? Wen Ning turned the live broadcast perspective to himself, and the live broadcast room was boiling as soon as his beautiful face appeared. Live channel. Damn. Although I know the store owner is a girl from her voice, I didn't expect her to be so pretty. Live channel. The combination of beauty and the beast is so cool. Live channel. Goddess, look at me. Can I join the treasure pavilion? And Wen Ning, with no expression on his face at this time, spoke coldly. His tone was full of confidence. Perhaps, there is one thing I haven't told you. The Bright Territory is a foreign territory. The territory does not accept any humans, so all players who want to invade the Bright Territory can weigh their own strength. After all, my robots are far more than what you see. This is a serious threat, right? Wen Ning was really tired. She hated people who talked too much, including her previous employer. In the live broadcast room, the players saw the defense of the Bright Territory and immediately gave up the idea of going there. Alien territory. Who would have thought that the Bright Territory was an alien territory? Looking at the scale of the Bright Territory, there must be a lot of alien beasts and alien races in it. Even if the robot's defense line was broken, it would be difficult to control this territory. The reason is very simple. Aliens have no favorability towards humans. Unless you choose the alien territory at the beginning, you can get the 50% favorability bonus of the system. Of course, this information is only known to players who have the Lord Order and have participated in the trial mission. So most players didn't react after Wen Ning said it in the live broadcast room. But it also completely gave up the idea of going to the treasure pavilion. I should just buy things from the treasure pavilion honestly. To be honest, why did they want to offend the treasure pavilion? The Treasure Pavilion not only has unique products, but also has properties that are hard to come by. Greedy people who want to control the Treasure Pavilion and obtain its huge resources should probably think carefully about how many heads they have to be killed by these robots. The goal was achieved, and when Ning ended the live broadcast, the reason for showing her face was to tell people like Jack in the Wasteland her confidence. A farce ended. Some people were happy and some were sad. The defeatedly Ben was naked, and his teammates were in the same situation. They walked on the scorched earth on foot. The time came to 6 p.m. The sun was still hanging in the sky, and his back was burning hot. The burly man had woken up. There was no medicine on the people, and there was no way to treat him at the moment. The weather was hot, and the wound on his arm could not stop bleeding. If he did not return to the shelter as soon as possible, it was still unknown whether he could survive. At first, some people cursed the Treasure Pavilion indignantly. After walking for half an hour, under the scorching sun, the players no longer had the energy to complain. When they turned over, they passed by the hilltop and looked at the desert-like land. They wanted to cry, but had no tears. The soles of their feet had been burned with blisters. Now everyone had only two words in their hearts: regret. Bang, bang, bang. Li Ben paused with heavy steps, raised his face. His face was full of dried sweat stains, his eyes were dry, and a figure and a tall robot appeared in his blurred vision. Before he could react, he heard a cold voice from the opposite side. Shoot. Duh. Dozens of unarmed players fell in a pool of blood. The torn body bleeds, and the blood is instantly absorbed by the thirsty earth. The whole soil is dyed red. The last thing Li Ben sees is a young woman approaching and shooting him in the chest. Finally, he falls into endless darkness. You are the Treasure Pavilion. You don't deserve to be called that name. The sharp sword pierces the player's body, and the last player dies. The woman does not leave, but waits quietly until the player's body disappears. Some of the players' hidden supplies that have not been looted by when Ning appear on the blood-stained ground. Not much, but the woman's eyes are filled with anger. Pick up the supplies. Muttering to herself, deception. Chapter 242. The live broadcast of the Treasure Pavilion ended abruptly. Players on the World Channel called for Wen Ning to broadcast more. The number of fans of the Treasure Pavilion also exceeded 100 million in one fell swoop. Wen Ning specifically checked the system for the number of existing players, and the system gave a number. Currently, there are 1.8 billion remaining players. Wen Ning nodded slowly. It had only been a month and a half since the Wasteland was established, and 70% to 80% of the players had died. Excluding the elderly, the weak, the sick, the disabled, and the pregnant women who could not participate in the game, the population was less than 1/10. The weather was getting hotter and hotter, and now the temperature would not drop until night fell. Even at night, the temperature in the shelter was close to 40 degrees Celsius. And there was still more than a week before the end of the disaster. There were still many uncertainties. When Ning took out the ice fragments in the warehouse, thinking about using the synthesis system to try to make something useful. Something that could replace the temperature control stone. Although the temperature control stone was stable, the explosion rate was not high, and the synthesis column could only hold 4 stones at a time. It took half a day to produce a few temperature control stones. It was just a drop in the bucket. While Wen Ning was exploring the synthesis path, other corners of the wasteland were bustling. The aftermath of this live broadcast was phenomenal. Especially after the players saw the huge gap between themselves and the Treasure Pavilion. Some territories were brightly lit all night, and the players' passion for construction reached its peak. And in the Yan'an territory, Lin Han sat in the shelter in a daze. He had been in the same position for more than half an hour. Dad, if I say, the owner of the Treasure Pavilion is my big sister, do you believe it? Lin Jing's face froze as he bit the ice cream. Bad memories came to his mind. Ahem. What did you say? Lin Yan stumbled and walked forward to touch Lin Han's forehead. His temperature was very high. Dad, he's not suffering from heat stroke and hallucinations. Lin Zheng looked at Lin Han dimly. Touching anything will only hurt you. Lin Yan also looked at Lin Han with disdain. Although his brother was a bit of a homebody before coming to the wasteland, he was self-aware. How come he falls in love with every beautiful woman he sees now? Lin Han rolled his throat and looked at his doubting brother and father. In the end, he said nothing. He was too self-aware to be sure. But how could he forget a face he hadn't seen for only half a month so easily? Lin Han decided to prove himself. The way to prove it was also very simple. He secretly sent a private message to Wen Ning. Lin Han 6673, Big sister, do you still remember me? Mascot? Lin Han? System prompt. The other party has turned off the private message function. Please add friends before initiating a conversation. It hurts so much. Lin Han covered his chest, looking like he had no desire to live. And in the Liu family territory. Master, the treasure pavilion is in the S66 area. Is it possible? Li Jingyi rushed into Lu Shi's office with excitement. Lu Shi looked solemn, frowned, and had a hint of hope in his eyes. Of course he knew what this meant. Sun Yanhe was in the S66 area. If possible, he could take her back through the treasure pavilion. But they had already said during the live broadcast that the Bright territory was an alien territory and could not accept humans. If you rashly ask to go at this critical moment, the treasure pavilion may think you have bad intentions. But if you don't go, what will happen to Nian Nian? Lu Shi's thoughts were in a mess. There was another reason why he didn't dare to go, which was that he was afraid that Sun Yan he had already. It had been a month and a half since the beginning of the Wasteland, and Sun Yan, he had such a personality that he would never join a faction. But now there were few lone wolf players in the channel, and all the lone wolf players Lu Shi knew had been eliminated. Master. Li Jingyi was even more excited when he saw Lu Shi like this, and he didn't even call him Lord. Master, I was the one who brought the young lady to the Liu family. I have been blaming myself for all these years. Now she has no news, and I can't rest at all. Do you think I can close my eyes peacefully? Lu Shi's eyes were dark blue, and his thoughts were in a mess. He closed his eyes fiercely, and decided to try to find Wen Ning. Even if it didn't work, he could ask her to find out. Wen Ning, who was on Lu Shi's mind, was eating ice cream and throwing stones into the synthesis column. She felt that the synthesis system was about to be upgraded again, so she used stones to pad the number of times. Loli told her today that a child among the cat tribe had suffered from heat stroke, so Wen Ning quickly put the anti-heat potion made by a Z on the shelves in the shop. This potion was a part of the herbs that Wen Ning had planted in the bamboo forest that survived, and a Z accidentally swiped it. The quantity was very limited, and Wen Ning did not plan to put it on the shelf in the treasure pavilion. The cat tribe orcs in the territory had poor temperature resistance, and Wen Ning did not want them to survive this disaster. The residents' houses in the territory had not been built yet, and the post house did not have the function of temperature control, so the cooling issue could only be solved through food at present. Wen Ning needs to build a residential building with cooling as soon as possible, or find something that can provide low temperature for a longer period of time. At present, Wen Ning has placed all his hopes on the ice energy core. Ding! The host synthesis times have reached 2,000 times, and the super synthesis system has started to upgrade. It has upgraded. It is timely. The 3 skills of the super synthesis system are full. If the number of synthesis bars is not increased during this upgrade, one of the skills will be replaced. Wen Ning is a little nervous. Upgrade direction is random. Ding! Subsequent upgrade is successful. The number of synthesis bars remains unchanged after this upgrade, and skill attribute extraction is obtained. Ding! The super synthesis system skill bar is detected to be full, and the skills are randomly replaced. Replacement is successful. The replacement skill this time is synthesis critical. Nice. Compared with the other 2 skills, Wen Ning wants to replace the synthesis critical the most. This skill is completely random, and after the same material is synthesized, and one of the attributes is exploded, it is impossible for other attributes to appear in the future. Therefore, the garbage attributes that appear give Wen Ning a headache. But random skill extraction is different. This skill sounds more useful. This is true. Wen Ning checked the skill attributes. Random skill extraction, triggered with probability during synthesis. The host can choose one of the 3 skills that are refreshed. Wen Ning listened with his ears erect. When he heard the option, his eyes lit up instantly. Wow, isn't this what I need now? If a skill that can cool down a large area appears during the synthesis of ice energy cores, wouldn't it be great? Although it cannot be mass-produced like temperature control stones, as long as the right choice is made, it will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. In the early stage, a lot of temperature control stones were padded, and Wen Ning's ice energy cores were not synthesized too much, and no synthesis critical hits were triggered. And Wen Ning just wanted to try the new skills of the synthesis system at this time. Before taking action, a friend's private message rang. Wen Ning didn't have many friends, so he curiously clicked it, but found that it was Boss Lu. Lu Shi 1267. Shopkeeper, I have an unwelcome request. Wen Ning was confused. Was this Lu Shi's request an excuse? Could he be thinking about her robot again? Wen Ning cried out in disbelief. Could this guy be here to take advantage of her? Chapter 243. Lu Shi's sudden and unwelcome request made Wen Ning a little flustered, and even the joy of upgrading the synthesis system was diluted a lot. After thinking for a while, she felt that pretending to be dead at this time was not a good idea. But if the other party wants a robot, she will raise the price. Anyway, she must not let the other party take advantage. Private chat channel. When Ning made a bubble, and waited for Lucier to speak. Lucier took a long time to choose his words, and asked carefully, Lucier 1267, are you recruiting laborers in your territory? What do you think of me? When Ning saw this message, and almost spit out a mouthful of soda in her mouth. What? Let Boss Lu be her laborer? When Ning's eyes moved slightly, and she sensitively realized that there was something wrong. Slowly sat back on the soft sofa in the shelter, and put her legs on Huzi, who was lying on her feet. She did not rush to reply to Lucier, but seriously thought about Lucier's purpose. Lucier has always been on good terms with the Treasure Pavilion, so it is impossible for him to have his eyes on the Treasure Pavilion after Wen Ning's live broadcast today. His eyes flashed with contemplation, and Wen Ning thought of another possibility. He might not come to find him, but to get to the S66 area through him. So what is in this area that makes him so anxious? Wen Ning only thought of two possibilities. One is an enemy, seeking revenge. The other is a companion. Seeking revenge is not justified, but why can't the companion be contacted? Wen Ning thought for a long time, but had no answer, and Lucier couldn't wait for Wen Ning's response, so he just told everything directly. Lucier 1267, to be honest, I have a sister who had some conflicts with my family, so we can't contact her. We can only investigate that she is in the S66 area. Lucier 1267, she is a bit withdrawn, and she is unwilling to team up with others or join forces. I am very worried about her. Wen Ning recalled that during the first auction of the Treasure Pavilion, the Lin family had teased Lucier for buying healing potions for others. It seemed like she was talking about a girl. While it matched his guess, Wen Ning did not let down his guard. Private chat channel. Mr. Lu's reputation? There should be many people who want to cooperate on the world channel. Lucier 1267, I dare not. I finally know her area. Once she notices something, she will immediately run away. In addition, after the last incident in Ria, all bases are very cautious. Private chat channel. When did you find out that she was here? Lucier 1267, about a month ago. Private chat channel. Then forgive me for being frank. If it is really like what you said, she is a girl, it is very likely that she has already. Lucier 1267, I know, no matter what, I want to know the truth. Wen Ning's eyes were deep. This matter sounded reasonable, but, private chat channel. Sorry, I have already said it during the live broadcast that the Bright Territory cannot accept humans. Expected rejection. Lucier's eyes flashed with disappointment, and he could only respond. Lucier 1267, I know this request is a bit excessive, then can the store owner please pay attention to the regional channel? If my sister has any news, we can trade intelligence. Wen Ning thought about it, and it was not impossible. Private chat channel. This is okay, but if your sister doesn't speak, or is anonymous, I can't do anything. I will also pay attention to the lone wolf female players in the channel, and help you contact them, if I have the chance. Lucier was overjoyed. This is great. If he can contact Sun Yanhe through Wen Ning, he can still provide some help. He didn't dare to contact Sun Yanhe easily because of his condition. Lucier 1267, great, I trouble you, I buy all the relevant information at double the price of high-level intelligence. Wen Ning praised the boss for being generous. You know, the intelligence on the market is divided into 3 levels, low, medium and high. One high-level intelligence requires at least 500 energy cores. This is a good deal. Wen Ning's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked Lucier about his sister's name. Lucier 1267, my sister is Sun Yanhe. Please take care of her. Wen Ning frowned. What the hell? Sun Yanhe. Sun Yanhe is your sister? Private chat channel. Sun Yanhe is your sister? Shocked, Wen Ning subconsciously sent the message. Lucier on this side saw the message and immediately sat up straight. He was tense and asked in disbelief. Lucier 1267, shopkeeper, do you know Nian Nian? Wen Ning was like eating a melon that shocked the whole family. This little girl Sun Yan, he was actually Lucier's sister. He quickly flipped through the friend list, and found Sun Yan, his avatar was still on. For some reason, Wen Ning subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. She's still alive. This little girl is actually a lone wolf player. Wolf. But Sun Yan, he is not as lonely as Lucier said. She is quite enthusiastic towards him. But Wen Ning thought of the scene, when he first met Sun Yan she was ruthless to him, and even more ruthless to the enemy. She also had an extreme personality and had a kind of dependence on him, like a fledgling complex, which was not normal. When Ning pursed his thin lips into a line. In his mind, he had already started to imagine a story about a rich family's illegitimate daughter who was not welcomed and could not even have a surname. The poor little white flower grew up to be a white-cut black. And this brother might be the only one in the family who likes her. When Ning avoided the main point and briefly talked about the process of getting to know Sun Yanhe, and revealed that she is still alive, Lu Shi looked at the text sent by Wen Ning, and his pupils gradually darkened. Memory flashed back. Sun Yanhe was not an illegitimate daughter. Strictly speaking, she and Lu Shi had no blood relationship. Sun Yanhe was sold to Lu Shi's family. At that time, Li Jingyi spent 100 yuan to buy her from the traffickers. At that time, Sun Yanhe was only about 5 or 6 years old, with a dirty face and wearing inappropriate tattered clothes. The traffickers who sold her disguised her as a boy. In the mountain village where men are valued more than girls, only boys can be sold at a high price. And Li Jingyi bought a total of 100 children and returned to the Lu family. At that time, Lu Shi was only 10 years old. The head of the Lu family would buy 100 children every year and throw them into the training camp. After inhuman training, the last one left became Lu Shi's secret guard. This is not a strange thing. All big families would do this to protect the next head of the family. As the only son of the head of the Lu family, Lu Shi was naturally treated as a national treasure. Li Jingyi brought the same batch of children as Sun Yanhe back to the Lu family. During the screening process, he found that Sun Yanhe was a girl. Li Jingyi secretly kept Sun Yanhe and took her back to his home. Anyway, only the last one was left, and there was not much difference between 99 and 100, so the head of the Lu family did not pursue the matter. Li Jingyi himself did not have a family, and did not know how to take care of a child, so he found Lu Shi privately. Lu Shi knew what his father did, but he had no way to resist in this position. After seeing Sun Yanhe's deer-like eyes, he cooperated with Li Jingyi to keep Sun Yanhe. From then on, Sun Yanhe was quietly arranged by Lu Shi's side. I don't know what reason Li Jingyi used to convince the head of the Lu family. Lu Shi only knew that since then, there has been a little tale behind him. And since then, his father's attitude towards him has become less concerned. Instead, he often took Sun Yanhe to various occasions. If Lu Shi didn't know Sun Yanhe's origin, he would probably believe what his father showed. Later, Lu Shi learned that his father packaged Sun Yanhe as an illegitimate child, and publicly expressed his love for Sun Yanhe. Let the outside world think that the next head of the Lu family is this illegitimate child. Sun Yanhe was used as a shield to block all the open and secret arrows against him. This matter took a turn when Lu Shi officially took over the Lu family at the age of 20. At that time, in order to consolidate the Lu family's business, he often flew around various countries. At this time, the health of the head of the Lu family was getting worse and worse. Before his death, the head of the Lu family threw Sun Yanhe into the training camp. He did not allow anyone who had access to the secrets of the Lu family to live. Lu Shi rushed back from abroad like crazy, and saw Sun Yanhe crawling out of the pile of dead bodies at the entrance of the training camp. He didn't know what Sun Yanhe had experienced, but her clear eyes, like a little deer, were gone, and there was only a blood-red turbidity in them. She was covered in blood, her hands and feet were broken, and she crawled on the ground with difficulty. Since then, the Lu family's training camp has been closed, because all the secret guards inside were killed by Sun Yanhe. Chapter 244. Wen Ning was a little sad when he learned about Sun Yanhe's life experience. Everyone has their own life. Wen Ning will not sympathize with Sun Yanhe because of this. Lu Shi's few words are just from his own perspective. Without knowing the whole picture, no comment. Moreover, Sun Yanhe's unwillingness to contact Lu Shi is the best proof. In this matter, Sun Yanhe has the most say. She was sold to the Lu family, or somewhere else, which was not her choice. And in the Wasteland, all external factors disappeared. Wen Ning felt that, at least now, she should be given the freedom to choose. In Wen Ning's era, the aristocratic families sometimes controlled the economic lifeline of a province or a city. Deciding the life and death of a person is as simple as judging an ant. Even Wen Ning himself came out of a heavy elimination system. Sun Yanhe is quite powerful, which Wen Ning saw from the beginning. This is also the reason why she only provided a dagger. Now that he knew she was a lone wolf, Wen Ning knew he was right. She was able to survive the pursuit of dozens of secret guards, and her strength was far beyond everyone's imagination. Even so, Wen Ning still had no intention of forming an alliance with her, or anything else. But Lu Shi, the cheap brother who came to his door. In Wen Ning's eyes, he became a fat sheep to be slaughtered, Private chat channel. I see she is not very willing to communicate with others, and I can barely say a few words. Private chat channel. Since we have to ensure her safety, we better not alert the enemy. Private chat channel. Otherwise, you buy her something to calm her down first. Lucier came back to his senses from the sad memories, and smiled bitterly when he heard the words. He knew how much Su Nianhe hated the Lu family and him. It was good that Wen Ning could talk, which meant that Nian Nian lived well alone. Lucier replied immediately. Lucier 1267, it would be great if the store could sell her a robot. Wen Ning supported his chin with his palm, his eyes sparkling, and he was a little proud. You don't need to tell me. Su Nianhe's robot was specially synthesized by her. It's much more advanced than yours. Private chat channel. Okay, but how can I tell her? Lucier 1267. Just don't expose my information. Please trouble the store. Private chat channel. 1 war robot, 2 million survival points fixed price. Lucier only had 2.7 million survival points, and this war robot cost 2 million. Lucier was stunned for a moment, and was about to bargain when Wen Ning sent him the properties of the war robot. The attributes of the war robot are actually twice that of the battle guard. Lucier no longer dared to complain about the high price. This battle guard could be auctioned for a high price of 960,000. This thing can be auctioned for at least 3 million. With this robot, Nian Nian should be able to walk sideways in the S66 area as long as she doesn't encounter a super powerful force. Lucier decisively transferred the points to Wen Ning. Transaction successful. You successfully traded 2 million survival points with a piece of ordinary wood. The sound of survival points arriving is very pleasant. It's great to have a rich brother. Fortunately, the system does not restrict transactions. Wen Ning immediately made 10 robots and produced 2 guard robots. After being combined into a war robot, it was traded to Su Nianhe. The reason was also very simple and crude. Private chat channel. The area is not peaceful recently, protect yourself. After waiting for less than 3 minutes, Su Nianhe replied. Su Nianhe 3232. Thank you, sister. The attachment was a pile of messy supplies, and Wen Ning accepted it with a normal expression. I didn't want to arouse Su Nianhe's suspicion. Then he told Lucier that he had given the robot to Su Nianhe. Because Wen Ning was able to contact Su Nianhe, his status in Lucier's eyes rose a lot. Lucier 1267. That's great. If the store can use me in the future, just tell me, I will definitely die for it. Wen Ning curled her lips. Favors are the most difficult thing to buy off with money, although Wen Ning has always upheld the spirit of a lone wolf. But you can't do everything to the extreme. She has now publicly revealed her lone wolf status in the world. Too many eyes are staring at you. It's always good to leave a way out. After handling Lucier's request, Wen Ning started to study the synthesis system. Throw in 2 energy cores. Energy core *2 detected, synthesizing. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining a super energy core *1. Super energy core? Wen Ning had synthesized electric energy cores and ice energy cores before. The energy contained in this kind of core is doubled. And it can release 2 kinds of energy at the same time, which is most suitable for embedding weapons. But this ice super energy core, Wen Ning checked it, just doubled the energy. There is nothing special. Huh? Invalid synthesis? Wen Ning didn't believe it, and threw in 4 more energy cores to synthesize them 2 by 2. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining super energy core *2. Ding! Trigger random skills. The host can choose one of the following 3 skills for this synthesis. Here it comes. Wen Ning checks the refresh skills. Skill 1. Increase the energy content of the energy core. After selecting, the energy content of a single energy core can be increased to 6 times. Wen Ning understands this skill as a non-fu battery skill. 1 piece can be used as 6 pieces. Skill 2. Eye Silk. After selecting, the energy core can be transformed into silk thread, which can be added to clothing production. After wearing it, it can have a cooling effect. System prompt. 1 energy core can make up to 100 pieces of clothing, which can reduce the temperature by 50 degrees Celsius. System prompt. A household sewing machine is required to make clothes. This is great, but I don't have a sewing machine. Wen Ning's current armor is all ordinary blueprints that come with the manufacturing table, and the attributes are also synthesized. The basic attributes only have some simple ones, such as durability and defense. Attributes such as shields and electricity have only 2 sources. Wen Ning can make it through the synthesis system. Ordinary players can also use a special furnace to melt the energy core and materials together, and then use the synthesized materials to make armor with a sewing machine. You can use the blueprints dropped by mutant beasts, or you can design them yourself. Finally, some attributes can be randomly generated. Blueprints like sewing machines are nowhere to be found in the trading market. Presumably, players are reluctant to use them for exchange because of the low drop rate. Wen Ning drooled. Reluctantly, he looked away and looked at the last attribute. Skill 3, Cooling Jade Pendant. This skill comes with a Cooling Jade Pendant Blueprint *1, which can be used to make accessories that can cool down. System prompt. A workbench and a personal refining furnace are required to make this jade pendant. System prompt. 1 energy core can make 100 jade pendants. Wen Ning's eyes lit up. It's really a pillow for a sleepy person. Chapter 245. Wen Ning smiled and directly selected the third skill, and then was surprised to find that 2 energy cores were attached with this skill. That is to say, with 1 synthesis, she can enjoy double rewards for 4 synthesis slots. And the more surprises are still to come. Ding! Congratulations on triggering the system attribute +1 skill. After Wen Ning selected the skill, the system continued to prompt. Congratulations on obtaining the Super Perfect Energy Core *2. The Ice Energy Core that can make cool jade pendants has significantly improved its data under the System +1 attribute. The cooling range of a single jade pendant has been increased to 60 degrees Celsius, and the energy contained in an energy core has doubled. Wen Ning carefully checked that the doubling of energy means that she can make 200 jade pendants with 1 energy core, and 2 pieces, that is 400. At the beginning, the cooling of a single jade pendant was only 25 degrees Celsius, and after doubling, it directly became 60 degrees Celsius. Ha ha ha, it's really rich. Now, Wen Ning has nothing to worry about, and immediately chose to make it. System prompt. Do you want to add the unique label of the bright territory? I still have a unique label? System prompt. Yes. Wen Ning looked at the label of the bright territory. Under a radiant sun, there is a white tiger, extremely ferocious. Wen Ning saw at a glance that this is the shape of a tiger. Yes, light and exotic beasts. Both elements are included. Wen Ning gladly accepted the badge, and said that all the products produced by the Treasure Pavilion in the future will use this as the logo. This can also be regarded as advertising for the Treasure Pavilion. Choice successful. Engraving the logo of the bright territory, the production time needs to be extended. 400 cool jade pendants are being produced, and the countdown is 9 hours, 59 minutes, and 56 seconds. Mira, what does Shirtai say? It takes 10 hours to make 400 cool jade pendants. Wen Ning couldn't wait tonight, so he washed up and went to bed early. Looking at Mira, who had flown back, he asked her about her persuading Shirtai to bring his people here. Lord Master Tai felt that the environment in the territory was too bad and was a little hesitant. Wen Ning's eyes turned, and this problem was not difficult to solve. Let's talk about it tomorrow. There will be new territory merchants refreshed tomorrow. Before going to bed, Wen Ning took out the 8th volume of the history book. It's considered a bedtime reading. Muttering, Wen Ning opened this volume of the history book while lying down. The holographic picture lit up in the dark shelter, and Uzi looked at the faint blue light above his head. He buried his head, as if he was used to it. Wen Ning stared at the scene in front of him, and his eyes reflected the vicissitudes of life in the picture. The red and cracked land, the rain washed away the blood on the ground, but it couldn't clean the blood stains on the asphalt road. The land was dyed deep red, and the mice with red eyes mutated like small pet dogs. They frantically dug the soil on the ground and ate it, and the fresh human blood in the soil made them crazy. There was a cracked black hole in the sky on the top of the tall buildings. The sky seemed to be torn open. Various mechanical creatures poured out from it. Holding a unique gun in his hand, he started shooting and killing the fleeing humans after landing. At this time, the camera pulled into the street. Wen Ning looked at the human in front of him in surprise. To be precise, Wen Ning had a hard time connecting it with a normal human. The skinny person in front of him, is he sure he is not a cachexia patient? There was fear of the invasion of alien mechanical people in his eyes, but there was an unconcealable throbbing in his pupils. He muttered something in his mouth. This is our body. It's here. I will gain eternal life. Duong. A robot landed in front of the human, and the human looked up in horror. But there was a trace of greed in his eyes, as if he was obsessed with the robot's body. He opened his mouth like a dead tree, and spoke with a weak breath, but firmly. We can definitely change. Click. The human's words stopped abruptly. A strange scene happened, and the robot's mechanical arm stretched out violently. It easily penetrated the human's chest, and on the clawed mechanical hand, a human heart beat very happily. Ugh! The human's pupils trembled, as if he had suffered a huge blow, and his eyes were about to burst. The robot withdrew his hand, along with the heart in his hand. The human died with his eyes open, but the robot casually threw the human's body on the street. A sharp thorn stretched out from the mechanical hand and pierced into the heart that had stopped beating in his hand. A strange scene happened. The heart in his hand started beating again. It beat faster and faster, and became more and more red. In the end, it was even transparent and close to blood red. The robot lowered his head, and a light flashed in his eyes, as if he was very satisfied with the heart. He held the heart in one hand, and opened a mechanical board on his chest with the other hand. There were all kinds of silk threads, and very fine spikes inside. If you look closely, you can see transparent liquid secreted from the spikes. Pressing the human heart into his chest, the robot trembled all over instantly. B-level robot. The scene of snatching a human heart made Wen Ning's scalp explode, although this mechanic was somewhat different from the one Wen Ning had seen. Wen Ning could still recognize it. This should be the first generation of B-level mechanics. Roar! The roars of the mechanics resounded throughout the city. The rain was pouring down, and there were screams, roars, and wails. Mixed together, the picture gradually became more and more blurred. At the end of the picture, two special sounds were heard, hee-hee. Wen Ning suddenly sat up from the bed in shock. This volume of history book strangely connected her to the first volume. At first, she guessed what kind of cult organization it was, but now it seems that this cult organization is actually an alien civilization, and the target of hypnosis and brainwashing is actually all mankind. Wen Ning made a rough guess in her mind. First, condemn humans for not being environmentally friendly, and the mother planet will eventually become extinct at the hands of humans. Then promote digital life to attract humans to yearn for eternal life. Finally, set the threshold for digital life applications, such as abandoning the human body. Too thin to be unrecognizable, with no ability to resist at all. In the history book, humans not only have no power to resist, but also no desire to resist. They even yearn for it. What a horrible brainwashing. This city is the ruins that Wen Ning entered, and the iconic buildings look exactly the same. This puzzled Wen Ning. There are many zombies in that city, and the number is huge. In terms of strength, although they are crushed by A-level robots, they can still fight against B-level robots in a one-on-one situation. This is not mentioned in the history book at all. In the life experience screen, Wen Ning can't see a single zombie. Did something happen later? Also, did the human mind really get taken away by the machines? The Book of History. History. Wen Ning's pupil suddenly shrank. The Book of History. Is it the history of the Wasteland planet? Or the future of the Blue Planet? Chapter 246. February 9th, Wasteland Calendar, Disaster Day, 8 o'clock, sunny. Today's temperature is 55 degrees Celsius to 65 degrees Celsius. Hint: congratulations to the players for surviving the first stage of the disaster. The survival situation will be even more severe in the future. Hint: tips: the higher the temperature, the lower temperature of the shelter will attract more mutant beasts. Please pay attention to resistance. On the 10th day of the disaster, the temperature suddenly rose by 7 degrees Celsius, and the highest temperature exceeded 65 degrees C. World Channel. How can we survive like this? The water source that was saved with great difficulty yesterday is dry again. World Channel. Now the water source refresh is accompanied by too many mutant beasts, and it is impossible to beat them. World Channel. Our territory's bottled water is almost exhausted. World Channel. I was wondering what the commotion outside the base last night was. It turned out to be mutant beasts. Players' daily compulsory course is to complain about the current situation of the Wasteland on the World Channel. The Wasteland originally had no water resources, unless groundwater could be extracted. Or there could be a filter that can purify dirty water. When the extreme heat disaster came, the system kindly refreshed some springs as water sources. Originally, the players were quite happy. It was high temperature, and it was not a big loss to have water. But with the refreshing of water sources, the mutant beasts gradually hid away. Dozens of mutant beasts were refreshed around many water sources at once, and it was impossible to grab them. You also have to be on guard against these mutant beasts robbing your territory. Now it's good, the system directly said that they will come, but the time is uncertain. World Channel. Let alone the water source. It's okay that this wasteland can't be used for farming. I woke up today and found that the planting field I took back from the warehouse before the disaster was also dry. What? The planting field dried up? Wen Ning quickly took out the planting field from the underground warehouse and took a look. It was indeed dried up a lot. The originally moist black soil had become a little hardened, and the water vapor evaporated visibly as soon as it was taken out. Wen Ning quickly threw it back into the warehouse. Will it be possible to plant after the disaster? Looking around, The territory was full of hardened and cracked land. Sand and gravel were everywhere. You dare not step out without a pair of good shoes. In Wen Ning's territory, there are robots working day and night. As for the affairs of the territory, Wen Ning also arranged Mira to do it if he could. Even if she ate ice cream and went out, it was difficult to resist the strong ultraviolet rays on her body. The exposed skin was reflected and burned. In such a harsh environment, it is no wonder that Tai was unwilling to bring his people here. Even the cat people stayed indoors. Thinking of this, Wen Ning looked at the workbench. The cool jade pendant will be completed in half an hour. At that time, it can be distributed to the people in the territory first to ensure their normal activities. Only when they can go out can they collect materials and build the territory. Wen Ning was eating food in the shelter, and Mira suddenly reminded him. Lord, Master Tai is at the door. Come to her at this time? Could it be that Mira's persuasion yesterday worked? Wen Ning glanced at the shelter. No one except his own people had come in here. But there is nothing to be tabooed. It's just a citizen. If it does something wrong, Wen Ning can kick it out of the territory with just a thought. He gave Tai a temporary authority, deflated the military metal gas valve, and then slowly opened it. As soon as it was opened, Tai was shocked by the cool breeze coming towards him. The irritability that was difficult to suppress was relieved a lot. However, Tai waited outside honestly, and did not step in easily. It was not until Mira flew to the door that he followed Mira into Wen Ning's shelter. He didn't look around all the way, and kept his head slightly lowered. Wen Ning was holding a bowl of mung bean soup and drinking it slowly. When he heard the noise, he turned around and greeted him. Master Tai. Wen Ning followed Mira and called Master Tai, which made Tai a little embarrassed. The tiger on his face moved happily twice, and Wen Ning asked him to sit down. At first, Tai was a little reserved. Wen Ning pushed a bowl of mung bean soup in front of him, and didn't rush to ask him why he came. Tai knew that this lord was rich and casual after contacting Wen Ning for a few days, which was different from the arrogant humans he had contacted before. After drinking 2 sips of mung bean soup, the irritability in his heart was magically suppressed. Lord, I came here to ask something. This disaster seems to be getting worse. Didn't you say that the disaster will end soon? Wen Ning lifted his eyelids, and a hint of teasing flashed in his shrewd eyes. Within a week, the disaster will end, but before it ends, the disaster will reach its peak. Tai's eyes suddenly widened, as if he couldn't believe it. Then, if this goes on, what will happen to the land? Wen Ning was stunned. Land? Wasteland land? Why worry about the wasteland land? In the past few days, all the moisture in the land has evaporated, but the ocean has not been affected at all. This is too unreasonable. Wen Ning came back to his senses, temporarily suppressed the doubts in his heart, and patiently explained. This is the characteristic of this place, Tai. The disaster will not end forever. After the extreme heat is gone, it may be a rainstorm, a flood, or something else. Wen Ning did not lie to Tai about the environment here. To be honest, the living environment in the wasteland may not be as good as their Orc continent. Tai fell into silence and looked up after a long time. Lord, it is difficult to grow food on the land here. After this disaster, it is absolutely impossible to grow food. Wen Ning did not care. The land in the wasteland was originally not suitable for planting. The idea just came up, and he heard Tai say with some regret. Originally, there was a flower that could purify the land in our Lion Man settlement, called Yahui flower, which could improve the state of the land. After the improvement, the land can return to the normal state of planting even if it is exposed to nuclear radiation. Ding! Trigger hidden task. Persuade the Lion Man tribe to bring the seeds of Yahui flower to the wasteland for planting. Wen Ning sat up straight in an instant, staring at Tai with his beautiful eyes. What did you say? Plants that can improve the land. There are such magical plants in the Orc continent? Tai was stunned by the excited tone of the Lord. He always thought that this human lord was in control and always calm. It was the first time he saw her lose her composure. But when it comes to the things that her race protects, Tai immediately talked endlessly. The Yahui flower is a plant unique to our Orc continent. It can purify the air, water and land. The Yahui flower can survive strongly in most environments. The only thing it can't accept is long-term high temperatures. The Orc continent has been experiencing high temperatures for hundreds of years. As the Yahui flowers withered one by one, the Lion people no longer planted Yahui flowers. Instead, they collected the seeds of Yahui flowers. The seeds of this flower are very difficult to collect. First, you must pick the seeds in the middle of the stamen when the flower blooms. There is only one seed in a flower. and the flower blooms only for a short time. The opportunity is fleeting. And the preservation of yahui flower seeds also requires very strict conditions. Since Shirtai's grandfather's generation, they have been committed to protecting yahui flower seeds. And they have recorded all the methods of planting yahui flower, and passed them on to the descendants of the lion people. Until his father, and then to him, the lion people had only 100 yahui flower seeds. And now, these 100 seeds are about to rot in the Orc continent. If the seeds are gone, it will be useless even if the lion people know how to plant yahui flower. This is why Shirtai hurried to ask Wen Ning how long the disaster will end. After hearing Wen Ning say that the disaster will end in less than a week, Shirtai did not have any hope of rekindling, because yahui flower seeds will not rot for more than 3 days. There is no hope. Chapter 247. The yahui flower is also called the moonlight flower. It will stop growing when the sun shines directly during the day. It will bloom after 1 week of growth. If it encounters direct sunlight when it blooms, it will wither directly without leaving any seeds. On the Orc continent, our tribe has the last yahui flower seeds, but they will wither soon. Wen Ning narrowed his eyes. This yahui flower might really be able to regulate the environment of the wasteland. In the past month, since coming to the wasteland, it is not that no one has tried to grow crops in the wasteland. It's just that every time the seeds are buried, they rot directly. This is also the reason why the price of planting fields remains high. Looking at the attitude of the system, it is obvious that it values this yahui flower. And after this disaster, the environment will not be reset again. At that time, survival in the wasteland may become survival in the desert. Wen Ning should consciously collect some plants that can fix water and soil. Thinking of this, Wen Ning has made up his mind to let the lion people bring the yahui flower here. Master Tai, you are asking me about the disaster now. I can tell you exactly that the extreme heat disaster will end in 5 days. Shirtai's eyes flashed with obscurity. 5 days. Lord, the yahui flower seeds can only be stored for 3 days, under high temperature conditions. 3 days. No wonder he was so anxious. But this is not a threat to Wen Ning. The territory has a warehouse, and the shelter has a cold storage. And she has a backpack, and the time in it is always still. Waving her hand, interrupting Shirtai's decadence, Wen Ning smiled and said, "You can bring the yahui flower here. My warehouse and cold storage have the function of extending the shelf life, which can be extended to 180 days at most." Half a year? Shirtai was shocked. The Lord's warehouse could actually extend the shelf life to half a year. Shirtai had no doubt about Wen Ning. He had seen Wen Ning casually take out a steaming ice cream, as if he was carrying an ice cave with him. And the magical properties of the ice cream also puzzled Shirtai. At this time, Wen Ning in Shirtai's eyes was like a bright and shining pearl, holy and magical. She was the goddess sent by God to save the world. Seeing that Shirtai was a little overwhelmed, Wen Ning smiled and glanced at him. "I guess you have earned a lot of points these days. In this way, these 100 yahui flower seeds will be regarded as the entry fee for your people. You can use your points to exchange for a residential house from Mira. It just so happens that the territory is about to launch a new accessory. Let me show it to you first." Wen Ning took out a crystal clear jade pendant. Shirtai's eyes were full of amazement, and he immediately fell in love with it. This is our identity certificate for the Bright Territory. All residents who join the territory can get one, which is considered as an identity certificate, and it also has the effect of cooling down. With the cool jade pendant out, are you still worried about Shirtai's future? Wen Ning touched Hu Zi's chin while explaining, and tied the cool jade pendant around his neck. Under the lush hair, the jade pendant became a pendant, which was small, and did not affect Hu Zi's movements. As soon as it was hung, the heat in the body instantly subsided, and the whole body felt comfortable. He rolled on the ground happily. Wen Ning took out another jade pendant, shrunk it to the size of a needle using the nanotechnology of the Mira Brain clan, and handed it to a Z. Z took it, and put it on her neck. It was almost invisible to the naked eye, but it fit Z perfectly. So cool. Thank you, master. Z no longer has to hold a wall-sized ice cream to eat. Roar. The cub is also cool. But the cub still wants to eat ice cream. My dear Mamo, and Shirtai was completely stunned, full of disbelief. The jade pendant felt a little cool when he touched it. It was very comfortable against the skin, but there was no chill at all. Before he put it on, the heat in Shirtai's body was completely reduced. The irritability in his heart disappeared. Lord. Such a precious thing, for free? Wen Ning took out the number of cool jade pendants of the cat tribe, and gave them to Mira, asking her to distribute them. This is not free. This is the reward for you lions. After you come, you have to plant yaoi flowers for me for free for a lifetime. Of course, work hard, and you will get the benefits. Wen Ning's shrewdness is obvious. When facing the lions, you can't use the same conciliatory policy as the cats. You have to clearly show the benefits, so that Shirtai can let down his guard. Shirtai's heart was filled with countless touches. He certainly knew that the Lord's words were just giving him a reason. Lord. Thank you. Shirtai's rough voice was nasal, his cheeks were clenched, his beard fluctuated with his emotions, and his whole body couldn't help shaking with excitement. Hey, don't be so touched, I'm a businessman, you're also a businessman, we are mutually beneficial, if you do this, I don't know what to do. Ding! Shirtai's favorability increased by 10%, currently 100%. What, the favorability is full. Wen Ning struck while the iron was hot. When are you leaving? When Loli went back to the Orc continent to pick up her people, she first returned to the Orc continent, and then brought them back. Shirtai came back to his senses from his emotion, and his eyes sparkled with light. Lord, I will leave immediately. Please wait for me at the teleportation column at 12 noon tomorrow. As soon as he finished speaking, Shirtai turned and left. Wen Ning could see his ears trembling with excitement from behind. Tomorrow? The last time Loli went back to save people, it took 2 full days for the territory merchants to refresh. How can Shirtai come back tomorrow? System, have you reached another agreement with the lion tribe behind my back? Don't play dead, or Yaoihua. Players, please pay attention to their emotions. The system can only reveal that Yaoihua is very important. Wen Ning pursed his lips and said nothing. This dog system is getting more and more indifferent. After chatting with Shirtai for a whole morning, Wen Ning almost forgot that today is the new territory merchant refresh day. She also took a cool jade pendant and put it on herself, so she didn't have to eat an ice cream every 2 hours. This thing is cool, but after a day, it was so cold that her teeth ached. After putting on the cool jade pendant, it was a bit similar to the cooling effect of Myra's jet, and a cool feeling lingered around her body. But the coolness does not mean that Wen Ning can go out in short sleeves. This is cooling, but it cannot resist strong ultraviolet rays. Fortunately, Wen Ning's blue crystal armor is fully wrapped, which can resist some ultraviolet rays. Wen Ning also found a professional sun protection clothing and put it on. With the cool jade pendant, no matter how thick it is, it will be cool. Ding! Alien merchants appeared in the territory. Please go to receive them. Lord. The new territory merchants in the territory are attacking Loli and others. Chapter 248. When Wen Ning arrived at the gate of the territory, he saw Bart being kicked and flying backwards. He fell to the ground with a thud, and struggled for a long time, but couldn't get up. And Wen Ning could only see a person with green skin, taller than Loli, with pointed ears, and eyes so big that they could hardly fit in the eye sockets. I don't know what race she is, she looks weird. At this time, he was hanging Loli in the air with one hand, and Loli was terrified and screaming sharply. The claws that were usually hidden scratched at the monster behind him without any method, but they couldn't penetrate its skin at all. The cats around looked at this scene in fear. Even Bart was knocked down, and the cats who were not good at fighting didn't dare to step forward for a while. Wen Ning saw this, and rushed over like a gust of wind. When Loli saw her, she felt like she had found her backbone. Wen Ning didn't even use a weapon. He suddenly approached and stretched out his hand to slap. The territory merchant was surprised by Wen Ning's speed. When he tried to block Wen Ning's attack, he missed the chance to grab Loli's hand. Loli struggled violently. No one saw what Wen Ning did, but saw Loli fall into Wen Ning's arms, and then the green monster was rebounded by Wen Ning's armor. It flew directly out of the gate. Blue crystal shield is triggered, 40% damage, and it can be triggered 3 times today. Ding! The favorability of the territory merchant Goblin Luke has decreased by 20%. The current favorability is 30%. Cough cough cough. Loli coughed painfully a few times. If the Lord had not appeared in time, she might have been strangled to death by the monster that suddenly appeared. Wen Ning handed the little girl to the cat man behind him. He turned around and saw the territory merchant, who stood up from the ground with difficulty, with a gloomy face and a pair of eyes like a venomous snake. Luke from the Goblin tribe. Luke's gloomy eyes first turned around the orcs watching around, and then fell on Mira. A trace of greed flashed in his eyes, and finally fell impatiently on Wen Ning in the middle. This human is the owner of this territory. It is very annoying, but it cannot be ignored. Human lord, if you want to do business with me, quickly drive these lowly orcs out of this territory. Luke stood outside Wen Ning's gate, and shouted menacingly. They come from the magic continent, and often carry magic potions that others dream of. They will be treated as guests of honor when they go to any territory for business. Therefore, Luke's threat seems a bit complacent. Wen Ning narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "What if I don't do this business with you?" Luke waved the stick in his hand arrogantly twice, and a pair of amber eyes on his broad face and concave nose stared at Wen Ning, as if he wanted to see a hint of joke from her face. "No one can refuse the goblin tribe." The vicious voice was full of determination. If it were someone else, they would probably be fooled by his unfathomable words. But Wen Ning just sneered in disdain. "Sorry, I weigh 100 pounds, and 99 pounds of rebelliousness. I really won't do this business." "Don't you look at what you look like? It's really a troublemaker. You hurt people on her territory, and you still tell her how to do things? Who gave you the courage?" The threat and promise in Luke's eyes faded, and his chest was burning with anger. Unable to bear it any longer, he bared his fangs and attacked Wen Ning with a stick. This was the first time he was humiliated like this, and he was so angry that he even forgot to drink the potion. And the goblin who didn't drink the potion was not as strong as the marmot on the plateau. "Roar! Dare to touch my mother!" There was no need for Wen Ning to make a move. Hu Zi jumped forward. Your pet triggered the claw tear. Successfully killed the territory merchant Luke. The territory merchant died in the territory, and the management value was deducted by 10. Ding! The favorability of the Goblin clan dropped by 50%, and it is currently in a hostile state. Wen Ning, who had not had time to celebrate Hu Zi's successful kill, froze all over. "What do you mean?" "Management value deduction of 10. Wen Ning quickly called up the control panel of his territory, and found a line of small words at the bottom. Territory management value. Based on the territory construction, atmosphere, and number of territory residents, bad behavior will deduct management value. The initial territory management value of the Bright territory is 80, currently 70. Please note, territory management value below 60 will be marked as chaotic territory. In this state, the territory is vulnerable to attacks by humans, aliens, and mutant beasts. Is it bad behavior to kill people in return? The player's territory is an alien territory, and being hostile to aliens is bad behavior. Then how to increase the territory management value? Attracting new territory residents to join, improving the happiness of existing territory residents, and creating a more harmonious territory can increase the territory management value. Wen Ning held back his temper, and continued to ask with his back teeth. Then why is my territory management value only 80 at the beginning? I'm already level 3. Also, what right do humans have to attack me? Who dares? Level 3 territory can accommodate 700 people, and the number of players is less than 2/3, so points will be deducted. If a player's territory is marked as a chaotic territory, the system will issue a red bounty task to the remaining players, and the player who successfully attacks will replace the original player as the new lord. Wen Ning was stunned for a long time before he burst out with a curse. There must be a brave man under a heavy reward system, you understand bounties. In other words, now her territory has insufficient people, and she has offended the entire Goblin clan, causing her territory management value to be 10 points away from the edge of danger. But how can she expand the population? The Goblin clan is gone, and the territory merchants have to wait 3 days to refresh, and after refreshing, they have to refresh their favorability. Only when the favorability is full can they use their advantages to attract others to settle in. By that time, her territory had already reached level 4, so this number of people was not enough. Besides, she couldn't ask a territory merchant to move his entire tribe here, right? What kind of conditions would make people abandon their homes and run to this wasteland to suffer? Players don't need to be discouraged. After reaching level 4, you can unlock the publicity center, and then you can advertise to races in other galaxies. Hearing this, Wen Ning's face improved a little. But, system, I have a question. Is the living environment in the wasteland good? You took so much effort to get everyone here? Speaking of this question, Wen Ning thought of Hu Zi, who was also brought here by the system, and these beast men. What on earth is the system doing? These races seem to be completely unable to reach the point of extinction on their own planet. Especially Hu Zi, his parents are the king of beasts, in charge of such a large primeval forest, and they have to sell their children here to suffer. Sorry, the player's current permissions do not allow the relevant information to be viewed. Wen Ning rarely refuted this, and did not even show an angry expression. He just said lightly, I know. Wen Ning turned his head, with an unpredictable expression, and looked at Loli, and the cat tribe. The entire cat tribe has now joined the territory of light. It's okay, everyone should do what they need to do. Loli, come here. Loli ran over, she was not injured, but a little frightened. Lord, if you kill him, won't you be retaliated? Yes, but I'm not afraid. Chapter 249. Sorry, the player's current permissions do not allow access to relevant information. The reason why Wen Ning did not refute the system is because there are two key words in this sentence. One is permissions. Wen Ning never knew that players also have permissions. The other is current. Her current permissions are not enough, which means that she has opened some permissions. How to open this permission? Trigger hidden tasks? Or collect more history books? Wen Ning is more inclined to the latter. The more she explores the ruins, the more she feels weird. It has been lingering in her mind. It seems that the pace of exploring the ruins cannot stop. Wen Ning sighed inaudibly. Just as he was about to take out the ruins summoning scroll, Myra's voice rang again. Lord! Mutant beasts gather, and are attacking the north wall. Hearing Myra's voice, Wen Ning immediately turned and headed towards the north wall. Notify Loli to go home quickly, and put off going out. After getting the cool jade pendant, the cat tribe wanted to go out for a walk and find some supplies to exchange for points. But the sudden enemy attack forced them to cancel this plan. 001, you and Huzi go to check the situation, and you can dispatch the war robots. Wen Ning hurriedly climbed up the arrow tower, looking down from a high place to better command the battle. The north wall was just built by the construction robot overnight yesterday, and today, these mutant beasts came to the door. It was a coincidence. As soon as he climbed up the arrow tower, Wen Ning saw at least dozens of huge mutant black scorpions gathered outside the wall, as well as lizards, basketball-sized mutant spiders, mutant desert wolves, etc. Mutated sand lizard detected, monster illustration updated. Mutated three-humped camel detected, monster illustration updated. Mutated goby wolf detected, monster illustration updated. Mutated golden spider detected, monster illustration updated. The monster illustration updated more than a dozen times. The black scorpion monster illustration has been updated last time, but the monsters refreshed this time are all new to Wen Ning. Not only has their size increased several times, but they are also extremely aggressive. The basketball-sized golden spider has a very strong jumping ability. It can jump directly onto the wall. If you hug your face, its ferocious teeth and venomous barbs can chew your face to pieces. There is no need to say more about the goby wolf. Its size after mutation is almost as big as Huzi's. It cannot be killed instantly even if it encounters a superpowered electric grid. Not to mention the mutant black scorpion. No one knows what it ate to mutate into this weird appearance. Like a small mountain, the tail hook is bigger than a human head, and at least 2 players can sit on its broad back. Standing upright, it is taller than Wen Ning's 5-meter fence. Mutated animals are coming out from underground one after another, mostly creatures that live underground, lizards, snakes, chameleons, spiders, etc. They are particularly aggressive, as if Wen Ning has a handle on them. The system did not give any prompts, and this siege seemed to be spontaneous. Fortunately, Wen Ning installed 2 layers of superpowered electric grids on the outer wall. These mutant beasts will be electrocuted to death if they climb up the wall. 001, and Huzi carried the war robots to harvest outside the territory. The sound of electricity crackling came, and the smell of blood and burning mixed in the air. The arrow tower never stopped attacking. However, these mutant beasts were not afraid of death at all, and they only wanted to break through Wen Ning's wall and enter the territory. Wen Ning looked at 001's smooth movements outside the city wall, and gradually felt relieved. While observing the situation on the battlefield, he distractedly checked the world channel. The world channel should have intelligence. As expected, the whole world channel had incidents of mutant beasts suddenly attacking. World channel, oh my god, such a big black scorpion. I fainted from shock. World channel, oh my god, why did they suddenly attack our base? World channel, our territory has been attacked. These mutants destroyed the warehouse, their target is water. World channel, that's right, there is a spring in our territory that is not dried up. After they attacked, they did not destroy the buildings, but surrounded the water source. World channel, will they leave after drinking enough? World channel, don't dream. They have already fought each other. Some mutants have a strong sense of territory. If we don't take advantage of their weakness to deal with them, the whole territory will be in trouble after they drink enough. So it's for water. Wen Ning took a look at the structure of the territory. The Lord's hut, which is his shelter, is located in the north of the center. There is no flowing water in the territory. All water resources are in the warehouse and shelter. And all the warehouses are in the north, so it's no wonder that they all attacked in the north. However, the defense capability of the Bright Territory is top-notch, with close combat capabilities provided by war robots led by 001 and Huzi. There were endless arrow towers at long range. Under Myra's control, they avoided their own people and accurately hit the mutant beasts. Even Wen Ning's dwarf bombs could not be used. Wen Ning counted silently in his heart. There were about 200 mutant beasts attacking this time. With the cooperation of inside and outside, it took only half an hour to deal with them all. Wen Ning did not need to worry about the rest of the battlefield cleaning, which was finished in a whirlwind. After the end, Wen Ning opened all the treasure chests. These mutant beasts were mainly shells, and what materials they should be, Wen Ning put them into the warehouse. Food and water were put into the warehouse. In addition, 100 backpack expansion coupons were exploded, and Wen Ning used them directly. Now her backpack is as big as 10 containers, and the capacity is amazing. Wen Ning put some other miscellaneous things in the territory shop, some low-level armor, weapons, and some small gadgets. All these things are used to arm the people and improve their happiness. Wen Ning thought that this kind of attack would not happen only once, so he directly asked 001 to patrol 24 hours a day. Sure enough, there was another attack in the middle of the night, and the number was about the same as during the day. Wen Ning didn't even have to make a move, and the battle was over. The construction robot repaired the damaged wall, and then built the next one without stopping. When Wen Ning got up the next day, the north and east walls had been completed. The construction workers were tirelessly building the west wall. The territory was safe in the morning, and Loli and others went to explore the Dawn Forest. Wen Ningza had been studying the materials exploded by the mutant beasts in the shelter. Until 12 o'clock noon, Wen Ning arrived at the territory teleportation tower as scheduled. When the time came, the teleportation array lit up on time. Before Wen Ning had time to be happy, a bloody lion rolled in. Chapter 250. A lion orc with a body shape similar to Shirtai fell in front of him, and Wen Ning's face changed. The alarm in his heart sounded instantly. How come the lion people did something weird again, just after killing a goblin, at Wen Ning's signal? 001 immediately caught the lion man flying backwards. The war robots behind him rushed towards the transmission light column. Bang! The battle situation in the light column was unclear. But after a few violent bangs, Shirtai appeared in front of Wen Ning. 001 followed closely behind, holding a wolf in his hand. The dead body was limp, and drooped in 001's hand. Then, a large number of lion people supported each other, and walked out of the light column. The old, weak, sick and disabled were protected in the middle of the team, and the majestic lion people around were basically injured. The werewolves chasing behind were all blocked outside the passage by the war robots. Seeing the tall silver robots around them helping them to resist the attacks from behind, the lions all breathed a sigh of relief. They looked gratefully at the delicate human lord standing in the center. Her eyes were calm and confident, and her deep eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. The surroundings were full of buildings that were not available on the Orc continent, which amazed the lions so much that they forgot the heat of the wasteland. Wen Ning could see the battle situation through 001's perspective. Outside the transmission channel, the werewolves who were waiting for an opportunity to attack were ruthlessly killed, and the rest dared only to threaten with bared teeth. Facing the unknown robots such as 001, the werewolves were also very afraid. If they still couldn't beat them after turning into wolves, there was no need to rush up. In the end, no one rushed in with the whole tribe, and the Lionman tribe took away the seeds of the Yaoi flower. Lord, thank you. Shirtai walked forward with difficulty, his body covered with bite wounds. One of his ears was half bitten off, and it looked like the battle was very fierce. Wen Ning looked at him from head to toe without making a sound. What happened? While asking Shirtai, Wen Ning's eyes had already flowed to the tribe members behind him. This was the first time the two sides met, and they were all observing in secret. Shirtai's face was livid, and his anger surged again, but he didn't dare to vent in front of Wen Ning. He briefly explained the matter in a few words. It turned out that there was a traitor among the Lionman tribe, and they reached an agreement with the werewolves to sell the Yaoi flower seeds to them to get more food. When Shirtai returned, the tribe leader was struggling, and under Shirtai's persuasion, the tribe leader finally chose to believe Shirtai. Then the Samo tribe leader decided to migrate the whole tribe to the human territory mentioned by Shirtai. Unexpectedly, the traitors informed the werewolves in advance, so the werewolves came to attack and intercept. There were 20 traitorous lions, all of whom were executed by Shirtai and his men. With the help of Wen Ning, the werewolves were stopped, and finally there were 95 lions who escaped. An old lion, supported by 2 lion boys, came forward and handed a bag of seeds tightly wrapped in a cloth bag to Wen Ning. With ardent hope in his eyes, his movements were firm and without hesitation. The face of the Samo chief was full of ravines, but his eyes were shining, and he had an inexplicable trust in Wen Ning. Ding. Shirtai's favorability is 100%, triggering the old friend effect, and the favorability of the entire lion tribe increases by 10%, currently 60%. Wen Ning was briefly surprised, and took the bag of precious yaoi flower seeds without refusing, and then asked Mira to take Shirtai and her tribe to the residential houses prepared for them in the territory. Right next to the cat orcs, as they are both cats, they must be able to live in harmony. Shirtai hesitated to speak in front of Wen Ning. Wen Ning could see what he was worried about, and raised his hand to interrupt him. Go and rest first. I keep the yaoi flower for now. I study the planning after the disaster is over. Shirtai nodded heavily. His 100% favorable impression made him completely trust Wen Ning. Wen Ning gave a glance at the wounds on Shirtai's body. There are simple medicines in the shop, which can be purchased as needed. Shirtai turned around and walked towards the shop with a few lions with gratitude in his eyes. Wen Ning put the yaoi flower seeds into his backpack. This is a treasure. Ding! Shirtai, a merchant staying in the territory, applied to become a resident of the territory. Do you agree? System prompt. After becoming a resident of the territory merchant will lose the identity of the territory merchant, and the goods he carries will disappear. Wen Ning recalled the goods that Shirtai had, which were basically iron tools, which were not very useful to him. Besides, he had already unlocked the blacksmith shop, so Shirtai's craftsmanship could be promoted there. Agreed. Mira, after the lion people join the territory and become the subjects, they will be given cool jade pendants to cool off. Received. After solving the problem of the lion people, Wen Ning opened the territory control panel. It will take a few days to reach level 4. There are only 107 subjects at present, which is far from the passing line. System, if this group of lion people join the territory, and I use the cool jade pendant to improve their happiness, can I increase the territory management value? Theoretically, yes. What a good theory. Master, the mutant beasts are coming again. Wen Ning was thinking about the nature of the system, when 001's voice came from his mind. Thinking that the Lion Iron tribe had just arrived in the territory, he must not be frightened by these mutant beasts. Organize a counterattack, I'd be there soon. Wen Ning took out the centaur directly, with a serious expression on his delicate and beautiful face. The roar of the engine resounded throughout the territory, and as soon as the throttle was turned, the whole person rushed out like an arrow from a string. On the arrow tower, Wen Ning frowned fiercely, as he looked at the number of mutant rats that doubled compared to yesterday. Yesterday, the mutant beasts also attacked at around 12 o'clock, and today they still attack from the north. Among the mutant beasts today, there are several more flying mutant beasts. The size of the locusts has increased by at least 100 times, and there are several beetles that Wen Ning cannot name. The arrow tower will attack the ones in the air first. Throwing away the hot weapon in his hand, Wen Ning held a synthesized perfect level tang sword and repelled the mantis that flew close. Shwa shwa. After the flash of swords and sabers, the mutant mantis with its wings cut off fell vertically from the air. It landed on the superpowered electric grid and was instantly cooked by the electric shock. And below, there were more mutant mantises flapping their wings, kicking the ground with their powerful hind legs, leaping over the wall, and attacking the interior of the territory. The arrow tower was under Myra's control, and the crossbow arrows followed the mutant mantises and shot into the interior of the territory. Mira! The arrow tower's muzzle is facing outwards. The 001 that flew in divided into people to deal with it. Wen Ning shouted in a low voice, and in her peripheral vision, a group of lion men with brown and yellow hair were running towards her. Chapter 251. Mira quickly pointed the muzzle of her gun outside the wall. These mutant beasts were quite smart. After flying over the wall, they were afraid of Wen Ning, the god of killing, on the arrow tower. So they lowered their posture, flew directly over the arrow tower, and rushed straight to the territory warehouse. Wen Ning immediately jumped off the arrow tower. Without Hu Zi's support, she could only find a good angle and landing point by herself. The moment she landed, she rolled forward to relieve most of the force, stabilized her body, and slashed horizontally with the tang sword in her hand. Directly cut off the giant sickle of a mutant mantis that flew over. Then, without any hesitation, he stood up, and the tang sword in his hand made a beautiful knife flower. Then Wen Ning jumped up, and the tang sword in his hand went down, accurately stabbing into the joint connecting the triangular head and neck of the mutant mantis. Puff! The tang sword penetrated the body of the mutant mantis and stabbed into the soil. Dark green blood spurted out, and the head of the mutant mantis rolled to the side and died. At this moment, several mutant beetles had broken through the war robot's defense line and approached the warehouse. Wen Ning anxiously approached the warehouse, and at this moment, the yellow-brown figure that was just in his peripheral vision appeared at the edge of the warehouse. Bang! With a loud bang, the Lion Man tribe transformed into a lion, jumped up, and slapped the attacking mutant beetle. The approaching beetle was instantly shattered, and its legs were broken. Then he slapped it again, and the beetle in front of him stopped struggling completely. Wen Ning looked at the Lion Man in front of him, and his heart was calmed. He turned around and continued to deal with the mutant beasts that crossed the wall defense line. In this battle, although the number and types of mutant beasts increased significantly, but except for some flying mutants that were able to successfully break through the wall, the rest of the mutants all died near the wall. The superpowered electric grid was quite powerful. These mutants who managed to climb up the wall would be electrocuted by the grid. They would not be killed in one blow, but they would not survive the second electric shock. The flying mutants had to pass through the first line of defense in the air of the Arrow Tower. After that, there were dozens of war robots, and Wen Ning's second line of defense. Finally, there was the third line of defense composed of more than 30 lions surrounding the warehouse. After wearing down layer by layer, not a single one successfully attacked the territory warehouse. The battle lasted for almost an hour before it ended. In the end, Wen Ning's territory was intact, and the attacking mutants were left without a single piece of armor. The robots were responsible for cleaning the battlefield, and Wen Ning walked towards the lions who were protecting their territory independently. The lions, at this time, looked at the approaching lord with trepidation. Under the temptation of Myra's cool jade pendant, almost all of them joined the territory of light. Wearing the cool jade pendant for the first time, feeling the unprecedented coolness, these lions suddenly felt a little at a loss. It happened that they heard that the territory was under attack. They had experienced a lot of such things. The Samo chief immediately arranged for the lions with less injuries to come to help. Wen Ning walked in front of them. These lions were calming down their irritability and changing into lions. In an environment hotter than the Orc continent, their spirits could be controlled freely and not affected by the scorching sun. This feeling is really great. Seeing the beautiful human lord approaching, many lions showed a hint of shyness and amazement. "You're injured. Why don't you take a good rest?" Wen Ning looked at Shirtai, whose ear was wrapped in gauze, and the lions behind him. The ear on Shirtai's head moved unconsciously. The lions in animal form have abundant hair and outstanding animality, and they are all good fighters. The lions in beastmen form have a huge lion head to indicate their identity. The upper body is only covered with a small amount of yellow-brown hair, and the lower body is wrapped in an animal skin skirt. The muscles are bulging, and the biceps and triceps are also bulging when relaxed. For humans, it is a rare good figure. And Wen Ning found that these lions all look the same, but there are always some features that can be distinguished. For example, the lion in front of him, who has the most shy look in his eyes, and dares not look directly at Wen Ning, attracted Wen Ning's attention. In the Orc continent, if there is an enemy attack, all the tribe members must go to fight. Shirtai answered as a matter of course, and the lions behind him nodded and agreed with him. Wen Ning understood after a little thought. Orcs have a natural defensive mentality towards their homes. This is very good. The reason why Wen Ning likes lions is that they can fight. They can plant yaoi flowers and protect the territory. Where can you find such an all-rounder? Most lions are over 1.8 meters tall, and Wen Ning has to look up to communicate with them. After watching for a while and memorizing some characteristics of these lions, Wen Ning turned around and took them to check out the place. It was called a tour of the base. The next time there is an invasion, they will be more familiar with it. The lions were a little flattered. It was a great honor for them that the Lord personally took them to visit the territory. Shirtai followed behind Wen Ning, fearing that his burly tribesmen would lose control of their spirits and commit crimes in front of the Lord. When they first arrived in the Wasteland, with the cooling effect of the cool jade pendant, the lion people no longer had to endure the torture of high temperatures, and they would not get violent at any time. While taking the lion people for a stroll, Wen Ning talked about the general situation of the Wasteland and focused on the current work in the territory. Currently, only Shirtai is a formal staff member, working in the blacksmith shop. After the territory is upgraded to level 4, more jobs will be opened. Especially farms. So we can only be miners or lumberjacks now. The young lion man glanced at Wen Ning hesitantly, and Wen Ning glanced back, and he immediately turned his eyes away shyly. Wen Ning's smile became even bigger, and he was amused by his cute contrast. Yes, my territory is basically fully automated. Miners and loggers have robots. You can follow them when you work. Where there are robots are places that Mira can monitor. Lemon works with the miners and loggers, and the safety factor rises sharply. Time passed bit by bit, an hour later. The Lion people said goodbye to Wen Ning and returned to their residential houses. The Lion people who talked to Wen Ning followed behind Shirtai with light steps, with a silly smile on their faces. Ding! The Lion people Mara's favorability increased by 40%, and it is currently 100%. TSK, silly child, it's so easy to increase favorability. Wen Ning sighed. System prompt. Players, please note that the favorability of the people is also an important indicator for improving the territory management value. Wen Ning is not worried about this at all. As for the free distribution of the cool jade pendant, where can you find such a good lord like her? Hurry up and count today's spoils. Wen Ning walked towards the warehouse excitedly, but the system announcement suddenly sounded. System announcement. If the territory management value is less than 60 points, the system will issue a red bounty task. Chapter 252. System announcement. All players, please note that some players are not managing their territories well, and are now marked as chaotic and entering a red bounty mission. Details of the red bounty mission will be released later. The system announcement sounded 3 times in a row when Ning's face changed, and he immediately opened the mission details to check. Red bounty mission. Target 1. Q12 area, coordinates 5634-0916. Player, Li Chen, territory camp. Human, territory type. Commercial, territory level. 2. Red bounty mission. Target 2. Y23 area, coordinates 4859-2328. Player, Chong Mu, territory camp. Human, territory type. Combat, territory level. 1. Red bounty mission. Target 3. N56 area, coordinates 3478-4782. Player, Lena, territory camp. Human, territory type. Agriculture, territory level. 2. The system announced 10 territories, whose territory management values dropped below 60. Wen Ning guessed that this was related to the mutant beast attack just now. Territories were attacked, defenses were not appropriate, important buildings were damaged, and even residents were injured or killed. These were the reasons for the drop in territory management values. Wen Ning then looked at the specific requirements of the mission objective. The territory is in a chaotic state. Any player who kills the Lord, except for the territory members, can gain control of the territory. System prompt. Within 3 hours, the territory player can freely choose to exit the territory or defend the territory, and the Lord player can choose to give up the territory. The mission duration is unlimited. During the mission, the coordinates of the territory will be marked in red in the area. System prompt. During the mission, you can directly teleport to the corresponding battlefield. System prompt. If the Lord player voluntarily gives up the Lord Order, the mission will become a battle for the Lord Order. System prompt. Players will be eliminated from the game after death, and the material drops will last for 24 hours. System prompt. Players can have more than 1 Lord Order. 2 Lord Orders cannot be used to build the same area, but the 2 territories can be merged. On the World Channel, all players received this mission, and the corresponding territory players received information on whether to exit the territory. The players who received the task prompt were all excited. World Channel. Damn! Grab the equipment. I'm in Q12 area. Is there any group to pick up the bargains? World Channel. Good guy, the Lord's order is permanent, but the Lords are changing. World Channel. The strong prey on the weak, and the capable take the throne. Who said that you can sit back and relax after getting the Lord's order in the trial task? World Channel. Where are these lords? The protagonist. Come out and speak. What did you do to make the territory so chaotic? World Channel. Fuck. This stupid lord. I've had enough of it. Yesterday, I asked Janwei to. The wall is not. Now the mutant beasts are at the door, and they ran away. World Channel. Our lord has given up the territory. Is there any player to take over? Why can't the original players of the territory take over? I don't want to be homeless. World Channel. This is an opportunity given by the system to everyone. The Lord's order is originally for the capable. World Channel. The mission has begun. A teleportation array appeared outside the base. Wen Ning also noticed at this time that a new teleportation beam appeared at the gate of the territory. After clicking, it happened to be the coordinates of 10 chaotic territories. Would you like to join in the fun? Wen Ning murmured, the timing of the red bounty mission was too coincidental. And this time everyone is eligible to participate in the mission. 10 battlefields. It's hard to say which bone is easy to chew. And Wen Ning took a look and found that the initial area of these territories was not high. Level 1 and Level 2, only about 1 or 200 square meters, the territory can only accommodate a lord's hut. Is it necessary to take action with this area of the treasure pavilion? It's not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. I think other Lord players, who have their own territories, are not very interested in this task. With this time, it's better to prepare for the next mutant beast siege. Soon, Wen Ning made up her mind and gave up the idea of participating. She still had 3 Lord Orders in her hand. Which one is not more attractive than these territories? Although she didn't plan to participate, Wen Ning paid attention to this task throughout the whole process. The system prompts that the task has no time limit. This battle must be very tragic. While collecting the siege supplies, Wen Ning clicked into a very popular live broadcast room. Unexpectedly, the anchor turned out to be an old customer. It was the live broadcast room of Lu Shi's territory. In the first-person perspective of Lu Shi, he gathered the elite of the territory and stepped into the teleportation array of the territory with the robot purchased from Wen Ning. The screen was instantly all white. After a short period of light, a beam of light appeared on the periphery of a territory. At least several thousand light pillars appeared at the same time, surrounding a small territory. After the light pillars disappeared, players rushed out one by one with roars. There were at least 20 light pillars around Lu Shi, and beside him were Su Luo, Li Jingyi, and 4 growth robots. The lord of this territory took the initiative to give up the Lord's Order, and the Lord's Order was floating at the gate of the territory. Lu Shi chose a medium-sized territory, with 600 square meters at level 2. The rules for competing for the Lord's Order are very simple. After the Lord takes the initiative to give up the Lord's Order, all players can pick it up. After picking it up, the system will randomly refresh the retreat point. Players pick up the Lord's Order and successfully enter the retreat point to leave this area and return to their own shelter. After that, you can use the refreshed Lord Order to re-establish the territory or merge it. It should be noted here that the level of the refreshed Lord Order will return to level 1, but the existing area will not change. In other words, this Lord Order with an existing area of 600 square meters has been refreshed to a level 1 Lord Order with an initial area of 600 square meters. Players who have snatched it can upgrade on the basis of 600 square meters. The Lord Order is there. Li Jingyi shouted excitedly, and the Golden Lord Order was quietly suspended in the air, surrounded by a group of players fighting in a group. The unique light balls of equipment dropped on the ground are not as bright as the Golden Legend in the air. The pitfall is that players cannot put the Lord Order into their backpacks after picking it up. This very dazzling light will always accompany the player's movement. It is simply the most dazzling cub in the whole field. To escape unscathed under the pursuit and interception of all the players in the field, the difficulty of the task can be imagined. Lu Shi calmly gave the order, and the robots tightly surrounded the 3 people. Lu Shi pulled the maximum speed and attacked the Lord's Order. When the players on the periphery saw Lu Shi's team line up, they immediately gave up the idea of fighting and turned to pick up equipment in the battlefield. The closer to the center, the more capable people there are. Lu Shi handled it quite well along the way, gradually approaching the center of the battlefield storm. Boss Lu, I didn't expect to see you here. A player with a scar on his face and very fierce attacking movement said excitedly. There was a green light in his eyes, like a hungry wolf seeing a fat lamb. Lu Shi said slowly while resisting the attack. If you want to fight, then fight. Why waste your words? Chapter 253. Master Lu, this is not a game of business war. You look so pampered, be careful not to get disfigured. The person opposite obviously knew him. Lu Shi frowned slightly, but he couldn't find this person after searching his memory. Su Luo behind him received the signal and attacked. Scarface showed a bloodthirsty smile. Before Su Luo's knife could attack him, a green-eyed wolf appeared out of thin air in front of Scarface. Ah! Su Luo's face changed, and he stopped attacking strangely, then raised his head and leaned back 1 centimeter away from the wolf. He rolled back to the starting point. Only then did Lu Shi notice that this wolf had a scar on its face like Scarface. It seemed to be his pet. You are quite skilled. You can avoid the attack of the wolf at this distance. Scarface spoke, looking at Su Luo with appreciation, but his eyes focused on Su Luo's exposed metal leg. His expression was contemptuous, as if he was praising Su Luo's strong will despite his disability. As soon as he finished speaking, Scarface became ruthless and took the initiative to attack with Songlong. Li Jingyi and his 4 robots dealt with the surrounding players. In the battlefield, Lu Shi and Su Luo faced Scarface and Songlong head-on. Both sides fought with cold weapons. After all, hot weapons were still in the hands of large territories or base forces. Su Luo faced Songlong, which roared and barked at him. It was extremely fast, but Su Luo was calm and cold, without dodging, and retreated his mechanical legs to wait for the opportunity. The moment Songlong rushed over, Su Luo turned his body neatly and kicked out with his mechanical legs. Bang! The mechanical legs had a clear target and directly hit Songlong with its mouth wide open. Caw-caw. Su Luo's mechanical leg kicked into the wolf's mouth horizontally, directly blocking its back molars. After landing, Su Luo pressed on it with all his strength. There was a sound of bones breaking under the leg. Su Luo twisted it hard, and a sharp blade stretched out from the side of the mechanical calf, directly cutting off the entire jaw of the wolf. A mouthful of sharp teeth fell to the ground, and the scene was extremely bloody. Bang! Scarface was also kicked by Lu Shi and flew backwards. After landing, he spit out a sweet and fishy mouthful of blood and saw his beloved pet lying on the ground wailing. Before he had time to feel heartache, a mechanical leg appeared in his sight and suddenly attacked the wolf on the ground, which was exhaling more than inhaling. With a loud bang, the wolf on the ground was crushed by Su Luo's head, and the skull was broken, and red and white brains flowed all over the ground. Scarface stared with red eyes, and blood rushed up, and he spit out another mouthful of blood. Su Luo glanced at him coldly, moved his foot away, shook off the dirt on the back of his foot, and showed a look of disgust. Scarface, resisting anger and grief, stood up and was about to attack, when a tang sword suddenly pierced through him from the back of his head to his eye socket. Then several players fought for the equipment that Scarface had dropped. Lu Shi and Su Luo didn't even look at the equipment, and turned around and approached the Lord's order tacitly. In the live broadcast room, the players, full of curiosity, watched the broadcast of the situation in various battlefields through the live broadcast. While admiring the courage of these people, they guessed who would eventually get the Lord's order. Su Jiaqing, however, stared at Su Luo, who was decisive and even more skilled than before, in Lu Shi's live broadcast room. He actually escaped to Lu Shi's territory. Watching Lu Shi successfully obtain the Lord's order under Su Luo's protection, Su Jiaqing's eyes gradually became sinister. As if Su Luo was a traitor, it was okay if he didn't die, he was living well. Su Jiaqing's expression gradually twisted. After Lu Shi got the Lord's order, the coordinates of the retreat point refreshed by the system appeared in his mind. For a clock direction, 1,000 meters away. The four robots gathered their formation and surrounded Lu Shi. Li Jingyi and Su Luo were in front, resisting all attacks against Lu Shi. With the Lord's order, Lu Shi instantly became the target of public criticism. The surrounding players attacked frantically, gathering around like ants, more like mad beasts. Lu Shi's eyes sank, pursed his lips, and then took out a few round potato-like things, throwing them around. Boom! Amidst the earth-shaking roar, the surrounding players were directly overturned by the heat wave, and the whole world was suddenly overturned. The flying dust and the blood mist sprayed by the players blurred the vision of most people. And Lu Shi and his group took this opportunity to run into the retreat point. The figure disappeared instantly. The live broadcast room watched Lu Shi use the bomb without any insults at all. In contrast, Jack's live broadcast room next door has already used a howitzer. It can only be said that this Lord Reshuffle war is a collision of human greed and an act of killing. The strong all have a dream of being a wasteland overlord. Such a huge temptation is placed in front of the players, and no one is not tempted. With this opportunity, who is willing to be inferior to others and be an ordinary lord who pays taxes? Therefore, human nature is no longer within the player's thinking range. The thick bloody smell in the air is disgusting, and the audience's perspective ends with Lu Shi returning to the territory. But the real battlefield did not end because the system did not notify the end of the mission. These 10 areas have become the Slaughter Shura field of the game. Players no longer slaughter each other for the Lord's order, but equipment and supplies are still attractive. The ground is full of light balls of various resources, the bodies of players, and the bodies of pets. The ground is full of blood and internal organs, and the dry soil is dyed red. Under the hot sun, the blood evaporates and rises. It spreads to the sky above the entire territory, gradually gathering, and even the sky is dyed blood red. When Ning endured the physical discomfort and exited Lu Shi's live broadcast room. And the mission is far from over. This shuffle mission lasted until 8 o'clock in the evening. When Ning carefully observed the regional channel. 6,321. More than half of the players are gone. According to the discussion on the World Channel, the number of deaths in each area is between 40% and 50%. System announcement. This red bounty mission is over. The system finally concluded this mission with a simple sentence. Then a new round of mutant beast attacks began. When Ning rushed to the attacked wall and organized a counterattack. This time, the mutant beast's attack power was much higher. The number also increased a lot. Wen Ning spent 2 hours to deal with these mutant beasts. When he returned to the shelter, he was too tired to talk and fell asleep. At 12 o'clock, 001 reminded that there were more mutant beasts attacking. The entire wasteland seemed to have suddenly entered the next stage of the disaster. There was no sign. The mutant beasts upgraded from twice a day to once every 4 hours, and then to once every 2 hours. Finally, it became an irregular and uninterrupted attack. This situation lasted for 3 days. Until 8 o'clock in the evening of February 13th in the Wasteland calendar, the penultimate day after the disaster ended. During this period, 28 chaotic territories appeared, triggering a battle for the entire wasteland. The number of players dropped sharply, and the number of players in Wen Ning's area was less than 4,000. Chapter 254. Wasteland Calendar February 13th, 8 o'clock, Disaster Day Sunny. Today is the last day of the disaster. Wen Ning has been continuously resisting the invading mutant beasts since the past 2 days. Waves after waves, the interval is no more than an hour. During the rest time, Wen Ning did not dare to rest, and hurried to repair the walls and other territory buildings to ensure that the territory management value was not in a dangerous position. The entire lion tribe moved and only brought 5 points of management value to the territory. And every time a mutant beast successfully attacked the territory building, the management value would drop 1 point at a time. This made Wen Ning nervous, and he dared not relax at all. 24 hours non-stop, until 12 o'clock last night, the mutant beasts suddenly retreated. It made the entire wasteland players a little unbelievable. However, Wen Ning still took the opportunity to sleep for a whole night, and got up before dawn in the morning. Today is the last day of the disaster day. Who knows what big moves the game is holding back? The temperature continued to rise, and the night temperature had already exceeded the 50 degrees Celsius mark. The daytime temperature was also above 80 degrees Celsius, and many players died of heat stroke. Basically, all players with a physical fitness below 20 were eliminated. In addition, the civil war between humans caused by the intervention of the system, this time caused a sharp drop in the number of players. After several disasters, it was rare for the number of players in the regional channel to drop by more than half like this time. Wen Ning always felt that the system was brewing some kind of large-scale conspiracy. But it was hard to say. Wen Ning got up very early. The disaster was not over yet, and she could not sleep well even if it was quiet at night. After a simple breakfast, Wen Ning left the shelter. The territory had been upgraded successfully a long time ago, and there was no time to check the ruins and upgrade the buildings. Fortunately, with Mira, the warehouse, walls and residential buildings were upgraded to the highest level at the first time. This was the priority set by Wen Ning in advance. As long as there was room for improvement, Mira would upgrade at any time. Territory, Bright Territory. Affiliation, Wen Ning. Territory Camp, Alien. Territory Type, Commercial. Territory Level, Level 4. Territory Area, 12,000 square meters. Territory Buildings, Territory Hut, Territory Warehouse, Territory Shop, Territory Machinery Warehouse, Territory Tavern, Territory Fish Pond, Territory Blacksmith Shop, Territory Residential House, Territory Residential Office. Expand. Territory Upgrade, Next Level, Level 5, Required Materials, 500,000 Survival Points. Materials. Expand. Citizens, 201. Newly unlocked buildings. Tailor Shop, Buildable, Publicity Center, Buildable. Wen Ning selected a location for the newly unlocked buildings and continued to purchase materials on the market. The territory always has a demand for basic materials, especially after the territory has expanded. The progress of the wall must keep up. Otherwise, if the mutant beasts start to attack again, the place without the wall will become a weak point. Wen Ning's survival points are basically spent on buying basic materials. Basically, Wen Ning will sell out the goods as soon as they are put on the market. In the past few days of fighting, the players have no time to restock. In addition, their own shelters have also been attacked, and the wood, stone and iron ore in their hands are basically used to repair the base and territory. The market was basically sold out. Wen Ning had no choice but to build another teleportation tower in the Dawn Forest. Fortunately, Huzi followed Az to the Purple Bamboo Forest every day, and 001 often escorted the cats to explore the forest, so the conditions for building a teleportation tower were met. With the teleportation array, Wen Ning directly synthesized 400 robots. Under the condition of ensuring the basic construction of the territory, he basically spent all his survival points. All the relevant materials on the market were swept away to make these robots. There were dozens of types of robots, and Wen Ning didn't even look at them. 180 combat guard robots were directly put into use. There were also dozens of miners and lumberjack robots. For their tools, Wen Ning used the synthesis system to create electric saws and electric drills with electric energy cores as the power supply method. At the same time, the speed of logging and mining and the explosion rate were improved. In addition, the lion people and cats took the initiative to help, so that their collection speed barely kept up with the consumption speed of the construction team. On this last day, Wen Ning also joined the front line of building fortifications, using the synthesis system to create super-powered power grids, helping to synthesize hard stone, etc. Added dozens of construction robots to the construction army, worked from morning to night, and built all the extra walls without stopping. Arranged spiked fences and super-powered power grids. Wen Ning also made thousands of dwarf bombs and asked 001 to bury them not far from the wall to ensure that the bomb power and range could reach the maximum, but would not affect the wall. During this period, the mutant beasts seemed to be extinct and had no intention of appearing at all. Wen Ning did not dare to relax. He arranged all the arrow towers that should be arranged, and the list of manufacturing stations never stopped. When there were no materials, Wen Ning opened the boxes. Fortunately, the mutant beasts had contributed a considerable number of treasure chests in the past few days. There was no time to open them during the battle, and now it would take Wen Ning most of the day just to open the boxes. Even if he arranged everything with his mind, the high-intensity concentration of the whole day made Wen Ning a little unbearable. He opened all the boxes, used all the materials that could be used, and threw those that were not needed for the time being into the warehouse. Shirtai asked Wen Ning for many giant sickles of mutant mantises, but he didn't expect to develop a new weapon. Shirtai called it the giant sickle blade. It was the giant sickle of the mutant mantis, with a grip handle installed. Wen Ning tried it, and killed the mutant beast very smoothly. Cutting the shell of the mutant beast was like cutting tofu without any obstacles. It was really using one's own spear to attack one's own shield. The natural nemesis of mutant beasts. Wen Ning bought hundreds of giant sickles of mutant mantises in the market, and threw them to Shirtai. Shirtai's hammer was so swung that sparks flew. He could never finish the hammering. After the weapons were settled, Wen Ning equipped 001 and other powerful war robots with them. With a hot weapon in one hand, and a giant sickle blade in the other, it could handle both long-range and short-range attacks. The lions also took up weapons themselves. Time passed slowly, and just when the Wasteland players were optimistic that the disaster was about to end, something strange happened. System announcement: all players, please note that the mutant beasts will attack in half an hour, and the attack will last for 4 hours. Please resist with all your strength. System announcement: all players, please note that the mutant beasts will attack in half an hour, and the attack will last for 4 hours. Please resist with all your strength. 3 consecutive system announcements exploded in my mind, and then the system released another wave of heavy news. System prompt: please note that after this disaster, the game will enter the 4th stage, and the game will be updated at that time. System prompt: players who enter the 4th stage will receive a permanent bonus of 10 physical fitness. Please try your best to survive. Chapter 255. Phase 4. Wen Ning raised his head and drank a whole bottle of ice water, licking the corner of his mouth. The killing intent gradually rose. After a whole day of construction, the territory's defense was gradually improved. Wen Ning went up to an arrow tower nearby and stared at the distant horizon. Seemingly taking out the submachine gun slowly, he checked the magazines one by one and waited patiently. When the prey comes to the door, waiting is the hunter's instinct. Huzi waited under the arrow tower, ready to meet Wen Ning at any time. And 001 and the robot army were scattered on the 4 walls. Each wall has at least 20 war robots and dozens of ordinary combat robots. There is a warehouse in the north, which is the top priority of defense. The hot sun gradually moved westward, as if it was reluctant to leave this land. It tried its best to release all its heat in the next second, making everyone in the bright territory wearing cool jade pendants feel the unbearable heat. The lion tribe stayed around the important buildings in the territory. This was a special arrangement by Wen Ning. The lion tribe could not fight against the disaster-level mutant beasts. It was most appropriate to stay in the last line of defense. The mutant beasts that could attack the last layer were basically injured, and the threat level was greatly reduced. Every time a resident died, the territory management value would be reduced. Under the leadership of Loli and Bart, the cat tribe also took up weapons and left the old, weak and sick in the residential houses. Because the cat tribe had always been slaves, they had no sense of belonging to the original village. so they did not have a sense of territory like the lion tribe. But the fact that they could stand up also showed that they had regarded the bright territory as their home. Compared with the lion tribe, they are small in size, and not good at fighting, but many cat tribe members have discovered their hidden attributes in the battles of the past few days. They are flexible, small in size, and learn moves very quickly. Facing the single attack of the bulky mutant beast, they learn to use agility to win. They can handle it completely. Wen Ning feels that the cat tribe has great potential, and can be trained to be a killer who specializes in assassination and stealth. But all this will have to wait until after the disaster. Time passed quickly, and the setting sun hung in the sky, reflecting the blood-red color. The fire clouds connected into pieces. If it was in the blue star, everyone would stop to appreciate it. It means that tomorrow will also be a sunny day. But the scorched earth on the Wasteland continent glowed in the sun, and the wind blew, rolling up the yellow sand on the ground. The picture has a sense of tragedy. The sky darkened inch by inch, and when the vision was gradually replaced by darkness, a shadow appeared in Wen Ning's cold eyes. Because the system had already predicted the arrival of the mutant beast, Hu Zi's passive skill did not take effect. Hu Zi, take the initiative. Wen Ning looked at the shadows that appeared on all four sides and spoke. Pet active skills take effect. Active skills can be taken today. 2. Passive skills. 3. The map in his mind unfolded, and Wen Ning's eyes changed instantly. With the bright territory as the center, 800 meters away, it has been surrounded by red dots. One red dot represents a mutant beast, and now they are rushing towards Wen Ning's territory in a group. That's right, it's coming. Like the waves, it surges forward, shouting with the momentum to destroy everything. Prepare for battle. Mira was already prepared. When Wen Ning was observing the mutant beasts, she had already started to monitor the distance of the mutant beasts. Boom boom boom. Like 1,000 horses galloping, a wall of flying sand rose in the distance, approaching the territory of light at a very fast speed. The earth began to tremble slightly, and the heavy footsteps were chaotic, but a delicate balance was found in the resonance. It hit Wen Ning's heart heavily, and a strong sense of oppression was overwhelming. This sense of oppression was like the first time Wen Ning faced the dark secrets of the Wasteland. The Lion Clan suppressed the desire to transform, and nervously raised the giant sickle blade in his hand. Wen Ning stared at the screen without blinking, and spoke nervously when the mutant beast approached the range of the arrow tower. Mira, fire! Swish! Swish! All the arrow towers fired at the same time. Like a flower blooming in the center, countless crossbow arrows shot out in all directions with the territory as the center. Each arrow tower released at least 10 crossbow arrows every second, and it seemed like a rain of arrows fell from the sky, all of which were immersed in the madly running mutant beasts. Roar! Ah! Hiss! All kinds of roars and angry wails resounded over the wasteland plain. The smell of blood gradually rose, and the mutant beasts were so dense that the arrow towers basically fired without missing a single shot, and every arrow hit the mutant beast. The first wave of confrontation began soon. But Wen Ning's face did not relax. Through the system map, she saw that the mutant beasts in the front row resisted the first wave of arrows, and the injured mutant beasts could not keep up with the pace of advancement. According to previous experience, mutant beasts are intelligent, and they will stop and adjust their tactics after being injured. But this time is completely different. The injured mutant beasts in the front row seem to feel no pain on their bodies, and they still rush forward with red eyes. Those who can't keep up will be trampled by the mutant beasts in the back row in the next second. TSK. This is a riot of alien beasts. Wen Ning felt the difficulty of the situation. The rioting mutant beasts were in a state of frenzy. There was only killing in his mind, and he felt no threat, no pain, and even no death. When he went crazy, he would not hesitate to bite his own kind. On the arrow tower, Wen Ning's face was cold, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. When friends come, there is good wine, and when jackals come, there are hunting rifles. Wen Ning's voice was not loud, but it reached the ears of every citizen in the territory of light. 001's eyes flashed with the light of understanding, and then he looked directly at the mutant beasts running towards him without emotion. The mutant beasts were extremely fast. Wen Ning saw that there were less than 10 seconds before they would have the first contact with 001 and the others. He silently counted 5 numbers in his heart. 5 seconds. His mind moved. A loud noise came from 30 meters away from the wall of the bright territory. A firework exploded in the wasteland that had just darkened. Boom. Then came the second and third fireworks, like a chain reaction. A circle of fireworks directly surrounded the bright territory. The sky was illuminated like daylight. The violent roar of the mutant beasts was directly melted by the huge explosion, and the earth-shaking sound seemed to have triggered a magnitude 9 earthquake. When Ning stabilized his body, and learned the results of this explosion art in a series of ding-dong system prompts. This was only the first round. When Ning detonated 400 dwarf bombs on all 4 sides of the wall, thousands of mutant beasts were killed, and countless were seriously injured. After shutting down the system prompt, when Ning released the attack signal, 001's eyes flashed. He almost teleported to the nearest mutant beast, and with a slash of his knife, the mutant beast was split in half from top to bottom. The sticky blood splashed on 001's face. Under the illumination of the searchlight, 001's silver face revealed a hint of seductive beauty. Chapter 256. Outside the territory of light, the Shura field begins. The mutant beasts surged in like a tide, but under the dual suppression of robots and arrow towers, they did not gain any advantage. Using the searchlight to check the battle situation, when Ning saw mutant beasts being killed everywhere, mutant beasts fell in groups, and the following mutant beasts surged up in groups. The fallen bodies had not yet turned into trophies and disappeared, but were instantly trampled into pieces by countless footsteps. The internal organs were scattered all over the ground, and the blood flowed like a river. The mutant beasts didn't care about the life and death of their companions. They squeezed forward with all 4 limbs and opened their bloody mouths to bite the robots. But when Ning's robots were made of the best materials, especially the War series, the improvement of the synthesis system made it impossible for the mutant beasts to bite. The robots used hot weapons in one hand and rushed directly at the mutant beasts. The bullets poured into the mutant beasts' wide-open mouths and directly smashed the mutant beasts' heads. With the other hand, he held a giant sickle blade and harvested the mutant beasts' lives like cutting tofu. The arrow tower and detection drone focused on dealing with the mutant beasts flying in the air. For the mutant beasts on the ground, the robots could not deal with them, so they were allowed to rush onto the wall. The super energy grid was used again, and the super energy grid formed a continuous arc around the territory. Even if they were lucky enough to climb over the super energy grid, there was still a 10-meter wide spike fence waiting for them. When they landed, there were spikes that could not be avoided. Countless mutant beasts were electrocuted half to death by the super energy grid and fell off the city wall, and turned into skewers directly at the place of the spike fence. After the mutant beast died, the body would disappear about 30 seconds later and turn into a ball of light on the ground, so there was no need to worry that the spike fence would be filled with the bodies of mutant beasts. Inside the spiked fence, there are still dozens of robots waiting. Because one side of Wen Ning's territory is close to the sea, after the upgrade, it directly includes a beach. So there is no mutant beast attack on that side. Wen Ning arranged these remaining robots inside the territory. Together with her, they resist the flying mutant beasts. The flying mutant beasts are the ones that can cause the greatest damage to Wen Ning's territory. Wen Ning jumped off the arrow tower, and no longer cared about the mutant beasts outside. She only told 001 to tell her when she couldn't hold on. She could detonate another round of dwarf bombs to relieve the pressure. Fortunately, there is still the bug-like existence of dwarf bombs, which is completely controlled by Wen Ning. As long as she doesn't want to, 2 dwarf bombs are placed together, and one will not detonate the other. The number of dwarf bombs buried by 001 outside the territory is enough for Wen Ning to detonate 3 rounds. This is still in the case of insufficient materials. If there are enough materials, Wen Ning can manufacture them infinitely, and directly deal with these mutant beasts by bombing. The mutant beasts had been attacking for half an hour. Wen Ning's territory buildings had not been attacked. During this period, Wen Ning received 2 red bounty missions issued by the system and 5 bases were breached. However, now all the players in the Wasteland are busy with their own lives, and no one cares about bounty missions. The trading market is empty of infrastructure materials, but there are many high-level materials. All of them are used to purchase infrastructure materials. The extreme heat disaster ended on this day, and the sequelae finally appeared. The 15-day extreme heat disaster and the progressive temperature increase wiped out everyone's fighting spirit. The players who hid in the territory and did not go out to collect materials during this time finally paid the price. They could only watch their bases and shelters being demolished by mutant beasts. In the end, they also died under the bite of mutant beasts. Wen Ning looked around and found that there was no wood or stone for sale, so she withdrew and focused on dealing with the mutant beasts that rushed in. She only picked up the boxes of light balls that exploded on the ground, and threw all the basic materials into the warehouse, asking Mira to monitor the damage of important buildings. Those that can be repaired will be repaired immediately. And she approached the spiked fence and picked up a large wave of loot. Although the number of items opened was not large, they could be recycled into crossbows and dwarf bombs, and the territory could last longer. Taking advantage of the fact that the pressure on the territory was not great, Wen Ning even wanted to try to pick up boxes near the wall. Master, this is too dangerous. 001 noticed Wen Ning's thoughts, and spoke immediately. Wen Ning glanced at the periphery, and the mutant beasts were endless. 1/3 of the crossbow arrows in the arrow tower had been used up. The weapon in Wen Ning's hand flashed with a cold light, and he reached out to chop a mutant beast that fell in front of him. The sharp blade broke through the fur and directly ripped open the mutant beast's belly, and all the internal organs and intestines poured out. The mutant beast, with red eyes, wanted to support its body and attack Wen Ning, but Wen Ning raised his knife, and the mutant beast was instantly decapitated. The blade was dripping with bright red blood, and the cold light in Wen Ning's eyes became even colder. 001, this risk must be taken. The arrow tower bullets were used up, and the 3 waves of dwarf bombs were used up. The entire territory could only passively defend. Faced with endless mutant beasts, all creatures in the territory will die sooner or later. 001 has evolved thoughts, but does not have complete vitality. His rebuttal is the result of risk assessment. He will not influence Wen Ning's decision. After hearing what Wen Ning said, 001 has already made preparations for the response by instinct. In his central chip, Wen Ning's safety is always the first priority. As for the second priority, it is to obey all of Wen Ning's orders. Even if Wen Ning asked him to start the self-destruction program now, and to become a human bomb to die together with these mutant beasts, he would not hesitate at all. Sensing 001's fluctuating emotions, Wen Ning was obviously calmer. She still had a life-saving blue crystal armor on her body. These mutant beasts could not hurt her at all, and she might even be injured or killed. Child, let's go. After dealing with some of the mutant beasts in the territory, Wen Ning turned over and rode on Hu Zi's back. Hu Zi roared and started to run. When approaching the spiked fence, it leaped up and took Wen Ning over the 10-meter wide spiked fence. Wen Ning also found time to kill several mutant beasts that flew in midair. Plop! Wen Ning landed safely, supported Hu Zi's back with his hands, exerted strength on his waist, and landed beautifully with a flip. Then, he immediately started running along the fence, constantly collecting loot on the ground with his mind. If it is in a dungeon mission, all the loot of the mutant beasts killed will be automatically collected into the player's backpack. But in the Wasteland, the dropped items can only stay in the original place, and the player must get close to a 1-meter range to automatically pick them up with the mind. Wen Ning's body skills were activated, and the movement speed was ridiculously fast with the bonus of 31 points of physical fitness. Many mutant beasts had not touched her before she had already left the original place. And this wave of loot was also very rich. Wen Ning picked up tens of thousands of various treasure chests. A mutant beast may not necessarily drop a treasure chest. This means that the number of people killed by 001 is far more than this. Chapter 257. Blue Crystal Armor Shield is triggered, causing 100% counter-injury. The current number of times the shield can be triggered is 5 times. A mutant beast took advantage of the opportunity to attack Wen Ning and 001, and Hu Zi moved closer to Wen Ning. It seemed that the appearance of Wen Ning made these mutant beasts even more manic. This mutant beast was directly killed by 100% counter-injury. Wen Ning smiled easily, and looked at 001, and Hu Zi, who were obviously nervous. He said, "Look," I said, "I have 100% counter-injury for 10 minutes now. If I jump into the mutant beast group now, whoever touches me will die." "Master." "Roar." "Woman, what do you want to do?" Don't be nervous, I'm kidding." A joke made the 2 guardian gods lose their color instantly. Wen Ning stuck out his tongue and continued to pick up the spoils. By the way, he cleanly killed the mutant beast that rushed in front of him. 10 minutes later, Wen Ning had picked up all the boxes. Wen Ning looked at the boxes falling on the ground, and felt a little unsatisfied. This frightened 001 and Hu Zi, and they urged her to retreat quickly. When Wen Ning was still trying to fight for it, Myra's voice suddenly came. "Lord, there is something in the sea." Wen Ning immediately became alert, and the alert Hu Zi was ready. Wen Ning turned over and rode on him, and Hu Zi rushed out fiercely. He ran around the wall, then jumped diagonally, easily jumping over the wall and the spiked fence. After landing, he didn't stop and rushed directly to the south of the territory. Wen Ning was not idle either, and his brain was working fast. Unboxing, making, and synthesizing without missing a single one. There was something in the sea. It couldn't be that her seafood had rioted. Under the extreme heat disaster, the ocean has always been calm. Now it suddenly broke out, Even a fool would know that it must be an invasion. Wen Ning cursed fiercely. System, you really think highly of me. Fortunately, he did not slack off. Even if the ocean was part of the territory, Wen Ning would still build the wall. Except for the beach left for the waves to hit, Wen Ning built fortifications on the beach periphery in the same way as the other three sides. Hu Zi ran quickly and approached the south wall in less than 30 seconds. And in Wen Ning's sight, outside the quiet wall on the south side, there was a sudden sound of waves hitting. Then, a huge wave rushed into the sky, and in the huge water curtain, monsters emerged from the water curtain one by one. After sticking their heads out, they fell to the ground with their teeth bared. Is this also a mutant beast? Hu Zi braked suddenly and barely stopped. Wen Ning couldn't believe his eyes, and looked at the refreshed monster illustrations again and again. Only then did I believe that these really eye-catching looking creatures in front of me were mutants in the deep sea. It was indeed the saying that they grow wildly in an invisible environment. Ugly as they were, these mutants had no martial ethics at all. They rushed directly to the wall without even saying hello when they met. The superpowered electric grid launched an attack, and an extremely ugly mutant screamed directly. It fell outside the wall with twitching and howling and died. The remaining large group of mutants were not only not persuaded to retreat, but also gathered to try the superpowered electric grid. They died after trying it. A few minutes later, Wen Ning sneered at the first mutant that finally rushed in. It's not your fault that you are ugly, but it's your fault that you are ugly and still show up in front of me. With a sharp movement of his knife, Wen Ning killed the mutant beast and turned around neatly. A truly strong man never looks back to see the weak fall. These ugly monsters are not to be feared. Just leave a few dozen robots to defend against the wall. Wen Ning was thinking about going back and taking risks to pick up boxes. And at this moment, squeak! A sharp cry suddenly came from the deep sea behind him. This cry is similar to the sound waves emitted by some marine animals. A buzzing sound exploded in Wen Ning's mind, and the frequency that could not be captured kept spreading from the deep sea. The super energy power grid in front of him emitted chaotic arcs, and suddenly at a certain moment, the high fiber wires on the power grid suddenly broke. Bang! Like a guitar string that has been played for a long time breaking, the super energy power grid on the south wall made a continuous sound of breaking. Wen Ning covered his ears, looking a little painful. Hu Zi was also affected, shaking his head and staggering, and fell to the ground after a few steps, as if they were suppressed and unable to get up. The superpowered power grid was destroyed, and the mutant beasts swarmed up the wall, roaring and rushing in. Fortunately, dozens of robots were not affected by the sonic attack and fought with the mutant beasts that rushed in. In just a few seconds, the sonic attack came to an abrupt end. Wen Ning recovered and saw countless mutant beasts climbing up the wall and jumping into the interior. Shaking his head, the dizziness gradually disappeared, his vision became clear, and the ringing in his ears faded. The body reacted before the brain, and the giant sickle in his hand had already cut into the body of the mutant beast. Gradually, Wen Ning found a way out of the battle. These mutant beasts came out of the deep sea, and they didn't show any signs of lack of water. However, the thing behind them that emitted sonic attacks disappeared. What the hell is that thing? Wen Ning's voice was also affected and became a little hoarse. Master, are you okay? 001's anxious voice sounded, and Wen Ning replied that he was fine. The robots around them immediately resisted the invasion of the mutant beasts, and Wen Ning and Hu Zi also had a break to breathe. And the thing that emitted sonic attacks seemed to be just to send these mutant beasts in, and had no intention of showing up. Wen Ning curled his lips, probably because he couldn't live without water. As Wen Ning and Hu Zi joined the battle, they focused on cleaning up the mutant beasts that came in. The initiative of the battlefield returned to Wen Ning's hands. System, how do I use the puppet copy card brought out by the trial mission in the Wasteland? Players can use copy cards to copy pets, robots, summons, etc. Puppet copy cards are one-time props, and they become invalid after the copy puppet dies. Wen Ning was slashing and rummaging through her backpack. She remembered that she had several puppet copy cards. Found it. Wen Ning looked at the 5 puppet copy cards that were turned out from the corner of her backpack. With a thought, the system prompt sounded. The player successfully used a puppet copy card *1 and obtained an unused Lanternfish King *1. After using it, you can summon the Lanternfish King and fight until the Lanternfish King dies. Good. The bet was right. Wen Ning's eyes showed joy. Fortunately, it was an unused Lanternfish King. If it was used and copied again, the puppet card would also fall into a 48-hour cooling period. Preparing for the backhand, Wen Ning took a look at the huge waves rising in the deep sea, and a steady stream of mutant beasts rushed out of the water curtain. The rising water mist made it difficult to see how many mutant beasts were hidden in it. But these mutant beasts were obviously just appetizers. The big guys hid in the deep sea, quietly staring at the stubbornly resisting territory on land. When Ning used several dwarf bombs to eliminate all the invading mutant beasts, and then jumped out of the wall with the robot and Hu Zi, so that they could not approach the wall temporarily. Mira, 10 seconds, repair all superpowered power grids. In the gaze from the deep sea, the device on the wall of the human lord on the shore that was broken by the sound waves suddenly emitted a flowing blue light again. A disheveled humanoid monster opened its mouth and tried to launch a sonic attack again. As soon as it opened its mouth, the sea surface above its head moved abnormally, and a huge deep-sea lanternfish king fell into the calm sea surface. It set off a huge wave, directly interrupting the rhythm of the mutant beast coming ashore. And after entering the water, the lanternfish king went straight towards the open-mouthed humanoid monster. Chapter 258. The lanternfish king joined the battlefield and broke the huge waves, interrupting the attack rhythm of the marine mutant beast. The pressure in the south was much less. At the same time, Wen Ning also saw the monster that could emit sound waves through the perspective of the lanternfish king. A humanoid monster, whose face could not be seen clearly. But he saw his white hair that could not be covered in the deep sea. Wen Ning felt very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. At this moment, he was dodging the attack of the lanternfish king. The lanternfish king was huge, but extremely flexible in the sea. He almost bit the man's flipper several times. The white-haired man was dodging in a panic, and there was no gap to emit sound waves. In the end, he was unable to dodge, and was bitten by the lanternfish king on one leg, and blood was gushing out in the ocean. The mutant beast on the shore was stunned for a moment, and instantly turned the gun head to attack the lanternfish. There were no mutant beasts on the shore, but in the ocean, huge waves were rising from time to time, undercurrents were surging in the deep sea, and the surface of the ocean was turbulent. Countless ant-like mutant beasts attacked the elephant-like lanternfish king, and the lanternfish king didn't care about the attack. He only focused on the white-haired man in front of him. However, as the number of mutant beasts increased, the actions of the lanternfish king were still restricted. In a moment of carelessness, the injured white-haired man escaped from the mouth of the lanternfish king. He desperately waved the remaining 3 limbs, and swam to the deep sea. "Come back, don't chase me." When Ning retracted her sight, the lanternfish king couldn't be too far away from her. If it exceeded the range, it would disappear directly. When Ning placed the lanternfish king in the south, turning the ocean environment upside down, and directly did not give these monsters a chance to come ashore. These mutant beasts are nothing but a piece of cake in front of the lanternfish king. They are nothing to be afraid of. When Ning focused on the other 3 sides, the mutant beasts were just watching the fun. When Ning looked at the endless mutant beasts in the night, and couldn't help sighing. Who can withstand this? Of course Wen Ning could withstand it. She still had 4 puppet copy cards in her hand. According to the battle power ranking, Wen Ning would of course choose the lanternfish king. This thing can be used on land, sea and air. One can beat 100, and it can attack physically and magically. It's simply a robbery, a great weapon for defense. Wen Ning directly copied all the lanternfish kings. With the number of times the lanternfish kings were summoned, it was equivalent to having 5 lanternfish kings. This made Wen Ning feel very safe. Wen Ning released 3 to guard the north, west, and east walls of the territory. The phantom emerged, and the full-scale figure of the lanternfish king was about 1/3 the length of a wall. It came up with a combination of roars and tail swings. It used the momentum of sweeping thousands of troops to directly kill most of the mutant beasts that surged up. 001's calm eyes flashed a trace of surprise. This was the second time he saw the lanternfish king. Last time there was 1, this time there were 3 at the same time. The overwhelming sense of oppression made 001 feel his own insignificance. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, as if he was competing with someone, and the giant sickle in his hand pulled and pushed, killing the mutant beast in front of him. With the addition of the lanternfish king, the battle situation suddenly changed dramatically. When Ning rode on Hu Zi and leisurely picked up boxes around the wall. The benefits brought by the lanternfish king's 10-minute attack were more than twice that of 001 waiting for the robot for half an hour. When Ning covered her lips, that were slightly open due to shock. The next second, she frowned tightly. She seemed to be too pretentious. "Kid, go back to the territory." After returning to the territory, Wen Ning went directly to the arrow tower, and his sight shone through the searchlight on the arrow tower to the plain. Wherever the light reached, there were mutant beasts charging frantically. Moreover, the number of large mutant beasts increased, And the mutant beasts flying in the air also changed from mutant mantises and beetles to large birds of prey such as mutant goshawks and vultures. Kid, turn on the active skill. Wen Ning's voice was trembling a little. Pet active skills have been turned on, and the number of pet skills remaining to be turned on today is active. 1 time. Passive skills. 3 times. The system map changed, and Wen Ning looked at the red on the map in horror. It was said earlier that a mutant beast would be displayed as a red dot. Now in Wen Ning's field of vision, there are more than just red dots on the map. More importantly, the red dots became larger, indicating that the number of giant mutant beasts increased. The red dots represented by more large mutant beasts overlapped on the system map. As a result, the entire map has turned dark red. Wen Ning exited the system map and looked at the battle situation. Because of the Lanternfish King's participation, his expression became more and more solemn. The Lanternfish King's attack was of course very efficient, but the bad thing was that its participation broke the balance between the attack and defense of the Bright Territory. Speeding up the elimination of mutant beasts is equivalent to forcibly speeding up the refresh speed of mutant beasts. Wen Ning watched as more and more mutant beasts surged around him, and the attack speed became faster and faster. Finally, when a mutant black scorpion taller than the wall of the Bright Territory appeared, his face changed. With a thought, a giant sickle blade appeared in his hand. This is the most perfect giant sickle blade made by Lion Iron, suitable for Wen Ning's current physique, and the length is just right for Wen Ning to use. The entire blade is black, the blade is sharp, and the cold light flashes. Buzz! Wen Ning summoned a Lanternfish King, and at the same time he turned over and jumped on it. The huge figure loomed over the territory, and just below was the territory warehouse gathered together. Wen Ning used the force to jump to the side of the wall, just in time to face the huge mutant black scorpion. The mutant black scorpion's huge tail hook was placed on the super energy power grid of the wall. The super energy power grid surged with electricity, and it attacked everything it touched. The mutant black scorpion was no exception, but it was able to resist the electric shock of the power grid. It stood still in place, built a bridge, and actually wanted to use the tail hook to send other mutant beasts into the wall. Wen Ning waved the giant sickle blade and solved all the mutant beasts that it had sent in. Then he jumped up and threw himself out of the wall with the help of the fins of the Lanternfish King above his head. Kill! With murderous intent in his dark and deep eyes, Wen Ning swung the giant sickle blade downwards as he fell. Under his feet were the 2 large claws of the mutant black scorpion that were raised to fight back, and the giant sickle blade in Wen Ning's hand was unstoppable. Not only did he cut off the 2 large claws of the black scorpion, but the moment Wen Ning fell on the back of the black scorpion, the knife in his hand had already pierced deeply into the brain of the mutant black scorpion. Poochie! Wen Ning stirred the blade, and the mutant black scorpion under his feet struggled desperately, and finally died after a few seconds. Master! Go back quickly! We are here! 001 shouted anxiously in Wen Ning's mind. Wen Ning wiped the blood off his face and said firmly, "Don't worry about me." After the voice fell, Wen Ning fought with the mutant beast under the cover of the robot beside him. While fighting, Wen Ning picked up boxes. His movements were quick and anxious, as if he wanted to pick up all the boxes that fell on the battlefield in an instant. Faster, faster. Suddenly, Wen Ning felt a familiar aura, and his heart started beating fast. A bad premonition came to his mind. Chapter 259. February 13th, Wasteland Calendar, Disaster Day, 2300 hours. Wen Ning felt a great threat and immediately retreated to the territory. He was rubbing the dwarf bomb frantically in his mind. Boom! 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 A huge vibration came from the darkness. It was not as regular as the rumbling footsteps of the mutant beasts. It was like the sound of weapons hitting the ground. Along with the vibration came the miserable howling of the mutant beasts in the distance. The blood mist in the air became thicker and thicker, and the screams came one after another. In the territory, all the people were scared to death by the huge howling. What is it? What makes these mutant beasts, who are not afraid of pain and death, make such a tearing scream? Master! 001's voice was hesitant. How could this familiar energy fluctuation appear here? What's wrong? Wen Ning kept rubbing the dwarf bomb while distracting himself with the searchlight to check. I already had a guess in my heart, but I just couldn't believe it. It's a mechanic. A level mechanic. 001's firm voice, and Wen Ning's searchlight revealed the mystery. Wen Ning's searchlight shone squarely on the face of the A-level mechanic. The tall mechanic was like a mountain in the dark, and the mutant beasts around him were only as high as his calves. His calm eyes turned around and stared at Wen Ning with dark eyes. The hair on Wen Ning's arm stood up, This was a feeling of being locked by a hunter. Bang! The sledgehammer in the A-level mechanic's hand fell to the ground, and the sudden sound scared Wen Ning. Wen Ning immediately threw away the searchlight. System. How come they are here? Mutated beasts are refreshed in a step-by-step manner according to the player's counterattack progress, and the types, number, and attack power increase over time. Please note that mutant beasts will stop refreshing at midnight, but the refreshed mutant beasts will not disappear. Damn it! Wen Ning cursed fiercely. It was said during the third game update that the system would not reset the environment after the third stage of the disaster. I didn't expect that these mutant beasts would not be able to go off work at a certain time. Wen Ning used Hu Zi's last initiative to check the number of A-level robots. There was less than an hour left, and 10 A-level robots were refreshed directly. I really think highly of her. I don't know if they will continue to refresh. Forget it, we will fight back when the enemy comes, and we will cover the water with earth. The scene of defeating an A-level robot last time is still vivid in Wen Ning's mind, and Wen Ning has a headache just thinking about it. The last time was 100 War Series robots, and she, 001, and Hu Zi defeated one. There are still thousands of dwarf bombs, but now, there are definitely not so many people for her to mobilize. Wen Ning can only put his hopes on the Lanternfish King. While thinking, the A-level mechanical man has entered the range visible to the naked eye. The huge black shadow is particularly obvious among the crowd of mutant beasts. Wen Ning's heart beats wildly with the hammers they hit on the ground. TSK, this mechanical man really hits wherever he goes. In Wen Ning's sight, every time the big pendulum in the hand of the A-level mechanical man landed, it would take away dozens or even hundreds of mutant beasts. Some mutant beasts had half of their faces smashed off by the mechanical man's hammer, and they roared and bit at the mechanical man's mechanical legs. The sharp teeth and sharp beak not only failed to break through the robot's defense, but also broke all the few remaining teeth. The remaining half of the face was twisted and hideous, and then wailed as the robot stepped on it disdainfully, turning it into a pile of meat paste, and died without a complete body. Wen Ning was a little speechless, and suddenly she didn't know whether the robot was here to attack her or help her. As soon as this thought came out, the robot in the mutant beast group raised its head, and its eyes went straight through the roaring mutant beast group. Locked on Wen Ning. Excuse me, just ignore me. Waving his hands awkwardly, Wen Ning jumped off the arrow tower to reduce his presence. The action of rubbing the dwarf bomb in his mind did not stop. This was the only way Wen Ning knew to restrain and destroy the robot, and communicated with 001 about the tactics, and put half of the dwarf bombs on 001. Time passed bit by bit, as if it knew the disaster refresh mechanism. The robot was not in a hurry to attack Wen Ning at all, but instead took 3 steps to hammer. The mutant beasts around him were beaten until they wailed everywhere. Wen Ning could not take the initiative to attack because he was in the range controlled by the Lanternfish King. The battlefield fell into a strange situation. The mechanical man was reluctant to step into Wen Ning's attack range, and Wen Ning could not take the initiative to fight with the mechanical man. He could only watch the mechanical man approaching while hammering. If he were on Blue Star, the Northwest Hammer King would have to abdicate and let the wise man take over. Wen Ning complained, but he kept calculating the distance the mechanical man had advanced. There were 4 mechanical men in the north, and only 3 in the east and west. And in the 20 minutes when they approached, the system did not refresh more mechanical men. This made Wen Ning breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing that the mechanical man had already approached the range of the dwarf bombs buried by Wen Ning detonated the second wave of explosions without hesitation. Rumble, flame shot up into the sky, and 600 meters away from the outer edge of the bright territory, fireballs began to bloom continuously. The diameter of the explosion was 2 meters. Since the dwarf bombs were all buried in a line, Wen Ning could only choose the time when the most mechanical man entered the range to detonate. Under the huge explosion, countless mutant beasts were overturned by the heat wave, and the impact force tore them into several pieces. Wen Ning ignored it completely, and his eyes were only fixed on the A-level mechanical man. A mechanical man staggered and fell crookedly, and was instantly submerged by the mighty mutant beasts. Just when Wen Ning thought he would be bitten by the mutant beasts, a hammer appeared in the air, and then he actually supported himself and stood up again. Wen Ning observed carefully, and saw that it was 2 dwarf bombs that exploded on the same line, blowing a series of large pits in the soil on the ground. The robot accidentally stepped into it, and fell down. After confirming that the mutant beast's attack was ineffective against the robot, Wen Ning became a little anxious again. After watching the robot move forward and almost get out of the explosion range, Wen Ning detonated the last dwarf bomb. This time, Wen Ning detonated all the remaining dwarf bombs, and finally successfully knocked down several robots. The distance was right, and Wen Ning directly arranged the Lanternfish King to fly into the sky, attacked a robot that fell to the ground. The explosion injured the robot's joints, causing it to be unable to stand up for a while. The Lanternfish King above his head was really powerful, biting the robot with its sharp mouth, and even biting one of the robot's feet directly. With a flick of his head, the robot flew up. Like a frisbee, the Lanternfish King swung the robot in the air for dozens of circles, and when it was thrown out, one of the robot's legs had been torn off. A graceful parabola threw the robot several hundred meters away, and the hammer had already fallen in the process. Good job. Wen Ning watched the scene with sparkling eyes. Just as he was about to applaud, he saw a hammer flying in front of the Lanternfish King, attacking the Lanternfish King's forehead from top to bottom. Bang! The Lanternfish King was hit by a hammer that caught him off guard and lost his balance, with his head down and his tail up in the air. The whole fish body fell to the plane in a forward roll in the air. Countless mutant beasts were crushed to death, but before the Lanternfish King could turn over. Then another hammer came, the second, and the third. 3 robots surrounded him, and smashed the Lanternfish King with hammers in their hands. Less than 10 seconds, your puppet Lanternfish King is dead. Chapter 260. Oops. Wen Ning's heart skipped a beat at the death of a lanternfish. Even the Lanternfish King can't deal with the A-level mechanic, though thinking this, Wen Ning still let a Lanternfish King in the territory fill the gap in the north. Otherwise, the mutant beasts will soon flood into the territory. It's just that the flying altitude has increased a lot, to a height that the mechanic can't attack. Use magic attack to clear this monster. The mechanics who were originally gathered in a group felt that there was another Lanternfish King above their heads, and began to attack frantically with hammers. They even wanted to jump up to reach the Lanternfish King in the sky. The mechanic who was thrown away by the Lanternfish King lost a leg, and fell to the ground without balance. The hammer was gone, and he couldn't stand up, and could only vent all his anger on the mutant beasts around him. The remaining 2 mechanics hesitated for a moment, and then moved their feet, and walked towards the Lanternfish King closest to them. The huge footsteps rose and fell, trampling the mutant beasts around to death. The big pendulum in his hand was not far behind, and it roared and attacked the mutant beasts. A large number of people died instantly. However, the eyes of the mechanical man were fixed on the huge black shadow in the sky. It seemed that he regarded it as the biggest threat, and he ignored the heavy bites of the mutant beasts around him. The sharp teeth of the mutant beasts were completely silenced in front of the steel giant. However, these mutant beasts fell into a violent state, and even if their teeth were broken and their claws were broken, they would not give up attacking. And Wen Ning, watching this scene, suddenly had a flash of light in his mind. Hatred value has been transferred? Wen Ning took 2 steps forward in disbelief, and shone the searchlight directly on the robot. The robot looked up and stared at the Lanternfish King in the air. He raised the giant hammer in his hand, and tried to reach the Lanternfish King. He couldn't reach it, but he smashed it heavily to the ground with a 1,000-pound momentum. Countless mutant beasts died instantly under the hammer. And the mutant beasts around who were not completely dead vented all their anger and hatred on the robot. This reduced the pressure on the wall a lot. Wen Ning tried to lure the Lanternfish King twice. The Lanternfish King was huge, but it was quite flexible in the air. It went up and down, giving the robot an illusion that it could hit it. The 3 robots were firmly attracted by the Lanternfish King, and the giant hammer in their hands kept raising and lowering, raising and lowering. Good guy, is this considered fishing enforcement? Wen Ning finally smiled. She knew how to deal with these robots. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. She manipulated the Lanternfish King to become the cicada on the surface, while 001 and other war robots were the hidden orioles. Wen Ning changed her tactics neatly, letting 001 and others lie dormant on the edge of the wall, or even inside the wall. Leave the battlefield outside to the robot. Today, she will use the robot to clean up these mutant beasts, and then use the trick of killing the donkey after it has done its work and destroying the bridge after crossing the river. Wen Ning carefully manipulated the 3 Lanternfish Kings to circle over the plain. This is her last bait. Once the Lanternfish King is accidentally shot down by the robot, her Lanternfish King will die with just 1 hammer. Wen Ning guessed that the robot placed hatred on the Lanternfish King because the Lanternfish King was the most powerful one in his eyes. I didn't expect the robot to use the tactic of capturing the king first. But he didn't know how to adapt, so he could only be led by the nose. Controlling 3 Lanternfish Kings at once, Wen Ning seemed to be particularly careful, and he had to firmly hold the robot's hatred and not be attacked. This was extremely difficult. However, Wen Ning survived in the Wasteland, and 90% of what he did every day was done with consciousness, so it was easy to do 3 things at once. When Ning controlled the Lanternfish King and led the robot to the pile of mutant beasts, the robot only had the Lanternfish King in his eyes, and turned a blind eye to the ants around. The mutant beast was completely injured with a horizontal attack. It would be good if the mutant beast died. If it was not dead, it would chase the robot and bite and attack, just like the zombies Wen Ning saw in the ruins. Although the attack power is limited, the number is too large, which can slow down its attack rhythm. This made Wen Ning's fishing operation much smoother. The pressure inside the territory was instantly reduced. Wen Ning controlled the Lanternfish King and connected the robots in a string, constantly moving back and forth on the northeast and west sides of the territory. The 9 robots were unstoppable, and the 9 hammers attacked crazily, leaving blood and flesh everywhere. Wen Ning couldn't bear to watch this scene, and he mourned for these mutant beasts for a second in his heart. Then he commanded the robots to charge forward without any psychological burden. Until the number of mutant beasts on the battlefield gradually decreased, Wen Ning finally heard the system prompt. System announcement. Global announcement. This disaster, extreme heat, has officially ended. System announcement. Players are requested to clean up the remaining mutant beasts before 4 a.m., and the 4th phase of the game will be updated from 4 a.m. to 12 noon tomorrow. System announcement. Please note that when the game is updated, no matter where the player is or what he is doing, he will fall into a deep sleep. The system announcement sounded 3 times in a row. When the last voice fell, the Wasteland continent ushered in a new mild season. The heat in the air faded in a few seconds, and the plain was suddenly filled with strong winds. Then, several large lightning bolts struck, and thunder surged. The next second, heavy rain poured down from the dark sky. The whole process took no more than 2 minutes. Oh my god, you rented this wind, thunder and lightning, and you're in a hurry to return it? The wind and clouds changed in an instant, and Wen Ning was a little dumbfounded. Your Lanternfish King is dead. Damn! Quickly coming to his senses, Wen Ning controlled the remaining 2 Lanternfish Kings to avoid the attack. The robots that smashed a Lanternfish King to death stood up and continued to attack. Under the rain curtain, the dry land ushered in a new life, and the smell of blood in the air was much lighter. Wen Ning continued to use the robots to clean up the remaining mutant beasts until there were only a few mutant beasts left on the plain. Wen Ning sent a signal to 001. 001, move! The 100 war robots behind 001 had been waiting for a long time. When they heard Wen Ning's order, they rushed out like a net. Each war robot carried 4 or 5 dwarf bombs. Under Wen Ning's deliberate operation, they approached a robot that lagged behind the team from all directions. Buzz. Two. After clearing the mutant beasts rushing around, 001 threw the dwarf bomb accurately and attached it to the robot's knee joint. The remaining war robots also attached the dwarf bomb to the target position, pursuing the maximum degree of precision explosion. Then, they left the explosion range before the robot's hatred was transferred. Master, it's done. Wen Ning commanded the Lanternfish King to fly high. The robot lost its target and was stunned for a moment. Please enjoy the fireworks in the rainy night.